The man's daughter shouted at him that he didn't have a drop of pride at all. She believed that it was unacceptable to kneel and ask for forgiveness in such a case. The girl shouted that the girl from whom he was asking for forgiveness hit her first, and there was nothing to apologize for. But the mother of her classmate asked the girl to calm down. The mother asked the teacher to open a committee on violence at school and record this incident in the girl's file, because they must be sure that such children will get what they deserve next time. The father listened to all this in silence and analyzed every word. The girl's teacher turned to their father and said that this was not the first time such a situation had happened. Menji and Hiri had been fighting for the 3rd time already, and as you could see, each time the fights became more dangerous. Therefore, he carefully bent down to him and said in his ear that they should agree as soon as possible, because Hari's father is quite a famous person. The man added that they say that he wants to maintain his position in politics, and this could play a cruel joke on his daughter in the future. My father heard very well about the company that Hari's father owns and understood that, in this situation, the best way out would be to ask for forgiveness, because unfortunately he is powerless in front of such people. The man, through pain and anxiety, asked for forgiveness from Hari's parents. He is raising his daughter alone, and sometimes she lacks mother's love. That's why she is so hot-tempered. Minji was very angry with her father at that moment, because she was not at all to blame for this situation. But the father did not stop and ask to forgive him first of all, for raising her in this way. He was really sorry. Immediately after this shame, the girl left school and did not want to see her father. He tried to establish contact with her and invite her to have something to eat so that they could talk in a calm atmosphere, but she did not even want to listen to him, so she refused. Minji raised her voice and almost shouted how she hated school and everything connected with it, to which her father reacted with silence. After which she stopped and said that she hated most of all her weak-willed father. She explained this by saying that other fathers are politicians or presidents who know how to navigate this life, not like her father. Minji was unhappy that she was born into a family in which the father is an ordinary manager in this wretched Korea. The father listened carefully to everything her daughter said, and in the end she added that she hated him because he knew that everything would be like this, but still allowed her to be born. The girl was convinced that if a person does not have the abilities and money like her father, then there is no point in having children at all. He tried to stop her, but it seems it was too late. The girl with tears in her eyes began to run away from him, because she didn't even want to see him. In the end, she asked him not to follow her. Minji wanted to be alone for a while, and so she would go to Hirin and stay there. Minji threatened him that if he looked for her and ran after her, then she would be seriously angry and he definitely wouldn't like it. The man stood alone for some time on a deserted street and still decided that he would let his daughter be alone with her thoughts. But unfortunately for Minji, she couldn't be alone for long, because right after she separated from her father, Hayuri met her with her friends, who were going to explain to the girl what she should do. Hayuri understood that she was not alone here, and Minji was not brave enough to hit her in front of her friends, so she began to hit her in the face. Hayuri did not take into account the fact that Minji is not the kind of person who would tolerate this on herself, so she also grabbed her by the hair and a fight began between the girls again. As expected, the fight was not entirely fair, because literally right away some guy got in the way and kicked Minji, causing her to fall to the floor. This big guy, as it turned out, was Hayuri's boyfriend, who didn't allow anyone to touch her baby. Hayuri stood behind her boyfriend and started screaming that Minji was just a loser who had no job or friends. All Minji could answer was that they were just kids who liked to fool around so much that they only got together to catch her. Song Minho, that was the name of this big guy. After these words, he took her by the hair and saying that she blathered there, swung at her. Unfortunately, these were not just threats. He really began to beat her, and from such blows, the girl could even die. The people who were around tried to stop him, but he didn't even want to listen to them. Suddenly, Harry ran out of the crowd, holding a huge cobblestone in her hands, with which she was heading towards poor Menji. She didn't think even for a second what the consequences of being hit with such an object might be, and yet she struck the girl in the face. Menji fell to the ground and lost consciousness from such a blow. It seems this could really be the end for her. Song Minho understood perfectly well what happened and how dangerous it could be for the girl's health. There were too many witnesses there, and one girl from the crowd already wanted to call the police. but the guy managed to close her mouth in time so that she wouldn't even think about it. After which he told everyone that no one would budge, because they were all also accomplices and they would be held accountable together for what they had done. He even began to threaten his friends, who at that moment were filming everything on their phones. The guy promised them that if he was caught, he would definitely prove that they took part in this. And nothing good will come of this for them. So he recommended that everyone close their mouths and remain silent, even if they are asked about it. This guy's friends realized that this was a serious matter, so they put down their phones and stopped filming it. Song Minho told them that he would call the head of their clan and tell them what happened, but he was not sure that the head would help him because he was new. While the guy was talking with the head of the clan and telling him all the details of the situation that had happened, Minji was still lying unconscious, and it seemed that no one even wanted to help her. The boss told the guy on the phone that he was not going to help him, and at that moment, Harai snatched the phone from his hands. She decided to talk to the boss herself. The girl took the phone, and the first thing she told the man was that she was the daughter of Zhu Kangzang, who is the director of the Zhuan Construction Company, and she demanded from him a person who would help them cover up the traces of the crime. Meanwhile, poor Minji's father sat down to have dinner, but he didn't feel like eating at all because all he had in his head was thoughts about where his daughter is now. It was already quite late, and she still wasn't home, so the idea crept into his mind about going to look for her, even considering the fact that she asked not to run after him. After half an hour, the head nevertheless sent people for her to help cover her tracks, and they were already driving in a car, the situation in which was not entirely comfortable. One of the gang decided to ask if she was really the daughter of their boss, to which the girl replied with a dissatisfied look, yes, it really was her. The man added that they usually don't resolve such situations, but since she is the boss's daughter, they still decided to go out and resolve this issue. But Hera didn't care at all what he was muttering under his breath. She just wanted them to resolve this issue as quickly as possible and without any surprises. He reassured her and said that she need not worry, because now they have more opportunities and they will do everything quickly. He also added that their friends from Japan have a special tool for such cases. It leaves no traces, a device. But he did not remember what it was called, and one of his people helped him with this, who suggested that it was a compression device. He heard that if you put a person in this miracle device, then a small part of the body will remain, which in size will look like a fist, so there should be no problems. They have finally arrived, and it is time to solve the very problem that brought them here. The girl's father nevertheless decided to wait for the girl at home and not disturb her, which is why he fell asleep right in the kitchen. The man suddenly woke up and realized that it was already very late, and his daughter was still not at home, and now he began to really worry. Morning came and he went to work with his thoughts, which could somehow distract him from the problems in life. Suddenly he saw a huge crowd of people who were looking at something very carefully. Apparently something had happened at night, so they all gathered there. Most who were there understood that there had been a fight that night, which led to a fight because there was human blood everywhere, but no one wanted to report it to the police, because probably someone had already done it. The girl's father nevertheless made up his mind and approached that very place. Almost immediately he saw a hair clip lying on the floor, which he had already seen somewhere. As soon as he picked it up from the floor, he immediately remembered that it was on Hairei's head at the moment when he apologized to her for his daughter's actions. He decided to call Hirin, his daughter's friend, and ask if she knew where his daughter was now. According to Hirin, it was perfectly clear that she didn't even know where Minji might be, but she told him that yesterday there was still a fight in which his daughter participated, from which the man began to boil with anger, and it seems the moment has come when he will stop apologizing for the fact that his daughter is being offended. Haira and her boyfriend were walking down the street, and Song Minho reassured her that everything would be fine, and if they remained silent, then no one would know anything, so everything would be fine. He offered to take her home so that she could rest from what she experienced that night, but she seemed not quite sure that she needed to go home. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them, which frightened them very much. He asked them to wait because he wanted to ask them something. It was Minji's father, and he told the guys that she was missing, and he came to find out any information that they might have. Song Minho, in his usual manner, did not even listen to him and took him by the shirt and threatened to hit him for scaring him. But before that, he told his father that they didn't know any Minji, so before he knocked out all his teeth, he had time to get out. The man was not going to just leave because he was 100% sure that they could know where his daughter was, if only because he found Haru's thing at the crime scene. Song Minho could not stand such impudence and was ready to strike the man for not keeping up with them. The guy was not in the mood today, so he wasn't going to feel sorry for the man and would teach him a lesson right now for not listening to Song Minho's advice. Meanwhile, a picture appeared before the man's eyes in which he was the main character. One of the commanders asked him to stop and not make sudden movements, because this was clearly a mistake. But Sergeant Kim didn't care about his every word. He just wanted to be allowed to leave here and not interfere with his life. He assured them that he was not joking. The victim, who turned out to be the platoon commander, tried to tell him that if they all calmed down together now, they could resolve this situation peacefully. But the sergeant was not going to give up his convictions and asked him to be discharged immediately, otherwise the boss would have his last day of life today. Therefore, without hesitation, he ordered to fulfill all the conditions that Sergeant Kim requested, because he was a psycho, and if they did not do everything as he asked, then he would simply shoot them all. Song Minho didn't understand why Minji's father didn't retreat, because he would just beat him now. It looks like he will still have to do this, so he took off his t-shirt as usual to scare his next victim with his tattoos. He asked the man again, or did he really want them to continue this conversation? Minji's father didn't say much and told him that he was just a spoiled brat. After such words, Song Minho went crazy and undressed the man, then to show him what a baby he really is. The platoon commander was simply sure that they could not just let the sergeant go, so he asked for a compromise. Sergeant Kim was not going to deviate from his plan, and it seems that they themselves forced him to do something that he did not want. Now Song Minho didn't have much enthusiasm to fight the man because he saw many wounds and bullet marks on his body. Minji's father at this time recalled the words of his commander, who told him that if he stopped now, then together they would be able to complete a bunch of missions. While Song Minho looked at his body, the man remembered every word that the commander said to him that day, that together they were able to capture the North 17 times, send double agents to the South 5 times, and escape from prison together. The man could not wait any longer and struck a blow at the guy, from which he turned over and fell to the ground, and thoughts continued to swirl in his head that the commander asked him that day for guarantees that would prove that he would not let them down again. With all the anger that he had accumulated during the service, which could not just be kept to himself, but still he managed and calmly asked them again, where was his daughter? Now the man did not want to waste time and used very painful methods of influencing the guy, and all this so that he would tell him where his daughter was. Hira fell to her knees and simply began to beg him to stop, because it was very difficult for her to withstand this. But Minji's father was not going to stop there and continue his interrogation. With the very hairpin that he brought to this meeting, he made movements to the right and left, which looked as if he was sawing the guy's head, and soon he would finish his job. Song Minho already told him everything they knew, but to his regret, the man needed more information. He was trying to find out where these guys they called took his daughter. The guy swore to him with all his might that he didn't know where she was now, so Kim decided to ask him how to contact them and where he could find them. Song Minho tried to tell him that they were new to this gang, and in order to meet them, you need to make an agreement in advance. Minji's father was already beginning to lose patience, but he understood that these children would not tell him anything more, so he needed to find their gang leader and talk to him. After the man was beaten, he begged for forgiveness and mercy, because that's how he wanted to live. But Min Chul, the head of the gang in this city, was not going to mess with him. He was tired of all these excuses from this guy. He took him by the ear and rudely reminded him that he was a cretin who had signed a contract with them, the terms of which must be complied with. The poor man remembered very well what was written in this contract, and, in short, if he could not return the money on time, then this debt would have to be repaid to his daughter, who watched this terrible picture and begged her not to beat her father. The man tried to explain to him that she was still a schoolgirl, and this was not normal, but immediately after that, he received another blow to the face. Min Chul shouted at him so much that he finally understood him, because so far it's hard to get through to him. The man tried to tell him that it was a matter of time, and he would give everything up, but the gang leader was not going to listen to him and continued to beat the poor man until he lost consciousness. Min Chul then suggested that he pay off the debt himself if he did not want to expose his daughter. The man did not know how to respond to this, so he simply remained silent and hoped for pardon. And it was a mistake because of which the boss kicked the man with all his might, and after this, he would have to be treated in the hospital for a long time. But instead of treatment, he invited him to watch how they would mock his daughter, who would have to pay off his debts instead. The poor girl tried to shout to her father, who seemed to have lost consciousness, which made her feel even worse. Min Chul lifted him to his knees and forced him to watch how they abused his daughter, but the man couldn't just look at it, so he tried to look away in the other direction. So he took him by the head and with the help of force forced him to watch his daughter suffer, because her dad is such a weakling who signed the contract and could not fulfill all its conditions. But as Min Chul believed, such was life, and he should learn to perceive it as it is. The girl began to scream in pain and beg them to stop and not do this, but no one listened to her. Her father simply couldn't look at it, so he turned his head away as best he could. The gang members held her so tightly that the poor girl had no chance of getting out of this grip, but her father could not help her in any way. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim came to the address that son Minho kindly provided him with, as he claimed that the leader of his gang lived in this house. Suddenly, the gang leader was disturbed by one of his assistants, who said that someone had come to him and wanted to see him. The girl had a premonition that they had come to her aid, because none of the gang was expecting guests, and it also didn't look like the courier who brought the food. Manchul didn't understand who it could be, so he ordered the guy to send him to hell and close the doors just in case, which the guy went to do without any problems. But as soon as he approached the door, he realized that the front door was not locked, so he immediately ran to see who had entered there. The guy saw a man in front of him and immediately asked him who he was and what he needed, because this was a private house, and if he crossed the threshold, he would consider it an illegal entry. In the room above, they began to hear strange sounds, as if something was happening below, so they stopped mocking the girl for a while and froze in anticipation. The sounds gradually became louder, but then at one moment it became quiet again, and none of them understood what was happening down there and who had come to them. A few seconds later, someone began to knock down the doors of the room where they were all located. For a second, each of them became scared. But not Mindchul, who, without worry, ordered one of his guys to open the doors so that they could finally see who came there after all. The girl, who had been tormented all this time, realized that it was just a bait that they were using to strike whoever entered the room, so she shouted to warn the person behind the door. But it seemed that it was already too late, because the big man had already swung his hand and was ready to strike with his bat. Kim easily dodged this blow, and all thanks to the girl who warned him. It seems the big man will now regret attacking the man. And so it happened. Mr. Kim struck him back, from which it will be difficult for the guy to recover. After all, Kim is a former military man and knows perfectly well where to hit. After which he took a rope, with which he tied the guy's legs so that he could no longer move. But he didn't stop there and hung the guy upside down so that the others would understand that the man was serious. The guy didn't understand what was happening and who this man was. How could he hang him by his legs so easily? The poor girl stopped crying because she realized that this seemed to be the very chance of salvation that she had been waiting for, and besides, it was very cool. The man was very strong. Kim, without any expectations, began to ask him where his daughter was, with whom they were directly related. But the guy didn't understand who this Menji was that the man was talking about. The guy doesn't know anyone with that name. Kim didn't like these answers, so he began to squeeze the guy's legs even more to get a better answer to his question. But the guy really didn't seem to know anything, because he was already begging to let him go. If he had known something, he would have said everything long ago. He called for help from the boss, who was also in that room, but as it turned out, the gang leader was still a coward, so he was the first to climb out the window to escape. Kim didn't have time to grab him before Min Kyul jumped from the window. As soon as he landed, Min Kyul began to run away from the house very quickly, because he was sure that it was the cops who, for unknown reasons, had identified him. He didn't understand what he did wrong and where he screwed up that they figured him out so easily, but in any case, he had to run away as quickly as possible. But he didn't manage to run much because someone tripped him, as a result of which he fell to the ground and stopped his escape. The guy didn't understand what was happening here, because as it turned out it was not a step, but a rope that someone had installed here for unknown reasons. Before Min had time to understand that it was a trap into which he had successfully fallen, the same man who broke into his house appeared behind him, but it was too late to run away. Kim put a garbage bag over his head and started beating him until he told him where his daughter was, or at least identified the person who might know. It seems that even he didn't know who this crazy man was talking about. As Min tried to explain to him, they communicate with the main one exclusively through messages, and he has no idea what Kim is telling him. The man took the bag off him, and it was obvious from the guy's face that his appearance was now very similar to the one he had left for that man a few hours ago. But even after such a beating, he could not say anything to Kim. Kim was trying to find out how this time they were able to communicate and explain to each other the essence of the task, but the guy silently looked down because he didn't know if it was possible to tell him such things, because then they could do something much worse to him than just beat him up. Mr. Kim was not going to wait long for an answer, so he twisted his hand with such force that a little more, and he would break it for him if he did not tell everything he knew. The poor man and his daughter also watched this, and even they found it difficult to watch. Min Kyo-yu shouted to him that what he was doing to him was illegal, and for such treatment, he would sue him. These words made Kim even angrier, because he was well aware that these guys were doing far worse things than him, and there was no talk of the law there. Kim could not stand it and still broke his hand for his words and for the fact that he did not tell him the truth. But he was not going to end there. All he needed at this stage was the answer to the question he was asking him. Min shouted to him that he would not say anything and that he would be saved by the law, which was created specifically for crazy people like Kim. Kim told him in response that they were also breaking the law, but the guy shouted back that they were minors, and even if they broke the rules, then in any case the law would be on their side, but the man would be easily sued. As soon as the guy decided to continue and tell the man about the rights that are provided to minors, Kim did not listen to him and dealt another blow to his head. The man decided to see what this hooligan kept in his suitcase, so he began to throw away all the contracts that were there and tried to find what he needed. After a few seconds, he still managed to do it and found a weapon and several clips there. He began assembling the pistol and decided to tell the guy an interesting fact that a child who has lost his parents is called an orphan. Mine did not understand what he was talking about, but Kim did not stop and continued. A woman who has lost her husband is called a widow. But there is no name for parents who have lost a child. And this feeling that devours him from the inside gives him the confidence that he has nothing more to lose, because he does not know whether his daughter is alive now or not. Min Chul was not a fool and understood what this madman was leading to and what he could do with him. Kim put a gun right to his forehead and said that protecting the rights of children did not sound very convincing to him, and he wanted to end the guy's life even more. The guy didn't understand how seriously he was saying this and whether he could really shoot, but still didn't dare say a word. Therefore, he did not find a better way out than to simply cry and admitted to him that he was no longer a child, and there was much more to him than it might seem at first glance. But still, Kim did not tolerate this and still shot him in the legs and said that every time he picks up a gun and sees such bastards as Min, it is very difficult for him to restrain himself and not shoot directly in the head. But today, the guy was lucky. Min shouted to the whole area and couldn't believe that this crazy person really shot at him. He tried to call for help and asked to call the police. The man could not stand it any longer, so he approached him to say that he left him alive only because he believed that Menji was alive. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone here, his entire family, friends, and all his loved ones, and defending children's rights is simply stupid because his fist is much stronger than the law. He warned the guy once again that he would not stand by if they did touch his daughter with even a finger and would do to him and his loved ones everything he had just promised. Kim asked him not to do that again and decided to check this guy's mobile phone, which received so many messages in which one of his assistants wrote to him that they put the girl who had quarreled with the director's daughter on a ship and sent her to swim. Kim read every message that was sent to the guy and his anger accumulated more and more. He won't just leave it like that and will return his daughter, and the people who did this will regret that they did it. But still, he is also a person and he was very sorry for his girl, so tears began to flow from his eyes on their own, and he could not stop it. He tried to come to his senses and calm down a little, because emotions would not help him in this situation. Therefore, he decided to write a response message to his daughter's offenders, who were clearly pleased with their work. They immediately received a message, and one of the elders asked his man how things were going, and he answered him that he put the girl on the ship as he asked, so everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rang, and they were a little surprised that he wanted to talk to them, because usually he warns them that he wants to call. But the boss told him directly, there is no need to answer the call. It's the police, because mine doesn't just call. Therefore, he ordered him to delete the chat and no longer communicate with this team. It takes time for everything to calm down. The assistant carried out this order without further ado and deleted the chat, after which he threw away the phone just in case. After the chat was deleted, Kim turned to Mine and asked him what could be the matter. Here it says that the chat no longer exists. What could this mean? The guy understood perfectly well that they had deleted this chat forever and simply could not believe his eyes. How could this be? Did they really betray him and just leave him? Kim became even more angry at Min's words, because he didn't tell him what he really thought, only that there were problems with the server, so the chat was unavailable. But the man was also not a fool and understood perfectly well what had happened. Suddenly, the man who was also in the room with his daughter took a knife and stabbed Kim right in the back, which is how he decided to thank him for saving his daughter. Mine noted that this was an excellent job and asked him to poke him again to be sure, because he was not sure that Kim would not get up after such a blow. But the man was not going to do anything more until he promised him that he would take some money off his debt, because right now he had helped him a lot and that should be appreciated. Mine promised him that he would do everything he needed, only if he took the knife again and stabbed Kim again. But their conversation was interrupted by Kim, who was still there, and it seems the man simply didn't hit him with a knife, and the man was completely fine. It was a mistake that could cost him very dearly. But Mine should start worrying about his life, because Kim was more than serious, especially after he found out about his daughter. But he was stopped by the police, who burst into the house while Min was waiting and ordered the man to throw the knife on the floor. Kim was not going to do this, so one of the policemen repeated the order and asked the man not to resort to critical actions. The man thought only about his daughter, whom he could lose forever, and his tears did not stop flowing. It all looked as if it was he who had organized the whole massacre, and for this he would be imprisoned for a long time. The policeman received a call from his colleague and told him that they could not go to the call to help them, because they were very busy right now. They had an emergency. The police arrested everyone who was in that house. Even the guy who Kim hung from the chandelier, he did the most talking, saying that this man came there with a gun and beat them all there. They couldn't calm him down. The guy was too eager to fight while Kim sat in handcuffs. As it turned out, Kim could not even be identified. There was no information about him in any database that they checked, and his phone number, which was found during the search, did not provide any useful information. The police chief then asked him to bring the fingerprints that they had taken from him earlier. With the help of them, they would be able to accurately identify the person who was sitting in their department. The boss was very disappointed, because there were more and more such cases every day. He was sad to realize where this world was heading. But he was even more disappointed when he saw that the profile of the person from whom they took fingerprints was blocked in the database. How is this even possible? This was the first time he had seen this, before he could find information about any person in this database. But now it's just empty, and this man is just silent. The big man, who had suffered badly from Kim, shouted to them that this man had come to them because he was looking for his daughter, whom they allegedly stole, but they did not even understand which girl he was talking about. After which he took off and hit Mr. Kim, which was quite unexpected for all the police officers. He shouted that now the man was not so brave in handcuffs and gave him several more blows to his body until the police stopped him. But it was quite difficult to calm this guy down because he was struggling and shouting to them that he was a free man and could leave on his own. Still, they managed to explain to him that there is no point in fussing like that, because they can also use force, so if he does not want to repeat what happened to him, then he will have to sit quietly. Suddenly, Mr. Kim's phone rang, and it seemed like they would finally be able to find out who he was, so one of the officers immediately reached for him. The officer had not used such an old phone for a long time, but he was still able to figure it out and say that his daughter was calling him if, of course, he read it correctly. The policemen tried to calm him down and say that they would talk to her daughter themselves, and he should stay where he was, but he did not notice that the handcuffs they gave him had long been open. A few minutes later, Everyone who was in this department was lying on the floor, and none of them even suspected that Mr. Kim was so strong. The boss didn't have time to turn around when he realized that all his employees were lying on the floor. What even happened here, and how did it happen? But not even a few seconds had passed before Kim struck him too in order to take away the phone he was holding in his hands. Mr. Kim covered the mouth of the only policeman who was conscious and carefully picked up the phone. Of course, he hoped first of all to hear the voice of his daughter. But unfortunately, he only heard beeps, after which no one spoke. What could all this mean? Mr. Kim got even more angry because he misses his daughter so much, and then someone is calling from her phone. Is she really still alive? He decided that now was not the time for guessing and that he needed to continue searching for her, because in any case, if she was still alive, he would find her. His anger was already beyond the limit. He was ready to destroy everyone who in any way harmed her daughter. After some time, Sergeant Chul Jun, who was supposed to be promoted next year, shouted at his subordinates, who, according to them, had been beaten by the detainee. He had no time for jokes now, so he asked to describe the situation to him as accurately as possible. Otherwise, he would fire them all. While he was scolding his employees, a man in a hat tried to enter the police territory, but he was stopped by one of the employees who told him that entry to outsiders was now prohibited. But as it turned out, this man was not a stranger. He showed him his ID, from which the officer was a little shocked. Was it really him? The officer immediately ran to his superior to warn him about this, but Sergeant Kyul Joan was too busy chastising his staff that he asked him to kick out the reporters and not disturb him. Suddenly, the same man in the hat grabbed the sergeant by his shoulder straps and hit him with such force that he flew several meters away. He held his shoulder straps in his hands and in a rude voice asked them what they were doing here and what all this circus was for. After which he asked who was in charge here, and as far as the man understood, he had just hit the main officer. As it turned out, it was a special foreign employee known as Commissioner Kang Guk Chul, whose code name was Bloodhound. He lit a cigarette and with a satisfied look, told them to say goodbye to their uniforms because they were doing their job very poorly. But as soon as the commissioner looked more closely at the employees of this police station, he was no longer sure that they had arrived at their destination, so he asked his assistant to check if they had arrived at the right place. His assistant was 100% sure that this was the very place where they should be, since according to his information, code 66 is marked on the map right here. He was also at the police station. This is definitely this place. After which, Kang Guk asked him to find out the family of their new target. The assistant said that their target only has a daughter, whose location they are now checking using GPS and a personal code 66 phone. But there were problems with this, because it seemed to him that the target simply threw him out. The commissioner was not surprised by this, because code 66 is not so stupid as to carry it with him, but the assistant still got out more information and added that the object was still moving. It seemed that the phone was still with him, from which the bloodhound was shocked and asked to tell him the exact location, to which the assistant answered him that code 66 is in the Taekwondo Center right now. Kim was indeed in one of the martial arts centers, where he calmly watched how small children were training. To some extent, this calmed him a little, but that was not why he came here. He was waiting for that very teacher of these arts to talk with him a little. The master recognized his old friend and approached him himself. This master's name was Sung Hoon, and he was the director of the Haiyang Taekwondo Center, which could even boast of a gold medal at national competitions. He immediately realized that his old friend came to him for a reason and asked him to lay everything out right away, because in fact, he didn't have much time. Mr. Kim, with his eyes down, told him that his daughter died and he died with her. Now he doesn't know what to do next. Hansu couldn't believe it, so he started asking him in more detail, to which the man told him that he didn't know for sure, because they called him from her phone recently, but he didn't have time to pick up the phone for some reason. Therefore, all he is doing at the moment is waiting for her to perhaps call again, but so far to no avail. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that he needed to throw it away and as soon as possible because they were looking for him. But Kim was worried that he would be able to miss a call from her. The old friend understood that he was being chased, and most likely they already know that Mr. Kim did not throw away his phone and will be here soon. But Hansu did not know how to help him. Meanwhile, The commissioner's people were already in place and were already running into this center, where Mr. Kim was right now. It seems that now he will have serious problems. He was very sorry. He brought them here because there were so many children here, but he had no one else to go to, so he asked his friend for forgiveness. Sung-hoon could barely restrain himself from crying because he, like no one, knew what it was like to lose a child and decided to cheer up his friend a little by reminding him of the story of how Kim once saved Taehan, who almost died that day. Therefore, now he was too grateful to him. Therefore, he suggested taking the children out of here and then going downstairs together to discuss what they would do next. As soon as they brought all the children to a safe place, they went out into the corridor in which they saw one of the students being chased by a man, whom the student called a monster. This was the same commissioner who decided to play a little with the child. In general, he loved children very much and never offended them. But Master Song-hoon was not going to figure out who he was and why he came here, so he immediately decided to strike him. The Bloodhound was an experienced person and agent, so he caught Han-soo's leg before it hit him and was very happy to feel the art of Taekwondo again. But no matter how experienced he was, he still forgot about Master Han-soo's second leg, and it was his mistake, which led to a strong blow from him, causing him to fall down the steps. After which, with quick movements, he managed to catch the little boy's food and give it back to him. The little boy was delighted with this, and looked at the master with loving eyes. Sung-hoon sat down to the student, whose name was Tamin, and said that today they would finish their lesson earlier, since he had some things to do, and he asked the boy to go to class immediately after class and not to linger anywhere. Here, their dialogue was interrupted by the commissar, who tried to strike back, but fortunately Kim was there, who intervened in time and blocked the blow. There were children here after all, and it was very shameful to do such a thing in front of them. But it seems the Bloodhound didn't give a damn about honor and conscience after he saw Code 66, which he had been looking for so long. Sung-hoon was already very angry that this scoundrel swung at his student, who was also scared, so a new blow did not keep him waiting long. The chief's men, who were already climbing the stairs, managed to see this, right on a tip from their commissar, but it was unexpected for them to go straight into battle, but still, they had to. It seems that this was their main mistake today, because Master Sung-hoon was incomparable today and distributed well-aimed blows one after another, with the help of which he dealt with a whole bunch of agents. They, in turn, did not understand who this man was. It was as if he was flying above them and hitting them at the moment when it was needed. How could they defeat him? But as soon as one of the agents heard that his colleagues were saying that it was Sung-hoon, he was simply amazed, because this is the same great Taekwondo master who won so many medals in martial arts that people even called him from North Korea. They didn't understand why such a famous person was helping the criminal they were looking for, but their guesses were interrupted by the boss, who ordered them not to stare, but to catch up and stop these two. While Kim and Hong-soo ran down the corridor, the second one was reminded of their old times. When they ran away from enemies like that, it was a good time. Kim supported him, but still suggested that they remember the old days a little later, when they were safe, but for now they needed to come up with a new plan. Sung-hoon suggested that he first get some treatment so that he would be in good shape, after which they could find weapons and a car. But this plan did not suit Mr. Kim, and the first thing he wanted was to get into the bunker. The master looked at him with a smile, and was glad that the man did not forget him and took him out on such adventures, so of course he agreed with him. They immediately got into the car and rushed straight to the bunker that Mr. Kim wanted to get into. Sung-hoon was a little embarrassed, because if he had known that his old friend would come, he would definitely have washed his car for such a chase. But Mr. Kim didn't have time to consider the cleanliness of his car because he first decided to use the computers that were in the car. Hong-soo, while they were driving, tried to tell him that he needed to hold the frequency and turn the devices to a low level, because the equipment may differ from what was in service. There is even a possibility that nothing will work at the usual frequency. In this case, he advised him to use data for a large area, which was at the end of the list. After some time, they arrived at the place indicated to them by the map that Mr. Kim used, but Hong-soo was not sure what they needed exactly here. Perhaps he still made a mistake with the data. After all, they ended up in Nambu High School, where crime was very developed, which was visible to the naked eye. With each passing second, Sung-hoon believed less and less that Menji was here, because it seemed that she would not be kept alive in such a place. One of the main hooligans of this area decided not to wait until the two men found the courage to speak and ask them first what they forgot here. He was interested in what they were doing here, especially the one standing in a taekwondo costume. Did he really want to have a cosplay party here? But no matter how much he wanted it, this pseudo-leader forbade them to do it here, because they have a very important meeting here now and there's no time for their games, so if they don't want to get hit in the face, they'd better go home. Mr. Kim and his faithful friend did not seem to hear the words that this bully was saying to them and simply walked past him as if he was not there. At this moment, each of the hooligans were surprised by the courage of these two, and they, in turn, discussed where exactly the location of his daughter was showing. But the leader was not going to just leave them alone, so he decided to stop them using a very rude method. So the first thing he did was grab Mr. Kim by the shoulder to make him stop. This was his main mistake today, which he made because Mr. Kim easily picked him up and threw him over his body. A few seconds later, the guy was already lying on the floor and seemed to no longer mind that they were walking here. But Mr. Kim decided to talk to him a little after all. He pressed his leg even closer to his chest and began to speak out loud. A student of this school, a second year of the 7th grade, studies with Kim Minji, wears a black jacket and a red tie. The guy told him that this wouldn't work with him, so he shouldn't try. With these words, he forced Mr. Kim to press on his throat even harder until he spoke. The bully, even if he wanted to tell something, he couldn't, because he really didn't understand what the man was talking about. So Kim warned him not to get in his way, because he didn't have time for him, and if it happens again, he won't get off that easy. One of the people who was sitting inside the building noticed that it was getting a little noisy outside, so he decided to immediately convey this information to the boss. But the guy who managed the affairs inside was not very worried about what was going on inside and advised him, so he asked him to be useful and bring him another girl so that he could relax properly. This was the head of South Ganji, who was called Shin Seon-ho. He was a famous person in boxing because he occupied the third weight category in boxing, and they called him the Invincible Boxer. Meanwhile, the hooligans who were on the street still did not listen to Mr. Kim and went to fight with him, which half of them had long since regretted. Some did not understand what was happening and who this damn man was who was simply throwing away their friends with one blow, but still they continued to go into battle no matter what. It was very difficult for them, because Mr. Kim got into a frenzy and began to beat them one after another. It seemed impossible to cope with him, although there were tens of times more of them. He threw back people in batches, and even huge guys who had previously seemed invincible. In the distance, several older hooligans were watching this, who had no intention of interfering in the fight, but they still didn't like that they were so noisy there. Suddenly, Sung-hoon appeared behind them, who was sure that these guys might know something about a student named Menji. They were very surprised that this guy had approached them so quietly, and who was he anyway for them to talk to him? Suddenly, a guy approached him from behind, who wanted to hit him so badly, but it only seemed that way to him because Mr. Sung-hoon heard him perfectly well, so he managed to react and strike, after which he told the bandits with whom he spoke that they were very similar on his son. He also just started puberty, from which they immediately began to boil with anger, and were ready to tear him into small pieces, so they brought out their knives and began to run straight at him. The bandit threw one blow that seemed impossible to dodge, but Sung-hoon was able to do it with ease. After which, he simply flew over them, from which they were simply shocked. They had never seen this man do this. But Sung-hoon, in turn, gave them advice not to play with a knife, because you can easily get hurt and then there will be blood. Is that bad? But their dialogue was interrupted by some madman, who turned out to be Ji Hyun. He was a member of the blockhead team, and he had only been out of prison for 3 days, so he had nothing to lose and was going to chop this jumper into pieces. These were the last words that he said before the blow that Hong-soo inflicted on him and essentially knocked him out. The master did not even talk to him, because Hong-soo did not even consider people like him to be people. They too often cross the line, and there he needs to be punished for this. So, he got what he deserved. After such a demonstration, the bandits who tried to stop him were ready to cooperate, and he kindly asked them to tell him how to get to the first floor of the central building. At this time, Kim dealt with all the hooligans who were on the street and was finally about to enter the school. but there were two puppies who were just waiting for the moment to fight with someone. The man recommended that they leave so that none of them would get hurt. Now he is at the peak of anger and is not at all responsible for his actions. From such words, these thugs even felt a little amused, but they still did not recommend that this guy cross the line because they could remove him from this world. As soon as this guard finished his threats, he received a blow right in the face, which is why he then had to walk away for a long time. Mr. Kim was already a little tired of telling these thick-headed people not to get in his way, so he could beat them for a long time. But suddenly, another gang member stood in front of him. The man who stood opposite him was quite surprised that only this one guy could make so much noise. It was quite unexpected to hear such a thing. But still at this stage, he believed that Mr. Kim would stop. This guy was much stronger and faster than all the other little bullies that Mr. Kim had come across before. It seems that he will have to tinker with him a little. His name was Kang Hyun Min. He had also recently just been released from prison, where he had spent many years, and he didn't mind warming up on a man like Mr. Kim. But it seems that everything will not be as simple as this guy thought. Mr. Kim repelled his attack with a slight movement of his hand and delivered his own blow, which turned the guy right in the air. Mr. Kim was tired of all these games and the fact that he was wasting so much time, so he hit him right in the face so that he would finally calm down and not bother him. Kang Hyun flew very successfully, straight into the room where the local leaders of this area were sitting and knocked down their doors, which they really didn't like. They prepared to run away, because looking at such a blow, they thought that the police were there and would arrest them. But they didn't see a single policeman there. There was only Mr. Kim, who looked at them with such a look that it was clear without words what he would do to them now. These big guys also didn't take this man seriously and were going to deal with him very quickly because they are quite busy people who shouldn't be disturbed. After which, Mr. Kim saw the local gang leader, who looked much brighter than the others, but this was not the main reason that Kim paid attention to him. He focused his attention on the keychain that was in his pocket. He knows very well whose keychain it is and who its owner is. Kim remembered how his daughter wore this keychain, because it was he who gave it to her, so he became even angrier. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the thugs, who took the man by the ear to escort him out of the office. But it seems he did it in vain. And so it happened, Kim's anger crossed all boundaries, and he no longer saw anything except this keychain that was hanging on the leader's pocket, so he knocked the big man down with one blow. The other two guards faced exactly the same fate, but they suffered even more because they fell straight onto the things that were behind them. It took Kim a few minutes to come close to Shin Sun-ho and look the scoundrel straight in the eyes. But first, he wanted to ask him where this guy got the phone that is in his pocket. Therefore, he decided to play a little with Mr. Kim and began to tell him that he saw this girl last night and he was very pleased to spend time with her, even funny in some way. Now it was possible to say without further ado that Mr. Kim's patience had run out and he was no longer going to endure this, and it seemed the guy should run for the hills. Kim beat this guy to such an extent that it was difficult to even recognize him. But what's more, the guy himself couldn't see anything except the darkness in his eyes. All this was due to numerous bruises. Sun-ho is already thinking that Kim will simply kill the guy and they won't find out the information they need, especially since this guy knows it for sure. But the man was not going to stop and he would answer for his words, so he decided to punish him to the fullest and teach the guy some manners, so he put an ordinary pen between his fingers. After which, with all his strength, he kicked him on this finger, which will definitely cause Sun-ho to break his finger, and maybe even more than one. Sun-ho stopped the man and told him to finish here, because he could really die from this, and they still need to interrogate him, and besides, there is a chance that he is not guilty, but just decided to piss Kim off. After all the bullying, Kim approached him again, and the last one asked him what he knew about his daughter, and if the answer did not suit him, then the guy would never speak again. Sun-ho just burst into tears from the pain that he had experienced in the last 10 minutes and did not want this to be repeated to him, so he said that he would tell everything and what really happened. As it turned out, the day before yesterday, his assistant brought him a whole bunch of phones, which all belonged to girls, and the guy could choose any of them. They were all unlocked and could be easily used. He managed to select the 3 best candidates that he liked so much, but he couldn't completely decide which one he liked best, so he decided to look at what was inside the phone itself. Maybe it would be easier. As soon as he took Menji's phone, he immediately realized that this was the only one he needed so much and he would take it. Not even a few seconds had passed before he began to play with it and look at the photographs that were on this phone. But then they went into the phone book, where they saw that only her father called her and a lot of times, which made everyone in the room laugh. They found it a very funny story. The guy decided not to stop there, so he pressed call and decided to call to please his dad a little. He didn't have the courage for long, so his finger immediately started poking at the screen to cancel the call. Probably if it weren't for Mr. Seong-hoo, Kim would have killed him on the spot, especially after he found out that it was actually this guy who called, and therefore he was even more disappointed by this. The guy tried to justify himself and say that he did it by accident and didn't want to call anyone at all, just to show off in front of his girls. But since Menji had no more friends, he decided to point at his father. After which, the guy told Kim a little about Hyrin, the only friend that Sunu found in her phone, but she also seemed very strange to him, which gave the man goosebumps, because he remembered every moment from his life, and Menji talked about her as good to a friend. But all his thoughts about this girl changed after he opened the girl's correspondence and saw how Hyrin was simply using Menji for his own purposes. She, in fact, was not even her friend, at most an acquaintance, and this really upset her father. Even the guy who could barely open his mouth decided to speak his mind, and he also believed that this Hyrin was simply using his daughter. Hyrin approached Minji and once again asked to take her phone, because she forgot hers at home, and she urgently needed a phone. Minji is tired of giving her your phone, because she constantly asks for it, as if she doesn't forget it at home, but she just doesn't have it, so she told her that she doesn't want to give her her phone. But Hyrin used something that Minji could not resist. The girl told her that they were still friends with her, and friends share everything with each other, so Menji could not resist and still gave her the phone. As soon as the girl and her friends left Menji, she immediately began to offend her behind her back and tell her what a fool Menji really was. Kim was very offended and angry at the same time. How could they do this to his girl? Because she was actually so good and was always ready to help. Why did they do this to her? But he was more angry with himself, because, as it turns out, he knew nothing about his daughter. Kim thought that she was doing well, but in fact, she didn't even have normal friends, only people like Hyrin. The man recalled how he recently shouted at his daughter because she didn't answer the phone when he called, and this lasted for several days, but he couldn't even suspect that another girl was simply taking his daughter's phone. But she always told him that everything was fine with her, and she actually didn't pick up the phone, just because she was hanging out with friends, and besides, she considered herself already an adult, and she didn't need guardianship. The guilt that he began to feel because of this gradually began to eat him from the inside, because he could have noticed this much earlier, and then all this would not have happened, but he did not. It seems that his friend intervened in his thoughts at the right time, who told him that he understands everything perfectly well, how difficult it is to experience this. But he must pull himself together, because now is not the time to cry, something needs to be done. Sun-hyu found the right words, which seemed to wake up Kim a little. He told him that they would find Minji together, and he could ask her forgiveness for paying little attention to her. The man tried to support him to the maximum, so she told him that it would be right. He knows that it will be very difficult, but he is obliged to do everything in his power, not for his own sake, but for the sake of his daughter, who is now scared no less for him. He also added to him that usually fathers try not to lose heart and live on, because they are always the best for their children. After such words, Kim was again filled with energy and was ready to continue the search for children. Even the guy who barely heard them was sure that the man was everything, still a wonderful father. But still, Kim wasn't finished with him yet, so he grabbed him by the shirt again and asked where they got this phone, who supplied it to them. After a while, Kim and his faithful friend found the same man that the guy from school pointed out to them. Without wasting time, Kim began to ask him where he got this phone. As it turned out, it was a homeless man who stole this phone and then sold it for a bottle of alcohol to high school students who didn't mind pricing it for such a small amount. But the man began to claim that he did not steal it, and in general he was talking some kind of nonsense. So Kim had to paraphrase, and he told him that the man kept someone else's thing. But the main thing is, where did he get it? The man continued to remain silent and did not tell them anything until Kim began to threaten him with the police, to which he was going to go and write a statement against him, and for this he needed to go with him. The homeless man began to break free and say that he did not steal this phone and did not keep it at all, so Kim had to ask in a ruder voice if the man saw who threw it away. After which, a homeless person probably picked it up and then decided to sell it. The man began to tell them how one evening he was sitting near the trash cans, near which he usually hangs out, and suddenly he saw a man run out of the car and run to throw something away. But on the way, his mobile phone and wallet fell out, which the homeless man successfully picked up. The hooligans saw how a homeless man picked up this phone and decided to take it back, because it was good evidence in their case. The homeless man thought that it was just garbage that no one needed and did not pay much attention to it. After these words, Kim didn't know what to do next, because essentially, he hadn't learned anything useful now, and he needed to somehow continue this conversation. So he decided to ask if perhaps the man remembers the license plate of the car or what the man who threw away his phone and wallet looked like, anything that could help him find these bastards. But the man could not remember anything sensible, because he, as usual, was in an alcoholic state in which little could be remembered, so he could not help Kim in any way. The man decided to tell him that his life is a complete disappointment and failures that haunt him all the time. His life did not work out, and he never had money, and it has always been like that. At that moment, he thought that he could become a successful person, and his sister would admit it, but it still seemed impossible to him. But when he found that small package in which this phone was, he thought that this was his lucky day, when everything would change and a happy life would finally come. Kim got even angrier from this story, and he asked him to concentrate, because he absolutely didn't care how he lived or would live. He needed the license plate of the car that pulled up and threw away this bag. That's all. The man realized that this homeless man is not an ordinary person, and he still knows something. So you need to put a little pressure on him, and then he will crack and tell everything he knows. Which is exactly what Kim did. He just started strangling him so that he would crack, and it seems that fear is above all the values of this man, and he agreed to tell everything. The homeless man told him that it was a white car, the license plate of which he did not see. A huge man got out of it and threw away the package, but this was not enough for Kim and continued to ask him how much it was. But it seems that this is all that this poor man knew, and this was perfectly understood by Song-hyo, who said that at this stage this would be enough for them, so he invited Kim to leave him alone and continue the search. As soon as they were about to leave, he suddenly called them and asked them a very important question for him. He carefully took off his hat and asked if there would be a reward for him by chance, since he shared quite valuable information with them. The homeless man was hoping to get a few bills in his pocket, but Song-hyo offered him only a bent coin, and that's all he can offer, and if he wants more, then they can pay a little differently. But the man understood what they were talking about and suddenly stopped wanting to get his reward. In the meantime, the same people who took away the girl's body came to check how she was doing, and they really didn't like that the body stank very much. Wasn't it really removed after he ordered them? That's why they decided to do it right now, because in principle, nothing bad happened, but still the boss decided to ask how long she had been lying here. But that was no longer important. Now another thing was important. So he ordered his subordinates to bring tools and call the others here. After some time, they threw the body in some kind of bag into the freezer and were satisfied with their work. The freezer was quite far from the pier, so it was quite problematic to carry the body, so the boss allowed him to go and rest for a while. He really deserved it. That's all. They have completed their work, which unexpectedly came to them, and there is one more thing left to do, and they can rest. The boss wanted to contact President Ju and talk a little. As it turned out, it was this president who knocked out all his teeth, so he had to put gold ones. President Ju, as the boss told his subordinates, is a real beast in a human body, and he always dreamed of taking revenge on him. And it seems the time has come, and he will finally do it, especially since he has a trump card that no one else has. After all, his daughter committed a murder that only they know about, and now even his status, which all his life prevented him from getting closer to him, will not help President Ju. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice from behind, and it was the guard of the very port in which they hid the body. He did not know who these men were, so, in a rude voice, he asked what they were doing here. The security guard insisted that he was not expecting guests today, and asked them to go to the exit if they did not want unnecessary problems for themselves. But it was a mistake that the man made, and it cost him his whole life, because the assistant chief immediately took out a knife and literally pierced the man right through. From that moment on, they had another body that they needed to get rid of. But suddenly, the leader of this small gang thought that this might even help them, because everything could be blamed on the president. After which, the guy who had just killed the security guard suggested to the boss that he put this man in a compression machine and started laughing. As it turned out, they all deceived the president's daughter together. She turned out to be a very naive girl, because there is no compression machine from Japan. It was all part of the plan that the boss came up with to frame the president. The guard was also placed in the freezer in which the girl's body was. But suddenly her bag began to move, and suddenly she opened her eyes and realized that there was complete darkness around her and her hand was trying to grope for something. Kim and his partner had already received enough information about those criminals and wanted to find them as soon as possible. So Seong-hyu suggested that he quickly get into the car and start searching on the way. The man didn't mind and was ready to do anything to find his baby, whom he misses so much. So he started the computer that was in his friend's car and started searching. With software like this that can locate absolutely anyone, he can quickly find the information he needs, especially when Song-hoo gives him access to use Super User, which gives him the ability to access all the surveillance cameras in the area. All that had to be done at this stage, as his friend explained to Kim, was to indicate the type, time zone, and color, and then scan the face of the homeless person they had recently seen. Having such information, Kim was easily able to find the very evening and day when the same white car drove up to the homeless man and threw out her daughter's things. The man was finally satisfied with his work. Did he really manage to get at least some information about the possible criminals who stole his daughter? He carefully began to watch the video footage from the surveillance cameras and was at the moment when someone got out of the car and it seemed that it was the same bald man that the homeless man had told them about. Mr. Kim's friend suggested that he scan this man's face using a program and find out who it was. Such information will greatly help them in finding his daughter. After a few minutes of scanning, Kim still managed to find this person, and it turned out to be Kim San, a man who is 41 years old and has only 2 entries in his personal file. There was very little information about the car. All that was known was that the car did not have an owner. Did he really rent it? But on the other hand, he understood that the man got out of the back seat, which means they have a driver. Song-hyu suggested making him a request for a car, which would allow them not to lose sight of it and even trace their route in the future. Kim himself perfectly understood how to use such equipment, but still his friend's instructions helped him remember how to use such equipment correctly. He completed his task quite quickly, but the nuance was that they were on the road at the moment and loading took much longer time, so we had to wait a little. But it seemed to the man that this download was taking too long. His nerves could no longer stand it. He was waiting too much for it to end, and the information he needed so much would appear on the monitor. There was only 1% left on the loading screen, which the man was waiting for, and suddenly this process was interrupted by another car, which at full speed crashed into their truck, where all the equipment was, and it seems that the loading could be interrupted because of this. Kim tried to hold on to anything so as not to fall off his feet, because the blow was on the side of the car, and the push was quite serious. Song-hyu did not expect such a turn, because in fact he was driving fast, but quite calmly. The car that drove into him felt like it did it on purpose, because it was too unexpected. While Kim was trying to stay on his feet, a notification came from the computer, which meant only one thing, and that the download was completed and he still waited for it. The exact address and location of what he needed appeared on the computer screen, and it seemed that this place was in some port of the city and the distance to it was only 9 kilometers. But it was still not possible to avoid the collision and Song-hu's car turned over along with him, and it was a rather dangerous accident for them, after which not everyone could survive. From the car that rammed Mr. Hu's car, some big guy came out, on whose face there were a lot of scars, and in his hand he was holding a gun. He seemed to be serious and wanted to blame the driver of the other car for this accident. After which he pointed the gun at the car and said that he knew very well that they were there and ordered them to immediately get out of the car. Sun-hyu did not understand where his friend was so eager, because that man was with a gun, and it seemed they both understood that he was from the same department that had been chasing them since the Taekwondo Center. Kim was well aware that if the problem with this guy was not solved right now, then in the future he would bring them a lot of trouble. so Mr. Kim decided that it was better to destroy him once and for all. The special department officer who was sent by the bureau shouted again for code 66 to get out of the car immediately. Otherwise, he would open fire on them and wouldn't even think for a second, and Kim knows this very well. Suddenly, his friend was the first to crawl out from under the car and tried to offer the man an alternative course of action that would suit both of them. The bloodhound didn't understand what this madman was talking about. What other alternative solution was there? He needed to arrest them and take them to the bureau. He had a direct task, and he wanted to complete it as soon as possible. Song Hyu completely got out from under the rubble, and with his hands raised asked him to listen and try to understand his plan. But the officer did not want to listen to anything and shouted to him only that he needed code 66. Just a minute ago, Seong Hyu persuaded Kim not to do what he had in mind, because after all, he now wants to do away with the civil servant, and if he does this, then they will have even more problems, from which it is not a fact that they will get out. Therefore, he suggested that he leave immediately, and in the meantime he would distract the attention of that man and would definitely catch up with him. And while Song Hyu remembered their dialogue, the commissioner did not get tired of shouting at him and demanding to get out of the car code 66. But before he had time to finish, he witnessed a powerful explosion that thundered throughout the entire area. The man couldn't believe his eyes that this was even possible. Why did they blow up their car? It was all part of the plan of the two friends. This explosion helped Mr. Kim escape the crime scene unnoticed and finally continue his search. He ran and was not going to stop for a second, because in his head, he kept the very place on the map where his daughter might be, and he needed to run there as soon as possible. Without thinking for a long time, he ran up to the bridge, from which he managed to successfully jump into the water, from which he was going to go to the same coordinates. The commissioner understood their plan and was very angry with Mr. Hyu, because he clearly thought through the point that a bloodhound would never shoot at a civilian and took advantage of this in a mean way. Meanwhile, Song Hyu gradually approached the officer closer and closer, saying that he was not an ordinary civilian, and this time the commissioner made a mistake. Before the bloodhound had time to come to his senses, the master ran up to him with quick movements of his feet and did not allow him to shoot at him. A few seconds later, the bloodhound was already on the floor from the master's strong blow. He simply had no chance. And Song Hyu just couldn't believe that this guy still shot at him, although he tells everyone that he doesn't shoot at civilians. But the bloodhound could not be such a simple person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach such heights in the service. So this time he had a backup plan, which was to take out another pistol and start shooting at Song Hyu. The man dodged the shots as best he could, but it was very difficult to do this. But as he said earlier, he is still not an ordinary civilian, and he is able to cope with this. At that moment, the man ran out of ammunition and decided to reload, and also added that he didn't think that Song Hyu was so boring, although he had heard before that the guy was very strong. The bloodhound did not have time to finish his fiery speech, after which he was going to finish off Master Hyu, but it didn't work out as planned, because the master was one step ahead and struck him right in the hands so that his gun would no longer interfere with him. But the man did not give up and quickly got his bearings and raised the gun again, and this time he was sure that he would be able to shoot. Song Hyu is on top today, basically as always, so he quickly solved this problem and knocked the gun out of the man's hands again so that he could finally calm down. Naturally, the bloodhound was not going to give up so easily and took out a knife that was supposed to help him defeat this jumper, and it seems the master himself did not expect such a turn of events. Where did he also get the knife from? The commissioner was a huge man and pressed with all his strength to force this knife to pierce Song Hyu's head. It was very difficult to maintain such pressure. But still, Mr. Hyu withstood this force and carried out an excellent counterattack with the help of his legs, from which the commissioner seemed to have a hard time, and it was unlikely that after such a blow he would continue to fight him. The bloodhound was not feeling well. Now it seemed to him that something was wrong with his body, and this was not surprising, because Master Hyu is a very strong opponent, and his blows are not only accurate, but also very painful. It was worth paying tribute to the commissar, who also held up well in the battle against such a strong opponent, and was even able to wound Master Hyu. Meanwhile, on the orders of their director, his employees were driving to the very scene of the accident, who had not left after the last fight, but for the sake of their boss, they were ready to do anything. He saw several police cars approaching and was disappointed because he asked them not to turn on their flashing lights because it was too noticeable, but nothing could be done about it, especially since they arrived on time. But the master did not wait for help to arrive to the commissar. He got ready and ran into battle so that it didn't cost him. For so many years in the service, this was not the first time that the bloodhound had seen this blow, which was called a rear kick in the air, but it was the first time that it was performed from such a distance. But in any case, he understood that he had no need to worry, because it was simply impossible to carry it out from such a distance, and the master was most likely just scaring him, but the commissar was not one of those people who would be afraid of such things, so he prepared his weapon and stood until the end. Meanwhile, the master completed the first turn, then the second and third, and at this point, the commissioner was sure that the man would simply fall, because no one had ever managed to make more than 3 turns, but this was his main mistake, because he underestimated the talent of the guy who made the 4th turnover and dealt a crushing blow. After such a wonderful performance, they and the director flew from the bridge straight into the water, but it seems the commissioner lost consciousness and now is unlikely to be able to get out of the water on his own. Kim nevertheless came to the very place that was indicated after analyzing the system, and fortunately for him, he saw the same white car that the homeless man told him about, and he himself saw it on the video recordings. It was quite a nice and peaceful port on the edge of the city, with only animals and very few people, if any, living there. Mr. Kim did not look at the white car for long, because almost immediately he noticed traces of blood near it that led into the depths of the containers. At the end of this corridor, there was some kind of door that clearly should not be there, so Mr. Kim decided to immediately check what was there. Meanwhile, Menji got out of this damn bag and was looking for a way to get out of this place, because not only was it cold there, but there was also the body of some man there. She knocked on the doors as best she could because she couldn't open them herself. Menji tried to call at least someone alive who was in that port and could open the doors for her. It was -30 in this freezer, and it was very difficult to be there without outer clothing, so the girl had already given up hope that she would still be alive today. She was very cold, and she really wanted to see her father, because she realized that he was still, to some extent, right? Menji so wanted him to come and save her. Suddenly, someone began to pull the handle of that refrigerator, and the girl had a chance that she would not turn into such a corpse as the man who was next to her. A moment later, someone carefully entered the freezer and slowly began to look around, and the girl realized that this could be a person who was not entirely friendly towards her. The girl hoped so much that her father would enter this room and finally save her from this horror. Menji actually did not deserve such an attitude towards herself. But unfortunately for her, it was the same scoundrel who brought her here, the gang leader who wanted to use the girl's body to blackmail President Ju. Menji overheard this man's telephone conversation and realized that he was saying that the president's daughter had committed a crime and killed her classmate, and Menji perfectly understood which classmate she was talking about, so she decided to sit as quietly as she could. But what a surprise the man had when he noticed that the girl was no longer there, and only a few traces were visible that indicated that someone was walking here. Menji covered her mouth with her hands, because she was very scared that the man would hear her and then he would definitely kill her. But the man did not have time to come to his senses when the same guard jumped out of him, whom it seems his assistant did not have time to finish off, and yet the man survived. The boss's reaction was immediate. He was not going to play with the old man and simply started shooting at him with a pistol, which the man most likely would not be able to survive. Menji couldn't watch this, and most of all at that moment she wanted to scream, because it was terrible. She didn't even fully understand where she was, what she should do next. But then she noticed the phone that fell from the hands of the bandit, who was talking on the phone before the guard attacked him, and she clearly saw who he was talking to. It was Director Zhu Yan, the father of the very girl with whom Menji was constantly in conflict. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the body of the guard, who had fallen and was still alive, and it seemed that he even tried to ask to help her, but the girl could not even move from fear, let alone help someone. After which the same man approached the body and picked up the phone. He was very tired of solving issues for others. He seemed to have ordered his assistants to resolve the issue with this old man, but they could not cope even with such a simple task. Menji was very lucky that he was too busy talking on the phone and still did not notice the girl who was sitting behind the next box and hoped that he would not see her after all. But the call was interrupted, and he began to get angry because he just needed to take a photo of the body. But because of this attack, he couldn't do it, and the conversation with his not best friend went astray. How sick of all this he was. He so wanted to start blackmailing the president today. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a call that came to his phone. This was the same director with whom he so wanted to talk, and therefore he remembered the saying about the devil, who you remember, and he will appear. He picked up the phone from the president, who immediately thanked him for helping his daughter. He appreciates it because the case was still quite difficult, but he is glad that they resolved this issue. Also, the president of the company, Ju Kang-chan, added that he was indebted to the head of the gang and did not mind meeting him, so to speak, to thank him in full. The gang leader was not against meeting. He was so looking forward to such an offer, but of course it was sarcasm on his part, because he hated the director with all his heart. The director added that in fact his daughter is just an angel. She has a wonderful environment, and he can't imagine how such a situation happened, because he had never noticed such aggression in her before. But still, he believed that sometimes it is necessary to interfere in the personal lives of children, because sometimes worry about them goes beyond all boundaries. The gang leader was tired of all this window dressing, and he simply became furious and told the president to shut his mouth and come to the meeting place with $2 billion in cash. Otherwise, his daughter's secret will end up where he doesn't need it. He also added that he should come without his guard and without extra people, because this concerns only the two of them and he only has an hour to do everything. The president continued to smile while the bandit threatened to imprison his daughter for life for murder if he disobeyed him anywhere, but the director seemed to have figured out how to stop this. He approached his daughter and told her that he would take care of everything, because he had never deceived her, and this time Dad would solve everything. But she was worried that these guys would blackmail him later. The director also came up with a plan for this case that would help him, and this whole situation would simply go far into the depths of the ocean. At the same moment, he finally told her that she should be as confident in success as he was, and after that, he left. But in fact, he was very angry and told his subordinates to prepare $5 billion in cash so that he could destroy this petty bully who decided to threaten him. Menji was still sitting in the corner and hoped that this man would not notice her. And at that time, he was already dreaming about the money he asked for and hoping that everything would go like clockwork and there would be no unnecessary problems. Finally, he left this room and Menji can take a little breath and breathe some fresh air and not cover his mouth with his hands. The man went out into the street and was too dissatisfied with the fact that it was raining so much there, and he also got his new suit dirty. How unpleasant. But suddenly, he turned his gaze to wipe his jacket and saw a picture that shocked him. Through the small hole in the door, Menji and the men looked at each other and both understood what this could mean. Menji did not hesitate and closed the doors to this freezer so that he could not reach her, and he, in turn, screamed like crazy and threatened her to open the doors. But the girl was much smarter than this bandit thought. She took a crowbar that was lying near the doors and used it to block the doors so that no one could come to her. The gold-toothed man immediately took his phone and called his stupid partner, who should have come immediately and solved this problem. But as luck would have it, he didn't pick up the phone. As it turned out, at that time, he was busy with a slightly different issue. Mr. Kim came to visit them, who stood in the aisle and was simply silent. He immediately recognized the man who was sitting on the chair from the photograph that the equipment gave him. Kim immediately closed the doors to this room so that they could not escape and was going to talk with them and find out a few questions that interested him so much. One of them immediately approached him and started shouting right in his face. What had the man forgotten here, and why was he silent? Kim silently took out his daughter's phone from his pocket and showed it to these two, and without words, it became clear to them why he had come and what he wanted from them. The gang leader was still trying to call his thick-headed friend so that he could urgently come to the rescue, because everything was not going according to plan, but he still didn't pick up the phone. What is he doing so important there? But suddenly his phone rang and he didn't look who was calling him. He picked up the phone, and it turned out to be his charges, who were already on their way to the place on his orders. He did not expect that another assistant would call him, who was already taking the guests they needed to the place, and the gang leader ordered them to hurry up and stop by the office on the way and find Sandman and tell him to go straight to the freezer. At this time, Sandman himself was running away from Kim, who had killed this bandit's colleague without any problems, and now it was his turn to suffer the blows and tell everything he knows. Kim finally caught up with this awkward hooligan and tripped his leg, causing him to fall to the floor, and the run ended there. So it seemed at first glance, but Sandman was too afraid, and fear forced him to get up and quickly start climbing the stairs. At the same time, he asked Kim not to chase him because he didn't even understand what he needed from him, although the reason was quite clear. He continued to run away from Mr. Kim and at the same time shouted to him that there was nothing that could be done to help that girl. She was dead and they just transported the corpse. So if he is from the president, then let him tell him that he is not guilty of anything. After these words, Kim became even angrier and was annoyed by every word this man said, so he began to clarify what he was talking about. If he understood correctly, then saying man means Ju Kang-chan. Through clenched teeth and anger, he squeezed out words, or rather questions. He wanted to know what they did to his daughter, and why did this guy have Minji's phone? Sunman was not going to talk to him, so he jumped down from a great height, and it seemed that at this stage, he simply committed suicide. But this bandit was not as stupid as it seemed at first glance, because he actually jumped onto the cable that was below, and although he would completely damage his hands and they would bleed later, it was still better than being beaten by some psycho. His plan would have been ideal, if not for one thing, it was too painful. He couldn't stand it, so he let go of his hands and fell from a great height and seemed to have broken. The boss is already tired of waiting for a call from his stupid wards who can never finish things. How long can you endure this? But his second assistant, who immediately went to the office as his boss told him, and told him that they were attacked and Sandman was not here. It seemed to him that he might be fooling around again. Sandman is really so unpredictable. The big man who was in that room with Sunman barely made it to the car to sit for a while and catch his breath, because he was beaten so badly for the first time in his life. But he didn't manage to sit there for long, because Kim was very angry and simply broke out the window in the car and ordered the fat man to get out of the car immediately. The big man never wanted to get out of the car, because he is not suicidal and his life is dear to him, so he will remain sitting in the car until Kim goes far away. He forgot that Kim is not an ordinary person, but someone who has a huge amount of experience in life. And did he really think that Kim wouldn't open a simple car lock? The big man started screaming that they had been lying to him all this time and his daughter was now in the freezer, or the one who owned this mobile phone, but he begged not to touch it. While this bandit was telling Kim that they had actually frozen the body and left it in the freezer for safekeeping, they were approached by some people who seemed not going to help the man find his daughter. And so it turned out, as soon as they came closer, they immediately struck Kim on the back so that he fell unconscious and they got rid of another problem. They didn't expect that after such a blow he would still be on his feet. How is this even possible? A second later, Kim turned around and dealt a crushing blow to the one who had just tried to knock him out, and it seems the guy really regretted doing it. Meanwhile, the fat man, during all this fuss, tried to escape from Kim and tried to do it all as carefully as possible. Nearby, he found a truck in which a man was sitting and having lunch, so he believed that this was an ideal option for him and threw the driver out of the cabin and decided to drive this truck himself. After a few minutes, he figured out how to drive this huge car, but then he saw not only the owner of this truck, but also Mr. Kim chasing him behind. Kim decided that there was no way he could catch up with this car by land, so he jumped on the first containers he saw, and this way he could catch up with this guy faster. The plan was a success after all, and in this way he got to the car faster. All that was left was to jump to the driver's cabin. The big guy didn't have time to come to his senses before Mr. Kim was already flying at him with a kick. It seems this time he won't be able to escape. The man began to scream because he couldn't see anything and was in great pain. At this rate they could crash into the nearest pole soon. And so it happened. The car turned over on the spot and fell into the water. It would be difficult to get out of such a scrape. But this is not Kim's first day in this world, and the big man is lucky that Kim can swim so well and he managed to pull him out of the water. The man pulled him out of the water and said that it didn't matter to him how far they ran. He would find everyone who had touched his daughter at least once and would not let him just live in this world, so it was better not to suffer and not try to escape. Meanwhile, the boss tried to negotiate with Minji and tried to persuade her to leave because it would be difficult to sit in such cold for a long time, and besides, he would not do anything bad to her. Minji, of course, did not listen to this crazy man, but in some sense he was right, because her hands and feet were really already very frozen, and it was becoming very difficult to sit in such cold with every second. A brilliant idea came to him, because he would be able to come to an agreement with her, because the man understood perfectly well that sooner or later she would come out. It was very difficult to bear such a temperature, so he bent down and tried to talk to her about it. Minji was very scared because she was well aware of what this guy would do to her, so she sat until the end and tried to remain silent, while he gave her empty promises that he would let her go as soon as she left this freezer. But it seems that it was already very late to solve the problem in this way, because Kim came to this place, who was brought here by a big man, because he did not want to die and did everything to survive. The father heard perfectly well how this gang leader was trying to talk to someone, and even sat down, while the big man said that this was the very place where they left the girl's body. The president's crew also did not waste time simply and tried with all their might to get to their destination as quickly as possible, and along the way, the guards checked communications with each other so that upon arrival, they would be fully prepared. The president's main driver told Mr. President that everything was ready and they were ready to begin the operation they had planned. The director praised them for a job well done and told them to continue in the same spirit, so he transferred the main command to his assistant, namely, the director of planning, who drew up this offensive plan. The president was approached by one of his loyal assistants, who was very interested in how much the president needed this gang leader, because if this was not so important, then he could deal with this problem himself. Instead of answering, the president decided to ask the guy how many years he had been working for him, to which he received an answer of 5 years. Therefore, the director suggested that after so many years of work, the guy was very tired of driving a car, but the assistant told him in response that he was simply interested in who their future opponent was. The gang leader did not lose hope that Menji would agree to talk to him and would simply leave this refrigerator and his problems would disappear by themselves. He still promised her that he would let her go home, just let her go out, because he also had no point in keeping her there. He was not a killer, but Menji was not a stupid girl at all, because she saw what this man did with the guard, so she understood perfectly well what can he do with her. The president told his assistant that this person whom they were going to meet was actually not as simple as it might seem at first glance. He was quite smart, but unfortunately for him, he was not a genius, and therefore they would be able to outplay him. The leader even tried to tell her that they didn't really know each other, so it made sense to get to know each other a little better. And maybe then the girl would trust him and come out of the freezer, because he really didn't want to do anything with her. And suddenly, he invited her to conclude an agreement, namely, to go together against President Ju and his family, which, as she said, had caused him irreparable harm, so it was a rather tempting offer for the girl. But still, Menji did not allow herself to be deceived and asked him to close his mouth, because she perfectly understood that as soon as she left the room, he would kill her and not give her a chance to even say goodbye to her father. Moreover, she added that she saw him in action and was 100% sure that he would never leave her alive, especially after what she knows about him. He smiled slightly because he was pleasantly surprised that she was not as stupid as he thought. Although this does not play into his hands now, it is still pleasant to deal with such people. After which he decided to ask her how old she was, to which he received the answer, 18. He took out his knife and told her that, for her age, she thinks very smartly, and Miji was right. The man planned to do so. The man honestly admitted to her that he could not leave the witnesses alive, and he really felt sorry for her, if only he could somehow help her. After which, he said in rather bold words that he really wanted to let her go, until she herself started talking to him about him, and the man remembered why he needed the girl, or rather her body, so at the moment he really wants to kill her. Moreover, he himself admitted that stabbing someone to death is a common thing for him, but it is worth noting the fact that when he dealt with the guard, he didn't even remember about the girl. She still withstood all this horror and did not scream. Menji listened to all these words, which were gradually finishing her off. It was very unpleasant for her to hear that, because she understood what kind of person this man was. She could say goodbye to her life. The man came up with some kind of brilliant plan, which made him feel very funny and pleased that he was such a genius. But his laughter and joy were interrupted by a big man, who was already crying from the pain that he had to endure, and some unknown person stood behind him. The boss was shocked by such a picture. What could happen to such a huge guy, and why was he so beaten? He thought that the big man had betrayed him and made an agreement behind his back with President Ju. The man didn't even want to listen to him and was very angry with him. It seemed that at this rate, he would simply finish him off. Had he really betrayed him? Still, it happened and he hit him so hard that he fell to the ground and doubled over in pain. The big man tried to explain to him what really happened, but he didn't even want to listen to him, considering him a traitor and a deceiver. But he was interrupted by Mr. Kim, who took out the same rope that he found at the crime scene on the first day and was already preparing to give this leader a good beating. He, in turn, like basically everyone else, started laughing at him and said that the president has been sending out some unprofessional people lately. Kim came close to him and looked the bastard straight in the eyes, thinking about how much he would mock him now, and the boss, in turn, stood still and looked at him in the same way, because he was confident in his abilities. A few seconds later, Mr. Kim clenched his teeth and asked him where Minji was. The boss pretended that he didn't understand who this man was talking about, but Kim was well aware that this bandit knew perfectly well who Kim was talking to him about, so he immediately decided to attack him so as not to waste time. The president was already halfway to the very port that the gang leader indicated in his address. But Kim was unable to get to the gang leader because suddenly, right before the blow, some strange man in a camouflage suit jumped out and hit him. It was a very strange man, and possibly a girl, whose hands were covered in blood, his face was covered with a mask, and his body was covered with a camouflage cloak. Kim understood perfectly well that this guy was not just a bandit who stood up for his boss, and that you had to be extremely careful with him. So when entering the battle, he tried to think through a clear plan of action. But he was not allowed to do this, because this warrior attacked him again, and this time the blows were too fast, so it was difficult for Kim to control him. It seems he is still a professional. The gang leader no longer quite understood what was happening and who exactly President Ju had sent to kill him, and who to protect. It was too confusing, but an idea arose in his head after he heard the name Menji. Suddenly, this man told Kim a phrase that he didn't really want to hear, namely that the one who wants to die will win, and from that moment he understood perfectly well that this warrior was definitely not fighting for himself. One of the drivers of the president's motorcade notified everyone else that there were only 27 minutes left before arrival, and they would be there. But the planning director found it too long, and he ordered the driver to get there in 20 minutes. The driver tried to tell him that the road was wet and the car was skidding, but he didn't listen to him and now ordered him to do it in 15 minutes. Otherwise, he can't vouch for the consequences. Still, Kim was wrong, or rather, he was partly wrong, because this guy was the son of the leader, and he was still a bandit, but he had special training. So the father, so to speak, asked the son to cope with his father's offender and finish off this man. He asked his son to work harder so as not to let his father down, which this fighter wanted to do the best he could. Therefore, he immediately went into battle, but Mr. Kim, who also prepared for this battle, was perfectly prepared for this. Blow after blow, and yet the leader's son managed to take Kim into a grip with which he wanted to break his shoulders so that this fight would end right here and now. But Kim is not so simple, and he perfectly understood where all these movements were going, so he was able to get out of this grip and strike back, after which his opponent would now have to retreat. The man dealt him blow after blow, but thanks to his endurance he endured. But this could not last long, and he still shouted to his father to help him, but the gang leader told him in response not to utter such words again and fight to the last. And this still helped the guy to catch Mr. Kim on the next blow and grab his fingers in the same move, after which he broke 2 of his fingers, and now the fight will be much more difficult. But everything was not as simple as the guy himself thought, because as it turned out, Kim himself wanted him to catch him in such a grab. This perfectly distracted his attention, and he was able to perform the same technique to grab the enemy's leg. After which he managed to change his position, and now the guy's hand was in the grip, which Kim broke for him. The guy screamed in pain so much that the whole neighborhood could hear, but still did not give up and continued to fight. Mr. Kim tried to convince him to give up, because with a broken arm there was no point in continuing to fight, but the guy had a feeling that he didn't hear him. But the gang leader nevertheless came to the rescue, who realized that the situation was already quite critical, and if he couldn't fit in, then he himself would have to face this crazy man one-on-one. After which, he threw his son aside and shouted his name. Kang Min, and asked him to remember the words that his father once told him, that if he thinks that he can lose, then do everything to destroy the enemy. Kim did not listen to all these words and tried to strike, but Kang Min intervened in time and saved his father from the blow. He took off his mask and realized that the battle would not end just like that, but he still had to deal with it, so now he carefully prepared for the attack, after which he took out a knife. Kang Min was well aware that his father was very angry with him, and he should deal with this man as soon as possible. Kim at this moment also lost no time and set his shoulder back, and he had exactly the same thoughts. He needs to finish with this guy as soon as possible. But he understood perfectly well that after he took off his mask, that this guy was the same age as his daughter, and you couldn't kill him, but no one forbids knocking him out. Each of them went into battle to finish as quickly as possible, and one of them will still be able to do it. No matter how many blows the guy made, Kim dodged each one and didn't leave him a chance, because he got right behind him. Therefore, literally after a few seconds, Kim still took him in another grip, only this time he wouldn't just let go. Kim decided to talk a little with the guy and convince him that it wasn't worth fighting for his father like that. Of course, he didn't know the whole story, but he was sure that it wasn't worth it. Kang Min no longer had enough air in his lungs, and he remembered the story of how his father once kept him in the basement, so he believed that he was teaching him endurance. So the guy decided to bite the man's leg as hard as possible so that he would loosen his grip. Also, a moment from his life surfaced in his memory when his creator gave the guy to the leader of this gang with the words that the guy could commit any attempt on a person and not leave a single piece of evidence or trace of his presence. The boss asked how he could be controlled if he was so strong, but the man who essentially sold him, the guy said that everything was actually very simple. You just need to say that you are his father, and the guy will immediately start listening to him. After all children need a family, and this guy was no exception. From that day on, Kang Min carried out all the orders of his new father, who on the very first day decided to test Kang Min's skills and sent him to destroy the man who was depicted in the photograph. The guy coped well with his first task and got to the very person who so offended his new father. After several tasks that the gang leader gave him, even Sandman began to worry about the guy. He is of course a beast, but can he withstand such a load? But the boss asked Sunman not to ask him stupid questions, because the one he bought for money could not help but be a beast that could not withstand such loads, so he asked him not to fool him and mind his own business. He bit through a fairly large wound on Mr. Kim, but still, this was his last blow, after which the man struck him with a blow that made him fall unconscious. Kim, of course, was able to defeat him, but after such a bite, it was difficult to move around just like that. But still, it must be done, because his daughter is still not free, so he decided to slowly but still move forward. The man was still able to get to the freezer in which, according to the big man, his daughter was sitting, but he saw what shocked him. Minji continued to hope for the best, but hope fell more and more every second, because she perfectly understood that she could simply freeze to death in this refrigeration chamber, and this thought made her very scared. The girl understood perfectly well that if things went on like this, she would just lie next to this poor man, and then she would no longer care what they did to her. She remembered her father and the very situation with which this hell began, how ashamed she was and how sorry she was that she did this to him. After all, he wanted only the best for her. That's why he was so disgraced and humiliated, and she just pushed her away his. The leader stood and smoked his pack of cigarettes, and these two, who were fighting, disappeared somewhere and did not come out. He was already tired of these problems that have been appearing out of nowhere for him lately. Also, this rain, which has been going on for who knows how long, how he wanted to get his money and go somewhere, but he couldn't do it, and it annoyed him even more. He decided to try to talk to the girl again, so he went up to the cell and realized that the door there was unlocked. Had she finally given up and no longer resisted? Through a small hole, he saw the body of a man, which was wrapped in the same bag in which the girl was, so the leader realized that this was some kind of trap. But he always liked puzzles, and therefore he did not mind playing such games. The man immediately went into this refrigerator and hoped that these games would be very interesting, but quick, because he was still in a little hurry. The president should be there any minute. Kim turned his head and saw how the guy who had just been lying unconscious stood up and began shouting to the man that it was far from over, and it was clear from him that he was simply furious and ready to continue the fight. He looked at him and realized that the guy was really a beast who had nothing human, and it seemed Kim had decided what he would do with him. Kang Min, while he was thinking, was already running at him at full speed and wanted to demolish Kim so that he would no longer interfere with his so-called father, who asked him to eliminate the man. But still, the fight was over a long time ago, and it was better for the guy not to get up, because no matter what beast he was, he couldn't defeat Mr. Kim, because only one blow was enough, after which the guy simply flew several meters away. After which the man told him that he came to save his daughter, who is somewhere here, and if she turns out to be alive, then he will not kill the guy like everyone else here. Kang Min shouted back to him that if he couldn't defeat Kim, he would still die at the hands of his father, who would not tolerate the guy letting him down, so he wanted to continue the fight. But Kim caught him by the head and put his fist to him, after which he asked the guy why his father wants to kill his own son. Is this normal? Is he really your own father? The guy tried to shout that Kim was wrong and he was really his father, but the man was not going to listen to this nonsense, because in his opinion a real family should not destroy each other, but only help. He also added to him that the guy was lucky that he was the same age as Menji, his daughter. Otherwise Kang Min would have died right here, but now he needs to go and save his family. Kang Min calmed down and thought about the man's words. Family is a word that previously meant nothing to him, except that he followed his father's orders. He only remembered how his so-called father abandoned him in all sorts of troubles and asked him to divert attention until he could escape. The guy was so thinking about such things that he didn't even notice that the president's people were already standing behind him, who were not going to do anything good with him. The planning director radioed to all his subordinates that machine number 2 had arrived at the site and began to carry out its task. He would personally take care of the goal and immediately head to the destination. The leader went into the freezer and spoke to the girl in a quiet voice that if she really wanted to play hide and seek, then he wouldn't mind, but if she was up to something, then it wouldn't work with him. He looked carefully at the bag that lay right in front of him, and in the distance saw a hand peeking out from under it. The man immediately reached for the bedspread to remove it and simultaneously said that he was often called a bloodhound, who can always find any object or clue in a complex case, and this time is no exception. The leader believed that she was pretending to be a corpse and thought that he would not notice it, but he foresaw everything, but it seemed so to him because Menji managed to deceive him, and she stood behind him with a heavy object with which she was going to hit him. As soon as he realized that she was not under the blanket, he turned around to continue the search, but it seems it was too late. Menji swung at the man with all her strength to inflict the strongest blow she could on him, and she succeeded. After such a blow, few people could remain conscious, and the man is no exception. He also fell to the floor, unconscious, and now the girl has a chance to escape. Menji thought very well about the words that this man said to her and remembered whose daughter she is. Kim was a little late and came to the freezer when only the gang leader with a broken head and the body of a guard were lying on the floor, but his daughter was not there, after which he found a small hair, which led him to the idea that perhaps she was still alive and desperately fighting for her life, and his main task in this case was to do everything to help her. Therefore, he decided not to hesitate and took the leader by the collar and began to shout at him, so that he would finally wake up and give him at least some answers and clues as to where he should now look for his daughter. Kim didn't get tired of beating him and asking him a bunch of times where his daughter was and how to find him, but the man didn't answer him. It seemed he didn't even understand what was happening, because the blow was very strong. He tried to understand what happened here. Kim saw the body of the guard and the body of the leader here. It seems they fought and he still won. But why is there a solid object lying here, and where is his daughter in the end? But then Kim saw an inscription on the floor, which said that Minji asked her father for forgiveness for what she did, and she was very scared now. He was convinced that this was the handwriting of his daughter Minji, and now he was sure that she was still alive. Now the man had hope in his head. Kim understood that she was alive from the very beginning, and he was already thinking that he would never see her again. But now he still had a chance, and he would definitely take advantage of it. But now another question came to mind. Who stole it after all? Was it the leader who was lying unconscious? Mr. Kim did understand something after he began to remember the fact that every time they fought or chased one of the bandits, they remembered President Ju. So the man realized that it was all his fault, and because of this made me even angrier. Of course, he was boiling with anger, but in any case, now his most important task is to find Menji, and he needs to do this as soon as possible. So he immediately ran out of this freezer and first of all decided to comb the surroundings, because she couldn't go far. As soon as Kim left, the gang leader opened his eyes. He endured all the pain from the beating, and at the same time remained silent, because he understood that if he spoke, then most likely the man would simply kill him. He was very glad that he survived this, and now the only thing left to do is to run away himself, because the president's people will soon be here who will not leave him alive. The man walked towards the exit and thought what happened to Kang Min, and why did this crazy person come here? Did Kang Min really not cope with his task? But his thoughts were cut short when he again saw the big man who worked for him. But he returned not to help him, but exactly the opposite. His former employee closed the doors right in front of his eyes and essentially betrayed him. The gang leader did not expect this to happen, although the big man was absolutely sure that he was right. The leader shouted at him because he didn't understand why he was doing this. Was it really because of what happened before? He asked the big man to open the doors and let him out, because he always behaves like this. So he suggested that he discuss everything first and not rush to conclusions. But the big man was not going to listen to him and simply refused. He also added that the leader would still not be able to get out of there, even if he really wanted to, from which the man began to understand that he was in a trap into which his own employee had driven him, and therefore anger began to overwhelm him. The bandit started screaming at him with all his might. He couldn't believe that the big guy was just eating him after everything they had been through together, and it was only because of one mistake they made. He was still trying to somehow resolve the situation with words, but he had little success since the big man didn't even answer him and just laughed on the side of the door. The leader of the gang began to tell him that the big man knows very well what a pathetic person the leader is, and especially when it comes to President Ju, whom he hates so much. The fat man thought after these words, but not in the direction of the leader. He was attracted by the thought that the president would arrive soon and his people. But the man didn't want to die here, so he screamed with all his might and tried to reach this fat pig, because he understood that if the president arrived, not only he would die, but also Sang Min and the fat man and everyone who remained here. The leader was already too angry and started kicking the doors, but the fat man didn't care. He didn't even react to it. He no longer knew what he could think of to tell the fat man to open the doors, but it seems he no longer needs to do this, because the leader noticed that the doors opened on their own. Has the big man changed his mind? But this was only at first glance, because then he saw the fat man's body lying on the floor, and he was unconscious, and this is not a very good sign in reality. Unfortunately for him, his guesses turned out to be true, because a few seconds later he saw President Ju's people, who clearly were not going to feel sorry for him and listen to all his nonsense. The leader did not know how to react to this, so he decided to ask them what they were doing here, but he would not ask any more questions here. This was clearly visible on the face of the planning director. The next moment, the man kicked the leader, causing him to fly back, and it seems that today he will have a very sad day. President Ju's employee came closer to him, and in a rude voice once again asked him to open his mouth. Otherwise, he would do it himself, but it would be much more painful. Kim ran all over the port and shouted Minji's name. He hoped that he would still find his daughter here and that she could not run far. Minji couldn't believe that she heard her father's voice in the distance, but immediately decided that she just heard it, because where would he come from? But she really wanted him to be nearby now. But Kim did not give up and continued to shout his daughter's name throughout the neighborhood, and hoped that sooner or later she would respond and he would finally find her. He noticed that the rain had intensified and the cold began to penetrate all parts of the body. He needed to immediately speed up his search. Otherwise, both he and Minji might simply freeze here. Therefore, I decided to speed up my search and climbed onto the roof of one of the containers and continued shouting my daughter's name. Kim asked her to answer him if she could hear him, to at least say something so that he could find her. But in response, he heard only emptiness. But his hope returned to him as soon as he saw a girl who looked very much like his daughter, who climbed up and climbed over the fence. Kim tried to shout to the girl, but she was too far away to hear her father calling her. Besides, Her thoughts were filled only with how to get out of this horror and get home, so she did not perceive external voices, but was very glad that finally she went upstairs. She was very lucky on the mountain, because there was a road on which she could catch a car that could take her to the city, and there she could get home and to her dad. But to her regret, all the people drove past and did not pay attention to her. The last car even doused her with water, which made the girl surprised. Are people really that evil? A passenger in one of the cars was also surprised by her husband's decision. Why did he decide not to help a schoolgirl who was clearly in trouble? The driver explained to her that he believes that she is clearly an ordinary fraudster, because he heard that they are now divorced like rats. If she were really in trouble, she would have gone to the police in the first place, and would not have stood here and tried to catch a car. Kim began to move even faster, and in a few minutes he was already on the hill on which he saw his daughter, and now he shouted her name and hoped that he would finally see her and hug her. But his look spoke for itself, because everything didn't go as he planned, so he froze because he simply didn't know what to do next. The planning director, meanwhile, pulled out one of the gang leader's gold teeth as punishment for what he did against President Ju. The leader screamed from the pain that he had to endure while this tooth was being pulled out. It really was a very strong pain. But this was far from the end. The chief assistant to President Ju took him by the head and continued to do what he started. It was not enough for him to pull out one tooth. He took up another, and it seems that he is not going to stop there. The man pulled out another tooth for him and was surprised that the leader had not yet passed out from the pain, so he decided to talk to him a little. He was interested to know why he did it again. Why step on the same rake when he had already been forgiven once? The leader was bleeding and couldn't even move his head, let alone speak, but the deputy continued the interrogation and wanted to know the reason why he once again repeated what his teeth had already been pulled out for. At one point, the man remembered who he used to be and what happened when his teeth were pulled out for the first time. The man remembered that initially he was an employee of a small subsidiary company, which was under the management of a large construction company, and things were not going well then. His main task was to clear a certain territory that they wanted to use for redevelopment and construction of private firms. The guy did his job very well, and his superiors were always pleased with the way he worked, and there were no complaints against him. But one day the day came when the boss called the guy to his place and chatted for a long time about something very incomprehensible to the guy. He just repeated these apartments, on which he believed that he could make money even after 40 years. The guy listened carefully to the boss's words and did not fully understand what the man was talking about, and most importantly, why was he telling him this? But then he realized what it was all about, because immediately after these words, the boss pushed him off the roof, after which the guy understood everything. The boss was telling him how he was going to use the buildings built on the knocked-out site. And in the end, I decided to tell him everything. In any case, the guy had already been sentenced and would not be able to do anything. The plan was almost perfect. The next day, all the city news was talking about this. The guy understood that he seemed to be a pawn in a pre-planned plan, and for these people, everything went smoothly. But there was one thing that they could not predict. Namely, the guy managed to survive. Although he was hospitalized with significant injuries and fractures, he still survived. Over time, he got to his feet and was able to move, and after a few weeks, the guy came to the same boss who began to beg him that the guy would let him live. The man tried to promise him that now he would not do that, and he was very sorry that he had made such a mistake in life, so he offered the guy cooperation. But he understood that it was simply a ridiculous idea to convince him otherwise, because he specifically came here to see how this fat man would die, and, in principle, that's what happened. He simply destroyed him. He foolishly believed that the guy would be able to forgive him, but the man had to pay in full for what he had done, and he did. From that day, the guy took the place of the boss. One day, the phone rang in his new office, and it was a man who President Ju asked to call. He wanted to immediately see the man in his office, so he had to immediately get ready and go to him. This meeting was scheduled for one of the global hotel constructions. The new gang boss came to the meeting with his new charges, but the president was not alone that day. As soon as the leader looked at him, he immediately realized that it was this man who gave the order to destroy him, and not the one he dealt with recently. In appearance, it seemed to him that this man was harmless, and even sickly good. He constantly said something and did not stop, as if he was talking to the leader. But the new boss didn't listen to him at all, because there was only one thought in his head, and that was how could he kill this bastard right here and now? The president realized that absolutely no one was listening to him while he was rambling and explaining a very important thing, and it amazed him a little. How can one be such a person? The gang leader told him straight out that he was not going to listen to what people like the president told him, because he was not interested in what they thought of him. That same presidential assistant immediately decided to act and wanted to kill them all there. But he was stopped in time by the president, who asked the man to wait a little, because he was interested in what this puppy would say next. But it seems that no one on the other side was going to talk. The gang took out knives and the air around became tense for a moment, foreshadowing a fight. Suddenly, the president himself decided to continue chatting and asking about some little things. For example, where is the guy from? In fact, the president knew very well where the guy was from, so he added that he also came from the outback, where there was a beautiful river and the nature was simply wonderful. The leader was already starting to get annoyed by all this talk, because he didn't understand why this guy was telling him this and what he wanted to convey. But the president did not stop and continued to talk, and then he mentioned that he also had a dog. It was very beautiful, but several times it tried to bite him. After which, he suddenly changed his calm face and added that he told him all this because he hoped that the guy knew how to deal with fierce dogs who decided to go against the owner. Without waiting for the leader to understand what he was talking about, he ordered to bring a small saucepan, which was very hot. What did he need it for? A few minutes later, all the leader's subordinates were on the floor and lying from having been beaten, and the guy himself had all his teeth pulled out and was about to be fed boiled potatoes. The guy screamed at the top of his voice, but since they were on a distant object with nothing around it, no one heard him. After this incident, the leader could not refuse the president, and he had to promise that he would be in the president's pack and would act as one of his dogs. But the reason for this decision was only that he had lost all his teeth and was plunged into despondency. He cried in pain, and from that day on he really began to live like a dog that only obeys the owner's commands and is not capable of anything else. If the president told him to crawl on his knees, then he would do it without questions or arguments. Such was the power of fear that the president instilled in him. That was the guy's story, which was repeated again, but this time they pulled out his gold teeth, which were much more valuable to him than the first ones. But the presidential assistant did not stop there and continued to say that if the leader comes to his senses and starts listening to him again, then perhaps he will forgive him. Even if the leader made a number of critical mistakes, after which the president does not forgive, but this time he still wanted to do things a little differently. So if the man improves, he can become as useful as before, and the president values usefulness most of all. He was already a little distraught from the pain, so he began to look at the assistant with distraught eyes and say, "What is it? A robbery? To intimidate someone or something like that?" The president's security guard carefully bent down to him and said in his ear that this time everything would be much tougher, from the kidnapping of high school girls to the murder of politicians whose behavior they do not approve of and thus want to punish. Therefore, the leader and his gang will deal with all the dirty work, because the president looked at the big picture and saw where he needed extra hands and how to use them. The gang boss felt so funny about this that he even forgot about the pain, because they had already planned how he would work for them, and probably they already had tasks for him. After which, the man began to reason that this bastard sent a bunch of people over his head, and they almost finished him off, and now he is going to entrust him with the task that they so badly need someone to complete. The man could not stand all this and asked to be treated to a cigarette, which immediately made him feel much better, and this time smoking was much more pleasant than yesterday. He recovered a little from the pain and decided to ask the one who pulled out his teeth, "What does life taste like, in his opinion?" But the planning director was silent and did not intend to answer such questions, so the leader decided that he would answer it himself, and he believed that the life of girls is much more different from that of men, because for them, it can be both sweet and bitter, but for real men, it only tastes like blood. After which he began to commit suicide, which no one could control, and one of the president's colleagues began to panic and tried to ask what they should do with him, because he was about to kill himself. But the boss seemed to absolutely not care about him, and he simply watched as the leader killed himself. Before finally ending his life, he decided to say a few words in which he said that the guy's daughter was still alive and he would find her soon. From these words, the planning chief seemed to go berserk and hit him with such force that the man finally died. Now they have a new task. Since his daughter is alive, they must stop them immediately, so they set out on a search. Kim stood on an empty highway and could not understand where his daughter had gone, because he clearly saw her here and how she climbed up this mountain. But still, he had the thought in his head that she was alive, and that was already very good. Menji was very grateful to the person who decided to pick her up. Now she was finally safe and could breathe out calmly. The head of planning gathered absolutely all the troops that went with him and ordered them to get ready and start searching for the girl and his father. But as soon as his people began to carry out orders, problems immediately began to appear that one of the mercenaries came to tell him about, and the main one was that the president's car was no longer being tracked and his mobile phone was not answering calls. As it turned out, the tracking device was turned off, and it seemed to him that this was a big problem. The president at that time was so surprised by how amazing things happen in life. You don't expect them, but they happen like that, and he repeats this to himself year after year. He would never in his life have thought that Minji, whom they are looking for, would get into their car. Luck never ceased to let him down. How interesting everything turned out for him. After which he asked Mr. Han to clean up the girl and take her to his room. He had something to talk to her about. Kim stood on the road and was well aware of the moment that he now needed to act very quickly and not hesitate, so he took out his phone and dialed the number he needed. He called his old friend and said that this was very important because he needed something to start the chase right now, and for this he needed to know, is his license to kill still valid? A license to kill gave a person the right, in any situation, the privilege to be exempt from any responsibility for committing a crime. Not everyone could receive such a license, and its validity could expire at any time. While Kim was remembering all these nuances and moments, Song-Hu approached him from behind on a small motorcycle and offered to give him a ride, if he wanted to, of course. They drove for a short amount of time in silence, but Sung-Hoon decided to ask Kim what had happened, because as he understands, Minji is alive and everything is fine with her. But still, they decided to talk about it a little later, because their transport was not very reliable in this weather. And besides, a storm would soon begin, and they needed to get out of this port as soon as possible. The special agents found their boss's uniform and brought it to him, which made him surprised because he didn't understand where they could find it. They said that on the way to him, they met an old stranger who told them a funny story about how he met a man in a taekwondo suit who offered to exchange the chic suit for his motorcycle, which the man agreed to. He also left a note in which he wrote that he would reimburse him for this suit, and after these words, the commissioner felt very bad and he began to get angry because he understood that he seemed to be used and now one of his enemies had done it. The chief was of course very pleased that they brought his clothes, but he was very unhappy that they could so calmly let those two go while they were running away, so he ordered them to immediately find them. The president and his guards arrived home and he immediately took a shower, after which his driver Kan approached him and said that he had conveyed new instructions to the planning director, and they were already implementing them. They informed them that they would now clean up all possible evidence near the freezer in that port, after which they would go on to carry out installations further, namely, they would go to the villa. This completely satisfied the president, so now he needs to resolve the issue with the girl, and in this case, all his instructions were completed. She was bought and given a change of clothes. Now, she is ready for the meeting. Minji was already sitting in his office and was slightly worried about who she was sitting with in this office. So the president told her that she shouldn't worry, they would just talk and everything would be fine, but still asked the cleaning lady to come out. From that moment on, only the two of them and one security guard remained in the office. The president decided to start the conversation carefully and said that he understood perfectly well what happened to her and how hard it was for her to survive it. Minji told him that she remembers almost nothing about that day, only that she fell asleep in the car and then woke up in the refrigerator in that very port, and she remembers almost nothing else. The president decided to ask again and told the story again. Is she sure she doesn't remember anything else? But the girl confidently told him that there was a very strong fog in her head, and almost nothing was clear about what and how happened to her. So the president decided to clarify whether she remembered what happened to her yesterday. The girl sat silently for a while, trying to remember at least something, but nothing came to her mind, so she said that she didn't remember anything. The president was glad to hear this, and the smile never left his face. But still, he decided to continue the dialogue. So he asked what happened later in the same freezer? Minji told him that at one moment she woke up and was very scared that she was lying in some kind of bag. So she immediately got out of it, and a few minutes later, a man who had a small beard and gold teeth came into the cell. After which, she thought a little more, and added that they didn't really talk about anything, because the man immediately began to threaten her with a knife, and she realized that she needed to run away from there at any opportunity, and that's what happened. She also remembers that when she ran away from that freezer, he shouted something to her, but because of the commotion and heavy rain, she never heard what he said, but now she is no longer really interested. The president listened to her carefully and analyzed her words, after which he suddenly asked, "How close are they at school with his daughter Hiri?" Menji did not expect such a question, so she needed to think a little about the answer. But still, she decided, and said that they were not close with her and their opinions often differed, which made the president laugh because he knew his daughter's character very well. But he also added that she is still a good person and a child. So he asked Menji not to be angry with her when they have conflicts, because they will grow up and the grievances will pass. The girl agreed with him, but mentally thought that she was involuntarily comparing this man with her dad, who was also not interested in his daughter's life and what she really was like. But still, she noticed how much Mr. President loves her, so she decided to ask him how much he loves her. The president thought a little about the answer and said that he loves her very much, so much that he knows everything about her and how she lives. This answer surprised Menji very much, since she did not expect to hear such a thing from him. The next moment, he stood up and added that good parents are such that even if the whole world is against their children, saying that they are wrong, the parents will still hug and protect their child to the last. After all, he was sure that the desire to protect his family and child is the main thing in the life of every parent, even if there are doubts, because this is the meaning of family. After such a beautiful speech, he suddenly turned around and said that now he believes that she still remembered something and her memory was partially restored, but it returned. Minji tried to tell him that she still didn't remember anything and the memories weren't returning to her mind, but the president didn't want to end this conversation on that note, so he asked her to answer one more question from him. He carefully leaned towards her and whispered that he knew that his daughter wanted to kill Menji, and the essence of the question was advice. He wanted to know what to do next with this information. She turned to him and looked at him with a very surprised look. He understood perfectly well that her memory had long since returned, and he wanted to know how long she would hide it. The president told her in a whisper that as soon as she got into the car and pretended to be asleep and very tired, he immediately realized that she was hiding something, which means that she knows something. After all, he knew perfectly well about all of Hayari's affairs and how she behaves with her friends, but now Menji pretends to have lost her memory, so it was obvious to him that she knows much more than she says. But he was tired of all this, so he turned to Han and asked him to take care of this girl, which made her very shocked. But that's not all. He asked not to spoil her face too much. After all, she is Hayari's friend. Menji, in a panic, started screaming very loudly and saying that it was a mistake, but no one seemed to hear her, so she had to shout at Mr. Han and ask him to move away from her. But he had already taken out a syringe with some substance and was ready to inject the girl with a dose of a drug that would put her to sleep, and that would be the end of this story. The president decided not to look at this horror, and as he left the room, he thought that Hurry would probably be very sorry for Menji, but that didn't matter anymore. Besides, he believed that it didn't matter how strong she pretended to be in public if she was so fragile inside. Han asked her to close her mouth and not spin, because if he gets in the wrong place, it will be much more painful for her. Why endure additional pain? But Minji did not listen to him and continued to call her father for help. Suddenly, the president heard the doorbell ring, and he felt that these were unexpected guests who could bring him a lot of problems. As it turned out, it was the commissioner and his people who decided to track down the daughter of object number 66 and free her. They believed that she would help them reach their target and arrest him. The driver who rang the bell told the commissioner that he had already tried to call several times, but no one opened the door or answered the phone. But the commissioner reminded the guy that they didn't come here to drink tea, but to do serious business, so he ordered him to knock down the doors that prevented them from passing, which is what the guy did. They knocked down these doors without any problems, and a few minutes later, they were already standing in the courtyard of the president's house, where they were met by the president's security guards, who frankly were not prepared for such a development of events. The guards immediately started shouting at them that this was private territory, and they had no right to break in like that, so if they didn't want problems, then get out of here now. But their mouths closed after the commissioner came out of the car with a pistol, who quickly reminded them who he was and why he came here. After all, he is a representative of the authorities, and if he is given permission, then he can do what he wants, and no pawns will stop him from doing it. At 13:00 in the afternoon, Code 66 arrived at the port of Pyeongtaek, where he found the very car he was looking for, a white foreign car in which her daughter was transported. At 13 hours and 5 minutes, Code 66 gave chase to some man who clearly knew where his daughter was and could help him find her. At 13 hours and 11 minutes, the video cameras showed how the daughter of Object 66 got out of the trap and headed in an unknown direction. At 13:14, she reached the highway, where she was seen on another camera, after which she hitchhiked the car, got into an expensive foreign car, and drove off. Almost at the same time as her, Code 66 got into the back seat of his friend's motorcycle, and they set out to search for the girl. All this information was voiced by an employee for the commissioner who was able to hack the software security of the cameras at the port, and they were able to track all the movements of their objects without any problems, but the commissioner still wanted to hear his conclusions. The commissioner noticed that the guy was speaking as if he was filming a movie, slowly and indistinctly, so he shouted at him and asked him to speak normally. After which the employee collected his thoughts and explained to him what he meant, and it seemed to him that the situation with Sung-hoon was what they thought. Such announcements gave the commissioner a temporary shock. The guy tried to clarify with the commissioner what he should do with this information. Perhaps he needed to write a report on this case. But the commissioner did not make a sound. All he did was knock on the inside of the car. But after a while, he still spoke, and he said that no report was needed, and then ordered the car to be turned around. Because he believed that now Code 66 was more concerned about searching for his daughter, who had been in incredible danger for the last 24 hours. So if they could take her, they could easily use her as bait. Therefore, the commissioner, without thinking for a long time, arrived to where his agents tracked down the girl. He was not going to spend a lot of time on this, so he shot into the air several times and warned them that he knew that they had the girl and he had come to pick her up. The commissioner asked them to listen to him very carefully and not to interrupt. Then he explained to them that they were from the National Bureau of Special Missions and represented the interests of the state. So if they even tried to interfere with him, he did not guarantee them that they would survive. All this was observed by the president, who gradually began to worry, because if his reserve security could not cope, then there would be problems, because his main people went on a mission that he himself had entrusted to them. It seems that the presidential guard, who was in the yard, still listened to the commissioner and did not interfere in the affairs of the National Bureau, so the chief felt like a fish in water and opened the doors of the house with his feet. As soon as they entered the house, immediately in front of them sat President Ju and his cleaning lady, who brought tea. At this moment, the commissioner slightly weakened his ardor and heat because he saw President Ju Kang-jang of Juyeon Construction standing in front of him. The president, of course, was incredibly pleased that he was recognized once again, but he was more interested in finding out who this man was who had just broken into his house. The chief presented him with his documents and once again said that they came from the National Bureau of Special Missions, and here he must verify something. Ju Kang was a little surprised by such a request, but the commissioner reassured him and said that this check would go much faster than he thought. This is due to the fact that they were looking for one suspect. Well, they came here for the reason that they found out that his daughter is here, so they will take her, of course, if she is here. The president understood the whole situation perfectly and could even forgive him for the fact that the gentleman burst into his house and knocked down his door. All these are little things. But the main problem was that the president hates cigarettes, so with all his appearance he asked not to smoke here. After which he came closer to him, and he was very interested to know what position the man holds in the investigation bureau. Officer? Director? Who? But the commissioner was not going to talk to the president according to his rules and told him in response that if he was with the bureau, then he did not need to be so calm. no matter what rank he held. The commissioner had already begun to be annoyed by the satisfied face of the president, who constantly smiled at every question, so he asked him again if he was hiding anything. Their not very pleasant conversation for both was interrupted by one of the commissioner's agents, who notified the chief that they had found nothing upstairs and asked what further instructions. The boss told him that they should wait a little. It doesn't matter whether they found something there or not. They need to wait for someone. They will arrive soon. After which the commissioner again turned to President Ju. He praised him for knowing a little about his Special Missions Bureau. This is nice, but there is one small problem. The problem was that he knew nothing about the 6 gold stars that the commissioner had long ago called. Only the specialists of the Special Missions Bureau knew about them, and they were already on their way here. And this could only mean one thing, that soon the president would be put in his place because he thought too much of himself. The commissioner promised him that he would personally find everything that President Ju was hiding about. He would find and study his affairs from the first to the last letter of the alphabet, so he should have kept this in mind. That same squad of 6 stars had already arrived at their destination, where they were called by their old friend, and each of them did not understand why people build such villas on the mountain. It's pointless. But most of all, they were dissatisfied with the fact that Code 66 gives them a lot of hassle, which is difficult for them to bear. As soon as the squad of 6 stars entered the territory of President Ju's house, in front of them, they saw the director of planning and the chief assistant to the president, who simply stood silently. They asked him to step aside if he didn't want to get hurt, because they didn't have time to talk and beg, but the man still ignored their every word, because he had a very important task. One of the 6 could not stand it and went into battle to get this guy out of the way, but the deputy president dealt him only one blow, after which the guy simply flew away. Other colleagues did not even understand how this happened. Therefore, immediately after him, the second member of this secret organization went into battle, and he also received only one blow, from which it would be difficult to even get up, let alone continue the fight. After that, the man finally spoke up and asked them to leave because it was private territory, and President Ju asked him not to let anyone else inside. The commissioner spoke with the president and continued to put pressure on him, and also added to him that the search warrant would be issued later since the matter was too urgent and there was no time to delay it. But the president was quite happy when he heard this. Breaking into someone else's house without a warrant was just a great idea, but the commissioner believed that he had nothing to fear, so he would issue the order later, if of course he was still needed. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by one of the 6 masters the commissioner was talking about. He opened the doors of the house and carefully entered. The boss was very happy to see this guy and asked him to come through and not be shy. But then his satisfied face changed to a very surprised one, as he saw how the strongest master of the 6 simply fell from powerlessness, and behind him stood the president's guard, who seemed to have done this to him. The president was now in a good mood from what had happened, because now the same vaunted 6 that the commissioner spoke about were gone, but he also said that he had nothing to fear, so why was he so nervous now? This whole picture was watched from the mountain by Kim and Sung-hoon, who were waiting for a good moment to strike. Sung-hoon believed that since the commissioner's team lost sight of them, they decided to find Menji first, because they think that she will help them catch Kim. But the main thing is that he assumed that the girl is in this house since they came here. Kim listened to his friend's reasoning and couldn't even imagine in his head how they could get Menji from there, where there are a lot of fighters who will need to be defeated. But in any case, he will have to do it, because for the sake of his daughter, he is ready to do anything. But then he finally gathered his thoughts and told his friend that the question of how to get it should concern only those who came for it first, and they will do as they always did. Kim had applied a sort of camouflage mask to his face and was ready to begin finally bringing his daughter home. But Mr. Kim's ardor and desire to go into battle on time was stopped by his friend, who put his hand in front of him and asked him to wait a little, because something incomprehensible began to happen there. They saw one of those 6 great masters running towards the emergency exit with a clear understanding of what he had to do, so Mr. Kim's old friend suggested that he watch it first. The commissioner was very angry with the president and grabbed him by the shirt, because he was not going to tolerate such treatment when he was performing his duty to the state. But suddenly, 2 agents of the commissioner ran out of the room, one of whom had a phone in his hands, and it seemed that someone very important was calling, since the employee was in such a hurry to see the commissioner. As it turned out, they had a very big problem, which was that they were denied a search warrant and, by law, they had to get out of here immediately. But this was not the main problem for which he came running here. In fact, the only important thing was that the vice minister himself called him on the phone, who wanted to talk with the commissioner urgently. The chief picked up the phone, and the first thing he heard was that he was actually doing his job very well. But now he needed to go back and not continue to put pressure on the president, which made the commissioner want to sink into the ground. The minister also added that they would have a very serious conversation after they returned to headquarters. So he once again asked him to immediately wind down the operation and not touch President Joe anymore, and he in turn would try to make amends to him and resolve everything without consequences. The president at that time was thinking, what kind of commissar is a fool to do this? Who breaks into someone else's house without a warrant? What did you have to think about to do this? The commissioner did not listen to the words of the vice minister further, so he threw the phone on the floor so hard that no one would speak on this phone anymore. The president, in turn, was very glad that he was still able to solve this problem. He understood that it was not as difficult as he thought, but still he was pleased. But the chief did not say everything he wanted, and he added that the president probably imagined himself to be great, since the vice minister of South Korea was on his side, which is why the anger inside him only grew. He decided to lash out at everything he saw in the house, and began to destroy the table and chairs, beat everything he saw, because he simply could not calm down that these bureaucrats were messing with their business and preventing him from working normally. After which he again approached the pleased president, who looked at it all with a smile and thought what a great man he was. But the commissioner promised him that this was far from the end and he would definitely return according to his heart, so don't let him be so happy. He turned around and told all his subordinates to pack their things, because they were leaving, the search was over, they had no right to be here anymore. Once everyone was on board and inside the vehicles, after all 6 masters were ready to leave, the commissioner ordered them to leave. But they had to do this very naturally and show with all their appearance that they were very unhappy with the fact that they lost this battle, because in fact it was part of the plan that worked successfully, and the commissioner could not show all the joy on his face. Minji sat quietly, because she no longer understood who she had ended up with, whether they were good people or just another bandits. But still, she sat quietly until the commissioner ordered everyone to turn on the headlights and carefully back up. The president and all his guards watched to the last as the commissioner and his employees left after such a major defeat, and they did this until another employee of the president ran up to them, who told them that Menji had been stolen by these people and was being taken away right now in their cars, which made several guards immediately run after them, but it was too late because the cars had already begun to drive away. The security guard who was entrusted with watching Khan and the girl while they were dealing with the commissioner and his puppies, but he made several mistakes that led to the girl running away, and he was very sorry to say that. As he explained to the president, Mr. Khan was unconscious, and it looked like it was done by one of the gold stars who were supposedly unconscious, but as soon as the president's chief assistant left, they stepped up and continued with their plan. The president's right-hand man believed that their participation in this operation was not originally planned, although at one point he changed his mind because he thought that these 6 stars were too weak, which now began to make him suspicious. At that time, the commissioner was enjoying himself and thinking how perfectly his plan had worked. Everything that was planned was accomplished, and he didn't deceive about the 6 stars. They were truly professionals who still need to be looked for. After which he added that the masters did a much better job than expected. Although the boss still considers this 6 to be not such a combat-ready group, they are best suited for collecting information rather than fighting. Long before the 6 masters came to the president's house, he ordered Mr. Han to hide Menji in the basement and wait there until he gave the signal that it was safe to come out. Khan completed his task perfectly. He was sitting with her in the basement, but something went wrong, and at one point he simply passed out. The reason for this was the same master who went to free the girl. He did everything so that she would not think that this man was bad, so she believed him without screaming and followed him. This was also part of the plan. At one point, while they were driving, Menji even said words of gratitude, but she couldn't even guess why these guys freed her. But the same man who pulled her out of that basement could no longer pretend, so at the opportunity he grabbed her by the throat and began to choke her, causing the girl to lose consciousness. He believed that it would be better this way, which the commissioner could not agree with, and even thought that he did it because this way he looks more like himself and becomes useful. The commissioner was sure that all the guys who drive other cars should also learn this, because their main feature is that they achieve their goals and do not just look at them. But none of them could have predicted that someone would still manage to crawl inside their brilliant plan and climb into their trunk. And that someone was none other than Kim. Unfortunately for Kim, he was in the wrong car where his daughter was, so he will have to act as carefully as possible and do everything so that other cars do not sense something is wrong. The commissioner spoke on the radio that now everyone needs to gather all their strength into a fist and get together, because in fact their mission is not over, but there are successful steps, and that is that they all took the girl from the president. He also added that they should work hard despite the rain. The target has been captured. Since it is related to Juyeon construction, they need to be careful and not answer any calls, because it could be dangerous for themselves. In the car where Mr. Kim was, the agents discussed that they managed to take Menji with them, and it seems that the youngest agent did it. He is new, but agile enough to carry out such tasks. Two of the 6 masters suggested returning at least to headquarters, because they did not understand why this Code 66, which the commissioner so wants to catch, is important. Of course, he is some kind of celebrity, but that's all in the past. Why chase him all your life? But another more experienced master explained to them that the matter was only in the agreement with North Korea, which they signed after the cessation of hostilities. He also said that this treaty was first proposed by North Korea, which is probably the proudest country in the world, and the code name of this treaty was the Northern Song about Code 66. This was not just a soldier who carried out combat missions, but one who was able to commit as many as 49 official assassination attempts and still survive. This is an absolute record. Having received so many slaps in the face, North Korea wants to win at all costs, but South Korea rejected the signing of the treaty. Representatives of South Korea convinced their opponents that this man had already died, and this condition that they presented to them was simply impossible, so they rejected the agreement. But one of the most important rulers of North Korea was sure that they were lying to him, and brazenly, he didn't even believe that after death Code 66 was immediately cremated. He believed that it was all nonsense, and this man was still alive. The masters found this situation funny, since they demanded that what they wanted be handed over to them. It is not surprising that they were ready to make an agreement for the sake of this. But the most important thing is that he has attempted to assassinate the president of the North twice already, and the first time was when he was serving in the army. And the second time was when he wanted to leave this sphere forever, and decided that this method would be the best way to do it. At that moment, Code 66 was on the verge of making the worst mistake of his life. He put his life on the defense of this country, but now he asks to leave, and if this does not happen, he will be obliged to do what he threatens. The sergeant told him that the reason for which he wanted to leave was simply not thought out. Since he had seen that woman only once and for sure, he could not know whether it was his child. But this was not the answer Kim expected, so he fired a warning shot at the ceiling, after which the minister screamed in fear and ordered them to do whatever he wanted. The deputy minister asked to write this guy off all lists. He doesn't want to die just because Kim has gone crazy and wants so badly to return home and raise a child. Therefore, the sergeant had no other choice but to offer Mr. Kim to send him into retirement. But he must promise that nothing will happen while he is in retirement. Otherwise, they will be obliged to open a hunt for him. Kim agreed to these conditions. In any case, he believed that it was much better than staying in this hell. So the sergeant promised him that he would remove him from the lists. But before leaving the service, the sergeant told him that there would be one more condition, after which he would be free. And these conditions were to destroy another big official, but the master who started this whole conversation did not let him finish because he was too shocked by such details. He didn't understand why the colleague who was sitting next to him didn't react to this story, but then he saw that the guy had fallen asleep. How can you sleep in such a situation? The senior master decided to say that sleeping in such a situation is normal practice, especially since he is so young. But after he turned around and saw Code 66 there, he realized that the masters were silent for a reason. He understood that now his affairs would not go well and now he would have to say goodbye to life. And so it happened. Kim did not wait long and struck as soon as he saw the master's reaction, after which the driver of the car tried to protect himself and the master from the front and gave up driving the car. But after a few minutes, this did not lead to anything, since Kim was much faster than they could have thought. So with a few movements, he tied them with a seatbelt, and the matter remained only a little. The agents in the car that was behind began to worry that their colleagues in the next car were driving so strangely, as if they had lost control and something had happened to them. The situation continued to worsen, and they noticed that this car suddenly began to noticeably accelerate and was no longer driving at the same speed, but much faster. This behavior could easily be explained by the fact that Kim got behind the wheel of the car, who significantly increased his speed in order to catch up with the car in which his daughter was. One of the main agents in the next car immediately ordered to call the boss and tell him what was happening in detail so that they would know what to do. The commissioner was driving with a calm soul that things were going well, but suddenly, the sound of the walkie-talkie interrupted him, in which he heard his subordinates screaming. They asked for help, but then suddenly fell silent, and a few seconds later, the connection was restored again, but the voice in the walkie-talkie was calm, because Kim was holding it in his hands, who asked the commissioner if he could hear him. The commissioner did not expect such a turn of events. Of course, he understood that Kim would try to find him because he had his daughter, but he couldn't even think that it would be so soon. Kim, in a quiet voice, told them that he knows that his daughter is in the commissioner's car, and if they lay a finger on her, he will kill them all. The last thing they will see is his face. But the commissioner was not going to make concessions to him, and in response asked him, since when did an ordinary spy have the right to talk like that to the Director General of the Bureau? The chief was so brave because his car was already standing near the doors of the headquarters, and he understood that Code 66, even if he really wanted to, he still couldn't do anything, because the number of military personnel at this base was off the charts. Kim listened carefully to every word of the man, who continued to tell him that he could not do anything. The commissioner believed that he was in such a hurry to save his daughter, but the commissioner was always one step ahead. Therefore, the conditions here will be put forward by the commissioner, who has already told him that he will be waiting for him impatiently, and also asked him to take the president with him, if of course it's not difficult for him. But Kim was ready for such a development of events and answered the president quite confidently. He told him that he understood him perfectly and would capture both the president and everyone else he needed, but first he wanted to give him a gift that he should like. The commissioner did not expect such an answer because he thought that he would scare Code 66 in this way, but as it turned out, he did not care at all, and Kim had his own plans in this regard. The chief decided not to talk to him anymore and switched the communication channel to the walkie-talkie, after which he immediately turned around and ordered everyone who was at the base at that moment to block all entrances and exits, to do everything to maximize the level of security. He also ordered the erection of a barricade more than a kilometer long. It seems that now the commissioner began to get a little nervous, because Code 66 was taken quite seriously, and now he had no time for games. Meanwhile, one of his agents approached him, who wanted to clarify what they should do with the aim of. The boss, without hesitation, ordered her to be put in an interrogation room and ordered that no one should touch her. He would do all the work and take care of her himself. Of course, the commissioner was a little worried that Code 66 was heading towards him, but on the other hand, his interest was overwhelmed by all fear, and he could no longer wait to see what kind of gift his old friend would bring him. The chief asked each soldier to prepare and follow all his instructions, but all he had was that he wanted to see what a man who was once a legend could bring him, even without taking into account his crimes. While the commissioner was distributing tasks to each of his agents, Kim's old friend Sung-hoon, who secretly made his way to this base, carefully watched everything that was happening there. It seems that they had prepared a good surprise for the boss. After 10 minutes of preparation, the chief decided that they would operate under Protocol AA, which each of the agents had to know by heart. So before going inside the headquarters, he once again repeated to them that in an hour they would begin to work under Protocol A. After the commissioner gave instructions to each of his agents, he and his assistants entered the interrogation room, where they brought Minji, who was still unconscious, but they tried to wake her up. The same young master who made her lose consciousness woke her up, from which the girl began to scream because she did not understand why her hands were chained to the chair and this terrible man was standing over her. She began to ask why she was tied to a chair and who this man was, and most importantly, what they wanted from her, but no one answered her questions. They only asked in response. They asked her to confirm that she was Kim Myunji. The girl told them without a doubt that she was really Menji, but she had no idea why they would know this, and the commissioner and his assistant looked at each other at that moment with a very thoughtful look. She didn't wait for the explanations that actually needed to be given. Menji simply started shouting at them that she didn't know what was happening here. But they were probably mistaken and took the wrong one. She believed that she was not to blame for anything. But suddenly her screams were interrupted by the assistant commissioner, who asked the girl if she knew who her father was. Menji was a little surprised by such a question because she didn't understand what her father had to do with it. She didn't understand in what sense they were asking this, because she was sure that her father was an ordinary office worker and no different from others. The commissioner looked at her, and it was strange for him to hear this from his daughter. Doesn't she really know who her father is and what he's done? Menji did not sit silently and continued to ask them why they were asking questions about her father and what had he done. In any case, she tried to ask these terrible men to let her go, no matter what he did. But the commissioner took the microphone in his hands and told her that her father was a spy. Menji immediately fell silent because she didn't know how to react to this. What a spy meant. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The assistant tried to stop the boss so that he would not say too much to her, but he did not listen to him and continued to say that her father is so famous that another country is even watching him, which is why he cannot take a step without looking back. The commissioner did not stop and continued to talk about how if her father did something suspicious, then people from North Korea would come after him, and this would be a headache for them. The boss added especially for her that the situation cannot be resolved so easily, because their organization is being pressured from all sides by politicians, ministers, and all other officials who have no idea what they are really doing here. But in any case, her father is no longer can do nothing. It still stands on the old one. The man told her that for the last 19 years, nothing had been heard of him, but recently, for no clear reason, he suddenly broke loose, and what he had already done was far from a joke. After all this story, he added that he believes that Julian Construction is involved in this matter and asked the girl to voice the thoughts that come to her when she hears all this. Menji was silent for a while because she didn't know what to answer, but then she remembered that the daughter of the very president who wanted to put her to sleep had recently gotten into a fight with her. The commissioner asked to tell him more about this, after which Menji told him that President Ju's daughter hates her and constantly picks on her at school, which is why they constantly fight. The boss did not expect such a turn of events. The chief looked at the frightened girl and began to guess about the motive. Why Code 66 still went crazy? His daughter could have offended the president's daughter, and so he decided to kill everyone around. But this angered him even more, because essentially the reason he did all this was an ordinary teenage fight. Menji didn't understand at first why this man with a rewound head was constantly talking about some Code 66, but over time she realized that that's what they call his father. The boss was simply furious that Code 66 knew perfectly well what they could do to him if he broke the rules, but he did it without even thinking just because of a teenage fight. This simply cannot happen. The reason is something else. Menji looked at him and began to understand how serious this all was. He turned off the microphone so that Menji would not hear what he would say to his guards, after which he turned around and said that now he allows Code 66 to be carefully shot at any opportunity, but they must do it in such a way that later there will be no complaints from government side. The commissioner believed that Kim was a very dangerous person who was unable to control his emotions and experiences, so he needed to be eliminated immediately so that he would not harm other people. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the agents, who told the director that the minister was urgently looking for him and wanted to talk to him. The commissioner told him that he would come back later. He had no time for that now, but the agent insisted on his own, saying that the minister was very angry and wanted to see him immediately, so the chief had to go to him, although he really didn't want to do this, because I understood that. Most likely it was because of that very order. But still, he had to go there and solve this problem so that no new ones would arise. But for now, he ordered no one to leave and wait for him. Menji calmed down a little and stopped being so nervous. But still, she was quite interested in finding out what they were talking about. But most of all, she wanted to know more about what they told her about her father. Is he really a spy? And he made all the commotion that they are talking about for her sake, just to find her. But her thoughts were suddenly interrupted after she saw behind her so-called security guard, the silhouette of a man with glasses, who looked so much like her father, At least it seemed so to her. This man, who stood with her in the room, realized that she had noticed something there and would not admit it, but he told her not to even think about the fact that someone would come to save her. Nothing would help her, but that she was even calmer. He will go and check everything there. After he scared the girl with his gaze, he said that he would go and look around to make sure everything was in order. The assistant chief gave him permission to do this. He walked along the corridor and thought that she wouldn't have smiled so much if she hadn't seen anyone there. But on the other hand, there really couldn't be anyone here, and most likely he was just fooling himself. But after a few seconds, his opinion suddenly changed dramatically, because Master Sung-hoon jumped out of nowhere and kicked him, after which the man fell unconscious. Sung-hoon walked into the room where Menji was, and she was a little scared when she saw a man in a kimono come into her room. Who was he? But her father's old friend was friendly enough to her and asked for forgiveness for not coming for so long, after which he invited her to go together in search of her father. As soon as they left the room where Minji was kept, they ran into the Commissar's Special Forces squad, and for the girl it looked very sad. But she was lucky that Master Hong was next to her, who went into battle without fear and, with the help of his martial art, killed everyone. The mercenaries had no chance to defeat him. Sung-hoon dealt blow after blow, and the Special Forces could not do anything with him. Master Hong was too strong for them. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, the commissioner listened to how badly he had acted. But for him, everything was exactly the opposite, because he believed that he had done everything right and the minister should not have interfered in these matters. The commissioner asked him to simply lower his salary and not bother him with these boring conversations, because he had business waiting for him in the interrogation room. The minister shouted at him at the top of his voice that this is not something that can be decided just like that, and that it takes a lot of time, but he simply proposes to lower wages. That's not how it works. But the boss continued to stand his ground and said that he works only for the good of the country, and it doesn't matter to him who he gets it from. He believed that he could simply cut his salary, and with it, this useless conversation, which had been going on for several minutes, but still he's not talking about anything. The commissioner did not restrain himself and told the minister straight to the point that he understood perfectly well that he had taken a good bribe from the president in order to tie their hands and not give them the opportunity to put the squeeze on this nasty President Ju, from which the minister was shocked and did not know what he wanted to answer these accusations. Vice Minister Mu Ji-ho asked him to think about what he was saying, because for such words, you could lose not only your salary, but also your job in general. He also added that this impudent man had kidnapped a man and he also had the courage to tell him what to do with him. Did the commissioner really think that this situation would bypass him and his salary would simply be cut? But the commissioner's patience was not ironclad, and he was not going to endure all this. So he began to get very angry at the words of the minister and decided to tell him everything that he personally was waging a war with legends, and he called for serious thought on this issue. Sung-hoon's situation did not improve, because after he dealt with a small group of mercenaries, dozens more of the same ones came running to their aid, which made Menji even more scared because she had no idea how to deal with them. The master understood that there really were much less chances here, so he decided not to hesitate and start escaping right now. He took Menji with him and asked her to run with all her might. The special forces ran after them and asked them to stop, since each of the fighters was ready to launch an attack on him, and this could threaten with bad consequences for both of them. But Sung-hoon was not going to stop and give up. But he also didn't notice how out of nowhere one of the special forces just flew out and wanted to stab him in the back, and it seems Sung-hoon doesn't even know about it. Still, at the last moment, he turned this guy away from himself and from Menji so that he could not hurt them. But this guy was not an ordinary hired employee. He has good experience in fighting, so he was still able to deliver a blow that wounded Master Hong in the face. After which these guys stopped and asked him where they were running like that, because they couldn't get past the headquarters on the other side. It was just crazy. The guy who stood in front of everyone was a little excited because he was now fighting with a legend, but after he saw what the man was capable of, he was a little disappointed. As it turned out, it was Baek Do-san. This man was from the North Korean Order Group, who immediately informed his boss that he had discovered outsiders. The commissioner and the president heard perfectly well what Baek Do-san was telling them. He reported that he sees a middle-aged man who is dressed in a taekwondo uniform and a schoolgirl who is trying to run away with him, after which the boss immediately began to smile and tell the minister that he still was right. The minister began to get nervous because he realized that the commissioner knew too much about him, and he, in turn, continued his monologue, in which he was so pleasantly surprised that even those who do not belong to the Bureau are trying so hard for the sake of Code 66. Masters Hong and Minji were surrounded on all sides and were not allowed to take a single step. Finding a way out of such a situation would be really very difficult. The commissioner himself came to watch this show, who was very happy to see his friend Sung-hoon, whom he had not seen here for so long. The commissioner said that he had diligently prepared for the gift from Code 66. But unfortunately, his plans were revealed, and now he stood contentedly in front of his enemy and considered himself a planning genius. He also added that the guy did not need to come here and save the girl, because imagining himself to be a hero does not mean that he can really become one. But time was running out, so the chief decided to end these conversations and ordered every soldier who was on this floor to grab the man and take the girl back to the interrogation room. Master Hong had a different opinion and was not going to allow this to happen, so he entered into the battle that was forced on him. One of the agents decided to warn the commissioner that he had no doubt that this man would resist so as not to be captured, and because of this, he would most likely suffer. But the chief did not care about him. Everything that was left of him should be in captivity. Still, no matter how hard Master Hong tried, they were captured, and a few minutes later, a large number of knives were pointed at his face, so the battle ended. The commissioner, of course, praised him for the fact that the guy remained as strong, but no one could cope with so many agents, so this was expected. Menji didn't even squeak at that time, because the girl was thinking that when a person comes face to face with death, everything around him slows down, as if time itself freezes. Thanks to this, Menji realized that she could see something that she had not noticed before, namely, these ropes that were behind the agent who pointed the weapon at her. Suddenly, the minister's neck was wrapped in a fishing line, which literally began to choke him, and now he is in great danger. The commissioner did not notice this, and continued to enjoy himself, because he created an ingenious plan, which, as usual, worked perfectly. But still, he had to turn around, because the minister was making two strange sounds, and when the commissioner turned, he saw how the minister was red from the fact that he was short of air, and began to understand that this was not the end of the battle. After which the whole floor, in deathly silence, heard the voice of a man who calmly said that if they didn't stop everything, then this man would be strangled. Minji continued her thoughts and realized that what she clearly saw at the critical moment was not just someone's actions or the situation around her, it was real fatherly love. At that moment, she truly realized that family is the most important thing in a person's life. Kim was so happy to see his daughter alive and well that he couldn't hold back his smile and promised her that they would soon return home. The commissioner could not believe his eyes that this scoundrel could pull off such a thing, so he was bursting with anger. And Kim continued to tell them clearly that they must stop doing what they started, otherwise their minister will be left without a head. The minister shouted at them to follow his orders and do only what Kim wants. Otherwise, anyone who disobeys will be held accountable for the assassination attempt on the minister. Kim went even lower and ordered the minister to tell them to put their weapons on the floor. Otherwise, there would be no guarantee of a positive outcome. The minister immediately began shouting to each agent to put down their weapons. Otherwise, he might just get his head blown off, so he asked them to quickly put their weapons on the floor. But as soon as the commissioner saw that one of the agents began to carefully lower the weapon to the floor, he immediately shouted at him that he was a complete idiot and that he should not do anything he did not order him to do. The minister was furious at this behavior and said that the commissioner would be personally responsible for this, and then again shouted at them to lay down their weapons. Nevertheless, the agents carefully began to lay down their weapons because the minister shouted so loudly that it finally convinced them to do it. And at that time, the commissioner decided to ask Code 66 what he was going to do, take them all hostage. The chief was so angry that it seemed as if his eyes would pop out of his orbit. But still, he squeezed out the question, does Code 66 really think that after he threatened to tear off the minister's head, he will be able to leave this headquarters through the main entrance unharmed? Kim silently watched as they laid their weapons on the floor and looked straight into the eyes of the commissioner, who was already boiling with anger. Long before this invasion, Kim and Sung-hoon discussed their plan on how they could get into this headquarters and then leave it unnoticed. Master Hong was sure that no matter how skilled they still would not be able to climb over the wall without being noticed. Kim thought a little and realized that in this case there was a solution to the problem, and it was on the surface. They just needed more people, so he decided to call an old friend who never refuses Kim to help them. The boss told Kim that they both understand that now he is just stalling for time. In any case, it is pointless, and they will not leave here just like that. Suddenly, there was an explosion that threw the commissar several meters away from the wall near which he was standing. What was that all about? The commissioner's agents were shocked and immediately ran to help their boss. But the culprit of this explosion was a man who came out of the smoke after the explosion with a smile. Sung-hoon supported the idea of inviting someone else for this task. But who could they invite to do such madness? After which, Kim confidently answered him that he had the number of one good guy who was a war hero. As it turned out, this guy was friendly enough and, out of friendship, blew up the wall with him. But on the other hand, they are also to blame because they shouldn't have stood next to her when he shot. This guy's name was Park Jin, who was Kim's comrade, the same stubborn person as his friend, who suggested leaving this place because it was somehow unpleasant to be here, according to his feelings. Sung-hoon immediately realized that now was not the time to stand and be surprised, so he demolished the two mercenaries who were standing nearby and ordered Minji to immediately run away from here. The commissioner raised his head, and now he truly became furious and ordered to take up arms and shoot at these scoundrels, and not stand and watch. But Park Jin had not yet finished his speech. Having removed the pin from his grenade, he professionally threw it towards the mercenaries and the commissar. The minister, who was already scared to death from everything that was happening here, saw the grenade and began to scream even more. But the grenade exploded where it was supposed to and thus bought them some time so they could escape from this base. Therefore, Kim did not hesitate and ordered the minister to slowly move to the left, otherwise his head would go the other way if he did not listen to him. The agents who were not harmed by the explosion did not know what they could do to save the minister, but Kim knew very well what they had to do so that he would not finish him off right there, so he shouted to them to immediately step back and remain motionless. The official fully supported Kim's words and also repeated that they have no right to allow his death, so let them do whatever this man tells them, which is why the commissioner began to hate this guy even more. Kim was approached by his friend Park Jin, whom he asked if their car was ready, because without it, they would not be able to complete the plan completely, and they were unlikely to be able to escape without it. Park Jin looked at him with a smile and said that they didn't say anything about the car. They said to arrive as quickly as possible, so he only grabbed a weapon and immediately rushed over. Mr. Kim and Hong were slightly shocked that this guy ran here on his own feet and did not come by car. Even from him, it was strange to hear such a thing. While they were there discussing the escape plan, the commissioner simply could no longer stand still and calmly watch them run away. So he raised his pistol and uttered words that were characteristic of a real commander who would not allow his soldiers to lay down their arms and watch them be defeated. These words did not like the minister too much, and he continued to shout at him to put his pistol back in place. But these were his last words before the commissioner himself shot at him, who was tired of listening to all this nonsense about how important this minister is to them. The boss was very angry, and he was already tired of solving his problems himself, but it seems that this will have to be done one more time for sure, especially since he just had one more cartridge left and it was specifically for code 66. Kim understood that the commissar was a completely sick man, but the man could not imagine that it was so bad. But what's done is done. We need to get out. But the commissioner was not going to let them go just like that, so he ordered his agents to immediately seize them, especially since there are only 3 people against them. This should not be difficult for them. Kim and his friends did not move a centimeter from where they stood, which could not be said about their opponents, who flew off one after another. At first, Minji was very worried about them, so she closed her eyes, but then she realized that his dad and friends were doing fine and doing great. Kim looked at all these mercenaries and realized that it was time to implement a new plan, because it would not be possible to simply leave them behind, so he suggested killing them all as quickly as possible and going home. At this moment, all Minji could feel was a feeling of shock as she looked at her father. Her heart was filled with this feeling, and she was shocked to the core. As soon as the commissioner heard what this madman was saying, All these phrases about how they would quickly sort it out and leave. Did he even realize what situation they were in and how many people were behind him? But the same special agent who stopped Mr. Hong and Minji told the commissioner that this guy was not joking, and he really just wanted to kill everyone and not leave them a chance. But as the operative himself believed, they were ready for this. It was a mistake that Baek Do-san made, because as soon as he finished what he wanted to say, Kim appeared next to him, who was already about to strike, and the agent did not even notice how he got close to him. And so it happened. Kim struck him with such force that the guy simply could not stand it and flew several meters back. Kim even managed to mock them, because he believed that nowadays they are not taught anything sensible at all. They only know how to steal children. They decided to punish him for such words, but it seems it was in vain because they just flew away from him, one after another. Minji was still shocked at how strong her father really is, and that he does all this just for her sake. Park Jin was glad to see Minji again. She'd grown so quickly since the last time he saw her, and the girl herself remembered this man, and was also surprised that he had not changed at all. He was very pleased to hear this, so he decided to continue the dialogue, because now is a good time for this, especially when a knife is flying at him. But still, he asked her how she studied and how things were at school. He repelled the attack with his pistol, firing several shots, causing the knife to crumble into pieces, and added that he heard that these days the education system in schools has changed a lot and now children are very stressed, and that preparing for lessons takes more and more time. Minji was a little uncomfortable talking in such an environment, so she just stood and listened to her talk about school and the fact that she would soon need to go to university, and this is another problem in fact. By the way, while Park Jin remembered about the university, he decided to give her advice. She needs to find out the passing scores in advance, because this is very important for her, because his son had a little problems with this. But on the other hand, he still advised putting health first, not study, because no matter how many diplomas you have, you can't return your health, but you need to try to succeed in both matters. Suddenly, two operatives appeared behind Minji, who were already preparing to strike her. Was it really going to happen? It was very close, but Sung-hoon was always famous for his quick reaction, so he was able to manage to fend off the blows of these rats who hit from behind. At one point, the commissioner thought that perhaps he was mistaken about this man. He is much stronger than his mini army. But on the other hand, Baek Do-san's squad is among the top 5 in the country. They have excellent training. But when this thought came to him, there were only 20 people left behind him who could still somehow fight, and considering how many guys Kim had already killed, it was a mere trifle. With every second, this number was rapidly approaching 0, and this trend was unlikely to stop, and the commissioner understood this very well. The man watched as Kim and his friends simply dismantled his men piece by piece, and wondered whether Taekwondo had always been such a strong combat discipline, because they demolish opponents simply with their bare hands. The commissioner simply did not understand what their secret was. This is simply absurd. Hundreds of people cannot defeat 3. The 3 friends dealt with all the enemies in less than 10 minutes, and then simply stood and watched the commissar, because his turn had finally come. When the commissioner pulled himself together, 3 middle-aged men stood in front of him, who took his car keys, after which he could only watch them leave, and he could not do anything about it, because he was simply shocked. He admitted this is a defeat. Finally, Kim found his daughter and was grateful to his friends for their help. Now he and his daughter are together again and can go home. The commissioner was in one place, and at moments he even forgot to breathe normally, because he understood that it was all his fault. There were a bunch of dead people around him who died because of his obsession, so he didn't know how to behave further. President Ju and his wards, meanwhile, were heading in an unknown direction, and during this journey, the chief assistant to the president was informed that the father of that girl was not an ordinary person. He served in the special forces and was one of the best there. It was quite interesting for the man to hear this, because at times he suspected that this guy was not as simple as he seemed, even while he was crawling on his knees and apologizing to him and her, and even then the president realized that this was the act of a rather wise man. The assistant added that this was verified information. He was an elite fighter who carried out the most difficult tasks that the state gave him. Such information should have upset the president, but he realized that it needed to be looked at from a different angle, because if he served in the army, then everything should be quite simple in the sense that if they remove him, then no one will look for that person, which is not on the list. One of the employees of the central part of the bureau management did not have time to go to the toilet because of all this fuss, but he still decided to do it, because nothing bad should happen while he was gone. He realized that he was already a little late, and he immediately needed to return to the post, because he could get a fine for this, but he believed that everything was in order there and no one would tell him anything. But what was his surprise when he came to his workplace and saw how everything was destroyed there, and all his colleagues were just lying unconscious or even dead. What happened here? The guy simply couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was destroyed and the control center essentially no longer existed, so he decided to call security. But his attempt was suddenly interrupted by one of the main ones in this department and said that it was pointless to do this, because all the security and this entire department were killed by one person who was no longer here. Meanwhile, Kim and his friends were already driving home with wonderful music that Park Jin turned on. Of course, not everyone liked it, but still, he continued to hum it and periodically say that he was very sorry that he was a little late. He had some problems business, so he could not arrive on time. While they were rushing at full speed from this headquarters, Kim also asked him for forgiveness for exposing his face in front of these people, but Park Jin did not regret it, because he believed that they were already old people and had outlived their time, so it's okay. Two guards who stood completely calm and discussed why the control center did not answer them in the voice channel. Maybe something happened there? Park Jin didn't even decide to slow down, because he liked the music playing in the cabin so much that he just pressed the gas pedal. The military did not have time to get off the road in time, and the man knocked them down a little at full speed, but he believed that there was nothing wrong with that. They were strong guys and should recover quickly. They got up from the floor and didn't understand what it was, how the commissioner could do this, so they assumed that something had happened. Therefore, they immediately decided to report this to the central department, but they were interrupted by a voice that informed the entire military base that the control center had been destroyed, and at the moment the intruders were still on the territory of the Special Missions Bureau and were trying to escape. They also reported that the video surveillance system is out of order, so their exact position is unknown, so if anyone collides with them, they need to report it immediately. The agents, who had just been hit by a man, realized that it was not their boss at all in the car, so they opened fire to at least somehow try to detain them. But it seems it was pointless, because the car was armored, and it would not cause any damage to them. Still, Park Jin decided to have a little more fun and said that he had a small gift for them, which he would happily give to them. Therefore, he provided a gun for Mr. Kim, who successfully scored several hits on the opponents, and they stopped shooting at their car. Minji looked at her father and remembered what that commissioner told her. Her father was a spy, but not an ordinary one, but a really famous one, who carried out many special missions. She remembered all the moments with her father, who spent a lot of time in the kitchen while she was at school and cooked her dinners. In fact, he was a secret spy who lived with her all this time. Other agents continued to return fire, and the bullet was still able to hit Mr. Kim, but he was lucky that it flew past his face and only created a small wound. Sung-hoon shouted to Minji not to stick her head out. They were almost out and would soon be absolutely safe, but for now, they need to be patient a little. Park Jin realized that he needed to speed up even more, so he stepped on the gas to get out of this hell as soon as possible, but he couldn't help but say that he liked it so much because it reminded him of the old days. They still managed to leave the base until a bunch of military men ran out and were about to open fire on them. The danger passed, but Minji could not look so calmly at her father, who was wounded, and she began to worry about him. But without saying a word to her, he simply hugged her and only then asked for forgiveness for everything. He missed her so much and was very worried. He was very sorry that this happened to her. Kim was very sorry that she was exposed to such danger. He looked for her everywhere, and he was very sorry that she had gone through so much. Minji began to cry very much, especially after Kim's words. He promised not to leave her alone again, and this situation would never happen to her again. Park Jin apologized very much to them for interrupting their emotional reunion, but he was embarrassed by the fact that according to the new traffic rules, they were required to wear a seatbelt, but they didn't, and breaking the law is not good. Literally after these words, a huge truck rammed into them, driving at great speed and clearly doing it on purpose. Park Jin was far from laughing, because he urgently needed to steer the steering wheel in the other direction so that they would not roll over in this car. A few minutes later, they were pressed by 3 trucks behind and 1 in front. This was clearly the work on someone's tip, but it was not clear who was behind this. The front truck, which began to gradually slow down, also opened its cabin from which one of the employees came out to President Ju, and now it was clearly clear who was behind this. The president's right hand just stood there and did nothing else. What is their plan? What do they want to achieve this way? But still, he could not stand forever, and after a few minutes he announced that he was starting the mission. As soon as it was completed, he would get in touch with the president again. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered the truck that was behind to press down on the guy's car, and gradually he began to pull it into the truck where the president's guards were located. Everyone in the car understood that this was far from good, but Park Jin laughed so loudly that even the president's security guards seemed to hear it. He simply could not restrain himself from the way this guard said that he was starting a task. It was so funny to him. At first he even thought that they would be punished, but today's youth have a completely different sense of humor. Sung-hoon was well aware that they had some kind of plan. That's why they captured them. But there was a mystery. What do they want to do next? All the same, the president's people managed to push the car inside a large truck, but Kim and his friends were very interested in what they were going to do next. At this time, Kim was trying to calm down his daughter, who was very scared from all these explosions, fights, and shooting, and then there was this chase. Sung-hoon said that they surrounded them. They decided to take them along with the car, and thus essentially drove them into a trap, which Kim was not happy about. But this was not the worst scenario yet, because after that they put on gas masks, which could only mean one thing, that they would now release smoke from which everyone would simply lose consciousness, and thus they could easily deliver them to the president. Minji began to cough very badly and asked her dad to help him, but he tried to calm her down, and the main thing now is to listen to him carefully, because everything that he now tells her is actually very important. He told her that they release this gas so that they would fall asleep, but this effect will pass, and they will definitely wake up, and when she comes to her senses, the main thing is not to worry, because now they are together, and he will not let anyone hurt her. Kim asked her not to worry and just close her eyes and imagine that she decided to take a little nap, and this is such a specific sleeping pill. Minji was the first to pass out, followed by her father, Song Hoon-ho, and Park Jun, who were also in the car. The presidential assistant reported the exact amount of time, and it has already passed, so the gas release can be turned off and the gas masks can soon be removed, but still he forced one of the agents to go and check. He carefully opened the doors, and at first glance it seemed that absolutely everyone had fallen asleep and none of them were moving. And it was not strange because 5 minutes had already passed, and with such a concentration of the inhalation anesthetic, the chance that they passed out was minimal. Therefore, their boss ordered them to check whether this is the girl they are looking for, and if it is, then separate her from the rest of the men in the cabin, and then take the girl in another car. After which, they decided that they needed to come up with a legend for the police that everyone would believe, so they decided to set up a scene for an accident in which a drunk driver was to blame for driving into a tree. And even later, it turned out that the driver was under the influence of drugs, so he didn't even perceive where he was, so they decided to leave such a legend. After which, the chief ordered them to inject the drug into the driver. The squad could move out, but asked them not to forget that their clothes were saturated with gas, so he reminded them that they would need to be changed. As soon as they completed all the steps that he explained to them, after all the procedures carried out, he ordered them to be handed over to emergency services, and in the meantime, he would clear up the local news. They immediately began the task, and one of them went to take the girl's body from the trunk, but his colleagues noticed that he was fiddling around there for too long, so they asked him to speed up, but he did not respond to the words. Therefore, another man went to check what happened there, and what a surprise he was when he saw how this guy was lying without a gas mask and with a broken face. How could this happen, and most importantly, who did it? But before he had time to think about this question, someone struck him on the body, from which he flew away and his friends immediately ran to his aid. It was not possible to run and help them, because the one who did it pressed the gas pedal and drove straight towards these bandits, and he managed to knock one of them off. As it turned out, this hero turned out to be Kim, who held his breath and stole a gas mask at the first opportunity, and he met the eyes of the president's right hand. After which, without thinking twice, he put the car in reverse gear and drove out of the truck in which they were transported with a bang, and did not even leave a chance for them to be caught. The man at that moment was only thinking about what he told his daughter before she lost consciousness, that he would never leave her alone again and would not let anyone hurt her, so he would try to fulfill this promise. The president's right-hand man was very angry that they let them go, so he immediately ordered them to chase their car and prevent them from leaving. While two trucks tried to chase a small car in which there were guys, Kim only thought that his daughter was the most important thing in his life. She was his family, for whom he would do anything to save them. Therefore, he remembered all the driving skills that he had from service and deceived the trucks in such a way that they collided with one another, after which he had time to think about further actions. Kim understood that it would be a huge mistake to call them simple bandits who would simply lag behind them, so he had to immediately come up with a plan that would help them evade pursuit. Kyun-hung looked carefully at Kim, who was driving right behind him, but suddenly the man showed him his finger, which signaled the deputy president to look back. There was a surprise waiting for him. Behind this guy stood Park Jin and Song-won, who, just like Kim, did not lose consciousness and were ready to teach the guy a lesson. Although Park Jin smiled, in his head there was only a story about a giant otter that lives in the Amazon, an animal from the weasel family that deserves to be a symbol of the Amazon River. But their main feature was that they can compare with animals that are superior to them in size and even hunt. For them, ACL is an international organization of mercenaries who work only to make a profit for their completed tasks. They do absolutely everything from kidnapping to acts of terrorism. These guys can take on any task, of any complexity, if they are paid good money for it. Both private companies and entire countries use their services. In this organization of mercenaries, oddly enough, there is a system, which they themselves called honorable resignation, and in order to resign, you must fulfill one condition. And this condition was too cruel and seemed slightly impossible, because in order to resign, it was necessary to destroy the entire team of people with whom the person who was about to resign worked, and only then would the person be able to leave this organization. The next person who wanted to resign seemed to have forgotten about this condition, which greatly annoyed his commander, because how can one forget about this? But still, the fact that he did not know this did not mean that they would pardon him. One of the participants in this organization did not really like this attitude. It somehow didn't suit him. He believed that even if they were a team in name only and carried out all the tasks, only because they were paid, but he did not think that such resignation correct. One of this detachment completely agreed with him, after which they proposed that honorable retirement should no longer be carried out among them, because in essence, they must work in this group until their lives end, then there will be no point in working. But the commander of this detachment stood and simply listened to what his subordinates were offering, and he didn't really want to fulfill their demands, so he had to do something that he really didn't want. He killed his entire team, who could have rebelled and essentially not done their job, and according to his logic, then they would have been useless. The man was slightly disappointed by this, and he understood that this was not their fault. Such is life, and now he needs to return to Korea. The president's right hand did not wait long and understood what this situation would lead to, so he was the first to strike at Park Jin, who was about to attack him. Sung-hoon understood where this was all going and that this guy was not a simple bandit whom they could knock out in a few blows. The master nevertheless went into battle with him, and at first they fought on equal terms. None of them was stronger or weaker, but at that time, Sung-hoon tried to study his opponent's fighting style in as much detail as possible. After a few minutes of fighting, he could clearly say that this guy's fighting style is a close combat system, in which he is a real master and an experienced player, but not entirely honest, because he took out a knife with which he was going to not only defeat Sung-han. But the master is no stranger to martial arts and understands perfectly how it all works. So with one simple movement, he simply knocked this knife out of his hands, which was quite unexpected for the man. Suddenly he realized that he had slightly underestimated his opponent, because President Ju's right hand was even stronger than it might have seemed, because he deliberately allowed the knife to be knocked out of his hands so that he could then grab it and thus strike. And this turned out to be a big problem in fact, because due to such a number of blows, a man can lose a lot of blood, from which he can even die. Things were very bad. Their fight went too far, and at one point they were standing near the exit of a truck that was traveling at a fairly high speed, and the chances of falling out were greater for Sung-hoon, who was being pushed out with all his might by the presidential assistant. But still, he turned out to be stronger, and Mr. Hong could not stand it and fell. Fortunately, there was still support there that he could grab onto. But how long would he last at this rate? The president's right-hand man was not going to give him even a chance. So he stepped on his hand and tried to hurt him so much that he would fall down and fall on the road. He stood opposite Sung-hoon and told him that his friend unfortunately died from his blow, and since this was the situation, he would not spare his enemy and would aim at vital organs so that later problems would not arise again. After which he apologized sincerely for the fact that this incident would happen. He was very sorry and hoped that it would never happen again. The master looked at him carefully and understood that this man was a professional who was not going to retreat a single step, and his insight was at the highest level, and this is a very important character trait in the life of a soldier. The reason for this was that due to the nature of the work, in which you are constantly balancing on the brink of life and death, the determining factor is the assessment of the situation at the moment. In the nature of what is called insight lies animal instincts, and among all the professionals in this field, the agents of the Axel organization have the best instinct and are the best at making decisions in a critical situation. He did not stop and told him that after they died, he would pretend that it was an accident that happened through their fault and accordingly continued to press on his hand. Kim couldn't just watch this because this is his friend who helped all the time, and now, in fact, he himself was in danger. But Sung-hoon himself shouted at him to forget about him and leave. He's fine, and these are just temporary difficulties that he needs to go through, and he needs to take his daughter to a safe place, so everything is quite obvious and understandable. He was sure that they would take care of themselves here. The president's right hand didn't understand a little why this man was saying they, because he was essentially alone here, but then he realized that Park Jin was standing behind him, who was only pretending to lose consciousness. Still, his reaction was perfect, and with the help of it, he turned around and struck a blow right in his face, and it seemed that now the man would fly away again from the blow. But this time, such a simple technique did not work, because Park Jin is not such a stupid person, so he blocked his blow and asked him to stand still like a soldier and not play children's games. The man was shocked because he had no idea how he did it. The chief looked at this soldier and a clear picture formed in his head that he did not hold his breath while the gas came out. But why didn't he lose consciousness then? Did the gas really not work against them? But everything turned out to be much simpler. Since his days in the army, Park Jin believes that a real soldier must endure such difficulties with the help of his willpower, and therefore he did not even try to hold his breath so as not to lose consciousness. In the end, he still fell asleep, but his willpower was manifested not in not falling asleep, but in resisting the power of drowsiness that put him to sleep, and he successfully dealt with it, which is why he came to his senses so quickly. Therefore, in his opinion, every soldier who endures such a test is in a tireless struggle, which helps him improve himself. But in any case, the gas still had an effect on his body, and periodically he turned off to sleep, but did not let go of the man's hand. But the most surprising thing was that while the presidential assistant was trying to escape from the grip and dealt a bunch of blows, but all of them blocked Park Jin, who was sleeping at that time. He realized that this guy couldn't be defeated just like that, and he needed to use a blow to the solar plexus, which was open, and after that, even this big guy would fall down. But unfortunately for him, Park Jin was tired of these games and catching up, so he dodged the blow and went on a counterattack, which was very successful, and it seems that the boss will retreat from it for quite a long time. At this very moment, Park Jin won the fight against drowsiness and was therefore able to deliver such a strong blow to his opponent. Now the man is fully ready for battle. The spirit of this fighter was too high. After such a blow, it felt like he had been hit by a truck. It was the first time he had seen such a strong person. The assistant to the president was well aware that he was actually very mistaken when he was so confident that he could kill this guy so easily. So he decided that now he would take this fight much more seriously and hurt this guy. But it seems at that moment everyone around understood that his insight had become absolutely useless, in fact, and could thus destroy him. But it seems he was not going to stop there. Park Jin looked at him and felt such a familiar smell. He believed that his blood smelled like that, which had the taste of war. He was so similar to him. But at the same time, the man considered him a stupid newcomer. But now he was not going to make jokes and invited him to continue their fight with complete seriousness, so that he would not be so offended that he was defeated by an elderly joker, so to speak, to explain everything to him as a man to a man. The president at that time was heading to one of his secret places, where the girl and the rest of the hostages were to be delivered. But Khan told him that the boss had problems and he could not resolve this issue as easily as they had hoped. So he decided to ask the president what should they do. About it? Mr. Ju, after thinking a little, told Mr. Han not to rush from hope to fear. Like a squirrel in a wheel, Han agreed with him, although he did not fully understand what this meant. The president was confident that his right hand was dealing with very important matters, and this was not such a simple mission as it seemed, because he was dealing with former elite military men who had a lot of experience in war, so he needed to apply more effort and spend more of his time. The truck in which all this is happening is traveling to a predetermined point where it must be cleaned and the traces of the crime covered up. But the boss decides to direct it to the meeting place with the president, and along the way, he enters into battle with Park Jin. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't deliver a strong and high-quality blow to the man because he simply blocked everything, like some kind of impenetrable wall. As soon as he was distracted for a second, Park Jin struck him directly in the chest, which made it difficult for the assistant to breathe, and he began to spit out blood. The big man didn't stop there and continued his attack, but this time he tried to hit him with his knee. This time the assistant was very lucky that he managed to dodge this blow. Otherwise, it would most likely be the end for him. The assistant didn't understand what the hell this was. Could this big guy be as good in close combat as he was? This thought made him even angrier. This simply can't happen. He understood that he couldn't even touch him, and until that moment he considered himself the best fighter at close range because the length of his arms is ideal for this, but this guy made him think that he was not as good as he thought. The right hand simply could not believe what he was seeing. But as soon as he thought again, a blow came at him again, right in the face, which was so fast that there was not even much of a chance to dodge. Now he was 100% convinced. Of course, he didn't want to admit it, but Park Jin was head and shoulders stronger than him, and most likely he wouldn't be able to defeat him just like that. Every time he looked into Park Jin's eyes, it seemed to him that this was just a tank man who went to war like going to a store for bread. He had experienced so much that nothing could scare him anymore. Park Jin walked up to him and told this guy in a suit that his thoughts about him were absolutely true, and the man was going to end his existence right here and now so that he would no longer interfere with him. And the reason was that he simply cannot tolerate people who offend his friends and try to somehow offend them, so he could not expect mercy. At that moment, 1,000 thoughts were spinning in Chief Nam's head at the same time. Does he have a chance to win, or should he stop the car? Maybe call the president? But when he fully accepted that his enemy was much stronger than him, the solution appeared on the surface by itself, and it turned out to be much simpler than expected. Chief Nama weighed the pros and cons and decided to simply run away from this place so that it wouldn't get worse, but he promised himself that he would definitely take revenge on them for this. And maybe his choice was useless, but he understood perfectly well that he could not do anything more to this beast in human flesh, which would eat him alive. So he believed that this was the most reasonable way and way out, because it was obvious that the prey could not attack a predator that was many times stronger than it. Park Jin and Sung Hoon noticed that this guy is very capable, and also smart, since he decided to do this, and did not go all the way until his powers disappeared forever. He believed that it would be better to jump onto the road and break only one of himself, than if he was only broken in half. But this truck was still haunted by Kim, who did not think so. The best solutions do not always bring the best results, as everyone would like. When Chief Nam saw Kim driving a car right behind them, thoughts flashed through his head about whether this was the same person who bowed to him at school when he and the president came to resolve hirees' issues. But these thoughts suddenly became not so important, because he realized that his plan to escape from the truck had failed because Park Jin did not let him do it. At the last moment, he caught him by his clothes and held him. After which he told him with a smile that no one let him go because not all the lessons had been taught to him yet, and a man should always learn something new. Well, I immediately decided to teach him a lesson by hitting him so hard that the man lost consciousness for a few seconds, and when he woke up, he couldn't believe that this was happening to him. But Park Jin didn't stop there. He took the presidential assistant by the head and slammed him into the body of the truck. Such a blow even left a mark on his face. This blow was incredibly strong. He had little chance of success, because now he can't even stand up normally, because he just had constant dizziness that didn't stop. But today, he was lucky, because they finally arrived at the meeting place, and the drivers believed that the boss had beaten them too much, and they would have to pay extra for damage to the car body. The guy also wanted to add that he would have to pay extra for course changes, but he couldn't because Park Jin looked out from the salon, who scared him just by his appearance, because the guy didn't even know who this man was. Park Jin did not pay attention to what this puppy was telling him there, since he was more interested in looking at the president, who was sitting in the meantime and fishing. While the president's people were surprised that Chief Nam arrived so early and not in official cars, but in a truck, Park Jin and Sung Hoon decided to develop a plan that would help them get out of this whole situation. But Kim did not listen to his friends and also came to this place, and after he got out of the car, he asked Park Jin to look after Minji for a while he sorted out this problem, since he believed that he should be the one to do it. Mr. Kim was very serious and wanted to go and talk to this president and show him who the real serious parent is. The president's security warned that Kim was approaching them and would soon be nearby, but the man sat calmly and continued to fish. One of the president's main security guards went to meet Mr. Kim in order to stop the man. First of all, he introduced himself and said that his name was CO, and he was from the Zhuan Corporation. He was also interested in knowing the name of the man who was standing opposite him, while he was stretching his hands and preparing for battle. But Kim didn't come here to make acquaintances or to fish, so without thinking for a long time he dealt a strong blow to this guy's head, which would probably make him unable to talk for a long time. The other guards and the president himself were somewhat shocked by what was happening. He didn't even listen to his employee and immediately knocked him out. It seems he's not too friendly. Kim was on the verge of his anger, especially when he saw the president, so he didn't care at all about this CO, who is from the Jueon Corporation. The security on the one hand did not know what to do, because their boss CO was unconscious, and for this, Kim only needed one blow, and what would he do with them, who were significantly inferior to their boss in combat skills? The man, unlike them, did not wait for help from heaven, but went into battle and already knocked out one of the guards with a strong kick. A few minutes later, all the president's guards were unconscious, and the president himself was shocked by this development of events, because one man had just killed his entire guard in a few minutes. But his thoughts were interrupted by Kim, who addressed him directly, asking if he was Hyori's father, Ju Kang-jan. If so, then he wanted to talk with him a little, because he probably understood that the president would have something to tell him. The director was silent as a mouse, so Kim himself had to list all his services to his homeland, namely kidnapping, an attempt to conceal in support of a criminal group, and there were skeletons in the president's closet, although he also has a daughter. But the man stood and silently clicked on him. It feels like he was simply replaced. Now he doesn't smile as much as before and is noticeably worried. In fact, at that moment, the phrase that he also had a daughter shook him very much, because he understood that fathers always sacrifice something for the sake of their children. After which, he came closer to Kim and put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was very impressed by all this, that he didn't even have weapons or any tricks for him. He just came to him with his bare hands. But in fact, he looked at Kim and thought that he was the same as him. His principles and moral qualities were absolutely identical, but it all concerned only family values. But Kim himself was very surprised by such words. Therefore, the president added that Chief Nam has not been in touch for a long time, so he thought that it was some kind of trap, but now he is convinced that in fact it is not so. The director tried to talk to him and began to ask where he learned martial arts, probably in China, but without waiting for an answer, he immediately asked about the department in which he was located while he served in the bureau. Kim was not going to answer any of his questions and asked him to listen carefully, after which the president raised his hand and the man stopped and did not speak anymore. As it turned out, the president believed that Kim did not understand anything, and he was the only one who fell into the trap. Menji's father didn't understand anything what this madman was talking about, but then the president began to tell him that at first glance it was clear that Kim knew how to swing his fists, which means he was probably going to hit him next, but for some reason he hesitated, and the president suggested that he do it right now. But as always, he did not finish a single sentence, and as soon as Kim was about to strike, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to say that hitting him was a rather bad move, because in this way he would only complicate everything for himself and for his beloved daughter. The president was sure that the man came here only as a father who wants to solve his daughter's problem, so he offered to solve his daughter's problems. But then you need to behave appropriately, without fighting, and solve everything with words. So he continued that he could see from Kim's face that he really liked this idea, and he also didn't mind talking about their beloved children. Then he suggested starting their conversation from the very moment when they first met in the teacher's office, when Minji's father apologized to them for the fact that his daughter hit Hera, and he justified everything by the fact that Minji does not have a mother and it's hard for her without her. The president recalled how that day, Hyri's mother shouted at Kim and said that this was too little for them to forget about what happened, but the president tried to calm the woman down because it's normal when children behave like this. There's nothing wrong with it. After which he approached Mr. Kim and tried to calm him down, because he did not believe that a man should sit on his knees and ask him for forgiveness. But as it turned out a minute later, it was just a production so that if the president's ratings fell, they could post this story as support for these same ratings. Kim then simply could not believe at all that they could be so hypocritical. After all, their family added to him that being mediocre in Korea is a crime, because if you get old and are left without money, it's a lost cause. Kira was an absolutely uneducated girl and added that she didn't understand how such a mediocrity like him could even give birth to a child and raise him. This is rather not life for her, but a whole lot of suffering. Menji at that moment wanted to fall underground and forget everything that happened to her, and Kim silently endured all these words. But now the president absolutely agreed with him. He was a little hasty with conclusions, and he shouldn't have spoken out like that then and allowed his daughter to talk and offend Minji. He added that he was very sorry that he thought of him as a typical poor loser and forgot that he was also a father and should not have expressed himself like that in front of the children. Therefore, he decided to ask for forgiveness from him for behaving this way and forgetting that he is the same person and from the same environment in which he loves his daughter so much. But he didn't stop there and invited Kim to work for him. He would pay him 100 million a month. It seemed like a lot of money. He would be able to raise his daughter properly. He extended his hand to him and added that in Korea there is nothing worse than the head of a family who has no money, and he considered this an ideal deal, so he invited Kim to agree. Kim stood silently and thought not about what the president had just told him, but that he remembered his wife, who, before her death, gave little Minji into his hands and asked him to fulfill her last wish. After which, he smiled and said that he was absolutely right. Now it was very difficult to be the head of the family, but there is, as always, the same but. And this was because it is really difficult to be the head of a family without money, but being a father is much more difficult, especially since the president himself suggested talking like father to father, but as it turned out, they are both useless fathers. Therefore, now Kim invited him to talk like man to man. He even concedes to him the right to set the rules. The president was already tired of talking to him like a little boy, so he agreed to this proposal. He tried to solve everything quite peacefully, but it seems Kim doesn't want to take this chance. Therefore, he immediately launched the first blow at the man, and it seems he was even able to hit him right in the face. But the blow was not so strong as to pay attention to it. At least it seemed so if you look at Kim, who did not even blink. But the president was not going to stop there and told him that he was too arrogant, and this was not the first time he had to deal with these. President Ju believed that Kim could only talk. He used to be afraid of money and power. But now he was clearly bluffing, so he began to roll up his sleeves to continue his attack. He added that most of all he hates people like Kim, so if he wants to talk like man to man, let him try to hit him. Otherwise, let him be ready to answer for the consequences that await not only him, but also his daughter. The man promised him this because he is Ju Kang-jan, the president of the Jueon Corporation, and personally promises to arrange this for him. The president thought that after such words, Kim would be afraid to hit him, but this was his main mistake, because immediately after this, there was a strong blow, right in the face. Now the director could look bad in photographs. Kim, with tears in his eyes, recalled the last words of his wife, who said that her last wish which she so wanted him to fulfill, was for him to forget about everything that happened before and just protect and raise Minji. After which, he turned to the president and decided to answer his question about what organization he was with, and it was the anti-North Korean task force Baekdu San-won, and his codename was 66. Well, now, since the president himself did not choose the rules of their battle, then Kim himself will decide what suits him best, and with every blow they will correct them. Meanwhile, Harry was at home and was very worried about her father. So every 10 minutes she asked the head of security if her father had called. The man answered her that he hadn't gotten in touch yet, but she shouldn't worry so much, because her father was with the best fighters of their security system, so he was definitely under good protection. Suddenly, the guys who were in car number 1 got in touch with him and told him that Chief Nam was unconscious and very seriously injured. They had huge problems and they needed reinforcements. A new group of mercenaries immediately moved to the place. The boss shouted to them that Chief Nam was in great danger, so they needed to get to their destination as soon as possible. The fight between Kim and the president continued, and the man delivered another excellent blow to the body of Director Ju, who flew a good distance and thus fell into the water. But Kim was not going to end there, so he immediately took the body out of the water and told him to get up, because he hit him quite easily, so he should continue the fight. At that moment, President Ju felt perhaps all the humiliation that Kim felt when he sat on his knees in the teacher's office. But as it turned out, this was an excellent point of view for him. After which he finally rose to his feet and said that this was a real feeling, which was similar to what he felt in his youth. He had not felt this for a long time. But there was no time for talking, so he immediately continued the fight and successfully struck Kim in the face, who did not expect the president to come to his senses so quickly. Unfortunately for him, this did not have a very good effect, because Kim absolutely did not give a damn about all his attempts to return to the fight, so he immediately responded by striking him with a blow, from which the director was again on the floor. After the blow, Kim asked him why he doesn't apologize now, that something bad has already happened. Why did he fall silent? He looked at the president and asked him that he was trying to hush up all the problems that his daughter had created in this way. As soon as Kim wanted to hit the president again, he remembered that they were fighting according to the rules, which meant that it was now his turn to hit the president. Kim thus tried to force such a person to fight until he could no longer move from loss of strength, so he shouted at him to hit him. The director looked at Kim with a frightened face and listened to him telling him that now his only choice is a fight, and if he doesn't want to continue it, then Kim will have to force him to do it. The man inside understood that the pride of this president would force him to continue, because such people cannot give way. As expected, after such loud words, the president began to boil and began to get too angry. Now he had more energy for the fight. He took his phone and started shouting to him that Kim knows nothing about Korea, because even for this phone they can give a lot of money. Kim looked at this man and listened as he shouted to him that not everything can be solved with a fist, after which he began to show him how many contacts he had that no one else had. There were contacts from presidents to ministers. But the man knew what to answer to this. He took out his old phone, which he never threw away, and called his teacher, whom he was glad to hear. He called because he wanted to ask him for something. It was not a difficult request, but it would still take a little effort, after which he asked him in a calm voice, "Is it possible to cut up the Juon Corporation?" The teacher told him that he couldn't tell him for sure. He was not sure that he could disband it, but it was entirely within his power to try to do something, after which Kim once again looked at the frightened look of the president and asked the teacher to do it. As soon as the director asked him what kind of scene he was playing with some unknown caller, his phone suddenly rang, and the legal team of Juon Corporation was trying to call him. He was scared because he didn't understand why they called him so suddenly, but Kim ordered him to answer. Kim told him that living and thinking that he can do everything is not the best idea, because sooner or later a bigger fish will appear, which will make it so that you can drown, and while the director did not understand what happened, Kim asked to call the teacher back later. The president listened to what the lawyers told him and understood that he had just been destroyed, and not only him, but the entire company that he had been creating for years. Suddenly, Mr. Park and Sung-hoon were joined by Minji, who came off the gas and felt great, but she didn't understand where she was and what was going on here. Where was her dad? But then she noticed her father standing downstairs and talking to a man who looked very much like President Ju. What was going on there? The president was too angry, so from such an outburst of aggression, he immediately went into a fight against Kim, who was no longer going to play with him and dealt such a blow from which the man is unlikely to recover. Kim dealt this blow and decided to thank the president, because thanks to him, he was able to find his former determination, which he had been missing so much lately. He did all this just to protect Minji. He didn't care about morals or guilt, because as long as he remained a proud father inside, he didn't care even if he became a shameless father inside. Minji couldn't hold back her tears from such words. Sung-hoon stood nearby and decided to add a few words for her. He asked her not to hate her father. Maybe he doesn't show his care well, but he does it the best he can. But the girl didn't even think about it. She now saw what was really going on in his heart and how much he loved her. So from that moment on, she admired him. Her father, who never answered questions, did not pay attention to her. The one who seemed indecisive actually loved her very much and was full of determination and endurance. All her adult life, she thought that he knew nothing about her, but it was only she who knew nothing about him. Park Jin interrupted her with his laughter because he was very happy to see how grateful Minji was to her daddy, who really loved her very much. He loved such dramatic moments so much. He really liked such moments. The reunion of father and daughter, it was so wonderful and exciting for Pak. But that's not all he wanted to say. He came closer to her and whispered in a quiet voice in her ear that he knew very well that she was now in an emotionally unstable state. But he had a good secret for her. It was a secret about her father that no one should know. Sung-hoon couldn't believe that he could actually tell about it now. While they were talking among themselves about how the child shouldn't know this and similar details, she stood and listened to them attentively, and she became even more interested. Park wanted to tell Minji the story of how he met her father. She didn't know this story, and he actually wanted to tell it more than she did because he thought Kim was a downtrodden introvert, and then miraculously he connected with extroverts. He thought it was a very entertaining story, which he so wanted to share with Minji. North Korea, as everyone knows, is the most closed country in the whole world, and Park Jun was born there. It would seem not the best place in the world, but you don't choose your place of birth. He recalled how one day a major from the North Korean People's Democratic Republic, whose name was Ri Young, came to their school. At first, the man said that he came to them only to recruit a special group for physical education, so he was looking first of all for the fastest and strongest of them, so he immediately asked everyone to raise their hands. Not everyone in the class wanted to get involved with this man. Some were simply afraid of him, others simply did not like sports. But still, out of all the people in the class, there were several who wanted to, so the commander immediately asked them to go out and follow him. As it turned out, they decided to conduct the first exam right at school, so as not to waste a lot of time and immediately select the strongest candidate. And oddly enough, one of the strongest candidates at that time turned out to be Park Jin, who even at such a young age did not leave a chance to his rivals. These so-called examiners wrote down all the details of this guy and told him to get into the car. He suited them, and they were ready to take him with them. And next to Park Jin, there was a guy who was biting his leg, whom the military also invited to go with them, because such perseverance is a very important detail in their work. As it turned out later, this guy was Mr. Kim. But first, they decided to conduct a small test with him and asked him what his name was, after which he raised his head and said that his name was Kim. But before he could finish speaking, one of the military kicked him and said that no one allowed him to raise his head when he addressed. As a result, in their youth, Kim and Park Jin were easily deceived by recruiting people for a physical education group, but in fact they ended up in a detachment of those who were raised for espionage in the south of the country. Kim doesn't really remember anything about how he first arrived at the training base, because they were beaten very badly and made to believe that they were nobody in this world and they were not allowed to do anything without the order of a senior. The only memory that remained from then was that they called him by his number. They didn't have names, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Park, just like Kim, doesn't remember anything since then. The only such vivid memory is that his number was 73, which made his head spin every time he was asked. And also a picture appeared before my eyes of how Kim, when asked what his name was, answered Kim and not number 66, for which he would receive another rather painful blow from which all the internal organs would turn over. At this rate, after 3 months they completely forgot their names, and along with them, who they even were. Training took place every day and each of them was quite brutal. It was on the verge of death and life. It was impossible to imagine what awaited them the next day, if you did survive, because they could be fed poison or thrown into a lake with their hands tied. They were shot at night. Anything could happen, and their main goal was to survive and wake up the next day. After a while, when this training came to an end, in a squad of more than 100 people, only 8 of the best remained, who had passed all the tests and were ready to move on to the next stage. They were put into sparring one-on-one so that each of them could prove that he was stronger than all of those 8 people who remained, and this was the most cruel test in fact, because friends who survive such hell together now need to fight with friend. On the first day of such a test, the fight stopped and number 73 became the worst of all. As punishment for such a miserable fight, he was forbidden to have lunch, and today he will be hungry. Park Jin then decided in his head that he could not die in this place and must definitely get out of it, and number 66 wanted to help him with this, who brought him food, but Park refused such gifts because he did not consider yourself in need. But Kim had his way. He was much kinder than everyone who was in that place. He believed that every day the guy loses only because he doesn't eat and his strength has decreased significantly. So it's worth having a snack and then everything will be completely different. Plus, they were from the same school and should help each other. But before Kim could finish speaking, Pak attacked him and tried to start a fight right in their lounge. But they were lucky that they were stopped in time. They tried hard for 3 whole years, and finally, after so much time, the time came for their first task in life, which they had been waiting for so long. The commander told them clearly and understandably that if they were able to return from this mission, they would become warriors of the Republic and gain incredible glory and honor. So he did not tell them the second option and asked them to complete the last one successfully and return. At first, Puck looked at his colleague number 66 with disgust, but after they endured all the trials together, he began to think of him as his brother, whom he would never abandon in a difficult moment in life. Kim then said that he was a little worried before his first mission, but on the other hand, he was confident in his abilities and wanted to return home as soon as possible and start a family. He so wanted to find a bride and have a child together, but Puck told him not to talk nonsense, because he doesn't even know his name, but wants to start a family. It's better to concentrate on the mission now. They were given a short briefing, after which they were sent to rest, and the next day they were sent on a mission and found themselves opposite the Gangwon Du Villa. But surprisingly, at that moment they were unable to contact anyone at an important moment, as if everything was rigged against them. But in any case, Kim decided that his squad would enter the house, and then they would try again to contact the headquarters. They burst into this house and shouted for everyone to put their hands behind their heads and not move. But instead of the target they were looking for, there was an explosive in front of them, which seemed to go off now that they had opened the doors. And so it happened. An explosion occurred in the house, which was heard throughout the area, after which it is unlikely that anyone could survive. Unfortunately for the guy, it was a trap, thanks to which all his comrades died on the spot. Only he managed to survive. Code 66 began to cry from what he had to go through that day. He lost a lot of his friends, but his brother, who was still there and told him not to cry because the world will not be helped by a man who drools. After which the sudden silence was interrupted by a voice from the walkie-talkie, which ordered the guy to commit suicide for the sake of the Republic, because if he survives, there will be a leak of information that no one needs. But Kim was grabbed by his clothes by his friend, who asked him to swear that he would survive at any cost. This was his first and last request. He begged him not to listen to these shit-eaters. A few minutes after the explosion, the special service was already on the spot, shouting code 66 to raise your hands up and not move. As a result, he survived and was captured. He was transferred to a closed military facility where they began to interrogate him on all points. They asked his name, age, about his family, everything that was possible and impossible. But Code 66 didn't remember anything at that time. So the commander of that department realized that he had been training all these 3 years to go spying in the South, and knew very well that people like this guy were called the Northern Elite. This dialogue was carefully observed by Park Jin, who who at that time had grown his hair and listened to rock music. The commander told him that he was saying very strange things. He was a soldier, but did not want to die. Although I know perfectly well that those who join the army automatically sign a death sentence, which is with them for the rest of their lives, it was not clear to him why to join one. Detachment of the Korean army? But Kim asked him not to say that this man does not know about him, because he is the man who does not want to live at all. He has a duty to his brothers from the service, who gave their lives for him and asked him to live without paying attention to all these commanders. He just wanted to fulfill the last request of his only friend, who died because of his mistake and thoughtlessness. Puck listened to him carefully and understood the guy 100%, so he offered to give him rock and roll, but before that he asked to tell him his name. But the guy wasn't even going to use his head to remember what his name really was. Although he knew this information, he still said that his name was Code 66. Half an hour after their acquaintance, the commander's room was in smithereens and they still could not determine the winner of this fight. They fought on equal terms, so out of fatigue they simply stood and looked at each other. The commander was hiding behind one of the tables that they didn't break and asked the two to leave the room if they planned to continue fighting, but Puck told him that they were done and it wouldn't happen again. After which, he said that this guy did not want to fight with all his might, and he definitely suited them, although he had some problems in aspects of martial art, but he was the one they needed. After their fight, he realized that this guy doesn't give up, and he doesn't think that the guy will allow himself to lose ever again. And as for his skills, he has them. It was immediately obvious, as soon as he entered room. Then the first thing I did was look around in all corners. Therefore, Puck told him that of course he doesn't know what the main task is in the head of Code 66, but since he decided to finish it, then let him not abandon it halfway and fulfill his friend's request, because for him there were only two things in life, fate and duty. The commander decided to talk to him and ask the guy whether to leave him alive or not, but Code 66 did not hope for anything, especially in a foreign country, so if they decide to get rid of him, he asked them to do it quickly and without hesitation. But the commander was not such a bad person and said that in the South they don't just kill people, so we'll still fight. Because he still has his whole life ahead of him, and he will have to learn to live like an ordinary person in an ordinary world. And if he needs help, the commander will be happy to help him. 2 years later, Kim remembers how kind this commander was, and he fulfilled his promise. The guy learned to live an ordinary life in South Korea. But one day, everything changed. The commander called him to his office and told him that it was time to take revenge on the country that abandoned him. And besides, this was a great chance to prove to himself and people that he was a real South Korean. He asked him to become their spy in North Korea and show them his patriotism, and if he does everything right, the commander will recognize him as his own son. Then Kim realized that behind all this mercy, there were ordinary selfish motives that the commander wanted to entrust to the guy. Therefore, from that moment on, he understood that neither the North nor the South, nor anyone but himself, needed him. After the spies left the country, one of the commander's assistants ran to him and reported this. But he was more interested in whether his student had left the country. The officer answered him positively and added that the president was not too happy with this news, because he was worried that there was a North Korean on the staff. This was not the last news for the officer, because the commander told him to tell everyone on the staff and in the detachments that after this mission, they need to get rid of Code 66. The detachment in which Kim was already at the mission site. All the soldiers were fully prepared to complete the task, and in a few minutes, they begin. In the house in which the assault was planned, one of the main commanders of the North signed documents on the attack on the South, and the major who stood behind him could not believe it. Did they really want to open fire on the South? The commander of the Northern troops hinted that they would definitely do this unless the chairman changed his mind. But suddenly, his speech was interrupted by a bullet that hit his deputy right in the forehead and an explosion, after which the same capture group burst into the house. After a few minutes of searching, they found a fairly large amount of evidence that they needed so much, and they were going to leave there. But first, they needed to remove Code 66, as the commander instructed them. The soldier who was supposed to make this shot was not very happy to do this, but he still had to do it, and finally he asked for forgiveness from Code 66, since there is someone who is being disturbed by it and there is no other way to do it. Half an hour later, a detachment of North Korean soldiers arrived at the site of the assault, who were preparing for battle. but they saw only one soldier, and next to him a bunch of bodies, a detachment that had arrived on this mission. Code 66 was the only soldier who was able to survive that night out of the entire squad, and was no longer against the North Korean soldiers trying to arrest him. After they took him with them, they immediately hanged him in one of the basements and began to torture him and use a large number of methods of violence that an ordinary soldier would hardly have been able to endure. Suddenly, the man who was torturing Code 66 and trying to squeeze out as much information as possible from him was interrupted by the general, who came to look at his old friend, whom he had not seen for so long. This was the same man who recruited Kim back at school, and he came to look at the same man who was the only one who survived after that trap in the house. The commander took him to his office and wanted to treat the guy with sweets and food, but Kim looked at all this with disgust and thought only about why they abandoned him then. He tried to ask the commander why they did this. They didn't give him a goal or a reason. They made him forget his name and generally forget everything, so they completely threw him away like garbage. Kim believed that if there was still something human left in them, then they should answer for all this. But the commander was not going to bend under his words and said that everything he was saying now was something the Southerners had driven into his head, and he was just repeating after them. After which, he looked at the guy and told him that he couldn't do anything. An order came from above, which essentially blackmailed him, and he couldn't change anything, so it turned out as it happened. The commander also added that this military system, it is impossible to resist it. No matter how hard he tries to do something, you won't find a way out in any case. He was sorry, and he advised him to have a good rest. Kim understood that all these words were not spoken to him sincerely and that they simply took advantage of his life. In fact, no one needed him, so he felt incredibly offended. It was quite ironic for him that it was North Korea that was the first to grant him freedom, although it just didn't fit in his head and he didn't believe in what was happening. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who told him that there was no point for giants like him to stop in the middle of the road. It could end badly, but then she suddenly became kind, because she thought that he was lost, so she asked what he was doing here. At first, Kim didn't even understand that she was addressing him and not someone else. As it turned out later, he met the same woman with whom he fell in love at first sight, and from that moment, he was ready to stay with her for the rest of his life. And very soon they admitted this to each other. They say that if a person is too happy, he becomes restless in his soul. But all this happiness was interrupted by the same commander who called him to him and said that a mission had appeared for him that he was obliged to fulfill. As it turned out, this was the main reason why he called him to him. He was more interested in finding out what kind of girl he was doing with. The commander clearly told him to rest, but that did not mean going and create problems for everyone around. He was already tired of listening to rumors about Code 66 from every gateway, even though they tried to hide it. The party still seemed to have found out about his presence in this city. The commander wanted to kill him and this girl for this, but Kim was tired of listening to it, and he asked to just tell him who he needs to kill, and he will do it. But in return, he asked the commander to provide him with security and also promised not to touch his girlfriend, to which the commander responded positively. It was important for him that Code 66 remained in his control. The man began to tell him that the Republic was worried about whether they would be able to prevail over the South and win this war. To the guy's surprise, the order that he was not given in the South came to him from the North. Then he added that the great leader was very worried that his eldest son might remove him from his post. Too many problems arise because of him, so the task of Code 66 was to kill the eldest son of a fellow leader. The guy, of course, did not expect that everything in this rotten world was so neglected, and that he would have to complete such a task, but he still agreed because the safety of his woman came first. At the same time, the intelligence command of the Republic of Korea discussed Kim Il, who was the successor to power in the North. They were watching him. He was a damn fanatic of war and everything nuclear. They also received information about his imminent arrival in Harbin. Therefore, for the sake of the Republic of Korea, Park Jin was entrusted with eliminating this guy so that he would not interfere with the authorities. Thus, because of this ridiculous mission, Kim and Park were destined to meet and work together. But they were not the only ones who were disturbed by this guy. So the secret intelligence services also started hunting him and sent young Sung-hoon on this mission. Each of them carried out this mission for different reasons. Some for the sake of the country, some for the sake of their loved one, some for unknown motives, but everyone was ready to do it because a lot was at stake. 2 weeks later, Code 66 received a message that Mr. Il was going to a hotel in Harbin, China, so he headed there and was ready to carry out the mission that was assigned to him. Before sending Code 66 on a mission, the commander gave him several instructions, in which he said that in any case, the matter concerning the air is extremely delicate. The receiver seems to stop for a very short time, so he will need to act very carefully and quickly. Kim at that moment was well aware that settling on the same floor with him would be a huge mistake, because it was quite dangerous, so he chose a room on the floor below, which was directly below Mr. Ill's number. But to his regret, at the front desk he was told that this room was already reserved and they could not rent it out to him. While Code 66 could not figure out who could have reserved this number, whether it was an accident or not, Park Jin had already laid out the equipment he needed and was testing the waters to complete his task. In any case, he had one more option, so he asked to be given a room that was one floor higher, but right above the number of his goal. But the girl from the reception upset him again, because this room was also occupied by other guests. She added to him that this number was reserved literally an hour ago, and the very person who did it was Sung Hoon, who, just like Park Jin, began his work and had already installed wiretapping. From that moment on, Sung Hoon decided that if he went to Korea again, he would definitely install such equipment in Ta-woon's car. It's too good not to use such devices. Therefore, Mr. Kim decided to make a night's move and take the room in which the son of that same ruler was supposed to stay. But 2 hotel employees asked him to vacate this room within a week, to which he reacted absolutely normally, because he understood everything. Code 66 had a relatively good plan to free up the rooms he needed so badly, so he moved into this room to somewhat deceive the guys above and below. Meanwhile, Park Jin and Sung Hoon, using their wiretapping devices, heard a conversation between hotel employees and some man whose voice did not resemble their target in any way, and each of them had the thought that they had made a mistake somewhere. Mr. Kim deliberately acted out a scene in which he pretended that he liked the room so much. The bed was so luxurious, everything was so that his enemies above and below would hear it. After which, Kim did not go around in circles, and simply directly said that he knew that there were those above and below who were also carrying out the mission. He did not know who it could be, but asked for a meeting in front of the square this evening to resolve this issue once and for all. Without further ado, we'll talk to each other and decide everything. Kim was already sitting in one of the small restaurants, where he was waiting for those with whom he had made an appointment, and it seemed that he even stood out a little from the rest, because he had not ordered anything. Suddenly, his old friend Park Jin appeared in front of him, who, as usual, had an incomparable appearance and ordered pork soup with sausages, which was a fairly standard order and did not attract attention in any way. Code 66 didn't expect to see him here. What is he doing here, and why did he come? The man, without panic or worry, answered him that he had some work to do here that needed to be done urgently, and he was so glad to see Code 66, but he also wanted to know what he forgot here. After which Pak advised him to change his clothing style a little, because anyone who looked at Kim's clothes would think that he was suspicious, but Kim did not want to hear a word from him about how he looked. Pak tried to talk to him in a friendly atmosphere and tell him something, but Kim was not going to be friends with him because he had a clear task and he would complete it, so he pointed a gun at the man, to which Pak did not react very well. They exchanged assumptions that they were both here on a mission, so Pak suggested that he calm down a little and put the gun away, since he was also well prepared and would not wait until he was simply shot. After a minute of conversation in which they asked each other questions that had nothing to do with the topic of the conversation, it was clear that they both did not want to start telling what they were really here for. But then they both noticed a guy in a pub who, in their opinion, looked rather strange, and this was understandable, if only because he came to the pub in a kimono and not in ordinary clothes. This suspicious guy, who also seemed crazy to them, was looking right at them, and now Puck was holding back not to laugh at this look. It seems they were right after all, because the guy just came up and sat down at the table with them. Now it was clear who was sitting above and below the victim's number, and Kim understood that strange people always arouse suspicion and attention, and these 2 people were dressed like clowns. But still, Kim was worried about another thing. He had been in China for several days, and had already met 2 Koreans who clearly did not come here on an excursion. Sung-hoon added that this is not surprising, because as for us, all of Kim's actions were predictable, especially how he behaved at the hotel, complete show and nothing more. Park intervened in their dialogue and asked them to talk less about it, because their main task was not actually cheating. But before he could finish speaking, Kim and Song-hoon asked the guy to take off his t-shirt and show that he had nothing like that there. But as it turned out, they were simply annoyed by the way this man was dressed. Koreans don't wear that, much less a white t-shirt, after which Pak had no choice but to cry, so it was time to change the subject. And the first who finally decided to say what he really was here for was Sung-hoon, who without hesitation told them that he had come to destroy the son of the ruler of the Republic of Korea, Kim Il. He didn't ask them to understand it or stop him from doing it. He just had to do it, and that's it. Puck adjusted his glasses, because he was a little shocked by such words, since he had a feeling that Lev had been stolen his prey, because he too, for the same reason as him, but they didn't say a word about them, although he received an assignment from the government, and this is a direct responsibility. Sung-hoon suggested that this could be the beginning of a new war that their states would unleash, but Park did not think so, and in general he asked them not to interfere in his affairs, because no one would stop him, even if he really wanted it. They looked at him and listened to him say that he didn't care whether they interfered with him or not. In any case, if he received a task, he completed it without problems. Sung-hoon first looked at Kim, then looked again at Park and began to laugh so hard that they simply did not understand why they were laughing, because Park did not say anything funny. Park Jin asked him not to laugh like crazy because it would attract too much unnecessary attention, which they really didn't need right now. But Sun was not going to listen to what Puck was telling him and did everything so that the whole pub would pay attention to them, so he cut the table into 2 parts, causing too much sound, which made every visitor look at them. The guy suddenly became too irritated and was not satisfied with the words of this soldier, so he made them talk in the language of fists. Puck, on the one hand, was not against it, but he was worried that his opponent did not quite understand how dangerous this could be for him and what the consequences could be. Without further ado, they started a fight, after Park called Sung-hoon a pubescent taekwondo fighter, after which the first blows began to strike each other. Kim at this time was sitting and remembering the words of his commander, who made it clear to him that if anyone else got involved in this mission besides him, then he would need to destroy everyone who would interfere, and he understood that these 2 should not be an exception. Therefore, he decided to interrupt their fight and ask them why they so easily accept the fact that they will have to destroy the son of the head of state. Is this how native Koreans have fun? And the joke that Pak said, it seemed to the guy that he didn't even think that he was standing in someone's way, so Kim offered to follow him. It was time to let off steam. The guys listened to him carefully and still decided that it was a good idea, but Puck realized that it was not a good idea for them to get into a fight, but it seems they won't be able to solve this issue any other way. This was all good, but Puck first suggested cleaning up after himself, and it seems he didn't mean the leftover food or the broken table, but everyone who stood and watched them. As it turned out, a gang from the Harbin region and the head of this district, Yang Exu, had gathered around them. It was quite interesting to find out what these clowns forgot on the territory of the gang and what did they even do here. After which, he asked them where they were from, to which the 3 of them, with an already angrier look, said that in my opinion it was clear from them that they were from Korea. Sung-hoon didn't wait long and immediately struck at this gang leader, because he actually didn't have time to resolve these so unnecessary issues right now, so he wanted to deal with it as soon as possible. 2 of his not-quite friends joined him, and a few minutes later, the entire pub was in the bodies of this local group, which believed that they could easily deal with 3 Koreans. But it seemed so only at first glance, because they looked at each other and thought that they had already solved the problem with the local bandits. But it seemed that the second round would now begin, because the police arrived at the pub, which the employees called. All the same, they were professionals and understood that contacting the police would not be the best decision, since then I would find out about them and perhaps their operation would fail, so they simply disappeared. The police simply did not understand what happened here, and who could put down an entire gang that had scared the whole city for so many years, but in any case, it was even to their advantage. 3 days later, Kim was sitting in the lobby of the hotel where he had checked in and tried not to attract attention to himself. so he read the newspaper so that it would seem that he was up to something. Suddenly, his observation and wiretapping of the people who were there was interrupted by Sung-hoon, who had not changed his kimono, and it seems that he also decided to leave the room for the first time in 3 days. He started the conversation by saying that he didn't like the feeling he was getting because it seemed to him that they were thinking about the same thing. Kim was not entirely happy to see him, so he asked him to get as far away from him as possible, because sitting in such clothes he was attracting too much attention from the public, which he did not need. But Sung-hoon thought that reading the newspaper and sitting alone was much suspicious, so he invited him to chat so that they would look like friends and naturally, and he also saw their friend come. It was Park Jin, another crazy person, who had similar thoughts with Kim and Sun, and he also left the room for the first time in 3 days. Without hesitation, he sat down next to them and drank his juice, as if nothing had happened. Now it seemed to Kim that all the attention in this hall was directed only to them. Kim decided to ask them, while they are here, do they really expect to successfully complete their missions? He tried to tell them to be more serious and not behave like children, but he was interrupted by Sung-hoon, who clearly and directly told them that he would be the one to destroy the official's son. The guys looked at him with a dissatisfied look, and he continued to say that he would do this so that it would not happen to him, because he had specific reasons to complete this task. Therefore, he added that if they were honest, they both really didn't care who finished him off. The main thing was to get his head, which would prove that the task was completed. Kim listened to the words of this guy and remembered every word of his commander, who told him that he must destroy the target with his own hands, and if he fails, then he will no longer have a reason to protect that girl. After which he stood up and directly told him that this arrangement did not suit him, because he also had personal reasons that he also needed to adhere to. Therefore, Kim in a calm voice asked both of them not to interfere, because if something goes wrong, he will finish them off too. They didn't seem to quite understand what he was talking about, so Kim suggested that they tear off their heads right now, and it seems that a new fight would have happened if at that moment very suspicious people in black had not entered the caf. One of them came to the front desk and asked to give him the key to room 1406, which he had already booked. Kim and the company heard that he wanted to book this room and began to closely observe what would happen next. The man started yelling at the woman at the front desk and told her that how could he be so negligent in his work, because he asked a week ago for this room to be free for his arrival. But after she told him that there were guests there at the moment, he suddenly became very interested. The room was very expensive. Who could stay there? While they were talking to each other, one of the guards decided to take another look at the sofa where the three suspicious men were sitting, but they disappeared as if they had fallen underground. The guys moved to another place, but they still heard everything, and this gentleman's security began to say that they wanted to change the hotel. Without even listening to what the hotel staff suggested, they talked to the guests so that they would leave this room. At that moment, even if no one voiced it, they knew that this task could no longer be completed alone, and each of them would need help, so it was better to work together. They realized that they look suspicious and that they will have to be careful. Since the main plan is no longer relevant, now an information war is beginning, and the more there are, the better. Therefore, after sitting and thinking for a while, they decided that they would work together, even though each of them did not like it. At first it was very surprising, but their thoughts were so similar and they decided together that when the right time came, they would come to the hotel at the same time. Sung-hoon understood that the only thing they had to fear was the bodyguards, because they had no information at all about the composition of the personal guard. But Puck noticed the fact that there were now 3 of them, and there were now much fewer reasons for excitement. For example, he was now not at all afraid. Kim listened to both of them and decided to summarize that, in any case, they start at 2 in the morning, and by then everyone should be ready and, if possible, not be late. What was also very surprising for Kim was that their actions also coincided, as the 3 of them gathered 3 hours before the appointed time in front of the Laoming Hotel. Each of them came up with their own excuses for why they gathered at the meeting place so early, but in the same way, each of them understood that the other's reason was a lie. The security guard who was at the entrance to the hotel had just uttered the words who they were when 2 blows from Kim and Sung-hoon flew at him at once. It was not so much teamwork as just a simultaneous action. But this was not the case with everyone, because Park Jin ran forward and told the target's guards that there were strange people who had attacked one of their guards, and he himself ran inside the hotel. Kim didn't play with such things, so he took out a pistol and simply opened fire on each of the guards who approached him. There wasn't much time for a fight. Park Jin's joy did not last long. While he was watching his friends deal with the security guard, then a big man suddenly approached him and dealt him such a strong blow that his body was literally slammed into the ground. This big guy's name was Moon Taebum. He was 224 centimeters tall and weighed more than 140 kilograms. This big guy was going to let anyone near his boss, but at the moment, it even seemed to him that he had just hit a girl, not a guy. One of the security chiefs, whose name was Lee Mancio, turned to Sung-hoon, saying that he knew him very well and had heard a lot about his fights. Kim at this time decided that these two would be a distraction for him, which he would use to get to the target as quickly as possible and destroy it. He moved exclusively according to the map, and after a little time, he was at the target, namely above number 306, where it seemed the target was located. At that moment, he could not believe his eyes, because between the security of the big shot was she, the same girl for whom he did all this. She saw it just like he did and said code 66 out loud. She looked at the top and asked him to come down. They need to talk as soon as possible, especially since the topic of conversation has long been known, code 66. The target security heard that the girl was talking about code 66 and immediately turned to her so that she would report it to them, but at the same moment the bullets that Kim fired at them appeared in their heads. The girl reacted as if she had seen this 1,000 times already, after which Kim got out of the ventilation and asked her to explain in more detail what all this means. Because now he sees how she behaves like a crazy person, who breaks his heart, which makes him cry. She only asks questions in response. Does he want her to explain herself? What will happen if she doesn't? Suddenly, a man appeared in the room, pointing his finger at the girl and telling Kim that her name was M&A, and she was an ordinary doll in the hands of a puppeteer, after which he asked him if he had heard about K's crew. These were the people who were using Kim's powers right now, and M&I is one of these people, and when they no longer need him, they will simply throw him out, and that's the end of it. In other words, the commander explained to him that both the commander and this girl were using him to carry out their plan. He knows this for sure. This man's name was Bel Daniel, and he was one of the main guards, and he also believed that Kim was simply sent into a trap. Simply put, Kim understood that for Lee Yun-ren, among the people who were eager to stage a coup, he was the most suitable candidate. His existence was irreplaceable. He was a special person, but the commander was going to accustom him to a different life. So K's crew was sent to an infiltration operation and dispersed throughout the territory where he lived all this time for 6 months. He was simply blatantly deceived. The man who opened his eyes to Kim was a little puzzled and was not entirely sure that this was the same code 66 about which legends circulate, but the girl confirmed this information. Well then, if the information is confirmed, then they no longer need the garbage, and in the future there is no point in its existence. So he took out a gun and was going to remove the girl from his life, to which she agreed. But Kim, who helped her and saved her life, did not agree with this decision. He was not going to just watch a woman being killed. Kim himself didn't understand why he did this, because falling in love with a doll is the worst thing. This girl was simply used, just like he was. In principle, perhaps because of this, kind of sympathy arose. The man was not happy with this, and he added that M&I was given a large role in the coup. He was lenient towards him, but now if Kim does not get rid of him here and now, then there will be huge problems. Kim asked him a response question in which he wanted to know whether the man would allow this girl and him to live in peace if he killed everyone around him. If he destroys everyone and burns everything here to the ground, won't he deserve to live? But the man was not going to listen to all this nonsense and told him that if he wanted, he could try. Of course, because it's not for nothing that he is called an abandoned child. While they were talking, Sung-hoon was fighting with a security guard, and it was very surprising for him to hear compliments in his direction from opponents who were his fans and watched his every fight. But even taking into account all these skills and experience, one of the security chiefs still considered him just an empty place who did not even have basic combat skills. He did not believe that Taekwondo was such a strong martial art that it could surpass his skills. but after some time of fighting, he still admitted that the guy held himself well. It was really hard for Sung-hoon to fight this man. His punches were very difficult to follow, and sometimes it seemed that he was really much stronger than him. The man pelted him with blows, one after another, and with different techniques that Sung-hoon didn't even hear, so all he could do at that moment was keep his defense. But still, such protection is not eternal, and sooner or later he dealt such a strong blow that he simply knocked the master off his feet and told the guy that he did not know as many blows as needed. While Sung-hoon was sitting and moving away from such strong blows, the man continued to speak. It seemed like very unnecessary words, that the guy does not deserve to be the face of the country and represent it at such competitions. It would be better if he went to dance. From such words, Sung-hoon began to boil even more. But still, he collected his thoughts and now agreed with the man that he had completely forgotten about the base that needed to be used in every fight. The man laughed at him and suggested that the guy did not fully understand what he was telling him, but it was not difficult for the head of security to explain to him again that spinning skills are useless in battle. While they were running at each other, the boss told him that his youngest son was still in kindergarten, but was already studying Taekwondo, and he had good success in it. He began to tell him this because his son once asked him who would win in a fight between Master Hong from TV or his dad, to which the man replied that of course he, because his father was the best, and now it was worth keeping his words. Sung-hoon told him that instead of showing off in front of his son, he suggested that he show him some basic rotation skills in battle, one of which was a high jump, which was quite unexpected for the man, but there was no time to come up with a counteraction to this, so Sung-hoon successfully struck him directly to the body. As it turned out, Sung-hoon simply watched how the man fought and studied all his techniques for his future fights, and after he understood everything, this fight became not entirely interesting to him, so he decided to immediately end it and knock out the man with the strongest blows. Finally, he told him that he remembered all the basic attacks very well, so he asked him to tell his son that his father lost the fight against Master Hong. As soon as Park Jin moved away from the blow of this big guy, he decided not to give him a single chance, because it was a blow from under the head, so Park carried him out of the building and simply lifted him above his head. The big guy was shocked, because he weighed like a rock and it was almost impossible to just lift him over his head, but this guy did it almost effortlessly. Fangan, Southern Province, Suncheon District, was an ancient settlement in which many enterprises operate. Therefore, this village remains the record holder in the entire Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And now, for the first time, someone simply lifted him above his head and held him for more than 1 minute. It was very difficult to believe. After which, Puck shouted that the rock was just a rock and threw him with all his strength straight to the ground. It seems the big guy will not return to battle soon. His total weight is 140 kilograms, and right now all the vertebrae of his back and neck are ringing out that being so heavy is not at all good. But still, the big man was not as weak as it seemed to Puck, because immediately after such a blow, he stood up and called Puck a little bastard. But today, thanks to him, he experienced something new. Based on everything that the big man saw, his analysis was based on the fact that this guy was exactly the same as him. Puck looked at him with a smile and was incredibly glad that this carcass didn't just give up, and yet he got up to continue the fight. It was funny for him. Beldon Yell called Kim a brat and told him that if he just tries to do something, he will certainly shoot him and his doll, which he so wants to save too. Although suddenly the man realized that there was never any need to talk, just like that, and still pulled the trigger of his pistol and shot straight at Kim. He so wanted to capture him alive, but now there was no choice left, so he shot him right in the heart area. The point was that they had the chairman of the standing committee under surveillance, so just taking him away wouldn't be a problem, right? However, just like with his desire to give them a chance in their first meeting, everything is not so simple because he came here precisely because he knew that Kim would be here. After the next shot, he leaned down on his knees and told him that he should have just turned everything upside down. Don't they really understand that they will be thrown at the first opportunity? Kim was almost dying from 4 wounds that were incompatible with life, but still somehow heard every word of the one who shot him. After which Belle Danielle turned to M&A and said that the mission was completed, so all she had to do was finish off Code 66 and then commit suicide so that there would be no information leakage. She looked at him with incomprehension, so he added to her that he could do this himself, but he really wanted her to express respect for the party in this way. M&A snatched the gun from his hands and was ready to carry out the order that was from the party that she loved so much. But still she has a few words that she would like to say in the end. It was very important for her, after which she said that the party ordered her to fall in love with the guy, but she actually did it. She never disobeyed the orders of her fatherland, and everyone knows this, so she will do the same this time, to which she heard the pops that Danielle created with his own hands. This was not surprising for him, because he also considered her a truly devoted person, because even at such a moment she passed the test and was very useful to the party. After which he added that she had proven her loyalty to the party, so he told her not to worry. He would tell her everything, and he began with the fact that Lee Yun-ren was simply using her. The big guy was throwing counterpunches at Puck that weren't so easy to dodge, so he still missed a few of them. But it is worth noting that their fight was on equal terms, and Park Jin, in turn, also did not just stand there and struck back no less weaker blows. Sung-hoon watched this fight, and he was even wondering who would emerge victorious in it, so he reserved the right not to interfere and just watched it. But as soon as he admitted that most likely he would have been knocked out here right away if he had missed so many blows, so he decided to run into the house and help there. While he was looking for the very room in which the ruler's son and Kim, who apparently followed him, were supposed to be, in the corridor he saw Danielle and Emine, who were just leaving this room. Without hesitation, they immediately opened fire on him, but he managed to jump over the wall, and thanks to this, he essentially survived. While the man was shooting at him, he realized that judging by the way the guy spoke, he was also from South Korea, and it seemed to him that 2 agents were too much. Sung-hoon understood perfectly well that apparently he didn't get here alone, but why were only these 2 leaving the office? The man continued to shoot and at the same time shouted to him about who sent him here and what does it have to do with Code 66? Was he also sent by Lee Yun-ren? Sung-hoon understood perfectly well who Code 66 was, because that's exactly how Kim introduced himself back then. But how does this guy know about this? Is the guy really dead? And who is this girl? Danielle seemed to read the guy's thoughts, and answered him that his friend crawled out of the ventilation pipe, and he shot him, which, in fact, would do to him. But first he wanted to find out how South Korea sent them here. It was such a strange method for the guy to climb through the ventilation when even inexperienced agents were expecting this path. Long before the operation, each of them thought about putting on a bulletproof vest that would help them if the active phase of shooting suddenly began, but it was so heavy that they could significantly lose speed. But Pak convinced them of this. Of course, they won't completely stop the bullets. If they hit it, it will be very painful, possibly an injury. He can only reduce the shock. If you're unlucky, you can crash in shock, but in any case, it's better than dying. The guys still refused to put it on because of its weight, to which Puck told them that they were such weaklings, and it infuriated him when he tried so hard for them, and they also turned their noses up. Danielle continued to shoot and thought that nothing and no one could stop him, but suddenly, Kim's voice, which suddenly appeared behind him, gave him doubts, after which he realized that now it was not as good as he thought. Kim managed to twist his arm before he decided to shoot at him and told him, looking straight in his eyes, that the man was mistaken when he said that his only way out was to die. After which he responded with a kick and asked him not to yelp such things to him anymore, because he is here only because he wants to live normally. Kim recalled the words of Pak, who told them before the mission that he would definitely survive. He was sure of this for the sake of his homeland, because there he still had a lot of unfulfilled tasks. And in the same way, he advised his colleagues not to die, but to continue to live. They also have reasons to fight with all their might for this wonderful life. Therefore, Kim told Danielle that he had lost a bunch of his comrades, went through hell, and was not going to die just like that. He would live and cling to life with all his might. Kim understood that love was useless, but the fact is that a man needs at least some kind of romance, and this was his woman, whom he would protect at any cost. But Danielle found it so funny that he covered his face with his hand so that it would not be so offensive to Kim. He almost cried because of this. He asked him not to say that again, because this is real life, not some movie. Does he still not understand what is happening? Danielle believed that all these guys were just dolls, not people, and they were well trained to be like that all their lives, M&A would never love him and would never be sincere with him. After which, he added that he would never have come here. Knowing that it was a trap, he was only wasting time in this damn place. The man was not going to listen to this nonsense anymore, and went on the attack. Using a fairly simple technique, he threw Kim over himself and threw him to a comfortable distance for him. He turned to him and once again said that Kim is just a brat, and also so stupid because they are all here only to arrest the murderer of the chairman of the standing committee. At some point, the big guy began to defeat Puck, and there was no time for jokes. Something had to be thought of, otherwise he would be left here to die. But Pak was not going to give up, and only repeated that fate gives him the strength to continue to fight, and in order to survive, he will do everything possible, because so many things still await him. The big man stood over him and told him that with every blow he felt so alive and wanted this feeling to haunt him forever. Therefore, he did not wait any longer and dealt several more crushing blows to Park, and along the way told him that he was well aware that quiet Korean bastards like him were disappointed every time they saw him. He continued to beat Pak and prove to him that in this world you can achieve prosperity and a normal life, only with a gun in your hands. But most of all, he didn't like Koreans who think that they know everything in this world, especially with such hairstyles. He believed that they all have such careless hairstyles that with such a nest on their heads, they will never be able to understand anything. Puck suddenly lost consciousness, and his memory gradually began to turn off, and he found himself in some incomprehensible world in which the same crazy rock fans like him stood in front of him. All of them were world rock stars, whom he knew very well, so he began to scream with happiness that he was seeing them live. At least it seemed so to him, but they tried to calm him down and tell him that this was not the case now. One of them started yelling at Puck because their spirit of rock was offended by him and they urgently need to fix it. He told him that peace, the symbol of peace, long hair, the symbol of resistance, were insulted, and this was unacceptable, and now a lot depended on Pak. All of Korean rock now depended on only one person, and they are very much counting on his strength to save it. The big man picked up Puck's small souvenir on which a skull was drawn, and at that moment, Puck woke up and asked him to put this thing back in its place, because he doesn't like it when his things are touched. It was too expensive for him, so he didn't want a guy like that to touch it. Park straightened his hair and explained to him that it was a special tuner that was designed for playing the guitar, an instrument that would allow Korean rock music to take a step forward. And if the big man didn't believe him, then he could try to break it, and then he would experience a feeling of shock from the people of rock, and at that moment his fist was already near the big man's face. The blow was so strong that the guitar tuner flew into the sky, and the big guy regretted everything he had just said to Puck. But Puck didn't stop there and continued to beat the man so that he would remember for the rest of his life what real rock is. At this moment, Moonabum realized something, that now he was shocked by this giant, and if he is not vigilant in the future, he might die here. Always in a position of strength, right now Moonabum stood there awkwardly with an awkward stance and took blow after blow from Park. And after a short time, he still could not withstand so many blows, after which he was defeated and lay on the floor unconscious. Park Jin showed him what real rock is and how strong it can be. But still, to his disappointment, this was not the last opponent for today, and a whole bunch of strange people gathered behind him, who were in the same suits as this big guy. Bel Danielu was so funny because the guys think that they can just kill them all here and calmly leave with M&A from here. It was so funny, even though he knows that the heads on their shoulders are not particularly efficient, but sometimes they can sensibly assess the situation. He looked them straight in the eyes and said that they still had a chance to surrender, and then they could come to a peace agreement. But suddenly Park Jin ran into the corridor, shouting to his friends that they were all crazy, but he didn't mind having a rock concert here with a bunch of fans. All the same, Bel Daniel was mistaken about the fact that the guys' heads were not functional, because Sung Hoon called the very head of the gang they beat up and said that he would wait for his gang at this place so that they could try him take revenge. But when they arrived, they saw only ordinary people in suits, who were not so friendly towards them, but still they were very angry and were sure that these clowns in suits would not prevent them from finding Patlatojo. Sung Hoon told them all that they should thank him because it was his kind of insurance that they used if something went wrong. After which, Kim decided to answer Belle Danielle's question. Now he was sure that he could calmly leave here with Emine, and none of them would bother him. Together, they began to beat Belle Danielle for all the dirty words that he dared to say, and it was very difficult for him to envy him. He lay near one of the walls and thought that things couldn't get any worse, but this was his next mistake, because he saw Park Jin flying at him to deliver the final blow to his face. Shouting that this was a blow from a rock star, he still missed, and to be more precise, it was Belle Danielle who was able to dodge the blow, which caused incredible surprise in the guy. After which he grabbed him by his shirt and began to circle around him, waiting for the right blow to strike. Kim and Sung-hoon watched this carefully, and were not surprised by this, since they understood that the security department at this level would not be able to oblige them to be masters of martial arts and just get rid of this man. Although he was one of the most senior guards, he had no less strength than the others, so they were enough for him to put Park down, after which he asked Kim and Sung-hoon if they were brothers. Of course, this was not entirely true, but he was tired of listening to this bunch of insolent people who came here from another country and want to tell him something, so he took a little breath and went into battle again. He dealt some pretty nasty blows and seasoned it all with the words that he incredibly wanted to send the guys to the grave after their grandfathers. Belle Danielle wanted to close their mouths, and if he had to, he would sew them up so that they would never say a word again. The man fought with both of them at once, and in fact it deserved respect. But Kim intervened in Sung-hoon's thoughts and reminded him that he needed to concentrate as much as possible, because they still don't know what this guy is up to. As expected, Belle Danielle was not going to fight fair, so he ordered Emine to give him a gun so that he could shoot these guys and forget about their existence once and for all. The girl listened to the man and raised the pistol, after which she reloaded it, and it seemed that the boys were now facing reprisals. Belle Danielle shouted at her with all his might, so that she should not stand like a statue with him, but shoot at these assholes. The fight on the street suddenly stopped for a few seconds, because each side heard the sounds of shots, behind which it was unknown what stood. The girl still shot, contrary to all the boys' hopes. But it seems she made a choice in favor of Kim and his friends, so the bullet ended up in the body of Belle Danielle, who could not have expected such a turn of events. She did this for a reason and knew exactly what she wanted. Before the shot, she remembered the moment when she and Kim were alone in the room and he gave her a sign that he had not died, but simply lost consciousness, and if she really loved him, she would remain silent. That's what she did. Right in front of Belle Danielle, she took the man's pulse and felt his heart still beating, but didn't say a word to the man about it, and only said that he really died. Belle Danielle was bleeding from the shot and could not believe that they had agreed. How is this even possible? The girl looked him straight in the eyes and finally added that when the party ordered her to sincerely fall in love, she carried out this order without question and fell in love with Kim for real. Moreover, this man risked his life for her. How can a woman just watch her lover being killed because a man forgot that there is nothing worse than a woman in love? After that, they heard the police appear on the street, arresting everyone who was involved in the fight on the street, and they were ready to go inside. Kim realized that they needed to leave immediately, otherwise they would just as easily be arrested and then it would be difficult to escape. Emine told them that most likely if she went with them, they would be caught, after which she added that even a short meeting with Kim made her so happy. But she still decided and asked him to forget about all her mistakes and live without her, because she couldn't be with him. Kim couldn't hold back his tears and couldn't understand why she decided that way. Sung-hoon understood perfectly well that if they didn't leave now, then it would be too late. He, of course, didn't know what the relationship was between them, but he still decided to take Kim with him. She thanked him for his help and finally said that everyone should go their own way. While they were running away, Sung-hoon told Kim that he could curse him without any problems if he wanted, but he would always be sure that he did absolutely the right thing. But Puck decided not to just leave this situation and took the girl with him, although before that he had to knock her out a little, but these are just details. Sung-hoon didn't understand why he did it, but Park was sure that he was doing everything absolutely right, because it was about romance, which is so important in a man's world. He asked Hoon in response why he was running away with this child, who was wanted by 2 countries. The guy replied that he was just helping him and that's all. They decided that it was time for them to choose the best place to go, and Sung Hoon suggested heading to a laundry where they launder money and citizenship, and the big advantage of this place was that the owner was Korean. Puck understood perfectly well that the guy was going to lie low so as not to attract attention, but still decided to ask him if this pawn shop or laundromat existed. Sung Hoon turned to him and said that he himself was not sure about this, but he was more interested in what they would do with these two. Kim and Aminai had already regained consciousness at this time and could not let go of each other even for a minute. It seemed that there were really strong feelings between them that would be impossible to break, and Pak at one moment thought that he was imagining it all. As soon as Sung Hoon started talking about the fact that they urgently needed to change their clothes, some girl ran in front of him, who was all in tears and screaming that she hated her boyfriend. Now, this group of people had no doubt that they had come to where they needed to be. This was the best laundry in China, and it was by no means a disgusting place run by the handsome Pyongyun, from whom the girl had just run away. This handsome guy was 72 years old, and of course his age did not stop him from having fun with his girls. But then he noticed how guests suddenly came to his pawn shop. It was more like not a pawn shop or a laundromat as Sung Hoon called it, but like a nightclub that worked around the clock, and they didn't fully understand why they came here. Kim approached Sung Hoon and asked his new friend who this guy was who was looking at them so intently, but the guy himself didn't know completely, so he answered him that most likely this is the one who they need so much. Kim couldn't believe that he didn't know him and brought them to this place, but their dialogue was interrupted by Mr. Pyongyun, who knows who they are and knows that these are the same guys who screwed up at the Harbin Hotel. He had already heard some rumors. He heard that they wanted to kill the heir of North Korea. But he was more interested in what they were thinking when they came here. Did they really think that they could expose him? This is funny. Sung Hoon answered him that if this was their main goal, then they would not have come here openly. He was more interested in the laundering talent of this handsome guy. So Hoon asked him to shut up and do his job. The handsome guy decided to play a scene and said that it was too harsh, like a knife in the heart. His girls even thought that he was talking seriously. Puck also decided so and didn't understand why there were such legends about this old man if he was so weak. But his thoughts were interrupted by one of the man's guards, who decided to go into battle for no reason, and the rocker was very lucky that he managed to dodge, because the blow was actually very strong. The attack was simultaneous, and not only on Pak, but also on the rest of the guys, who unexpectedly expected such a warm meeting. But the girls slightly underestimated who they decided to attack, because they were soldiers with experience who dealt with them in a few seconds, and Hun repeated his request again, because they didn't have much time. Handsome Pyongyun stood up from his seat and told him that it was very rude, and it was not appropriate to behave like that in his holy temple. Suddenly, he appeared right in front of his face and asked the guy to repeat everything he had just said. But without waiting for the guy to start talking, he decided to start telling some things himself. In this world, he hated two types of people: the first from whom they ask for help without having money, and the second who have neither money nor willpower. Puck was not going to listen to all this nonsense and told him in response that they have no equal in willpower, so the handsome guy is very mistaken on this score. Pyongyun doubted his words a little, so he suggested that right now he test his self-confidence and willpower. The Heavenly Pawn Shop, as it was called by those who work in it, is a place where money laundering is carried out not only in China, but throughout the world. Money, a past personality. In this place, they could launder anything and any way they wanted. And most importantly, if you win a table battle with the bar owner Pyongyun, then all services will be absolutely free. The real catch to this was that no one had succeeded in doing this before, and the only thing the participants in this quiz got was a trip to the hospital. This also guarantees the reliability of the wash. There were many who took the plunge with very strong drink, but in all 50 years of history, Pyongyun did not allow anyone to defeat him. Kim sat down at the table with this experienced alcoholic with the thought that this test was nothing compared to what he'd already gone through in his entire life. He could not be defeated like this. But this time, Kim really didn't calculate his strength and was able to drink only 2 bottles, which seems to be the anti-record in history. Puck thought that this child was rather useless. If he did not adapt to such a society, then where could he learn to drink? Now it was his turn, and he was ready to win this fight. The handsome man didn't mind, so he called the long-haired one to sit down and start this game. They began to drink and pour into themselves an incredible amount of alcohol, all different kinds, which could knock out any person in this world. Puck turned out to be a tough opponent for this handsome guy. They had already drunk as many as 3 boxes of alcohol, and were not going to stop there. Hong looked at this picture and understood perfectly well that even though Pak had come so far, he was still at his full limit, and soon his strength would fade away, although he was still trying. At the same time, Pyong-gyun did not even change his face, and it was already clear who won and who lost. So it was necessary to stop him so that he would not be tolerated in the same way as Kim. Pak no longer seemed to understand what he was doing and would not stop fighting. But Hun was wrong, because the guy realized that Hun was trying to stop him and told him not to come, because he promised himself that even if he died from this, he still will give up. One could only envy this guy's willpower. They were still drinking and didn't even notice what was happening around them. Handsome Pyong Ga-yoon also noticed that this guy was the most interesting opponent he had met in recent years of this competition, so he asked for more wine so that they could continue. He started shouting to the whole hall so that everyone should continue dancing and bring more wine. They must drink it before the end of dawn. Otherwise, it was all in vain. It seemed that Puck would end the competition here, and the handsome man ordered to bring even more alcohol. But one of the employees of that bar approached him and told him that, unfortunately, the alcohol had run out, and he was so pleased to hear this. He had not had so much fun for a long time. Pyong-gyun saw that the guy was doing well and was still ready to drink. How could they determine who won? But at that moment, Hun got in the way and struck Pak to knock him out. Now the winner is known. So did he offer to get down to business, take the deposit and do his job? Or is this not a pawn shop? Pyong-gyun took off his glasses and still agreed that it was a pawn shop. So he was interested in finding out what the player Sung-hoon needed from him? Hoon was a little surprised that Pyong-gyun knew him. But as it turned out, Pyong-gyun knew him thanks to the Olympics in which he participated. He's a big fan of guys like Sung-hoon. But he still didn't understand why such a celebrity was participating in such an adventure. At that moment, footage flashed before Hong's eyes when he was forced to join the army, although at that time it seemed to him that he had won a gold medal and thus protected himself from this. But they explained to him that his skills and abilities would be needed in many places, so he would have to receive appropriate training. The country's Ministry of Security informed him about this. Sung-hoon that day was simply incredibly disappointed and asked them to find some other way, but they made it clear to him that there was no other choice since the army really needed him. The ministry workers, all they could do at that moment was laugh at him and tell him to kill the ruler's successor, who came up with all this, but it seems at that moment the guy took it too seriously. From that moment on, Sung-hoon understands that if the guy is removed from his position for some reason, he will not have to go into the army. Pyong-gyun thought that this act was too noble for a guy like Sung-hoon. The handsome guy gave him the answer that he could help him and that long-haired guy who competed with him, but he wouldn't help the guy in the cap and his girlfriend. Then Sung-hoon said that there was no point in all this. At first, Pyong-gyun didn't understand why he thought this, but after Hoon explained to him that they all came here and did all this just to help that guy in the cap, it became a little clearer. So it all came down to the fact that if handsome Pyong-gyun doesn't help this guy in the cap and that girl, then the solution is that he won't help them either. In order for this grandpa to help them, Sung-hoon knelt down and began to beg him to help them, because they had no other choice, and if they don't get out of this swamp now, then it will be completely late. Even Pyong-gyun was shocked by this turn of events, because kneeling was too much even for him. The guy recalled the picture of how Kim and his lover were glad that they were together again, and although this in truth had nothing to do with him and would not affect him in any way, he understood that saving them would be the right decision. But this time he is ready to be a stupid child who wants to help everyone around him, and Kim is no exception. Handsome Pyong-gyun liked the guy very much. His heart is really kind. So he still decided that he would help the guy and his friends, but still warned him that kneeling down to pay would not be enough next time. Pyong-gyun put them on a boat with the help of which they can cross to wherever they need to go. After some time, Park recovered from his alcoholic intoxication and went out onto the deck to talk with Hoon. He understood that they had been helped to wash off, and the problem had been solved, although he did not fully understand how this happened, but still suggested that Sung-hoon go and get some rest from all this. But the guy looked at him with a blank face and ignored him. He was all in his thoughts about what he did, and was it right? On top of that, Pak was quite surprised that they had to make such concessions to solve this problem. Sometime before they got on the boat, Pyong Ga-yeon called his old and very good friend, who was ready to help him under any circumstances, so he asked a friend for one request. But when this comrade heard from him what he needed to do, he still had to refuse even Pyong-gyun, because this request was too risky an option. He also added that the VIP client was very dissatisfied and complained because he was still alive and all his plans had gone downhill. Choi Ki-hyun was the name of this man. He summed up that North-South relations are now very unstable, and he is not sure that he can cope with such a request, so he wanted to abandon this idea. But the handsome Pyong-gyun had something else to say to this man, so he added that he knew very well that they wanted to get rid of the son of Lord Il-kim, so he asked his friend not to look at this situation so clearly. The relationship between the North and the South is not a matter of one day, just like the relationship between husband and wife. After peace there is always war. Has history ever been different? In addition, the handsome man had one very important argument in his favor, and that was that this guy who needed to be transported could bring incredibly much benefit in the future, because he is part of an elite squad in North Korea, which Park Do-san always wanted so much. He meant that if they help this guy now, then in the future I will be able to create this elite spy squad, which will belong to Park Do-san and will obey only him. So he asked the man to think again about what would be more beneficial for him and what he would like to do now. In addition, he could provide him with all the guarantees for the success of this deal. It was a really profitable deal for him. This guy was able to set his sights on assassinating the president of Korea. Who could stop him? The man nevertheless agreed to this. One of the good reasons was that he perfectly understood that the handsome man would do it in any case. But this way, he could gain at least some benefit. But still, he had one very important condition. Pyong-gyun did not understand what they were talking about, and since when they were setting conditions for them, but it was interesting to listen to what he would say next. At that moment, each of them realized that the handsome man was helping them for a reason because, as it turned out, he was a person who was trying to grab onto any opportunity where he could benefit, and this situation was no exception. After talking with his friend, he turned to them and said that they had heard everything. In order for them to get to Korea, they needed to disguise their identity so that their own mother would not recognize them. There was one catch, namely this girl. The guy would go with his friends, but she would have to sail 2 days later and on a completely different boat. They couldn't do anything else. It was not so simple with her personality, but Kim was not going to remain silent in this case and said that he was categorically against this, but no one wanted to hear his opinion. While they were trying to explain to him that there was no other way, and if he had any ideas on how to do it differently, then let him suggest, but he was distracted by the girl herself, who wanted to say something to her lover. It seems she understood the seriousness of the situation and asked Kim not to worry and to do as the handsome man told them, because on the one hand, he was really right. He also added that there is no need to worry so much in this matter. You just need to do everything gradually and according to the plan. All he needs is the address where he will need to send the girl, and he will do the rest himself. Still, he had to agree to this, because essentially there were no other options. Everything was fine until the moment when Sung-hoon said that he had a strange feeling of anxiety, as if something was wrong here, but I could understand what was going on. In any case, they will understand how everything went only tomorrow, but his experiences still seemed to be eating him up from the inside, and Puck noticed this. Therefore, he decided to cheer up the guys a little, because both Kim and Hoon did not look very good. He asked them to stop worrying, but rather to cheer up and then everything would be fine. If a person fell, then he needed to get up. Kim remembered every moment when M&A finally gave him her photograph. That's all the girl had at that moment, but she hoped that they would meet again and then she would take it back from him. This would be such an incentive for them to see each other again, though once. The guy didn't even imagine that after this farewell, he would never see her again, and these were her last words that she could tell him. 10 years later, the detachment met its commander at one of the military bases, which was outside the city. As it turned out, this commander was Kim, who after that incident devoted himself entirely to service, and this time once again returned from a mission and looked for the Major General. As soon as Kim entered the office of General Jung Joon, who greeted him only with a smile, because the guy completed his task as perfectly as he could. It couldn't have been better, so he could only applaud him. Kim has since traveled all over the North. He even found out that North Korea had been given new weapons, but his main task was to find at least one clue that could somehow help him in his search with M&A, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything found. The guy was even in the same pawn shop that sent her to who knows where, but the owner tirelessly repeated that he couldn't tell him anything, or he simply didn't know anything himself. There was only one question in his head: where could she have gone? But now he had a new hope, which they promised to give him at headquarters when he completed the mission. Namely, they would let him go for a while. First of all, he decided to go to the nearest workshop, where they could help him repair the watch that the girl gave him, but the master told him that it was too old and most likely they could no longer find parts for such a model. The only option he offered him was to change the mechanism itself, or it would be easier to find a new watch for this photo. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a woman who came to visit the master and quite surprised the man with her presence. He decided to ask her why she suddenly came here, because she was supposed to be at some training camp, but she said that she was meeting with Soo-jin, but the man had no idea who she was. But as it turned out, the woman had already told him, a polite girl who volunteers with her, and her character is so warm and she is a very kind girl. In general, she really liked her. She would be a wonderful daughter-in-law. Several hours have already passed since the opening of the tent where you can get free food, and Soo-jin is already a little tired of working. But still, she is doing a good deed, and because of this, her strength was suddenly restored. Suddenly, a guy came up to her with a tray and decided to talk to her a little, asking if she works here all day. To which she answered him that she works here every day and will be there tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and probably for a very long time, which made the guy a little uncomfortable, because this is so human, so he decided to ask if he could come here in the same way. She answered him that of course she could if she wanted, after which Kim added another question in which he wanted to know if it was true that she would be here every time he came. At that moment, the girl was already thinking a little, because she didn't understand why they were asking her such persistent questions, because she seemed to have already answered him that yes. But then, when she raised her head a little higher, she saw Kim looking at her with tears in his eyes and repeating that he had finally found her. They didn't wait more than a minute and immediately decided to kiss, because they hadn't seen each other for so long. But the girl still asked him to wait a little with such an influx of feelings, because something inside her was tormenting her incredibly. So much time had passed and she was a little ashamed, so she asked him to at least turn off the light. The next morning, Kim noticed the flowers on her table and wondered a little about their origin. Soo-jin interrupted his thoughts and told him that these are flowers of Japanese youth. They can also mean devoted love. After which, Kim suddenly became interested in asking her how things were going all this time. Why did she never come to him? She came out of the shower and couldn't answer all these questions right away. So first, she apologized to him and said that not everything is so simple in this matter. The fact was that on that very day, when they were sailing home on a boat, she approached the handsome man and asked him to take her to another place, because M&A believed that she would become a burden for the guy. It was strange even for the old man to hear such a confession from her, because it seemed to him that they loved each other, but with her the matter was completely different. She loved him with all her heart, but all such love can become an incredible burden, so she decided not to go behind him. After this whole story, she tried to explain to him that they both would be persecuted, and as soon as she wanted to finish everything she started, Kim interrupted her with his unexpected hugs, which could only mean one thing, that he absolutely did not care about all the problems that she had invented for herself. Your head. He began to cry and with tears in his eyes, told her that if this is only the case, then everything is fine and they can be together, and this is so wonderful. Kim added that if this is the reason, then he is ready to wait as long as necessary. 10 years or 100, it doesn't matter. Now M&A was no longer worried so much. She felt that he really loved her and was not going to leave her under any conditions. Kim was so happy, his heart was so filled with feelings that at times it was even difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that this was a reward for all 10 years of separation, but one day he was called into a special office, where he was handcuffed. They told him that contacts with civilians bring them a lot of problems, and he had already been warned that they should be avoided. But Kim was not going to listen to them. so he decided to say that it was just a girl for one night. So he suggested leaving out this detail. He didn't see anything terrible in it. It was more like a connection without obligations, because after all, he is also a man, and he also needs to relax. The investigator understood him perfectly well. He also needed to rest and all that. But still, he had the feeling that Kim was hiding something from him. Because it seemed to him that he was hiding something, and this girl was not just for one night. And suddenly his reasoning was interrupted by his assistant, who came up and whispered something in his ear. He told him that the agents he sent to capture her could not find her at the address given. When Kim heard this information, he was a little scared, because it seemed that it was not his hands and he did not know where she could suddenly disappear. This was noticed by the investigator, who saw how the guy turned pale, so he decided to add to him that of course they don't have significant evidence, but let him keep in mind that now they won't take their eyes off him. Kim was well aware of the childish mistake he had made, but he couldn't do it any other way, because they hadn't seen each other for 10 years, and it wouldn't happen again. It was punishment for meeting her again. On a nameless island in the Yellow Sea, he waited endlessly to be sent there to see her again. All he could do was train again and again. In fact, it was a prison, but he didn't worry about that. He at least knew that it was in Korea. One day they could meet again. Suddenly, after a while, Mr. Handsome called him, a call from whom Kim could not expect, because more than 10 years had passed. But Mr. Ju asked him to skip all these moments and get straight to the point. He told him that his girlfriend was pregnant. The birth was difficult, and she ended up in intensive care. The old man was glad that he was in Korea at this time. She barely got here alone without a guardian. After which, he started shouting into the phone to the guy that that's why you need to be careful. It's always the same thing. Idiots with no experience with women always do stupid things like that, which then make them suffer. In any case, the handsome guy tried to tell him that he needed to come to this maternity hospital immediately so that it wouldn't cost him, and as soon as he wanted to say which maternity hospital they were in, a nurse suddenly ran in and interrupted him. Kim dropped the phone on the floor, because in his head now, there was only a picture of how his beloved woman gives birth to his child, and he is now not next to her. As soon as he arrived at the maternity hospital, they immediately handed him his little daughter, who cried very loudly and interrupted his thoughts that he had been told that his mother had unfortunately died. Her last words were that she was very sorry that they met him under such circumstances, but still, she would like to ask him to fulfill her last wish. So she asked him to forget about everything and live as an ordinary person and Minji's father. And the main thing is to protect this child so that this does not happen to him. She asked him to make sure that he is happy and does not need anything. Emine's words are still running through his head. To protect this child. Do everything you can to protect this child. Be everything you can to protect this child, no matter how scared he is. Keep fighting. The general tried with all his might to calm him down, because he did not know that it was his beloved, because he himself said that it was a girl for one night, so it happened that way. But still, the general surrendered and asked to fulfill all the demands that this guy had, namely complete demobilization, and to write him off all the lists that existed. One of the soldiers approached the commander and said that they had lost contact with their people, and now they did not know what was really wrong with them. In connection with such news, he had to make a decision much faster, which made him angry. But still, he had to offer Sergeant Kim a deal. If it is fulfilled, he will receive full mobilization and deletion from all lists. But for this, he will need to find a VIP client with whom they unfortunately lost contact. He could take a whole detachment with him, and he needed to find this man in 12 hours, and time began to tick from that second. If he succeeded, he would be immediately demobilized. Kim summed up that, in fact, he would need to find a VIP client in half a day and bring him to the base, which was confirmed by the commander. But the guy remembered everything that he promised to his love and was ready to fulfill this request at any cost. So he pulled himself together and said that he would find this target within 3 hours and bring him here. If you need to protect a child, then he will do anything and with anyone to do it. The man couldn't believe that his wife's nephew, Kim Chong, kidnapped the president of South Korea. The general confirmed this information and added that they are doing everything possible to find him, but right now they have no leads that could help in any way. Apparently, this happened during inter-Korean negotiations. They believe that extremists intercepted the president's car on the way. So first of all, they established their current location and organized negotiations with the South. One of the employees asked the deputy director if he was sure that it was worth doing this. Weren't they creating a lot of problems by acting without the approval of the chairman? But the deputy director, instead of giving him a clear answer to his question, asked him in response, "Do he think their president is doing everything right?" Without waiting for an answer, he told him that the president was no longer the one they knew before, and inter-Korean negotiations and sweet speeches had clouded his mind. This deputy director was Kim Jong-sun, who believed that the deputy might be angry now, but later he would definitely understand that it was impossible to do otherwise, because this great matter could give them an advantage over South Korea. Therefore, they must break away from the South Korean people and do everything possible so that they are not found, and the man at that moment asked to find the president by all means and cursed Kim Jong-song, who conceived such a plan. The general warned him that the Americans could also take advantage of this chance to target him, so they advised him to remain the first person in the Manhwa cell, because no one there would be able to find him. Kim at this time had already begun his task, the successful outcome of which would allow him to breathe a sigh of relief and begin raising his daughter. The commander could not believe the words of Kim, who was going to complete this task in just 3 hours, because in fact, it is truly impossible even for the most experienced military man, especially since they cannot even determine their location. But the guy was not an ordinary military man, and besides, he did not understand why they should look for someone if they could make it so that they would come themselves. The commander could not believe what he was about to do, after which Kim interrupted him and finished the sentence. Yes, he is really going to take the supreme leader hostage, but for this, he needs information about his exact location. Kim was confident that the North Koreans would take advantage of this and try to play for time, but if their side was open to negotiations, he would be able to capture the target in 3 hours, and with this, they could arrange a one-on-one hostage exchange. Before the guy began the last mission of his life, the commander warned him that he would act absolutely on his own. This matter had absolutely nothing to do with the government. All this will be 100% his initiative and personal matter, so he will have to act in such a way that no help is required. But Kim was not the type to be afraid after these words, especially since he already had a plan in his head that he was going to stick to, so he stole the form and made fake documents with which he wanted to get through the first level of security. Therefore, he passed without any problems, after he said that he was in too much of a hurry to see the president for a meeting, and, without listening to what the security would tell him, he simply walked past them. One of the guards tried to stop him, of course, but this fool was shut up by another, more experienced officer, who told him that it was better not to do this. After all, as soon as he paid attention to where this guy was from and what position he held, his ID clearly stated that he was from Block 51. After the Harbin crisis 10 years ago, the Dandelion Unit, whose members were the same guys who fought Kim's team that very night in the hotel, was disbanded, and the newly formed National Security Forces were called Unit 51. Since this is a ministerial organization, they have enormous authority and can execute on the spot even those who are only suspected of opposing them. But Kim was also a man, and he couldn't do without the help of others, so he found the number of a handsome guy who called him on the very day his wife died and asked him to help him. At first, Gunn was not entirely happy to hear his request for help, but then he admitted that, given all the nuances, he still wouldn't mind helping him a little, so he listened to him carefully. As it turned out, Kim did not ask him for specific help for himself. He only needed to make one call among his acquaintances, because the guy was sure that among them there was at least one presidential assistant. He asked to call him and say that there is a spy among them and that they know that this spy is hiding somewhere in Bangwa 1. The states will also soon find out about this, so they need to immediately evacuate the president. The old man didn't mind helping him with this, especially since it wasn't such a difficult task, so he called and told Kim everything he wanted, after which one of the general's assistants asked him to go with him for a while. They left the room where the president was, and the general could not believe that they could have a spy in their headquarters, because they had thoroughly verified the identities and backgrounds of all employees, but the assistant added to him that this information was given to them by Sir Cha. The general was very angry because he had absolutely no time for this now, but still he had to send a minimum of people to the 6th Department. According to the protocol, in the event of a threat to national security, the president uses the 6th underground passage and evacuates to a wartime bunker, and Kim knew this information very well. Operation 61 was developed for the case when the target moves along the sixth passage in a vehicle. The passage must be taken under control, and the target is intercepted or destroyed. They preferred to forget about this operation immediately after its preparation. The reason is that if the sixth passage is activated, it means that both Koreas are on the brink of war, and at the same time, in order to carry out the operation, it is necessary to unilaterally enter the specially guarded chamber, get rid of the internal forces, and control the sixth passage. Everyone was convinced that no madman could pull off all this, except for Sergeant Kim, who was confident in his abilities and knew that he could do it. But the soldiers who found him in one of the corridors did not believe him that he was from Block 51, only because they did not know what kind of block it was and what they were doing there. This was not surprising, because not all soldiers were told about this. They immediately asked to show them his ID and call this Block 51 in front of them, because they thought he was too suspicious. But as soon as they opened his bag, in which one of the officers saw a large number of ropes, it was immediately clear to them who he was and why he had come here. But it was already too late, because Kim had already knocked out one of them and the same story awaited his friends. Kim was slightly perplexed when he heard how easily the handsome man could agree to his adventure, so he decided, just in case, to ask him what was the matter, because as far as he knows, his bottom will not budge until he sees the benefits. And it was the absolute truth. The handsome guy really only does what will be beneficial for him, so he convinced the officers to believe his words that there was still a spy among them, and they decided to immediately evacuate the president. The president himself didn't really understand what he should do next, so he decided to simply trust his military, and for all this he blamed only Kim Chong-sung, who had done so many things, and now, thanks to him, he had a bad day all day. The general and several of his aides accompanied the president to the sixth passage, and during this transport, he asked the president to meet with as few people as possible. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a man who was ahead of the road, and it seems he was dealing with a security guard. It was Kim, who put on the uniform of their soldiers and was preparing a trap especially for the president. But it seems his plans will need to be changed a little. But the general ordered the driver not to pay attention to the fact that their soldiers were there and to drive as quickly as possible, and only forward. Gun was such a man, and he had such a nature that he never knew losses. But there are times when he still had to put up with them, and besides, he can also root for someone. And now, he is more for the person who tries his best to get what is his, and for the sake of such people, he is ready to accept any losses as insignificant, and no matter whether it is in love, in sports, or in something else. It is in this way and only in this way that Pyongyun has lived until now, and will continue to do so until now. And more than anyone, he wanted to help Kim's wife, who loved him until her death, and this touched him very much, so he could not pass by. Still, at the last moment, Kim managed to hook the cable in the car, by order of the commander, drove forward, thus signing his death order. The cable got on the wheels of the car, making it impossible to control the car, and as a result, the driver lost control and crashed into the tunnel wall. The general shouted with all his might, because he sincerely did not understand what was happening here and who was the guy who pulled the cable at the last moment. Kim did not wait for them to get out of the car, so he began to actively shoot at the windows so that this would force them to get out of there and he could take the president hostage. The first person Pyongyun ever rooted for was Kim's wife. But if it had already turned out that she could not survive, he decided to help the person she loved so much, so he asked the guy to try his best. In addition, this man was the father of a child who was ready to do anything to ensure that this child was protected and never needed for anything. So Kim broke the windows in this car and politely asked no one in it to move without his order. Chapter 43. This chapter screenshot. Kim Jong-sung couldn't believe that the president was currently kidnapped, and the authorities were investigating. They had already involved even number one, the wind fire. The deputy director literally began to cower from fear that something terrible could happen to the president, but an employee of his department had only just received this information, so he could not tell him anything more. The man sat on his knees and simply screamed because this really happened, because in this way all his plans would simply go down the drain. The commander and general of the department in which Kim served could not believe that the guy still managed to kidnap the president, and what's more, The soldier added to them that now the position of the capture party had completely turned upside down. Apparently, Kim alone was able to completely capture the sixth passage. They knew perfectly well that only a madman of all times and peoples could do this, so now they were not so surprised by this. But this was not all the information that the soldier brought them. They also found out that right now, Kim was heading with hostages to the Imjin River. The president was in Kim's car, and it looks like the North doesn't have as many options as they would like. The soldiers of the North didn't even try to shoot at the car, because they understood perfectly well that they could fire the bullet the wrong way, and then there would be a chance to hit the president. During this chase and kidnapping, the president decided to talk a little with Kim and tell him that in his life, every day he experiences so many new things that were previously beyond the realm of possibility for him. His hands were tied in an unusual way, so the president understood that an unusual agent had been sent after him, so he decided to ask him what his name was. But Kim was not going to fall for this old man's tricks, and simply silently drove the car in order to get to his goal as quickly as possible, especially since there was not much time left. The Major General and the commander tried to catch Kim's signal in order to understand what he was doing right now, but this was not possible, so they could only rely on his experience and skills. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a very loud voice that shouted to the entire area and asked who dared to do this. As it turned out, it was Oh Gil-tae, the Minister of Strategic Planning. He didn't bother to figure out what was going on and why it happened. He just hit the Major General with all his might so that he would come to his senses a little and understand what he had done wrong. After which, he stood over him and scolded him like a little girl and wanted to hear what rank this irresponsible man holds. He answered him that his name is Don Jun and he is a Major General. Now the minister asked Jian Jun if he could bear responsibility for starting a war between countries. But what a surprise it was when the minister heard that the president of their country was also kidnapped and the general was not going to just stand there and wait until he was released. Oh, Gildy explained to him that this was an emergency situation, and as the commander, he made the best decision possible, but the general believed that they had to show that if the line was crossed by the other side, then their patience also had a limit. The man continued to prove to the minister that they had been silent for too long and did not respond to all these provocations, so the minister decided that he was no longer able to tolerate this and began to take off his watch to teach the general a lesson. But fortunately for the general, their conversation was interrupted by one of the officers, who seemed to have caught some kind of signal, and now they will be able to track Kim and find out what he is planning to do next. But it turned out to be completely different. It was a call from the kidnappers of the president, and they had something to say. The minister could not believe his ears. The minister immediately ordered them to connect, and he would be the first to talk to them. As soon as he picked up the phone, he immediately began shouting to them that they had made a complete mess there and everyone had gone crazy. After which he asked who he was talking to, although on the other hand, it didn't matter to him, so he said that if they did not free their leader immediately, he would turn their cities into dust. If that was clearer to them. But the deputy director asked the person he's talking to be a little more polite, because right now he's holding a gun right in front of their leader's forehead, and if they don't answer his question within 3 seconds, he'll shoot. The minister realized that there were no jokers on the other side of the phone, and he needed to come up with something immediately, so he tried to negotiate with them. But first, he had to stop this madman so that he would not shoot. The Major General realized that this man could not cope with such negotiations, because he did not have even a drop of experience, so it was he who decided to talk. He began his conversation calmly and first assured the kidnapper that they were not fools and none of them was going to sit idly by while they kidnapped their leader. Peace is, of course, good. A truce is also not bad. But still the general asked him not to cross a certain line. He warned that with such actions he continues to provoke him, and this could end badly for him. The kidnapper did not understand why he was saying this, and the general explained to him because he wanted to be understood correctly. This place is not for those who give up easily. Provocations will be met with all cruelty. And to make it even clearer, he told him that if a hole appears in their president, then they will cut their president into small pieces. They won't even have time to blink an eye. Therefore, if he understood the whole situation, then he needs to immediately release their president, and he must do this in just 1 hour. At the 4th railway bridge on the Imjin River which was the first private road between North and South Korea, detachments of soldiers were already standing on both sides and were ready to open fire upon orders. But the problem was that neither side fully understood why they had gathered here and what they would do now. All their questions disappeared after they saw a black car flying towards them, followed by several more cars that were chasing it, so the squad decided that they needed to be stopped immediately. But everything was not as simple as they expected, because Kim flew so fast that even the spikes they placed did not help. This led to Kim losing control and crashing into one of the barriers, which was already approached by soldiers from both sides. Kim smoothly opened the window and warned every soldier who was there that this car was mined, and if they came even one step closer, he would simply blow it up. The soldiers on the other side shouted to him that until they saw their president, they would not even think about letting him go. At that time, the president was still trying to talk to him and told him that Kim now reminds him of a frightened cat that made a mess and doesn't know what to do next. Kim turned to him, but the man did not stop saying that the Republic probably already knows everything about him, and he does not even imagine what power it has, and from this it follows that he will bear responsibility for what he has done. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, employees discovered interesting information that Kim started all this only because of MNI, so they ordered people to be urgently sent to the hospital so that they could take his child. The agents immediately arrived at the department where Kim's baby was lying, and one of them told the doctor that they had come here to pick up Soo-jin's child. He tried to lie that this agent was the child's uncle and would not mind taking his nephew. At this time, the president was trying to find out why Kim was doing all this. If for the sake of money, then he offered him 2 or 3 times more, as much as he wanted because his strength and courage are really worthy of it. But the guy did not answer him a word. But then he still answered him that if it was only about money, then he would be happy about it. But unfortunately, this is not the case. But then the president did not understand what the reason was. The doctors at the hospital suspected something was wrong and called security. But the agents immediately created chaos in the hospital, and they would find the child. But fortunately, Kim had a good friend who really loved wearing a kimono, and if he wore it, then most likely the agents would have no chance. They broke down the doors and demanded that the child be given to them immediately. Otherwise, they would kill everyone here and take him away anyway, so they shouldn't take such risks. The agents did not pay attention to who was standing in front of them and indiscriminately mocked everyone, and even got their hands on a young nurse. Sung-hoon was still that gentleman, so he kindly gave her his hand and offered to help her get up. Kim added to his words that if it was all for the sake of money or fame, then he could give up at any time. But unfortunately, it was a matter of completely different things. He did all this for the sake of his beloved family. And this is something that is not so easy to solve or forget, so this problem was much larger for him. The nurse didn't quite understand who this man was and what he was doing in a taekwondo kimono in the hospital. But his answer was quite simple. He said that he came here for his family. Pyun Ga-yoon was very surprised when he saw that Sung-hoon had returned to him. He understood that problems could arise along the way, so he suggested that he take a little break from all this, and they would start business later. While they were resting, he invited him to sign a contract, which was very important for the handsome man. Sung-hoon understood perfectly well that when he signed this contract, he would be in incredible debt to this guy. It is a very unpleasant thing to be in debt to this guy, but the old man still told him not to worry, because he would be able to repay the debt next time or when it was convenient for him. Now everything was clear. He probably wants Sung-hoon to become his henchman, so he treats him so well. After which, he gave him a contract so that he could familiarize himself with it in as much detail as possible. But in the meantime, he reminded him how they resolved the issue of working at Cap Nai Tan. He thought that he would die there. From time to time, he even had nightmares about that money. 10 years and only, Sung-hoon needs to follow him during this time. This is a couple of years that will quickly fly by, especially since it will be useful for himself. His level will increase significantly. But Sung-hoon, with an emotionless face, answered the old man that he didn't need it, at which the handsome man began to laugh. His laughter was based on his damn arrogance and casual tone, which was the first thing Pyun-gyun advised to get rid of. He also added to him that a real master must be humble. His talent cannot be described in words, but the guy is too arrogant, and this will only hinder him. He offered him a good job, so he asked him not to rush to refuse, but it seems Sung-hoon thought differently, so he showed him the middle finger, which meant that he was not going to work with him. But the old man insisted on his own, and once again added to him that arrogance and enmity may be appropriate, but he should learn a little more about cooperation, so he simply asked him to trust him and everything would be fine. The handsome guy promised him that if he followed him, he would show the guy a place where he could train to become more mature and strong. He should really like it. But when Sung-hoon finally arrived at that same place for training, he saw in front of him not a very impressive martial artist, but rather an old alcoholic, but still decided to say hello to him. After which, he added that he was here on behalf of Teacher Gyun. His name is Sung-hoon, and he came here to train with him. But the old man still did not react at all, but only held a bottle in his hands, which he later began to drink, and it was clearly not water. With every sip, Sung-hoon lost hope that this man would help him. But Sung-hoon remembers Master Kanehara Kuta only with a smile, and how well he taught him the most brutal method of Kyokushin karate. But now, he has to deal with a few assholes who are behaving too badly in a department where there are a lot of children. As always, the guy did not enter into battle first, because this was one of the philosophies of the art of combat, but one of these ill-mannered men still took him by the kimono and left him no choice. Therefore, he used one of his basic attacks, but even after that, the man felt the full strength of this guy in a kimono. Sung-hoon immediately apologized to him for probably hitting him very hard, but unfortunately, he doesn't have time for all these games. He has a rather urgent matter. He needs to find one child that is very important to him and get him out of here as quickly as possible, so he doesn't have any fun with these men. The soldiers did not quite understand how to proceed further, so one of the main ones ordered them to call their superiors and ask what instructions they should follow next. This is the first time this has happened in North Korea, so there are no regulations on how to act in such circumstances. The situation is very urgent. They hoped that the answer would come soon. Suddenly, the information came just in time, and the soldiers were informed that there was information about the intruder. He was holding their president hostage and was currently heading to South Korea. The deputy director was hysterical. He drove as fast as he could to South Korea and shouted that if something happened to his president, he would kill them all to pieces. The soldiers no longer understood what was happening. Is this madman already heading here? How long will it take them to get there? But the control room had no information, but this will happen pretty soon. The president could not believe what Kim was telling him. Did he really kidnap the president just for the sake of problems with his family? This is so stupid. So he asked him to prepare for the fact that when this is all over, he will face the consequences. But with such words, he is unlikely to scare Kim, because he has long been mentally prepared for the fact that one day he will become part of such a crazy scenario. So now, he only needs to go forward until victory and never stop. Sung-hoon, meanwhile, had dealt with all Minji's offenders, and was already holding her in his arms and calming her down. She shouldn't be so nervous about these uncles, because they got what they deserved, just like Dad. The girl couldn't calm down, so Sung-hoon decided to use a secret technique and stuck out his tongue at her with the hope that it would work. And he was right. But it seems Kim didn't even listen to what the president was trying to tell him, who never tired of threatening him that, as soon as this was all over, he would be imprisoned in this republic for the rest of his days. The guy got tired of listening to this, so he turned around and asked the president to close his mouth a little. Otherwise, he would help him. After a short amount of time, the deputy director finally brought the president to the appointed place. And now he begged with all his might to give them back his president. He admits that it's all his fault, but all he asks is that his president be returned to him. Kim was informed that in such a situation, there is no point in delaying, because the chairman, who is being held hostage by him, has a bad heart, and this could end very badly, so the problem needs to be solved soon. But the guy didn't seem to be counting, so he asked the president a rather unexpected question. He suddenly became very interested in how well the president can swim. Before the man had time to understand why he was asking him this question, Kim pressed the gas pedal, after which the car took off and fell right off the bridge. All of those who were there did not expect such a turn of events, because they flew straight from the bridge, and it was not entirely clear why the guy did this. While Kim was flying from that bridge, his whole life flashed before him, but the main thing in it was the last wish of his beloved wife, which he will fulfill even if it costs him too much. Sung-hoon couldn't get enough of Minji's smile. It's so bright that he himself wanted to have a daughter, Well, it warms his heart too much, but in any case, it's time for them to go. After Sung-hoon took little Minji from that terrible place, a man appeared in the department who was very angry that his people did not complete the task he gave them. He looked at these losers who seemed like adequate people to him before he sent them on a mission, but now he understands that this is far from the case. This man was very angry, so he grabbed the only agent who was still conscious by the neck and put him against the wall, and with a calm look, asked him to describe the one who did this to them. As it turned out, it was Paek Tan. He previously held a leadership position in the Dandelion Group, and then in Task Force 51, he was better known by his nickname, the Old Wolf. The minister immediately jumped out of his seat and started shouting at the whole area, because he didn't understand why the hell he needed to do this. Now this president will get broken bones, and then there will be problems again. After all, he understood perfectly well that the North had already released the hostage, the kidnapper had surrendered, and now, if they delayed taking a retaliatory step, then a war could certainly break out. But this was not the worst news, because a minute later one of the officers called him and said that an unidentified object had just flown into their airspace, and it looked like a helicopter. Judging by the model of this helicopter, it was their military helicopter, on board of which stood a very strange man and seemed to be preparing to jump. Park Jin could not calmly watch how his president was being stolen and wanted to do his duty so much that he was not even afraid to jump from a helicopter. He believed that you should not pretend that you know nothing and that this does not concern him. All the pilot could answer was to wish him good luck, because this jump would be very dangerous and there was little chance that it would be successful. 5 years ago, Pak was summoned by one of the chiefs of staff and wanted to ask why he refused a promotion and did not want to move up the career ladder. But Pak answered him with a confident voice that these were just formalities, because his main goal in life was to serve his country, which he had done well so far. He believed that a soldier needed only loyalty and nothing else. The boss did not argue with him and wanted to send him on a mission, but to his surprise, Pak refused this too. The guy explained to him that this time he couldn't, because rock star Janet was coming to Korea and he couldn't miss her visit. But then the boss asked why he had just told him about his devotion to the country. He suggested that this case be considered an exception, because Janet was really important to him. But suddenly, a girl entered the office and interrupted their conversation. It was Major Kang, and at that moment, the spring breeze thought so lightly on Park Jin, and he enjoyed the beautiful weather and the beautiful girl who entered the office. The girl came to her boss to talk about the details of her assignment and did not expect to see Puck there. For Puck, at that moment, the room was filled with the smell of flowers and aromas of love. He looked at this girl with his mouth open while the commander introduced him. He decided not to wait for a long time and not to interrupt his heart, which was beating so hard that he simply could not stop it. So he decided to sit on his knees and ask this girl what her name is, and at the same time say how beautiful she is. All that was spinning in his head was the thought that this was love at first sight and that it really came to him. But the girl seemed to be not as optimistic as Pak wanted, and she decided to ask him whether it is customary in the army to ask the name of a senior in rank. After which, she added that his hair looked like they were filming a musical show somewhere. Besides, maybe she doesn't perceive people who are weaker than her, as some junior sergeant dares to address the major like that. Such words greatly upset Pak, so he immediately turned to the lieutenant colonel with the question, if he completes the task that he is given, can he expect a promotion? The commander answered him that most likely yes, but there were some nuances. But it seemed Pak was no longer interested in anything and he only wanted to go into battle to improve his rank and then win the girl of his dreams. He asked to be sent to the harshest place for 5 years in a world where there is a lot of blood and meat, after which he hoped to receive a title much higher than his. All he needed from the commander was for him to take care of the documents and other formalities. So Pak Jin was sent on a mission to Somalia. He was the first in Asia, no, in the whole world, who was able to almost single-handedly unite the northern region of Somalia. And now, many years later, he is still full of energy and ready to carry out tasks with the same enthusiasm, and therefore did not mind jumping from a helicopter into the water from hundreds of meters in height. As soon as he landed in the water, he almost immediately saw Kim emerge with the president, and it seemed he had found his target. The North Korean soldiers realized that someone had jumped from the plane and decided that they needed to open fire on the target. Otherwise, there could be serious problems, so they started shooting. On the other hand, the commander ordered not to open fire, because it was impossible to allow the chairman to get hurt, because then they would violate the terms of the agreement, and at that moment, it was the best decision. Park swam after Kim and the president, but understood that he needed to speed up, because the distance was only growing, and then it would be even more difficult to catch up with the lost distance. But all his plans went to the bottom when he felt that a bullet passed through his leg, which nevertheless reached him from the soldiers. Now Puck will fall behind even more. Given all these moments, he didn't even think about the pain, but only about how he could catch up with this couple. He needs to continue the pursuit, so Puck decided to resort to asking for strength from the Somali Sea, although he was not there, but even this faith did not help him, and he was losing more and more strength every second. The minister at this time had already begun to invent a reason why they would deprive Kim of citizenship, and he proposed making him a terrorist, because then they could try to avoid war. The Major General understood that nothing could be done about it, because they didn't actually plan to throw Kim on this mission from the very beginning, so they didn't really have any options. He believed that this puppy had left them on his own, and now his existence in itself had become a diplomatic issue. Now they had to erase the guy's identity from all databases, and this was the best they could do at that moment. Hong was very surprised when Kim called him after so many years and asked him to babysit his child while he transported the chairman from one part of Korea to another. Kim confirmed this information and reassured him that nothing bad should happen, even if the North Koreans broke into the hospital, so he didn't have to worry. The guy didn't worry about this. He was more worried about the fact that Kim asked him for this. But Kim asked him not to ask unnecessary questions, but just to do it as quickly as possible. If Sung-hoon understood him correctly, then all he needs to do is go to the gynecology department and pick up his little daughter there. But what about Kim? How will he get out? Kim understood perfectly well that if he did something like that, then most likely the whole of North Korea would be sitting on his tail, and if he made even one mistake, then he could forget about his life. The man hoped that this would not happen, but if it did, then he would have one more request to Sung-hoon. After some time, they finally found the chairman, who was lying in the forest near one of the trees, and they were very lucky that he was safe and sound. But this was not enough for the North Korean agents, and yet they decided that they were starting a new operation to find that same guy, and the head of this department asked to entrust this work to Task Force 51. Meanwhile, Kim ran through the forest along the planned route that was in his head and heard a strong explosion thunder behind him. And this could only mean one thing, that they had already found the chairman and were now setting out to search for him. These guys, to his surprise, were very nimble. They blocked all escape routes much faster than he could have thought. Capable pursuers were following him. This even impressed him in a sense. As soon as Kim realized that he needed to quickly run away from this place, he was hit by a bullet right in the shoulder, and this could only mean one thing. He had already been found, and now it was a real chase. Several agents saw the guy and began actively shooting at him in order to somehow stop him or kill him. Their hands were free, and this was not at all beneficial for Kim. He couldn't run for so long. His strength was running out, and he needed to come up with a new plan that would help him save his life, and this needed to be done as quickly as possible. The agents tried to surround the guy from all sides to prevent him from leaving, but at some point they lost sight of him. As soon as one of them realized this and turned around to tell his colleague, he saw his friend lying on the ground unconscious. Before the guy had time to understand what was happening here, Kim appeared from around the corner, ready to deliver a crushing blow. But everything did not go according to plan when several more bullets were fired at him, which hit his second shoulder, and now it will be very difficult to move and fight. Before his eyes, out of nowhere, that same sensational Group 51 appeared, which pointed a weapon at him and said that from now on, he was in their hands, even if he didn't even think that he could leave. Kim saw the whole situation and realized that it was very lousy for him, because they surrounded him from all sides and his chances were becoming less and less. The same commander of this detachment carefully approached him and explained to him several important points that perhaps the guy does not understand, and that is that they are not specialists in security or persecution. They are specialists in torture. But the words of this madman were interrupted by some guy who stood all wet and said that he almost lost track of Kim. He turns out to be so fast. The commander didn't care who this guy was. and he immediately ordered his agents to deal with him. They didn't need witnesses. To begin with, of course, they tried to talk to him and clarify who he was and what he needed here, but he ignored them and seemed to be analyzing the situation. As it turned out, Kim asked Sung-hoon at the slightest hint of failure to use their main trump card, which never let them down, and this trump card was Park Jin. It was very funny for the commander to watch this, because he didn't understand why this guy tore his clothes and was pretending to be Rambo, but that was until he threw a flashbang grenade in their faces. Everyone was blinded by this grenade, and the commander ordered all his soldiers to cover their eyes because they had no idea how many of these grenades this guy had. And he was actually right, because from that moment, Puck had already thrown out more than 4 of these grenades, which could have blinded him too, but he thought about methods of defense. Park was very glad to see his old friend Kim, but still, it was not the best time for conversation, and it would be nice for them to escape first. But it seems he liked to have fun with such grenades and didn't really want to run away somewhere, so he threw them one after another. The commander was tired of this circus, and he decided to shoot even in a weakened state, just to hit this clown who arranged it all. But he did not expect that Pak had not only flash noise grenades, so it was a surprise for him. A second later, an explosion thundered throughout the entire area, indicating that the commander had finished his service and would probably not be able to return to it soon. Everyone around, including the commander, was unconscious, and Pak added to them that it is especially important for a soldier to have feelings, such as a sense of confidence, responsibility, and most importantly, a sense of duty. So they all needed to grow up a little more in this regard. If they want to scare him, then they must find another way, and today, that's all. The squad leader couldn't believe that in such a short period of time, this man had killed his entire squad. Who was he anyway, and what was he talking about? While they were trying to escape through the forests, Kim suggested that he use a paraglider, because essentially they had no other choice, since in his position, he would not be able to swim for long, much less run. The only way that essentially remained was a paraglider, which he hid not far from the place where Squad 51 caught them. Pak tried to dissuade Kim from doing this, because no one knows how everything might turn out in the end. They are not in a movie. In which he was right, so they decided to use a boat, which they also successfully hid just in case. There was even a motor that would help them get to a safe distance much faster. They had very little time left, so Puck asked the guy to speed up a little because soldiers were stepping on their heels. Kim clearly understood that a chase group had already been organized for them, and they needed to hurry up and get out of there. But suddenly Pak realized that they wouldn't just leave there, and he heard that Kim had a good reason for returning home alive, so he had one option. Kim guessed what this guy was trying to do, but it was too late because Pak pushed his boat with all his strength, and thus Kim began his escape. The guy tried to shout to him that this shouldn't be done and that it was a big mistake, but Puck didn't seem to hear him. He was a real man and a loyal friend, so he asked him not to worry about him. He promises Kim that he will definitely return. Life for Pak was equal to death, and death was equal to life. The one who strives to live will die. The one who does not reject death will live. So he pulled the pin off the grenade and went into battle. Kim could only watch as Park screamed and then a huge explosion occurred. Park Jin shouted at Minji to scare her as much as possible and immerse her in that atmosphere, but she couldn't believe what the man was telling him. Did this really happen? The man answered her that history is written by the winners, so whether it is true or false does not matter. But still, she can ask her father and see what he tells her. What does number 66 mean to him? Where and who did he meet, and what happened to him all that time? But in any case, he asked her to treat her father well, because for him she is a very dear fruit of his greatest love in life. In addition, it seems that this time he got involved with a very dangerous person, and the man was not sure what he wanted from him, but one thing was clear to him for sure. Hard days awaited her father in the near future. And unfortunately for Kim, his friends are also facing the end of their lives, so they also cannot do anything about it. Suddenly, the police arrived at the place, who were shocked by what they saw. They immediately started shouting at them not to move until they understood what had happened here. Sung-hoon turned to Minji and told her that she was the most important person for her father in the whole world, and to be honest, even they were surprised that he could go so far, but as it turned out, he was ready to do anything for her. At this time, Kim approached them, hugged his daughter tightly, and again began to apologize to her. This problem had gone too far, and they might have to change her school and, in general, her whole life. But Minji didn't care at all about school and all her friends. From that moment on, all she needed was to be constantly with her father, whom she would now never leave. Kim was very happy to hear such words. They incredibly warmed his soul, so he promised that they would never part again. A lot of time has passed since that day. Minji and her father live a very happy and eventful life, and, as they promised each other, they try not to part with each other. But still, life was not such an easy thing, and they were both so busy that at times they did not even see each other, because in connection with this case, they needed to fix and organize a lot of things, and besides, Kim seemed to have got a new job. Minji really didn't know what kind of work we were waiting for her father, but one day she overheard a conversation between her father and Mr. Sung-hoon. They talked about how, in fact, Kim got off easy, and also that some guy took advantage of the fact that the chairman and his daughter were involved in the crime, and thus would buy the construction company, Juan Construction, at a cheaper price. In any case, Hoon asked the man not to worry. He would take good care of Minji, and he needed to resolve all his issues quickly, so he decided to ask Kim if he went to the job that teacher Cho recommended to him. Kim told him that he had not done it yet. He wanted to do it as soon as the investigation was over. Today there would only be an interview, which the man hoped to have time for, because it was not far from the place of investigation. Sung-hoon tried to find out if Minji knew about these matters, but then he immediately realized that this was a rather difficult job, so it was better for her not to know about it, otherwise she would worry too much. Teacher Cho explained to him that he would really have to work hard because they could kill or maim in the blink of an eye. In charge, there was an amazing man who started from the very bottom and rose to the top of this world. Those whom the man had met before cannot be compared. Kim heard what the teacher told him. He understood that it would be difficult to resist them, but he would definitely return. At this point, they ended their conversation, and Kim arrived at the appointed place. Inside, he was a little worried, but he understood that he needed it. On the business card that was given to Kim, the address and number of the Baekho agency was indicated, to which he came. It seems it was here. But for the man, it looked more like some kind of courier office, and not a dream job. But on the other hand, if this address was given to him by Teacher Cho, then this place cannot be ordinary. Kim decided to carefully open the doors and enter the room to ask if he was there. At that moment, when he looked into this room, even his heart stopped beating from worries, and it seemed that his life would now never be the same. He had a lot of expectations, a lot of calculations made in advance, but from the very beginning, seeing an ass right in front of his face was unexpected and was not part of the calculations. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the very owner of the ass that Kim saw. He greeted him and was glad that a new guest had come to him. He immediately felt uncomfortable, so he decided that he needed to get himself in order and at least get dressed. Otherwise, how would he conduct an interview in this form? He needed to be told that lately young people were no good at all, so he brought all the capable guys he knew with him, but even they had no ambitions. After which he turned to Kim and explained to him that all this was due to the fact that they had never fought before and did not know what it was. At that moment, everything inside Kim froze. The only thought that was spinning in his head was that he was huge, like an elephant, a man of unimaginable size. This big guy's name was Lee Dog, and he held the position of director of the Labor Recruitment Center and was already ready for an interview, if of course Kim didn't mind. As expected, the first questions were about money, and Kim told him that he was doing all this just for the sake of his daughter, which was very commendable for Lee Dog to hear. This is a man's position. Kim had this type of interview for the first time because he couldn't concentrate, because this man at least didn't have pants on his body. Is he a psychopath? Why doesn't he like pants so much? Lee Dog actually really liked Kim. For him, the man was quite an interesting person. So he wanted to know first what his full name was. For Kim, this was unfortunately a painful question, since he didn't remember anything else about himself other than his name, so he thought for a few minutes. But Lee Dog didn't have time to wait for Kim to wake up and give his last name, so he shouted at him to move if he wanted to get the job. Still, it didn't work out this time either. The big guy kicked Kim out of the room and said that he wouldn't see any work. Kim was very upset because he thought that if he was not given a place to work here, then there would be no other option for him. The man walked along the corridor towards the exit and remembered the words of Teacher Cho, who told him that this is not just an organization for hiring employees. This is a place that even government agencies cannot touch, especially Director Lee Dog. This man is simply a monster. He told him that this was a place in which it would be difficult for him to even survive. And besides, he already had a lot of problems that it was unclear how he would fix. But suddenly, the same monster Lee Dog appeared in front of him, who invited him to finish the interview because in fact he was sure that he had an interesting story. Kim was too serious, so he suggested that he miss all this talk and suggested that he repeat the interview again. Lee Dog was not against this. He was even fascinated by the respectability of middle-aged people and gave him the right to strike first. The man didn't need to hear another word, so he immediately started fighting and tried to land as many strong blows as possible, but it seems that Lee God didn't care at all. The guys who were sitting on the floor below the very agency where Kim's interview of sorts took place, and they again heard people fighting there. They have known very well for a long time and are almost not surprised by this because they have heard that this company owns this building, so they do what they want. Meanwhile, Director Dog finally flew away from Kim's powerful blow, but still lay in a pile of stones and continued to smile. Kim didn't even give him the opportunity to finish and continued to strike him blow after blow. But will this lead to anything? While the man was trying with all his might to defeat this big guy, at moments he simply talked to the man and said that he saw in him strength and courage, which he did not see in young people. He had long said that he needed a capable athlete, but Pyong-yoon sent him a real ferocious beast. But he stopped Kim's next blow and asked what bothered him so much. Why did the man see some kind of joke in this and not take it seriously? He hit back at Kim and added that if he decided that he would be lenient because of the age difference, then Lee Dog is upset. Director Dog asked to put his whole soul into this, even if he has a meager resume than Kim, but he also did something in this life and considered himself a worthy opponent. By the way, he was interested in what he learned when he worked as an agent of the Northern Wave. He didn't just shoot with a pistol, right? Their fight was suddenly interrupted by a guy from below who worked in a car workshop. He came in to ask them to be quieter. Even if he thinks that he is the owner of the building, he shouldn't do that. But after he completely opened the doors and saw what was happening there, he suddenly wanted to forget absolutely everything that he had just seen. Lee Dog wanted to make Kim feel all his sincerity in this battle and therefore deal no less powerful blows. Kim tried to dodge every blow that this big guy delivered because he understood perfectly well that if he hit even one, it would be very painful, so he decided to clarify whether he could use a weapon. Lee Dog seems to be too much into the fight and allows the guy to do whatever he wants. Mr. Kim knew one move that he only used on isolated occasions, but it seems that this was one of them. He delivered a special blow to the big man's stomach, from which he seemed to finally feel the pain. After this blow, Kim dealt another similar one, and then another, and another. He did this until the director wanted to give up. But as it turned out, Kim didn't even use his main weapon and only half-heartedly, because he doesn't want to kill a person because of some interview. Jake Used Cars is a company that has been in the used car sales market for 2 years, an enterprise that strives to be an honest and sincere broker for its customers. For the most part, their daily work involves receiving customers, inspecting a vehicle, visiting a repair shop, and the like. The guy thought that running this business was easier. But this company he had just watched reminded him of an easy benefit from a small war. Lee Dog thought that after he exchanged a few blows with Kim, he would understand his approximate level, but Kim still seemed not to understand the situation or was simply bluffing. He literally tried to crush the guy and at the same time tried to tell him how their company actually works, because in fact, how could he have already guessed that they are not a place that sends handymen to different places? They are a company that provides people as long as they get money and nothing more. He hoped that Kim understood him. In other words, the most highly valued thing in an interview is a professional attitude, the basis of which was that a person can do anything for money. The poor car company worker stood still in fear and prayed that he would not be killed here. Lee Dog tried to convey to him that they get money for every job. Even if it is tiny, they get paid and start working. He beat the guy as best he could and at the same time told him that they don't work with weak and incompetent customers. You could earn as much as you wanted on words alone. If you do the job well, you can rake in billions a month. And finally, they came to the penultimate part of the interview, at which the big man allowed Kim to ask questions, if of course he had any. Director Dog never ceased to be amazed at the speed of Kim, who in a second was behind him and asked his first question about Social Security. The big man told him that in this regard, they are doing well. They are the 4 largest insurance companies, and they pay a special tax. Kim gave the director a good blow to the head and added that he liked it. Insurance is a fairly important detail in the work. Lee Dog was stuck in the wall and asked Kim if he agreed. Kim was not entirely sure of this, because it seemed to him that such a strong, cruel fighter would serve such a leader, and this was a little strange. These words amused the big man a little, but on the other hand, they turned him on, after which he tore out a piece of the wall and asked him to repeat what he had just said. He broke the wall from his face and congratulated the guy. He passed the first stage of the interview, after which he attacked the guy who stood next to Kim and said that in their field there are quite a lot of orders in the field of security, and thus he wanted to check how Kim protects the client, so he offered to try to protect this kid. If the big guy hits this kid even once, he could really die, so you need to be extremely careful. The guy himself understood perfectly well that he would not only die with one blow, but even if he barely touched him, it would already be life-threatening. Right before this guy could be knocked out forever, he managed to ask his uncle to help him and do something and save him. Kim didn't like this task because he didn't really like doing this, especially when people make such a pitiful face. The big guy struck, and it seems there was nothing left of the guy after this. Did Kim really allow him to do this after all? As it turned out, the guy was lucky, and Kim just shifted him a little to the side so that the blow missed. And he did this with a weapon that was already familiar to him, with the help of which he had already defeated many rivals. But it made the big guy laugh. Wasn't he the one who said that he wanted to fight with his bare hands? But Kim explained to him that protecting a person is a completely different matter and that he would have to use it. Kim decided that it was time to end this circus. He no longer particularly liked protecting someone, so he delivered a strong kick. Lee Dog, of course, did not know the guy's full story, but he gave him credit for his incredible resilience. But his smile disappeared as soon as he realized that most likely Kim was not joking that he wanted to end the fight right now, because he realized that in fact, his weapon was much stronger than it might seem at first glance. The threads, which were absolutely all over the room, could cut absolutely any object, and this was clearly visible from the way they handled the director's new furniture. Director Dog realized that there was nothing he could do about this, and he needed to hire the guy immediately. Otherwise, he would destroy everything here and cut the big guy up along with the furniture. Kim asked him in response, according to the director, is it normal to knock out walls? But he believed that it was possible to repair the wall, but the furniture was much more expensive to him. Suddenly, behind that same poor guy stood an equally huge man whose name was Eng Chol, and he was the deputy director of the Baekho Labor Recruitment Center. He did not stand at the aisle for long and decided to go into the room and ask the director to immediately stop this farce, because an urgent and quite large matter had appeared. As it turned out, the fact was that the granddaughter of the former prime minister was missing, and they contacted their company specifically for this. The appeal came from the former deputy prime minister, and all the requirements for the request were fully met. Lee Dog understood that the former deputy prime minister was Onsong, and if we were talking about his granddaughter, then she turns out to still be a schoolgirl. His deputy fully confirmed this information and added that she is currently a high school student. It seems that she created some problems for herself at school and outside of school, was forced to change schools several times, and then completely left for the province. Few people are aware of her offenses. The director threw his head back, and the first thing he thought of, which was causing some problems, could it mean that she killed someone? But his deputy told him that not to that extent, but recently she beat someone very badly. But the most important thing is that exactly a month has passed since the disappearance, and there's a strange thing. Her parents continue to receive messages that she is fine and having a good time. However, when they call her, she does not answer and only communicates with them through text messages, which greatly worries her parents. Director Dog understood that this smacks of something bad, so the deputy director suggested that he personally do this, if the director doesn't object. But Lee Dog told him that the deputy should rest a little, and he would not send him on this task. He pointed his finger at their newcomer and said that he could entrust this matter to him. They both saw him during the interview. This guy is now also a member of their family, and although he is new, he is much more experienced than all their employees, and he has even come up with a nickname for him. Now he should be called Manager. Kim doubted what he was doing, especially when he read a message from his daughter, who wrote to him that if he had difficulties, he could share with her and not carry this burden alone. The director noticed that the man still had a little doubt about the newcomer, but when the director asked him, the man said the opposite. He was simply comprehending all this. Despite the fact that this guy destroyed expensive things for the director, Lee Dog did not kill him and left it unattended and even gave him the position of manager. This could only mean one thing, that he is a real monster. At Yangshine High School, the teacher tried to calm down his students because he had something to tell them. He wanted to convey important information to their heads, but unfortunately for him, the students were not going to calm down. All these students didn't even want to listen to him and asked him to say whatever he wanted and get out of this office because he was disturbing them. As soon as the men tried to say what he really wanted, they suddenly threw a cup of drink at him and asked him to speak louder because they could not hear anything that he was muttering there. They interrupted him, but still he was able to say that from today he was going on legal leave and a new teacher would have to replace him, but in any case, they didn't care. After which, he called the same new teacher into the classroom, who was already waiting in the corridor for him to be called. He asked the guys to say hello to their new teacher from today, Mr. Kim. The man was very surprised when the boss told him that his new task was to become a fake teacher, but the director assured him that in fact this was one of the customer's conditions, because they had already applied to other companies before, and they could not achieve significant results in the investigation. But if they still want to achieve results in this matter, then the status of a teacher will help a lot in this. Kim responded by thanking his colleague for introducing him so well, and at the same time he greeted the guys, after which he wanted to add a few words of his own, but his speech was interrupted by some unique person who threw a chair at him. This was a guy who stood in the center of the class and considered himself the best fighter in the world, so he was not afraid to say that their new teacher looked like he had never fought in his life. After which, he decided to come even closer to Kim and say that as for their school, there is no class leader or someone like that above them, who is above and who is below. They determine through combat skills. Based on this, the guy proposed to conduct an interview to determine which weaklings he would be classified as, and this daredevil's name was Im Taek, who at school was also called the killer of new teachers. Mr. Kim reacted a little differently than the guy expected and agreed to carry out educational work with him. The deputy director couldn't understand why Lee Dog didn't give his best during the interview. Was the man really that attracted to this guy? It seems that now the director understands what's going on here. Enkel seemed upset, but the man assured him that he was just curious. That's why he asked, because it's so unlike the director. These excuses made the director laugh even more. In fact, the reason was quite simple, because if he fought with him at full strength, then the guy would most likely run away, and such personnel as him are now in great short supply. Kim did not have time to ask the impudent schoolboy what he meant by a personal conversation when the schoolboy attacked him with his fists, but he did not expect that the new teacher would dodge them so easily. After all, it seemed to him that his fist was definitely flying straight to the target. He realized that he had made a mistake, but he would not allow this to happen again, so he immediately tried to hit the new teacher again. But this time, not only did Kim dodge the blow, he also grabbed him by the clothes and decided to remind him that he needed to go to school in a neat and clean uniform, as a real student should. His friend tried to help him Taek, who, it seemed to him, had approached the new teacher from behind and was ready to strike him, but surprisingly, Kim crouched down to tie his shoelaces. But the guy didn't give up and tried to kick him, but it's a miracle. The new teacher was able to dodge this blow. But who is he anyway? Kim didn't understand what they were doing. They were running, jumping, and now they suddenly fell and lay unconscious. Strange guys. This made him Taek even angrier. He started screaming at the whole class like crazy. The director was sure that the manager had reached his peak in his business, and if he taught him a little about their work, he would become an ace of the Baiko recruitment agency. And yet, his deputy believed that the director had in vain entrusted him with this work. He believed that he could have handled everything much better than Kim. But Lee Dog told him that he did not doubt his skills. He assigned this work to the manager because this matter was more than the case of a missing girl. And if a beginner is going to learn to work properly, then he must taste something like this at least once. Kim didn't understand why the students just ran towards him and then somehow magically stumble and fall, as if some force from above was telling them that they didn't need to climb, but they didn't listen to it. One of these fighters decided to pick up a mop and hit Mr. Kim in the head with it. But unfortunately, failure awaited him. He tripped over the very cup that he threw at the teacher who was before the new teacher. This street fight heroes didn't last long, and after a few minutes they were all lying in different corners of the classroom, and Kim didn't even touch them. Kim didn't understand why they so suddenly jumped up from their seats all at once. They made so much noise that they even knocked down trash baskets and frames from the walls. Now when they finished, he asked everyone to sit down in their place so that they could finally start the lesson. For the first time in this class, it was so quiet, and these hooligans sat so quietly at their desks and listened to everything the teacher told them. For them, this new teacher was too strange. Even during the fight, when it seemed like he needed to be more excited, he was still calm. The guys did not want to remember this shame because the arrival was not even from the teacher, but from their classmate, who was waving a chair, but his friend did not agree with him, and they began to argue which of them was really to blame. But this killer of new teachers was quickly shut up, because among everyone he screwed up the most, and all his arguments could simply be thrown into the trash, which made the guy even more angry with the new teacher. Kim wanted to finish the history lesson and say that the next lesson will be mathematics, but they won't be able to do that because these petty bandits kicked out the math teacher, so the second lesson will be history again. Of course, each of them didn't like it, but Kim couldn't do anything about their dissatisfaction, so he asked no one to be late from recess. Kim decided to go to the restroom to let off some steam, but even then the kids decided to chase him, who seemed to want a second round. As it turned out, Imtek called his older friends and asked them to deal with this new strange teacher who was very strange. Therefore, they did not wait long and called the teacher to tell him a few smart phrases, and one of them was that if he is afraid, then nothing can be done, because a hunter always attacks from behind, and any man is most vulnerable when he copes your need. Therefore, they waited for this very moment, because it was precisely these methods of the hound dogs, unfortunately for him, that they wanted Kim to regret coming to their territory. The deputy's security told him that they had been contacted by Baekho's recruitment agency and informed that they had started work, which couldn't help but please him. But still, the deputy directors could not believe that they were reliable, but one of their guards assured him that their reputation speaks volumes about something else. They can be relied on, especially since Lee Dog is the director of this organization. The deputy heard this and immediately realized that there was no need to doubt it now, but he immediately became a little upset that he was getting old and forgetting such nuances. He sat down to rest a little and drink some water, after which he asked his guards to warn Lee Dog that he would soon be coming to see him, and also to put in a new ball so that he could hit. But this time his ball holder was special, namely the man who seemed to have forgotten what kind of person a deputy is and what happens when he's let down. He was sure that if he was not able to cope with such responsibility, then he should not have taken it on. After that fight in the teacher's bathroom, all these students stood in front of Kim with their heads down and asked him for forgiveness for their bad behavior lately, and they promised him that this would not happen again. But Kim didn't care what they would do there or not. He decided to offer them an offer that would be beneficial to each of them. He bent down to the main one in the circle of these idiots and said that he was looking for someone in this place, so if they helped him, he would not remain in debt to them. It was clear from the faces of the guys that they were quite interested in this idea and were not against making concessions to him. They thought about it and finally decided that they would work together with the teacher. They would do everything in the best possible way. He might not even worry. A few hours later, the whole school knew that the new teacher was a very good person and that each of the students must respect him. Otherwise, those who do not adhere to this rule will be personally dealt with by the local gang. As it turned out, Kim put pressure on the guys in a very simple way. He understood that they would soon need to go into the army, and he could help with this issue. Moreover, he had a very good friend who could make it so that suddenly the guys would become unfit for service, and all they needed was to help him find one person. The guys talked to each other and realized that they couldn't hold out any longer. In any case, they would soon be taken away. And now there was such a chance of not getting into the army, so they had to agree. The younger guy tried to talk to them, but they quickly shut his mouth, saying that he was still happy, that he did not know this feeling when it was time to go to the army. Therefore, they decided to work together with the new teacher and were ready to complete any tasks that he gave them. Teacher Kim said that in fact everything is very simple. If they can help their new teacher, they will instantly turn into women, no matter how it sounds. The guys were a little shocked by these words, because they took it too literally and were a little scared. Teacher Kim understood this and calmed them down, saying that perhaps he expressed himself too bluntly, and it sounded quite strange, so first he asked them to simply imagine this situation. They are girls and disappeared more than a month ago. He was interested in their thoughts. What do they think? Where could they end up? The guys were a little excited about this question, because they didn't quite understand what was going on and they needed details about how they disappeared and under what circumstances. But, unfortunately, Mr. Kim could not clarify this for them. But one of them suggested that most likely he would go to the Runaway Family Society, where runaway youth gather in groups and form a kind of family to live together, and they also have underground housing. But he remembered that now they are playing the role of girls, and also those who have just transferred to this school, and they need to think differently, especially knowing how crazy girls can be. Suddenly, these not very smart guys said a phrase that Kim had to think about. They voiced the idea that everything was possible much simpler, and they would go to live with their boyfriend, if he had one, of course. They also added that their school sucks, so sometimes there are such cases. Even worse ones have happened. There are even girls who were caught cohabiting by teachers, and they immediately flew out of school. Kim asked them to stop and finish thinking of ideas. He had heard enough, and now the time had come when he would tell them what they should do. Everything was so simple. It was funny. They had to find the traces that this girl could have left before she disappeared. Anything. All the little things could be quite useful. Her boyfriend, her school life, best friends, enemies she might have had, places where she had fun after school, stores she visited most often. In general, she needed to know absolutely everything about her life at this school. After they led their beloved teacher into the classroom where the next history lesson began, they immediately ran to complete the task that Kim had assigned them. As it turned out, they knew that girl. It seemed to them that her name was Jun Sung, and each of them was not entirely happy that they would have to find out information about her. Therefore, at this stage, they decided to lay low for now and not contact anyone else, not even Mr. Kim. They decided that their agreement with Mr. Kim would be terminated. It would be good to quit the army, of course, but none of them wanted to spoil their lives by meeting that same person. Each of the guys remembered very well how once, under the pretext of uniting the districts, this guy also killed the guys while waving only one machete. The guy didn't notice how Mr. Kim was running next to him, who also managed to ask questions at the same time, to which the guy answered and thought about who was asking them to him. And he already began to talk about how the guy got out of prison, but at this stage his story was cut short because he turned his head and saw Mr. Kim, who was listening to all this with a smile. The new teacher held another educational conversation, after which they should learn to behave loyally, after which they immediately began to apologize and make excuses, saying that they didn't actually want to run away, they just didn't want anything to do with Joan Sung. Kim decided that the only problem is that they are afraid of some guy called Joan Sung, but their faces became even paler, because they believed that he was not an ordinary guy. According to them, he was a complete psycho, who could not even be described. They heard how one day a man decided to be greedy against him and hid the card. After which, this psycho immediately broke the bottle on his head and reminded him that doing such things in his house is prohibited. This guy's name was Kang Jun Sung, and at the age of 25, he had already been to prison several times, and he was taught there that he should not be allowed to muddy the waters in his house, and such people who would do such a thing should be punished immediately. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he called the guys and ordered them to hold this man. Now he will teach him a lesson for life and teach him not to do this again. The guys continued to tell Teacher Kim that this guy is a complete psychopath who is actually afraid, especially a person who fights without malice. That is, a person like Teacher Kim needs to be careful. That day, Jun Sung decided that he would not give the man a chance. Even considering the fact that it was his own uncle, he asked to get him his machete, after which he would begin. The guy absolutely didn't care who this man was, his uncle or aunt. He didn't care, so without thinking for a long time, he simply cut off his fingers and asked him to think with his head next time, so that the rest of his fingers wouldn't be cut off. This crazy man's uncle was taken away and he begged to be taken to the hospital because it was so painful. But his own nephew didn't seem to care about all this. So one of this guy's workers decided to help him. But it was his mistake, which Jong Sung also did not forgive. He stopped this sweet couple and twisted his employee's hand so that it seemed that he would just tear it out for him. Jung Sung didn't like this behavior. So in such a rude manner, he decided to ask the guy where they were going. Were his people really at the same time with this old bag? The blonde tried with all his might to prove that this was not so, and he simply decided to help, but Jung Sung did not believe him and ordered the other guys to search him. Still, this guy's intuition did not let him down, and after a search they found the very card that the blonde hid, yet they jointly tried to deceive Jung Sung. His patience was too weak, especially when they deceive him and try to cheat him out of money, so he immediately ordered to get an axe. Now he will teach these puppies good behavior. Jong Sung could forgive a lot, but the fact that his people were setting him up was the edge of the abyss, so they put the guy on the ground and two other thugs held him while Zong was preparing to strike. The poor guy burst into tears and begged him not to do this. He swore by everything he could and promised that this would never happen again. But it seems that all these words were like empty space for him, because he had already repeated them 1,000 times that he had nothing to lose and he was not going to tolerate this. So he asked to hold this puppy tightly so that he could deliver an accurate blow. As soon as Jong Sung told the guy to say goodbye to his hand and was about to strike, he was suddenly interrupted by some guy who was running towards him and trying to say something important. It turned out that some guests came to him who really wanted to meet him, and by the look of the guy who told him this, the people were quite serious. At first, everyone who was in the room thought that the police had come to them, but then the same guys who were sent by Teacher Kim entered the room. Jong Sung said that now he has no time for his school friends and asked them to go to hell. The eldest of the trio was not going to leave, so he shouted at him and said that they were a gang of gatekeepers of the lawless zone of Yangshan High School, and they came here for a reason, but to ask about something. He looked at them as they talked about how he might not be able to give them the answer right away, but they wouldn't leave here until they got it, even if they had to fight him. But their bold speech was interrupted by one of the big guys, who came up close to them and told them that they didn't know who they were dealing with and it was better not to raise their voice like that. The guy just smiled back at him, which greatly angered the big man, who immediately responded with a blow to the face. But the guy was so confident for a reason, because he knew very well that if something went wrong, Mr. Kim would intervene, who, as expected, entered the game in time, enough and helped the guy avoid the blow. It was a blow from which the big man simply forgot his name and why he was there in the first place. The hooligans around were simply wondering what was going on and who was this man and what did he forget here. A few hours before, Kim stopped and decided to clarify who they are actually afraid of, more than him or Jong Sung. The guy, without hesitation, answered him that, of course, this crazy man, who looks more terrifying. Kim looked at them silently and waited for them to understand what he wanted from them, but they only asked him not to involve them in this, because they did not want to die because of some girl. And now they are even ready to refuse exemption from military service, because it is better to live in the army than not to live at all, so they will try to evade the army honestly and fairly. But all that Kim did at that moment was simply touching the book, which was a monument, but then suddenly he squeezed the book with all his strength, and it turned out that he simply closed it with the help of his strength. Kim interrupted the awkward silence that filled during his invasion. He asked for forgiveness for barging in like that, without an invitation, but he was looking for someone, so he came to ask where this person could be. After which, he pulled out a photo of the very girl he was looking for and said that he knew very well that her boyfriend was here, so he gave him 3 seconds to get out of the crowd. From the moment he broke the stone with his bare hands, the guys of course began to fear him no less than Jong Sung, but what he told them next shocked them even more. Kim said that right now they would all go together to meet a guy named Jung Sung, and together they would find a girl, even if it meant searching his house. The leader of this small gang tried to dissuade him and remind him that he had just explained to him who this man was and how he could behave inappropriately, but Kim in response asked him if he really looked like a person who was afraid. They tried to explain to him again that this is the largest and most criminal organization that exists in the city, and they are organized in such a way that it is very difficult to catch them. But Kim calmed them down and told them not to worry. Everything will be fine. As it turned out, Kim assumed that something like this could happen and called one specialist who was ideally suited to deal with these guys. The bandits still couldn't understand who he was and why he came here in the first place. He didn't seem to look like a cop. Well, if he's not a cop, then one of them didn't give a damn about him and decided to teach him a lesson with one good blow to the head with his bat. But Kim didn't even have to budge, because then the very trump card that the man had talked about before appeared. The guy simply demolished his opponent with one blow. It was the leader of the Mabuk high school gang, Kak Min, who from the time he first saw Kim was ready to help him at any time and place, so he invited his friend to continue. Kim answered him that that was enough for now, but he had the impression that these guys would not listen to him calmly. This is definitely not the level of ordinary schoolchildren. The guy who came with them also thought so. He also added that it seemed to him that they had set up a gambling house here, but there weren't even iron doors, and the cover was so, although it was a village, would just fine. Jun Sung just stood silently and watched them and listened carefully to what they were talking about, and they continued to reason that if this was a metropolitan area, as soon as even one policeman found out about this place, everything would have been turned upside down. A guy approached this babble, who still didn't seem to understand that in their presence he needed to be silent for a bit, but he believed that he could simply push him with impunity and ask him to shut his mouth. He did not hear the answer the first time, and just as he wanted to ask again, he was interrupted by a small fist that flew straight to his head. That guy was an old acquaintance of Kim, who, after the incident with his daughter's phone, was in debt to him and the time had come to repay him. Shin Sun-ho, as the invincible boxer also called him, was ready to take Kim's side. Shin Sung had recently just left the hospital himself, and as soon as he felt much better, he immediately ordered his subordinates to find the one who attacked them that day. As he was told, there were only 2 men who were able to defeat an entire gang, and with their bare hands, this was amazing even in words. At that moment, he most wanted to find each of them and simply finish them off on the spot, because they essentially made him disabled and he spent so much time in the hospital. But as soon as he mentioned this, he was suddenly interrupted by some strange man in a kimono who was talking on the phone and asked to show him who the invincible boxer was. As soon as the man in the kimono realized that the one he had been looking for so long was standing right in front of him, he immediately handed him the phone so that he could talk to someone. Shin Sun knew perfectly well who wanted to talk to him, at least he guessed, and at that moment he no longer wanted to take revenge on them so much. But still, he had to pick up the phone and talk. He tried to be positive and think that everything would work out, and he wouldn't end up in the hospital again. He even had to cry a little to make him less nervous, but Kim just wanted to invite them to take part in a small performance at the high school. A huge gang of Jun Sung surrounded the men and decided that if they attacked them as a whole crowd, then they would have a great chance of being able to cope with them. But according to first impressions, this was not at all the case, and most simply flew away from the powerful blows of Shin Sun and his friend. The invincible boxer decided to turn his attention to the same Jun Sung, who in his opinion was about to escape, and he warned him that he had checked all the entrances and exits, and the guy could only fight, so Shin Sung suggested that he start right now so as not to delay. Shin Sung was very angry at this gang leader, first of all, because as soon as he thinks about the fact that he was pulled out here just because he needed to catch some asshole, he feels bad. Suddenly, the lights turned off in this place, and Shin Sun had to dodge the blows that Jun Sun inflicted, which were not just his hands, but an axe. Jun Sung did not expect that this boxer would be such a strong opponent, and could not even imagine that he would get so close. Not only did Shin Seong get close to the guy, but he also managed to deliver a strong blow with his non-working hand. After such success, the boxer began to gain courage and now only hoped that the guy would not die from such blows, so he decided to check how his head worked. But before he could finish speaking, his self-confidence evaporated somewhere, as Jong Sung struck back at him. And now there was a machete near Shin Sun's head, which in a second could cut off a boxer's head, and it seems he will do it. The guy was very lucky that Kim intervened just in time, who repelled the attack with a machete and thus gave Shin Sun a chance to live. The boxer was surprised by what happened, but the point was not at all that there was just a machete in front of his eyes, but that someone stood up for him. Moreover, Kim told him that if he was wounded, he could lie there for now and resting. Driving this psycho away was his main task, which he coped with perfectly. At that moment, Shin Sung felt how good middle-aged people are at fighting. They are much tougher than he could have imagined. The school children who brought Kim and his friends here noticed that Jin Sung had thrown away his knife and was now trying to escape, and catching him was the main task. Jun Sung understood the seriousness of who came for him, and if these guys were determined to take him, then nothing good would come for him. But no one was going to run after him. They simply created the appearance that someone was chasing him, and Kim was not entirely sure that this was exactly what needed to be done. Shin Sun assured him that this was the only option, because guys like him would never tell about their hideout, no matter how much you beat and intimidate. He had no idea what they were doing there, growing or building, but if he let them go even for a little while, they would immediately run to the shelter. Jin Sung burst into his house where he sometimes spent the night, and with a frightened face shouted to his girlfriend that he needed a bag with money and urgently. She tried to ask him what happened and why he was like that again, but all he did was hit her and made her fall to the floor. This girl turned out to be the same granddaughter of Deputy Prime Minister Dae, who was very unhappy that this crazy person was pushing her again. But he asked her to immediately close her mouth, because of her, some guy invaded and transferred all his boyfriends, and all this because of her. She didn't understand what all this could mean. She tried to ask him in more detail, but Jin Sung again shouted at her and said that he didn't really know anything, so there was no point in asking him questions. Suddenly, their screams were interrupted by some sounds coming from the stairs, and it sounded like someone was climbing up them, straight into their apartment. As soon as the guy saw who entered the room, he immediately began screaming in fear and asking who he was and what he needed from him. Kim and his guys were already near Jun Sung's hideout, and each of them understood that if the guy came running here, then most likely the girl they needed so much was here, so he offered to go in and test this hypothesis. While Kim was climbing the steps of a residential building, he had a description of a girl in his head. She was only 18 years old. Her name was Dae. She was the only granddaughter of the former Deputy Prime Minister of Economy of the Republic of South Korea. Before sending the manager on a mission, the director told him that he was sure that this was not an easy task, because it was simply impossible to escape from such a family. What was wrong with him? Kim didn't understand what he was talking about. If this was not an ordinary escape from home, then what could happen then? Do they really assume that the girl might be connected with crime? Lee Dog believed that this would not be enough. He feels that the situation is much more serious than they think. He knows this family too well, and there is a lot of dirt behind them. In any case, he turned to manager Kim and ordered him to work in proportion to his pay, no more and no less. Therefore, the man decided to listen to the director and would indeed work exactly as much as he was paid. And he was not going to interfere in what did not concern him. He must constantly remember this. Shin Sun believed that they had arrived at their destination, and the desired apartment was right in front of their faces. But unfortunately for them, the door was open, and it seemed to them that the girl had already run away. But how could this happen? Because they were following the guy in his footsteps, and they could not escape without a trace. Kim asked them all to be quiet. He is trying to think, because it seems to him that someone got ahead of them. And in some ways, manager Kim was right, because guests really came to Jun Sung, and it was a local gangster whose name was Zhang Ho Jung. The man lightly hit the guy in the face and asked him not to think that if he is cross-eyed, then he cannot be perceived as a serious person. He sees what others cannot, and even if the guy thought that he was with a girl and the gangster would not approach him, then it was a mistake. He decided to move from words to action, so he took out his huge knife and put it to the guy's neck. Zhang Ho wanted this red-haired guy to return his money to him. The 100 million that he lent for the guy's business have already accrued a lot of interest since then. So now, Jun Sung already owes him as much as 350 million, but so far, the man doesn't see the guy's particular zeal to give him this money. And this upset him very much, and yet he still believed that the guy was ignoring him only because he was cross-eyed. Jun Sung tried to tell him that this was not so, but the gangster did not listen to him and continued to threaten. Suddenly, he was tired of all this talk, and he asked his children, who came with him, to prepare for a violation of human rights. But today, Jun Sung is lucky. He was very lucky that at that moment Kim came into the apartment, who interrupted their act of violence and stated that they were looking for someone. Manager Kim was in a great mood and apologized to the gangster in his repertoire for bursting in so suddenly. At first, the gangster didn't understand who this man was and what he was apologizing to, did Jin Sung call them? While the guy was making excuses and saying that it wasn't his doing, Kim seemed to see the girl he came for, but she didn't understand who they were and what they needed from her. Kim decided not to hesitate any longer, so he would not answer her questions, took her hand and said that she would go with him because her parents were waiting for her at home and were worried. But the girl resisted as best she could and did not want to go anywhere. She decided to give him an ultimatum, and Day told him directly that she would go with him only if he took her boyfriend with him. But manager Kim upset her and said that he would not do this because it was not his responsibility, and besides, he was not paid for it. The man who had just threatened Jin Sung came into their conversation and now decided to talk a little with the man who he did not want to just let go. The gangster didn't quite understand the situation fully, but still ordered his kids to finish off Mr. and his friends, and quickly, they have another very important meeting today. One of them immediately attacked Kim with a knife, thinking that everything would be much easier, because in appearance, he looked more like a teacher. Manager Kim pushed the doors towards himself, and the guy's knife stuck right there. With such a light movement, he repelled the attack. The guy didn't have time to understand that it was just a cheap trick that was needed to distract him, when Kim broke through these doors with his foot and thus struck the gangster's puppy. But this cross-eyed man seemed not at all embarrassed by this, and was ready to continue the fight. Ande didn't expect such a turn of events. It seems she will still have to go with him, because Kim won't just let her go. At this moment, while Kim was talking with the gangster, the guy thought that maybe if he attacked right now, he could defeat Kim and finally take revenge on him for all his suffering. After all, he once had the pride of being the head of the union of gangs in the area, but after Kim arrived, his gang was instantly destroyed by just 2 people. They were all simply trampled into the dirt. Shin Sung couldn't come to terms with this, but what was even worse was that he was humiliated again in front of his entire gang after he left the hospital. His pride was simply gone. For a person who's trying to take revenge, you can't think of a better chance, especially since Kim's foot was stuck in the door at that moment. If not now, then it's unknown when there will be another opportunity. While Shin Sun was wondering whether he should take revenge on the man right now, at that time another gangster's puppy came at Kim, who also tried to stab him with a knife, but the same door came to Kim's aid as last time. When Shin Sun saw this, he realized that he was actually mistaken and underestimated Kim. He can calmly continue to fight. It's so amazing, really. The manager dealt with the second man of the cross-eyed man, and it seems now he will have to go into battle on his own or give up altogether. Shin Sung was still thinking about betraying Kim at such an inopportune moment for a man, and just in front of him, a knife appeared and flew away from the big man who Kim had just knocked out. He still watched as Kim continued to confidently fight with any of the opponents and realized that he still needed to think about his plan and would have to attack another time. After Kim knocked out the gangster's next guard, he turned his head and saw how the man was holding a knife on the girl's throat, and this was no joke. But the man underestimated Kim too much, who was fast as lightning and within seconds struck him with a blow from which he simply flew away. Now manager Kim turned to Shin Sung and told him that he was great, good job. He praised him for not doing what he had been thinking about for so long. He looked at the guy and told him that he had done a great job and Kim would be disappointed if he did otherwise. Shin Seong didn't even know where he learned this from, but still pretended that he didn't understand what he was talking about and decided to praise the senior master in return for his wonderful blow. The deputy minister's security guard told the man that news had arrived from the Baiko recruitment agency, and it seemed they brought good news. They found the girl, which surprised the old man. How did they do it so quickly? Although it doesn't matter, in any case, it's a good job. They work like professionals, and this suited him, because he paid quite a lot of money for their work and was glad that they did not disappoint him. But still, the old man was worried about one thing and asked his assistant again, "Will everything be okay with this agency? They won't be able to get to the bottom of the truth?" The assistant calmed the car down and said that everything would be fine, and while they were resolving this issue, they had already prepared a car for the deputy in which he would go to the agency. Ande became interested in who sent this gentleman, her father or her grandfather. But Kim told her that he didn't really know such details. He was just a performer who did his job to earn money. But still, he understood her parents, because the feeling of a parent when he lost a child is very difficult to overcome. Therefore, He added to her that he also had a daughter, and he advised Nda to drive away all doubts from her heart and just return home. It would be better for everyone. But she interrupted him and said that it would be better if he found out better about him before going on this task, and offered him a quiz in which he had to guess what really happened to her. Ande was sure that if he was the father of a daughter, he would definitely be able to give the correct answer to the question, after which she asked him what he thought had killed the most teenagers in the entire history of South Korea. Kim immediately took the girl to her parents, who were incredibly happy to see her and immediately ran to hug her. She wasn't exactly happy to see them, so she didn't even answer their questions about where she was and whether she was hurt. The answer to the question she asked Mr. Kim was family, because according to statistics, suicide ranks first in child mortality. She looked at him and thought that he was probably very surprised that she brought up this topic. Isn't it too strange? In fact, Andy admitted to him that not only does she not love her family, she hates them to the depths of her soul. Family means nothing to her. Kim stopped her monologue because he couldn't just listen to it and told her that no matter how bad her story was, he wouldn't be able to help her anyway, and, to be honest, he wasn't going to do anything else. He believed that no matter what her family was, no matter who the members of her family were for her, this had nothing to do with him, so he asked her to be quiet while they were driving. She reacted to these words with understanding, but still, she was a little offended to hear this. As soon as Kim delivered the girl to her parents, he immediately called his agency and confirmed that he had delivered his daughter, namely, Anda, to her parents, and the task was completed. The parents were very grateful to Mr. Kim for his good work, which he carried out professionally and quickly. Also, the father of the family decided to once again remind the man that they are a family of government employees, so they must be sure that not a single word from this conversation will become public knowledge, and asked him to keep it a secret. Kim didn't care at all what was going on and how things were going with them. He wasn't going to tell it to anyone, but still, for the sake of decency, he told them that everything would be fine and no one would know. He also added that their recruitment agency always does everything quickly and secretly, so there should be no reason to worry. As soon as Kim arrived at the office after the assignment, he was greeted by the director and his assistant, who decorated the room especially in his honor and greeted him with applause, which was in honor of his first successful mission. The manager was surprised that the client paid so much money for such a simple mission. The director also told him that he and Uncle argued that it would take Kim at least a month to complete the mission, and from the expression on Lee Dog's face, it was clear that it was he who won this argument and therefore invited the man to eat cake. But the man didn't want all this. He only needed money, so he simply asked to give him the next task. The director couldn't believe these words. Is it really that everything is so bad in the manager's life? But still, he began to choose a new task for him, and then it turned out that they simply weren't there wouldn't be a new task. So he told him to rest for now and be ready, especially since he had worked quite a lot. So the boss gave him 3 days of rest so that he could get himself in order. On the way home, Da's parents tried to find out from her why she ran away from home. What was the reason for this, and why she didn't tell her parents anything, because they were so worried about her. Her mother added that she had always been such a kind girl and always listened to them. Why did she suddenly become so secretive? Suddenly, she began to smile and ask for forgiveness from her parents and assured them that their old daughter had returned, and now everything would be like before. While Kim was heading home, he was going through several important points in his head, the first of which was that the amount of payment was too large, considering the complexity of the task. This payment cannot be explained by simple generosity, and secondly, the confidentiality that was emphasized all the time. In fact, everything was as Kim suspected, too troublesome. He didn't fully understand why some kind of reputation was more important to them for their child, or why they thought that they were doing all this for the sake of the unborn child. In any case, this was overkill. But as the director told him before leaving, he couldn't continue to think about a task that had already been completed. So he decided to forget about everything and call Minji. She was the only one who could somehow cheer him up. While they were talking with her, Kim told her that he was doing well, and now he went to the old school, where he temporarily got a job as a teacher. She was quite surprised by this news, but he added to her that he was already finishing his work, so he returned to school just to pick up his things, which made Minji laugh very much. Minji decided to clarify what he was teaching the kids, to which she heard a story from him, and it made her even funnier. He didn't understand why she laughed so much, because it always seemed to him that he knew history well. But it was funny to her that, in principle, she worked as a teacher. This was actually very unusual for him. When his assistants saw him in the school corridor, they were very glad that their beloved teacher had returned to school, because it was probably not just like that. They thought that he wanted to take over the school and start this business with the director. He told them that he had returned to restore order in this school, but no more, and they all asked how things were going with that girl and Day. The big man also added to the teacher that there are rumors that this girl has a psychological disorder and it manifests itself in the form of pathological lies, which she cannot control. She always talked about how someone was blackmailing her with murder, so she ran away from home. The guys thought that the teacher knew about it. Suddenly, on the way home, Da attacked her mother and tried to bite off her ear, and the poor woman could not do anything about it. The man was driving the car and couldn't believe his eyes. Why was the girl doing this? Is she out of her mind? Her father stopped the car to help his wife, and the girl took advantage of this to run away again. But still, she was very sorry that she did this. But there was no other way, because if she returned home, then she would definitely die. She did not hear her father shouting at her to stop and not run away, but she pretended that she did not hear him and continued to run away. After everything he had listened to Kim, he was slightly surprised that the girl had such a problem. And the main question was, why didn't the parents tell them about their daughter's psychological state when she disappeared? But literally, immediately, Kim realized that perhaps this was not a mental disorder, but that someone was actually threatening her and wanted to destroy her. Deputy Lee Doga decided to clarify something with the boss. He was curious to know something. They decided to keep silent that the client was suspicious. As the deputy himself heard, this family is hiding a lot, and yet the director decided to accept the order. Why? Director Lee told him that in fact everything was very simple. This old deputy minister had already worked with Lee Dog several times before, and their deals were always successful. So this time he decided not to refuse him, although he knew that in this mission there are pitfalls. But the most important stone that the old man tried to hide at the bottom was such that every person that Director Lee found on his order was killed on the spot. He did not spare anyone, be it a fugitive or even his own loved one. The director understood that this was quite suspicious, although everything is fine as long as he pays such a lot of money because they themselves do not touch anyone. They only find a person. His friend was not a fool and suggested that this time he would do the same. But the director calmed him down and said that it was unlikely that he wanted to kill his own granddaughter, so he accepted the order from him. Well, in general, the director added that even if he kills his own granddaughter, what difference does it make to them? He tried to prove to Enkol that they were just doing their job for which they were paid good money. They themselves did not kill anyone, so there was no need to worry. And besides, he warned before this mission that Manager Kim should see the dirty side of money. The members of the local gang did not understand what suddenly happened to Teacher Kim and why he needed in Day's personal file so urgently and what did he want to see there. They couldn't know this, but each of them understood for sure that this was the first time they had seen such an expression on his face. They felt that some kind of trouble had happened. As Kim expected, he found nothing in the personal file. It was absolutely clean when it comes to the family. Obviously, they will control all this. But nevertheless, Kim noticed one detail. In 1 month, 2 class teachers changed. Obviously, someone had a hand in this because some problems arose with one teacher or another. The question remained unanswered in Kim's mind. What caused these problems to arise? Joon Sung did not expect that Inda would return to him again, because he believed that she had gone home and was unlikely to return, but he still opened the door to talk to her. The girl herself didn't want this too much, but still she had to smile and ask her boyfriend to open the door for her, since she was already too tired of all this and needed a break. It was clear from Jin Sung's face that the guy wasn't up to anything good, but still allowed the girl to go inside. For the first time, she learned about what she was hiding so ardently from her parents around last winter. One day, she lured a bank card from her mother and told her that she needed to buy a study guide. But in fact, the girl was unhappy that they began to give her much less money than before, so she decided to link this card to her phone. At first, she was going to just secretly use this card, but then in the transaction history of the card, the girl noticed mentions of an unfamiliar hotel. And of course, thoughts came into my head that mom was secretly dating someone and didn't say anything to either her or dad. But these thoughts quickly left her head. She couldn't believe that her mother could do this, because this woman doesn't care about anything except her family. Surely it was some kind of business meeting. A few days later, she again saw this notification, from which it was clear that her mother again went to the hotel at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now the girl thought about it, and the thought ran through her head about telling her father everything. But she realized that he would have a heart attack, and it would only get worse, so this was not the best idea. Therefore, an even more stupid idea came to tell Grandpa everything. But then everything in the house would turn upside down, and at that moment, she froze and didn't know what to do. Ultimately, she decided to tell her class teacher, the only one she trusted, which made him simply dumbfounded. Why was she telling him this? But still, he decided to help and do everything she asked, namely to follow her mother and understand what exactly she was doing in this hotel. In any case, he said that he would not go far because he had been working here for 20 years and did not want to lose his position if something went wrong. And a few days later, the manager was kicked out of their house, and it was the girl's grandfather who played the main role in this decision. The girl was never told the specific reason, but she knew that they probably noticed him when he was watching Dee's mother. Apparently, my grandfather knew about this, and that's why he was kicked out. But Dee was more worried about herself, that she might get caught, and from that day, her mother, because of whom it all started, became too hateful to her. From then on, everything went downhill. Her own mother was like garbage to her, and her father evoked endless pity, and every time suspicious facts surfaced, the girl felt that she had lost her way. And she sank deeper and deeper into the abyss. She was even transferred to other schools against her will several times, and at one point, she was so tired of all this, and one day she honestly confessed everything to her class teacher. The teacher who was supposed to help her was replaced and removed from school under the pretext of vacation. The same thing happened with the next class teacher, who did not stay long at school. In the end, she decided to find the evidence herself, and Ande synchronized her mother's phone with hers to see all the information. Ande decided to find evidence that would be impossible to deny. In the end, she found a photo from the hotel, and the first mention of the hotel was made on the 4th of December. But besides the photographs of food, Ande in the end found nothing else. Her mother was extremely careful and did not do anything unnecessary. One day, her grandfather decided to come to the girl and wanted to talk to her. But Ande didn't like conversations with him too much, because they always didn't end very well. And this case was no exception. He started with the fact that he heard that the girl had been acting very strangely in recent days and did not obey her parents at all, so he wanted to find out what happened to her. He tried to persuade her to talk to him, and then he would do everything in his power. At that moment, Ande became nervous and thought about telling everything to her grandfather. She understood that if she told him, then everything could get even more confused, and knowing his character, he could easily finish off both his mother and her lover. And if this happens, she doesn't know if she can forgive herself for this. But in the moment, her grandfather calmed her down, saying that he was her close person and would support her in any case. The deputy told her that although he was strict with other people, he would try to speak as softly as possible with her. On the contrary, he was even a little offended that she was doing this to him and not saying anything, because he always thought that they got along well with each other. Ande still could not withstand such moral pressure from her grandfather, and decided to tell him that her mother had a lover. And she told it like it was, that she caught her going to the hotel, but she didn't go with her dad, and the girl checked and knows it for sure. And what was most terrible for her was that this was not a meeting for a couple of times, because they were extremely careful. In fact, there were almost no clues, and she did not know what to do about it. It seems that the girl's guesses about how grandfather would react to this situation were true. In a second, he turned red and was bursting with anger, and all he could say was to ask again whether it was true or not. But Ande shouted to him that this was definitely true, because she herself saw the transactions of her mother's bank card. She even showed him that the payment for the hotel was made not just once, but several times and on different days. Now it became clear to the grandfather why the girl had been behaving this way lately, but she shouted to him that it didn't matter now, because her mother was cheating, but he asked her not to shout about it to the whole house. He decided to ask her if she knew who this lover was, but the girl said that she tried to find out, but was unsuccessful, She even asked her manager, but it seems they saw him that he was spying on his mother, and therefore they fired him. Grandfather asked her to listen to him very carefully. He decided to deal with it himself, without noise and unnecessary movements, so she doesn't have to worry about it anymore. At that moment, she felt significant relief, and especially after her grandfather hugged her and asked for forgiveness for not noticing earlier how bad she felt. She realized that she should have confessed to him much earlier, because she still had some evidence, and not suffer alone. And everything would be wonderful until she decided to show her grandfather that same photo with food, the only photo that was associated with that hotel, and already in the presence of her grandfather, she noticed one very unpleasant detail. The reflection from the shiny spoon of two people was clearly visible on it, the first of whom was her mother, and the second person was her own grandfather. At that moment, her whole life flashed just before her eyes, and now she no longer needed any evidence or clues, because from that moment she knew exactly who her mother's lover really was. And at that moment, the grandfather was only thinking about the fact that he asked her not to save any photographs, but the woman still decided to leave the photo of the food, because there was nothing wrong with it. The grandfather clearly saw the expression on his granddaughter's face, and now he had no doubt that he saw the same thing as her. Her heart was beating so fast that it was ready to explode right there, and there was an emptiness in her head from which she could not escape. But at some point, he pointed out to her that he saw a VIP card on the table, and this could only mean one thing, that her mother's lover was not such a simple person as it might seem at first glance. On the other hand, he suggested that if he was a VIP guest of the hotel, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to dig him out, because the card was tied to a specific person. But Enda didn't listen to him at all, because she perfectly understood that he was lying and was only pretending, that he's trying to help her. After they decided that her grandfather would help her with this problem, she felt relieved that she had not been caught and disgusted with her mother and grandfather. But as soon as the tension subsided a little, she began to feel very sick, and it did not stop, because her grandfather continued to tell her that everything would be fine and he would make sure that no one knew about this shame. Ande understood that if this concerns grandfather, then the person who found out his secret would simply disappear at one moment, and no matter how dear or close this person was to him. 20 years ago, an unprecedented scandal occurred in South Korea involving Deputy Aeon, who was accused of having not one, but several mistresses. The man was definitely in the very center of events, so he even had to answer questions from reporters, who were terribly pestering, and he had to repeat several times that the situation that arose was a simple misunderstanding. He also added to all the reporters who were there that the final answers to the questions about the mistresses would soon be made public, and they would be able to get acquainted with them in detail, so they needed to have a little patience. This was where his answers ended, and the reporters were very surprised that having so many mistresses, he still remained so calm. How was this even possible? But as soon as Deputy On entered the office of the head of the party, whose name was Hong In-dong, he immediately received a sea of aggressive comments in his direction, because the party leader had already told him many times to take care of his women and not to do this again. Popped up. The man looked him straight in the eyes and said that the man who was supposed to be the next leader of the party had caused a stir by failing to cope with his own mistresses, so he asked him if he was ready to take responsibility if the elections did not go according to plan. The old man did not stop and continued to shout at him in a voice that was not his own, and ask if he loves at least one of all his women, or is politics a joke to him? The man could not stand it and decided to sit on a chair and smoke a little, because he believed that he was a complete fool for raising him, while hoping that he had found the right person, that he would do his job well. Therefore, now he ordered him to take urgent measures and arrange a briefing at which he will answer all questions and remove all suspicions. First, he decided to take care of the rest of his mistresses, but in any case, he thought that the reporters would not calm down and simply retreat. The man believed that their suspicions should be broken completely and irrevocably, with one decisive blow, but the party leader did not quite understand what was going on, and he decided to resolve the issue radically. Deputy An came up with a cunning plan in which he would force his last mistress to marry his son, and then all questions would disappear, as would doubts among voters. As soon as he does this, then everything will suddenly make sense. Photographs of her entering his house, photographs of her playing golf, where it is just the two of them, and everything like that will be justified and will no longer raise questions. The people of South Korea will easily forget the scandal that ended so boringly because they already said that it was a misunderstanding, and if they prove it in practice, they will only have to poke each other for saying stupid things. They say that the most perfect lie is one that is mixed with 30% of the truth, and the deputy was going to bring this 30% into life. He wants to accept responsibility and settle everything without unnecessary fuss. So he only asked to trust him, and it seems that the party leader really liked this attitude to the matter and did not mind giving him such a chance. The leader liked this perseverance, and in politics it is only a plus. So in return, he also promised to take this secret with him to the grave. The man repeated in his head once again that he would take responsibility and get rid of people who knew the whole truth. The party leader got into the car and realized that he was actually in a hurry to an important meeting that was about to begin, so he asked his driver to speed up a little and drive faster. And when the deputy said that he would get rid of all the people who actually know the whole truth, he was not joking, and thus the party leader, a few minutes after his departure, got into a fatal accident. He lit a cigarette and realized that there was something he had learned from being in politics long enough. Only dead men couldn't talk. To hide his stupid passion, he will do anything, be it an enemy or an old friend or even a family member. Jin Sung called and beat the girl because he didn't understand how she dared to come here again and again, ask him for some help. He repeated to her that she was a truly pathological liar who had no place in his company, so he asked her to get out of his house as soon as possible. She was very scared and lonely, but she had nowhere to go and no person to help her, so she had to endure all this horror. The deputy, after learning that Ande had run away again, immediately called Kim and told him about it and gave him the director's personal order not to interfere in this under any circumstances. Now it is not in their competence. After this conversation, Kim seriously thought about what really happened to her and remembered all the moments in their conversation. When they were returning home, she suddenly had a request. Then she asked him to listen to her story and not think that she was a child who was simply running away from her parents out of stupidity. Ande tried to convey to him that a child can also run away when he is in a truly dangerous situation, but she spoke about this with a sincere smile. Kim couldn't just stand still, so he just started to leave and Shin Sun tried to bring him back, saying that they clearly said on the phone that you couldn't act without an order. But manager Kim was not a deaf person and heard perfectly well what they said on the phone. But as it turned out, he is acting on a request that has already been received, and his main task now is to find out the reason for running away from home, which is what he was going to do. Kim was already a little late with this task, so now he is going to act with maximum speed. Jin Sung shouted at the girl with all his might. It seemed to her that he would simply kill her at one moment, so with every second she was more and more scared. And he continued to shout at her and prove how his life had become complicated because of her, that after her arrival everything went wrong, because her family had called that guy, and now he had such debts that he would have to pay off for the rest of his life. Jin Sung blamed her for the fact that this cross-eyed man now suspects him of betraying him, and blames him for the fact that it was because of him that such injuries were caused to him, although he did not even know that man. As soon as he remembered him, this gangster decided to call him and remind him that today his debt has increased, so it will be a big problem for him if Jin Sung suddenly decides to disappear, because the man will find him very quickly and force him to give the money, but already more cruel method. The guy had no face, because now his debt was not 350 million, but already as much as 500, which suddenly appeared due to the damage caused by that incomprehensible man. Jin Sung tried to somehow solve this problem, but in response he only heard that if he does not find the money, then the gangster will sell all his organs and still get his money. The guy offered him his kidney, but the man laughed at him, because he knew very well that the male costs only 8 million, but how was he going to give away the rest? But when he finished laughing, he suggested that the guy create a small business, which should help him give away all the money and forget about his problems once and for all. The guy could not refuse such an offer. The man began to tell him that he has an excellent sense for everything related to money, and business is, first of all, a loophole through which you can get money. Jun Sung was not against this idea and, looking at the poor girl, agreed to it, which made the gangster very happy, because together they could make great money. Having finished the conversation, the guy sat down next to the girl and suddenly became incredibly calm and began to talk to her about how he had always treated her incredibly badly and left her only bad memories. Anda sat closer to him and said that in fact, there were not only bad memories, and thus tried to support the guy at least a little. After which, she decided to invite him to run away with her, because she knows perfectly well who just called him and what he wanted, especially since she is not going to return home and is ready to be with him for the rest of her life. The guy answered her that in fact, not everything is so simple and suddenly began to strangle her with all his might and tell her that she would have to fulfill one of his requests, because she seemed to be from the rich. And as consciousness gradually turned off, and the last thing she heard from Joan Sung was that he wanted to receive a reward for her body. She passed out, and Jun Sung dragged her into another room to begin executing the very business plan that he and the gangster had approved. At the same time, he thanked the girl for the sacrifice. Kim and his guys came to Jin Sung's apartment in time, but they couldn't find the girl. They searched every corner and even the balcony, but she was nowhere to be found. Mr. Kim was 100% sure that something had happened, because he was sure that this was the only place where she could go. After all, her boyfriend lives here. While the man's team assumed different options, that they went to a cafe or something similar, Kim found a pretty good clue that could tell him where the girl might be now, and it was her shoes. He remembered that it was precisely these sneakers that the girl was wearing the last time they met, and this could mean that she was definitely in this apartment. But where is she now? Therefore, the manager interrupted his guys and said that this was clearly a kidnapping, because there were obvious signs of resistance. As soon as Jin Sung arrived at the gangster, who was already waiting for him with the girl, he immediately began calling Inda's family, and the first family member they decided to call was the girl's mother. But unfortunately for them, the girl's grandfather answered the phone, who was simply silent for a while, and waited for the guy to say why he was calling. But later he had to say a few words, and Jin Sung was very surprised that instead of a woman, a man answered the phone. In any case, he doesn't care whether it's mom or dad. He started telling him that Ande was sick and she needed help to take her to the hospital. But the problem was that they had no money at all. Therefore, Jin Sung kindly offered to help him, but only on the condition that he gives the guy $1 billion, and then he will think about taking Ande to the hospital. The man continued to remain silent in response, and the guy told him that he wouldn't repeat it twice. They had his daughter, and if there was no money, then the conversation would be completely different. Da's mother heard this perfectly well and could not withstand the pressure, so she fainted, and the guy continued to threaten in response and say that he had nothing to lose, and if he joked with him, his daughter would lose one finger after another. The guy offered to send him a photo of his daughter so that he could make sure that Joan Sung was not joking. But surprisingly for the guy, the man told him that this was not necessary. After which, he added that in his life, he had seen a lot of fools like this guy who tried to threaten him. For him, it was all a cheap show arranged in order to lure money out of him. Then the deputy minister decided to put an end to this story and said that he would not negotiate and naturally would not transfer any money. Jin didn't know what to do and decided to ask the elder for advice. But in the meantime, he took out his knife and suddenly a new plan appeared in his head. He carefully put the knife to Jin Sung's neck and told him that if he hangs up, then he will be the one who gets hurt instead of the girl. So it is in his best interest to continue the conversation and show off his creativity. The gangster believed that this man considered him a laughingstock, so he offered to cut off the girl's finger and send it to him so that he would stop thinking like that. First, he asked him to ask him who they were talking to at the moment. The man understood perfectly well that perhaps at the moment they are not talking to their father. That's why he says this, so let him pass the phone to his mother. But the deputy continued to ignore this and told his security chief that everything was fine, just some kind of midge appeared that suddenly decided to threaten him. At first they introduced themselves as friends of Ande, but then they began to extort money from him if he did not want his granddaughter to get hurt. But to the official it looked more like Ande had conspired with them and was thus trying to earn extra money. Jin Sung believed that it was better to talk to her father, if this man was not him, because he remembered that Inde told him that her mother was flighty and it would be difficult to negotiate with her. The guy knew very well that her mother was sleeping with her grandfather, and this was the reason that she ran away from home, but in any case, the gangster didn't care about it, and he told the guy to continue the conversation. No matter how bad their family was, he is primarily interested in money. But still, he was interested to know where he knew this. Jin Sung told him that she told him this information herself, but he still considers her a psychopath, and suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the girl's grandfather, because he was still on the line. Suddenly he said that he must have lost his temper for a moment, and jumped to conclusions he shouldn't have responded so harshly, so he apologized for his mistake. After which he added that he doesn't mind transferring money to them, but unless they don't mind meeting, to make it more reliable, he will send them the place and time in a message. Jun Sung was very pleased that the man finally came to his senses and understood the seriousness of the situation for himself. So they were not against the meeting. They thought that he was just worried, and that's why he said so. After this conversation, the deputy was out of his mind and called his assistant and ordered him to prepare a detachment that would deal with this issue. The gang of lawlessness and the gang of the invincible boxer were ready to continue to do whatever Manager Kim told them, but he ignored them for now because he urgently needed to call someone, and they did not understand who else he wanted to call. Kim recruited a person on a tip from his friend Park Jin, who told him that he had a person who could help him in this matter. The same man whom Kim called was Chief Nam, who had not yet fully accepted this, but after Park unexpectedly came to him and offered to do this, he still decided to move forward immediately. The most brutal multinational mercenary organization in history, which you can only leave if all your colleagues are dead ACL. A veteran of this organization was Chief Nam, the only person in the history of this organization who was able to retire. I once met Mr. Park, who came to him with a rather unusual proposal. He was putting together a new team that would be even stronger than any other organization in the world. Park decided to call his team Ares, and it will include only the strongest of the strongest, real professionals in military affairs. It will truly be an invincible team. Well, now he came to him in order to recruit Nam to this team, because Pak was sure that the man was probably tired of living in the past of an ordinary mercenary. Who knows, if he joins Mr. Park's new team, then perhaps he will be able to put an end to all this, and the bonus will be that absolutely all records about him will be deleted. This is a great chance to start a new life. Chief Nam wasn't quite ready to make such an important decision so quickly, so he asked for some time so he could think. Puck was naturally willing to give him the time he needed, but warned him that he was doing this out of respect for his strength, so he could consider this his last way to cleanse himself, so he had better join in so that Puck could continue to respect him. The man realized that it seemed like he didn't have much of a choice, and besides, the conditions that Pak offered were pretty good, so he decided to agree with the offer and join the new team. But he was embarrassed by the fact that he was not on good terms with Mr. Kim, because he put his daughter in danger, and this could destroy their family forever, and this cannot be forgotten. Puck seemed to omit all the words that the guy said to him and just took the phone in his hands and started talking to someone so nicely, which embarrassed Chief Nam a little. After a few exchanged phrases, Chief Nam heard Pak advertising him to one of his friends and offering his help, and apparently the interlocutor was not against help, and Pak said that he would send the details by message. As soon as the conversation was over, Park said that he was trying to find him a job that could ease his heaviness in his heart. He added that his friend said that he was starting a new business, and Park thought that Chief Nam could fit in perfectly with his team to help with something, so he asked him to do whatever he was told when they called him. So from that moment on, Puck told him that he could consider this to be his entrance test, which he needed not to fail, because it was very important not only for him, but also for Puck himself. Chief Nam thought that the person who was previously his main enemy suddenly became his friend, and now he helps him as a member of the team. It was hard to believe. We kept thinking and wondering how difficult this task would be, but as it turned out, it was very simple. You just need to find a high school student and deliver her to a certain place. As soon as Shin Sun saw Chief Nam, he immediately didn't like him because he was so strange. He was talking to someone and touching someone's ear, although he didn't have an earphone in his ears. Is he crazy? Jin Sung told his puppies that he asked for 1 billion for Ande's ransom, which made the guys simply see the light. But the guy didn't see anything like that, because the girl's family is very rich, and for them, it's not as much money as it might seem. He was also sure that they would not be able to pull off any dirty tricks, because he said that he would kill her and then make public everything that she told him about, and then their family would have huge problems. So from now on, they are on the team, and if they help him get money, then he will take it as a share. On September 12, at 4:30 in the evening, at the Zhangsan intersection, 15 minutes before the exchange, the security service of the Deputy Prime Minister watched the object, which arrived at the right place, so you need to be as vigilant as possible and not lose concentration. Their opponents are teenagers who are hungry for money, so they can approach them in the most unexpected ways. The assistant deputy was also in touch and added to everything else that the enemy could also be disguised and watching from cover. They cannot know at what moment they will decide to distract them and steal the bag with money. One of the agents listened carefully to the assistant's words and took them into account, and because of this, he did not notice several motorcyclists heading towards him. Before he even had time to turn around to realize that these were not ordinary motorcyclists, one of them struck him with his bat and thus immobilized him. Another motorcyclist drove up to the man and tried to snatch the bag from his hands and quickly take it away. The assistant immediately ordered everyone to get ready, since the kidnappers were already in place and had even begun to act, so they needed to give an answer immediately. Nevertheless, one of the motorcyclists managed to pick up a bag with money and take it away. The man could not do anything about it, because his condition left much to be desired. This motorcyclist, who still managed to pick up this bag of money, was Jin Sung, who could not believe his eyes that there really was $1 billion. As soon as he was convinced that the money was in his hands, he immediately rushed in the other direction, which was very suspicious for his friends, and it was not in vain, because it seems the guy decided to take all the money for himself and not share it with anyone. He drove as fast as possible and was glad that he could finally start a new life, erase all his past and forget about it as a nightmare. This only motivated him to drive faster. But it seems that everything will not be as simple as it seemed, so he turned his head and saw him being chased by some motorcyclist whom he had not seen before. It was Shin Seong, who was sure that the pursuit of this clown would be useful, and so it happened. Now they are chasing him and will soon find out where they are hiding in debt. Jin Sung was quite surprised by this picture, because how could it be that he was found? But the boxer explained to him that in fact everything was very simple. He dropped his girlfriend's phone with which they found him through an application for couples. The guy immediately realized that he needed to run away immediately, so he turned in the other direction, and Shin Sun seemed to only hope for this, which is why he reacted so calmly. And it seems that Jin Sung now understands why the guy let him go so easily and didn't go after him, because a man on a huge black motorcycle just flew out of nowhere. It was Kim, whom no one expected to see here, especially on such a huge and beautiful motorcycle. Without thinking for a long time, the manager jumped off his bike and flew with a precise blow at Jin Sung to stop this guy and prevent him from escaping. Kim looked the guy straight into the eyes through the helmet and reminded him that he didn't like to beat around the bush, and therefore asked the guy not to delay and immediately tell him where Anda was. Shin Sung looked at this whole picture and thought in his head that the obvious reason why it would be better for Jin Sung to be caught by him is that Kim was not going to feel sorry for him. He realized that he was unlikely to get out just like that, so he begged him to spare him, because he himself doesn't know where the girl is, and if he knew, he would have told him long ago. All Jin Sung knew was that she was taken with him by a cross-eyed man who planned to smuggle her abroad while they blackmailed her family. The cross-eyed man did not waste any time, and while Jin Sung was busy extorting money, he went to the port where he had a rather important meeting, which was attended not only by Ande, but by several other people. And his meeting was not easy, because he had to discuss the details of transporting the girl abroad, and he met to discuss this issue with the largest human trafficking organization, which was called Kensen. The man understood that these people were quite busy, but he was still too angry that they were 5 minutes late, because this was their largest deal in history, and if not for his security, the cross-eyed man would have opened fire on them. He really didn't want the deal to fall through, so he asked them to show little respect and check everything, because they were late and should make amends this way. Jin Sung continued to tell Kim and his friends that the cross-eyed man told him that business is just loopholes through which you can get money. He also said that the guy should rob her family and that he could get even more money if he sold Ande to human traffickers. It was cruel even for the bandits, especially after the guy added that most likely the girl had already been handed over to the Yakuza. But fortunately for Kim and his team, their man also went to the same port, who seemed to arrive in time, because they had not yet decided everything among themselves. The cross-eyed man and the organization of human trafficking did not understand who this man was and why he came here, but he said that he was very glad to meet them and also added that he came to put an end to the current situation. Therefore, he asked to call him Boss Nam, who wanted to complete his first task in the new team as best as possible, and he decided to demonstrate the difference in their level. Sometime later, Mr. Kim and Chief Nam were discussing the operation plan, and the man told him that the essence of his work would be that he would act separately from the others. He will take the children who have been helping Kim all this time with him. Of course, they are still inexperienced and know little, but they learn quickly. The main plan was that Kim would catch Joan Sung and find out about his plans, and he gave Chief Nam the task of finding the cross-eyed man and dealing with him in accordance with the situation. The Yakuza did not tolerate such loud words from the guy and decided to deal with him himself, so he began to take off his jacket, and everyone in his gang knew that when the boss takes off his jacket, it usually does not end well. The man continued to undress, and at the same time told his partner that he had brought strangers here. When Who had such a big deal, now he had no doubt that the Koreans were doing terrible business. Again, he will have to figure everything out on his own, but it seems he didn't mind warming up a little, so he suggested that the guy not stand there like a pillar, but start the battle. After a few blows, Chief Nam realized that this opponent was not as simple as it seemed, and he even had to block with both hands. And this is actually very rare. This has not happened for a long time. The Yakuza was a really strong opponent who only went forward and had no intention of stopping, which was even a little scary. Nam watched his every move and understood that the man was rude and clumsy, but still his attacks carried a destructive force that still needed to be contained. Apparently, he went through a lot of fights, and he is not a simple Yakuza who only knows how to command, but an experienced one who does everything himself. But nevertheless, Nam still thought that he was too inept and his skills were not enough to defeat him. That's what he told us, that he clearly sees that the man has a lot of experience in fights, but even this is not enough to win, because he sees right through him. Therefore, he delivered several precise blows, which were the result of numerous shortcomings of the Yakuza. As soon as Nam finished determining the level of the Yakuza's skills, he immediately realized all his shortcomings, so he struck several more blows, after which the knife fell out of Mr. Yakuza. Nam picked it up and put it to the man's neck, telling him that unfortunately his skills weren't even close to his, so his best option would be to give up. After which, he decided to raise the question of why he came here in the first place, and it was the question of where he could find Miss Inde. The girl regained consciousness and did not understand what was happening at all, so the only thing she could say were words of help. Nam turned to her and said that he had come to help her, so he was here and she didn't have to worry anymore. Everything would be fine. The Yakuza suddenly began to smile and say that his boss always told him that it is better to have a backup plan when you are doing business with Koreans who more often than not do something wrong. And this time the backup plan for the Yakuza was a huge man in a white suit who clearly didn't come here to have fun, and it seems he even called his friends. Chief Nam was surprised not by their size, but by what they had on their clothes, badges that he had seen somewhere before, but where? The Yakuza seemed to read his thoughts and confirm that these badges mean that these guys are the real power of the Kensen organization. There is too much money behind this deal, and the man, of course, brought his gangsters here. And as it turned out, not only here, this man's gangsters also went to the aid of Jin Sung, who at the same time is now carrying out a billion-dollar deal, which would serve as compensation for the Yakuza if something went wrong. Kim tried to get as much information as possible out of Jin Sung, but suddenly he was interrupted by two voices that stood behind and spoke to each other. They reasoned that their boss was right, and the Koreans really couldn't be trusted, because they were always doing something wrong and sometimes they made too many mistakes. It was two twins who were similar to each other, like yin and yang, who told him that the boss contacted them and said that the terms of the contract were violated, and he ordered them to kill everyone and take the billion with them. These two young guys were named Saz and Ryuichi, and they are ready to get down to business for which they were sent here. The Yakuza noted that their gangsters had already arrived here and to the place where there was a billion, and this could only mean one thing: the show would begin soon. After which one of these men in white suits turned directly to Chief Nam and decided to tell him a little about the samurai spirit, namely about the proverb, "Life without honor is not worth living," which meant that they would even go to death, but not fail the mission, such as their spirit and dedication to their work. The Yakuza began to scream like crazy and prove to him that they are Koreans and know nothing about their people and the spirit that they protect. But suddenly, for the man and in general, for everyone who was there, one of these samurai pierced their boss with his sword with the words that the man needed to stop in time. Then he could kill the enemy through you, but in the end, they could barely disable one of his arms. And now, instead of holding the enemy hostage, he had to sacrifice himself in the name of serving Kensen, and this is the true spirit of the samurai. The Yakuza did not understand what was happening and why he had just been pierced with a sword, but the last thing he saw in front of him was a samurai who shed a stingy man's tear because he had just had to pierce his friend. After which the samurai added that Taki died, and he carried within himself the true spirit of the samurai. His sacrifice was not in vain. At this time, we thought that this opponent was absolutely crazy. He did not even spare his friend just to wound his opponent's hand. The samurai now pointed his sword at Chief Nam and warned him that as his friend's last enemy, he could expect no mercy and pray that this would all end fairly quickly. Shin Sung looked at these two guys, and in his head it looked so funny that two clowns came in white suits and are now threatening them with violence. But before Shin Sun had time to think about it, one of the twins had already struck him, and the guy was very lucky that he was able to dodge in time. He couldn't believe that they were so fast, and literally a moment ago, the twin wanted to cut out his eye. They laughed at him because for them he was such a funny guy, who by some miracle was able to dodge. What a pity! Ryuichi almost won 10 points with his blow. At that moment, Shin Sun realized two things. Firstly, these guys are definitely insane, and if necessary, they will simply kill him and go back to their country. He understood this, just looked at the expression on their faces. It was true madness. They are excellent killers. For them, death is just entertainment, and victory in battle is just a secondary goal. Even if you hit them 100 times, it will not dispel the feeling of danger. Loss is inevitable. As soon as the enemy strikes at least one blow, and then it will be the end. The game is too unprofitable for the guy. But he forgot one very important detail, which actually decided a lot in this confrontation, and it was Mr. Kim, who was tired of wasting his time on all sorts of clowns. And this was the second reason. By the time Shin Sun realized their essence, he could feel something else. This very important person was nearby. Sass, without hesitation, went to attack this old man, who looked too confident, but it was his main mistake in life, to underestimate Mr. Kim, who successfully dodged his blow and struck back in return. And looking at the state of the guy, who was lying on the floor after the blow, one could assume that this blow could lead to his end. All that Sass finally said was to ask his brother to run away as soon as possible. But Kim had already set his sights on the second brother, who stood opposite him and was no longer so brave. Ryuichi looked at the man approaching him, not caring about maintaining a distance and not even raising his hands in an attacking stance. Is he really that confident in himself? The guy couldn't understand what was happening to him, because he was standing and shaking with fear like a little girl, as if he was going into battle for the first time. What kind of feeling is this? But looking at Kim, who was walking towards him with such a confident step, it became clear that his fear was based on the fact that this was simply proof of superior strength. The Kensen organization was engaged in a business that was mainly based on human trafficking. It was the largest Yakuza organization in the Kansai region. Their hierarchy was quite simple. First came the trainees, after them the gangsters, and all this was controlled by the boss, who did not take part in the battles but only observe. Trainees are one of the most active types of combat units of the organization because they usually take part in all battles and battles. In fact, they are used as cannon fodder. The second line is gangsters. Each of them is a leader in the organization and wears a corresponding badge, which means that this person went through a lot to get him. Gangsters, in turn, have an internal division, the basis for which is the difference in combat power. For example, owners of white badges who also lead ordinary members of the organization, and the gangsters with the best fighting skills, wearing black badges, and above all of them, the one who created the entire system is the boss of the Kensen organization, who is Sasaki Kenjin. This man constantly repeated the same words, so they became a habit. He believed that every effort should be put into increasing the combat power of the organization in order for it to develop. And when they decide that they have been able to prepare enough for this and have increased their power as much as possible for them, then they will try to open their own business in Korea. However, he was not a stupid person and understood perfectly well that all business in Korea must be conducted with backup. Otherwise, there will be failure, but in any case, even cover does not guarantee success. He could say this for sure because based on his extensive experience, there are many strong people in Korea that they may not even know about, and in the end, this can lead to disastrous consequences. One of the twins was lying on the floor dying, but still tried to smile sarcastically and say that he still wouldn't tell him any information. He might not even hope. Kim did not listen to him and, saying that it didn't matter to him what he might know, dealt him an accurate blow to the head, which destroyed the guy forever. The man understood perfectly well that he could find out everything himself. He added this guy and told him that if he fights for the cross-eyed one, then that was it, and all he needs is to find a girl, after which it will all be over. Besides, he has already taken preventive measures. Chief Nam dodged every blow of the samurai, and now his analysis told him that these fighters were much stronger than the guy was before, because their blows were much more accurate and stronger. Now they were already fighting him 2 against 1, and on the one hand it was not a completely fair fight, but on the other hand, Chief, we didn't care, because all of them have the same flaw. And this drawback was that Nam was used to such opponents, and it would not be difficult for him to fight with them for even a day. The samurai answered him that he talks too much during a fight, and he doesn't like such opponents so much. But suddenly his words were interrupted by the agent himself, who was suddenly so close to this samurai that he was able to strike him. The samurai did not expect that the guy would be able to counterattack him and paid for it. They clearly underestimated their opponent. But not only was the samurai distracted during the battle, Nam himself made the same mistake, for which he paid, because he received a blow from the second samurai, who was even angrier than the first. This big guy didn't see any obstacles and struck until there was nothing left of the Korean, because he didn't like them that much. But he wasn't too stupid and understood perfectly well that this guy was most likely a military man, because this style was characteristic only of him. Now this big guy made the same mistake as his friend. Too many thoughts in his head prevented him from realizing that Nam had long ago gotten out of his trap and had already struck him with a kick. The only thing that prevented Namu from fighting normally was the thought that his right hand was causing him some discomfort, and he needed to come up with something with it. If we take this nuance into account, then probably the samurai think that the guy is not so strong now. But the samurai forgot or did not know that this man uses a close-quarters fighting style, which allows him to strike at close range and thereby essentially render the enemy's weapon useless. And thus, Nam got so close to his opponents that he could deliver a good series of blows. But suddenly the fight was stopped by just one word from their chief, who noticed that the guy was using a special fighting style, which was similar to the one used by Akal. We didn't even feel their leader approach, and it was very surprising when he stopped his warriors with just one word, and now the battle turned into a normal conversation. The man understood that undoubtedly this guy was the strongest here, but suddenly he decided not to attack Chief Nam, but said completely opposite things, namely that he was very glad to meet you because, as it turned out, he was also once a member of a KL. The samurai told him that there was no need to be afraid because he decided to start a conversation with him to talk about it. Although they were from different generations of this organization, in any case they should respect each other, so he decided to find out, perhaps among those people lying on the floor, there is someone whom the man is trying to save. Chief Nam didn't answer him, but the head of the samurai already understood everything. He was really saving someone. After which he decided to go and look for who it might be. There were a lot of people, but clearly the person he is trying to save must somehow stand out. He began to lift person after person, and Chief Nam understood perfectly well that this was all a common ploy to test him out, so he continued to remain silent. Chief Nam understood that this was all a bluff, and if he continued to remain calm and silent, then this guy would clearly stop. But the head of the samurai went further and took out his knife. Now he cut the throat of everyone who did not approach, and now it has become more difficult to restrain emotions, because when he gets to the girl and does the same, then the mission will be failed. This madman told him that there are not so many people here, and one by one, they will recognize and find that very victim. The samurai began to talk to himself and whisper that he would find the very person who was interested in the Edel organization. The guy who had just fought with him decided to give him advice that a man should understand that they do not lose anything from this, because they sell organs, not people, so it is better to confess, otherwise he will lose his goal forever. It was the turn of the guy who was lying behind Indaz's back, and it was already becoming much more dangerous. Now we need to figure out what to do about it. Chief Nam only thought in his head that he needed to remain calm and not panic. He understood that his opponent was also an akal, which means a pro among pros, so under no circumstances should he reveal his cards. We need to keep an impassive face, but now a lot will depend only on how the girl herself behaves. She needs to remain calm, but will she cope? The head of the samurai approached Inde and started talking about how now everything was clear to him. It was clearly this girl. He believed that the guy was bad at hiding his emotions. He was no longer the same as he was before. This was already a huge problem. They came to the most interesting moment, but the guy did not take into account the fact that this man also comes from Akal, and perhaps he sees a little more than he seems. Now, the thought in his head was whether he could cope with this guy, because in any case, if he prevailed over him, the hostage could get hurt and then everything would be useless. Nam had a lot of thoughts in his head, but the main question was, what should he do about this problem? After all, right now this is the worst possible scenario. It seemed that there were no loopholes in sight to save her and leave on his own. But in any case, there must always be a way out of any situation, so the man began to actively think about what he needed to do about it. Kim was actively trying to find the place that Jun Sung told him about, but in his head he had only one clue, which actually did not give much information. It was the word port. But this entire area is one continuous coastal zone. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's not one or two ports that need to be checked. Shin Sung was very angry with this Jin, who didn't tell them anything sensible. They also didn't take the money. They had to get more information out of him and take the cash. But he was interrupted by Kim, who believed that the guy was thinking very wrongly, because staying there any longer would be burdensome. At this time, Jin Sung cursed everyone who had just mocked him. The crazy people came out of nowhere, but fortunately, they forgot about the money. So he decided that the initial task was to take the money and then run away. But his plan was successfully failed as soon as two people who were sent by the deputy minister appeared in front of him. They called him and said that they seemed to have found the same guy who threatened them. They came to the beacon signal. Now they need further instructions. The man was a man of few words and ordered them to deal with this guy while he came to them. But before ending the conversation, the assistant said that he saw two Japanese corpses, and it seemed that someone else was involved in this case, and now there was a possibility that there might not be enough people. At this time, he was sitting at the same table with Director Lee Dog, to whom he said that all this time he had been paying them for their work because they did it well, but now it seemed to him that they had done a bad job and needed to fix it. Lee Dog reassured the deputy, saying that they would solve everything. He had a person who was always ready and always nearby. He took out his phone and immediately called his boyfriend, to whom he began to tell the essence of his new task. Kim was talking on the phone because his friend unexpectedly called him and told him interesting information. In any case, this call only played into Kim's hands, because now they know the exact location of that very port. The guys didn't understand where he got this information from, to which he replied that it was suggested by old friends who were also a little interested in this. Kim received a call from Park, who told him where the girl was now, and in which port his help was needed, so the manager did not doubt it for a second and went straight there. Before the mission, Chief Nam didn't understand only one thing. Why did he need this bracelet that Park hung on his leg? But Park, apart from laughing it off, didn't come up with anything else and said that this was a kind of badge of honor for each member of their Eras group. We didn't really like the design, but Pak started yelling at him and explaining that the main thing is not the design, but the functionality that it has. And this rather small bracelet had many functions, one of which, for example, is a GPS satellite that will track his movements 24 hours a day. It is also made of high-strength materials, and in the event of a breakdown, they receive a notification and immediately trigger an alarm. As it turned out, this design was developed by Puck's daughter, and it seemed to him that she had a very fresh look. Nam believed that such things would never be useful to him, because he is a professional, and even though this bracelet had many more different functions that could help, it was still useless to him. The man believed that if such a day came when he needed to use it, it would be the worst day of his life. The samurai surprisingly sees such a device for the first time in his life, and if his assistant had not explained to him that such devices are used for prisoners, he would not have known what it was for. After which, Nam added that he did not come here because of any assignment. At the moment, he has the status of a criminal, so he asked if they really think that he is saving a hostage. But the samurai still didn't really believe him, because he saw from his facial expression that the guy was worried about this girl, so this whole story with the bracelet was nonsense. In this case, Nam found the right words and said that he had such a face only because this girl was his type and even liked him a little, so he would be very sorry to lose her. Of course, the man knew that he was talking complete nonsense, but now it doesn't matter, because he needs to buy as much time as possible now. So he continued to say that he was confused for a moment because he had not seen a person for a long time who he could like. The assistant intervened again and added to the head of the samurai that they say that those who wear such bracelets in Korea are considered simply the worst scum, so most likely the man is not lying. Then the big man decided to clarify another important point. Why then did the man tell them about this only now? He advised him to think carefully about the answer, because at the moment he plans to follow his lead, and everything depends on how he now answers this question. All the guy did at that moment was smile and add that the samurai had not chosen the best time to kill people, because his location was currently being tracked. After a short amount of time, Kim's team was already in place, namely in the port of Changsan, the first berth, and was ready to begin the next operation. We dealt with all the members of the organization alone, including even their gangsters. This greatly impressed the leader of these samurai, and he even praised the guy for it. He also added that while they were fighting, he took a closer look and realized that in fact, this is not the bracelet that is worn by suspects or criminals. So he asked him a logical question: why was he deceiving them, or for whom? The man answered him, "It's all because he's from Akel. He's a mercenary who will do anything to complete his task. Isn't that just him? After all, he is a drug addict who lives only for the feeling when he completes a task in order to experience it again and again, so he will achieve this at any cost." The big man was surprised by such dedication to his work. This is a real mercenary from a KL. His colleagues did not have such strength. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided to invite him to join their samurai organization, unless, of course, he now belongs to any other team. Essentially, it was an offer to become an intern in their organization, but Nam continued to ignore him and remain silent. Apparently, there were too many thoughts in his head to answer questions. He remembered all the conversations with Puck, who said similar things, and in the end still recruited him to his heiress team. So he decided that he would not betray him and refused such an offer. Nam told him directly that he already had another offer, so he could not immediately accept a new one. The samurai respected him for his male choice, but still added that he is the same and his determination is great because now this is his job, but it was still an honor for him to meet and get to know him. We understood that there would be an attack, but he couldn't even imagine that it would be so fast. He didn't even have time to react before the samurai struck him. The man thought that this would be the end of his life, but as it turned out, the samurai gave him a minor cut, after which he would still live. After which, he added that apparently the girl was of some value, since such a strong fighter was sent for her. He dealt another blow, after which Nam fell to the floor and heard only the samurai's reasoning that he was very interested in who would come next to save this girl. Would he be stronger or not? Nam fell to the floor and only thought that this guy was too strong, and if Kim came here, then this guy could become an incredible problem for him, and perhaps not just a problem, but a whole disaster. Shin Seong conducted reconnaissance of the area and reported to Kim that as a result of his observations, he discovered many more people than they expected. They watched them for a long time and noticed that they were constantly transferring something and trying to do it as quickly as possible, which was quite strange. There were also too many boats on the pier, and each of them had several people. It seemed that now the search could take a very long time. Kim thought a little and told the guys that at this stage of the operation, he no longer needed them because it had really become very dangerous here, and things could happen to them that he could not control, so he ordered them to hide. They were slightly shocked by such proposals, because they wanted to help so much. But the man once again repeated to them that they had worked hard, but from now on, he would work alone. Shin Sung didn't understand why the elder suddenly became so stubborn, because he had never been like that before, but the other guy seemed to understand what was going on. He asked the guy why he thought the police turned on the flashing lights when they arrived at a crime scene, but without waiting for an answer, he told him that the point was for the criminals to hear her and stop doing what they were doing. I heard a siren. The kidnappers can escape, but the safety of the victims is much more important than their capture. Shin Sing agreed with him, because it sounded quite logical. And right now, it seemed to him that Mr. Kim turned on the siren in such a way so that all the criminals could escape from the crime scene and thus leave all the hostages alone. Kim did not spare anyone and simply swept away the guards one by one. It seems the guys were right about something, because in this way he attracts attention and makes it possible for the criminals to understand that they are not alone here. He acted randomly, pretentiously, and very loudly, showing with all his appearance that he was following them, and it seems that it bore fruit, because the leader of the samurai drew attention to this while they were mocking Chief Name. The man's security began to worry that it might be the Korean police, but the man lit a cigarette and reassured them, saying that he very much doubted it, because the police never come to the scene of a crime so quickly in their life. He was more interested in where Sam and Ryuichi disappeared with the money, but they had no information about them. They did not answer the phone call and did not get in touch themselves. The man decided to go out onto the deck of the huge ship and see what was going on there that created so much noise, and saw how almost all of his people were concentrated on fighting with one person. The head of the security of this detachment ordered his subordinates not to be afraid and to go into battle, because this is just one Korean whom they must immediately destroy. But they did not even suspect how strong Mr. Kim could be, who had already used his threads and destroyed several people with just one blow. Kim himself did not expect that after such an effective blow, he would also be attacked, and this was the leader of the samurai, who perfectly understood that this man was not as simple as he seemed, so he decided to strike. He stopped his sword strike with his threads, which greatly helped him cope with the blow, but that was not all, and the samurai asked Kim who he was, and was he really from Akil too. After all, the blonde believed that it was a rather loud and unexpected appearance. Most likely, he just came to the aid of his friend. But he immediately decided to upset Kim by the fact that his friend was now on the verge of death. Perhaps this was the bitter truth for him, but that's exactly how it is. The samurai added that this was a deliberate action. He deliberately left him alive and did not get rid of the bracelet, only because this madman was very curious who would come after him. Although Kim fell into his trap and the plan seemed to work, the samurai was still upset, because the man turned out to be an old fart with whom it was unlikely to be interesting. Kim answered him in a rather rude voice that the trap now did not work in his favor, because at that moment, those who fell into the trap turned out to be the samurai. The manager understood that this man in a white suit was the strongest of everyone here. However, the fact that he left that guy alive clouded his mind, because Nam was not as weak as he thought. Kim was absolutely right in this regard, because as soon as Mr. Nam had a chance, he knocked down one of the samurai's men and got out of the chains. Now, he will continue to fulfill his mission. The one who held the girl in his arms shouted to him not to move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of the girl, and he was not joking. These were his last words before he passed out, as Mr. Nam's fighting style allowed him to move as quickly as possible, and this allowed him to demolish one opponent after another. Kim added that this guy is strong in his own way and thinks well. If you leave him unattended, he will definitely find a way out of the situation, which is actually what happened. Well, the last thing Kim wanted to add was the fact that he is not retired now. At the moment, he is doing his job. Mercenaries, their activities are not as effective as they seem. In comparison with the military, there is practically no control over them, so cruel actions on their part are quite possible. For example, robbery or unjustified killings, etc. These are large sums of money and huge international problems, even in the Geneva Convention, which is the basis of humanism, and even it does not recognize mercenaries as a fighting unit. When they are captured, they do not receive good treatment, and yet they continue to be hired because they are strong people. The skills of these people speak for themselves. Each mercenary can prove his strength in various tasks, and only those who complete tasks one after another can boast that they have proven that they have strength. As the chief promised us, he would settle everything and bring the girls out of this hell. And so it happened. He killed all the guards and told her that she needed to gather all her strength into a fist and little by little get out of here. The girl looked at him and understood that he was not in the best condition and at any moment could simply fall and lose consciousness, but she didn't really have a choice. She decided that with the help of her scream, she could save herself. So she screamed at him not to bother her because she did not want to be saved by a sexual maniac who even received a bracelet for his crimes. Ande tried to prove to him that she was a high school student and was clearly not his type, so she asked him not to touch her and that she would somehow manage on her own. It was very funny for the boss to watch this. As he had thought before, this was still his worst day of his life. But still, he tried to explain to the girl what was happening, and they clearly had a slight misunderstanding. But she continued to shout at him and ask him not to come near her, because all she wanted was to be raped. Ande began to threaten him, and say that if he came even one step closer to her, she would bite her own tongue. Nam tried to explain to her that this whole story with the maniac was only for the samurai. Suddenly, they were interrupted by some very creepy voice, which told them that they were transporting only a few people, but they made so much noise that they managed to wake up even him. Even Chief Nam was shocked by the picture that appeared before them. This man was so large that even such an experienced mercenary as Nam was not prepared for such a turn of events. Kim threw the samurai away from him, and thus made it clear to him that nothing would be easy for him in this battle. Moreover, Kim, with the help of his threads, cut off both of the samurai's little fingers, and now he has quite a lot of bleeding on both hands. But that was the least of his worries. Mr. Kim was not going to give up and stop there, so he prepared a few more packs of his threads and plunged into battle again. Then I decided to add that I had heard that they say that the Japanese Yakuza must cut off his little finger in order to leave the organization, so now the logical question begged to be asked, which of them is retired? Before the samurai had time to say anything more, Kim approached him at the speed of sound and delivered another blow with the help of his threads, and it was far from a fact that the samurai managed to evade him. But still, Kim decided to count on more than one blow, so he added another one. But this time the blow was a kick, so that the samurai would certainly not be able to dodge or block this blow. As soon as the man in the white suit was on the floor, after such a strong blow, Kim decided to finish him off, but unfortunately for him he didn't hit, because the samurai managed to remove his head. After which he immediately got up and launched a counterblow that was supposed to defeat Kim, but he managed to block it with the help of his threads, although not completely. Now the samurai admitted that due to Kim's age, he must be retired, but only because his skill is still at a high level can he continue to work. He really liked this. Finally, a worthy opponent, with whom he would have to tinker much longer than with the previous ones. But he would do everything to knock the guy down and win as a result. This was not a fight between ordinary people or bandits. It was a fight between two professionals whose skills were at approximately the same level, and victory could depend on a split second and on every decision made during the fight. A fight in which a mistake by the thickness of a paper sheet will result in huge problems for the one who made the mistake, and it is far from a fact that the opponent will not punish for such a mistake. Kim was the first to attack, and it seems he was able to achieve success, but a samurai is also no failure. We should not underestimate him. As expected, the battle would not be easy. Kim's glasses were now broken on the floor, and he had another scar in his collection from the sharp samurai blade. The samurai himself suffered much more. The blow went straight through his face, but for him this was not the worst news, because his blade was cut in half, and he was very angry at the fact that Kim was simply mocking him. Not only did he break his sword, but he also took his glasses, which he held in his hands, and it was clear who won in the first round. The samurai began to shout at him that he was an honorary member of the ACL organization, which was famous in many countries, but Kim did not let him finish and asked him to answer one very important question. He put on glasses that suited him perfectly and said that he constantly hears the word Korean from this guy. What part of Korea is he talking about, south or north? The samurai seemed not going to answer his questions because he considered this not a completely necessary undertaking, so he went further into battle. But his attack was interrupted by some loud voice that came from that same ship. It looked like some huge man was holding his victim in the air and was about to throw him off the ship. This voice was addressed to the samurai, from whom he asked what this guy had done here. His task was just to transfer a few Koreans, and he had done this here. He even managed to put a badge on himself. Is this really all he is capable of in his pathetic life? The samurai tried to say that he was very sorry and that he would immediately fix everything, but the man interrupted him and asked why some kind of midge was swarming on board. The guy in the white suit stood with a rather embarrassed look and was very ashamed that he could not do everything right the first time, which made his boss nervous. But Kim didn't listen to all this talk and how they made excuses to each other. He didn't have that much time, so he struck a blow that was supposed to knock out this guy so that he wouldn't get in the way further. After which he turned to the very man who was holding his assistant, Mr. Nam, in only one hand. So Kim invited him to answer for all his words and go down to the midges. As it became clear a little later, this big guy's name was Yuki, and he was the deputy boss in the Kensen organization. And at first, he could not believe that they were talking to him like that. A few minutes before, the big man took the midge that was disturbing him from sleeping in his right hand and decided to teach him a lesson about all this noise. Nam tried in every way he knew how to get out of this grip, but Yuki didn't understand what he was doing here and what he was trying to do now, because he absolutely didn't care about all his tricks. But still, he decided to squeeze his head even more so that the guy would forget that he would be able to escape from the grip. It was very difficult to bear, but this is not strange, because when you squeeze your head like that, it is always difficult. What irritated Yuki most of all was that this guy was shouting at the cut man, and the big guy really didn't like it when they made that much noise. Ande was incredibly surprised when she looked at this man. She had never seen such big people before. Is this even possible? Kim was not going to stand and wait for this princess to come down and decided to speed up this process and began to anger Yuki even more. Just as the boss decided to go down and give this guy some lessons, he was interrupted by his assistant, who said that they had intercepted an Interpol signal, and from now on it would be quite difficult to stay here and stall for time. He also added that Sass and Ryuchi were discovered near the coastline, from which the big man could only sigh. Today he lost too many people. Yuki let go of Mr. Nam and he was unconscious to do something, and the big man himself added that this is the only reason he doesn't like to work abroad. Everything always doesn't go according to plan, and someone is always on his tail. After which, he ordered each of them to prepare, because they were sailing soon. The assistant immediately informed everyone who was in the Quezon group that they were sailing immediately and should immediately begin preparations. Also, the deputy boss ordered to show the Korean with a long tongue how the Yakuza actually solves problems. Therefore, only the cleanup squad remains. The rest had to immediately board, because they are not going to wait for anyone. Everyone who is late will remain in Korea. Kim understood perfectly well that if they floated away, then Ande would have practically no chance, so he struck several blows at his opponents and jumped straight into the water. He decided that saving Chief Nam would be a good idea, because considering the fact that he failed his task, he is actually very useful and can only help in the future. But Kim did not expect that several agents would immediately dive after him, who intended to take them prisoner, but in any case, something needs to be thought of to avoid getting there. Meanwhile, on land, one of them said that you need to throw anything on yourself, as long as in theory it could slow down the man and prevent him from doing what he had in mind. They jumped into the water with the thought that they had to show this guy the real spirit of the Yakuza, which is not afraid of anything, but only craves victory. But everything would be fine if instead of Kim there was any other person who had such professional skills and so much experience in his field. There really were too many of them, and it would be quite difficult to cope with such a mass of people. Even on land it would be difficult, and the fact that they were underwater made his task even more difficult. The mercenaries were sure that it would be simply impossible to defeat such a number of people, but again, they were fighting not with an ordinary person, but with Manager Kim, who was already ready to swim out of this swamp. And he has already begun to actively attack the agents who were observing the development of events on land. They were not prepared for the fact that this guy would manage to survive and at the same time pull his friend out of the water. On top of everything else, the sounds of a motorcycle appeared on the pier, and these were Mr. Kim's assistants, who disobeyed him and did not go home, but on the contrary decided to help him, so they entered into battle with these agents. None of the Japanese understood where these guys on motorcycles came from and why they were attacking them. And they, in turn, did not wait until they were called into battle, but they themselves became active and struck blow after blow to their enemies. Kim didn't quite understand what was happening up there and why they suddenly stopped attacking him, but now his initial task was to pull Nam out of the water. One of the school children helped pull the man out, and while he was doing this, he saw a bracelet on the man's leg, and he became a little scared because he knew very well that criminals usually wear such bracelets. Kim understood that while he was doing all this, no one was wasting time on the ship, and it was a kind of diversionary maneuver, after which they successfully sailed. They actively carried many containers on the ship, which most likely did not contain booze or some kind of food. The guy now decided to help his teacher and at the same time tried to find out from him how they could be useful. Kim was getting out of the water and didn't know what to answer the guy. He needed to think carefully about this, and he understood perfectly well that if they went with him, then there would be a chance that they could get hurt. Meanwhile, real hell was happening on the ship. The chief ordered them to pump all living people with tranquilizers so that they would pass out, and put all the dead in boxes with ice so that they would not stink. In the meantime, Yuki decided to smoke a little and relax while they did all this. And after they finished, he ordered them to report everything. No one could have expected that the ship could be infested with mice that secretly made their way onto the ship. But it's true that the guys themselves didn't know why they did it, because now they don't even have a clue what to do with it all, because when they looked at this big guy, there was only fear in their heads. While the schoolboy suggested that Shin-sun just leave before it's too late, the guy saw something that could possibly help them. The guy was very worried about what was happening because their situation was too sad, and there was not even an idea in his head of what could help them. He believed that they had come here in vain. The schoolboy added that he was only 20 years old and he didn't want to die so early, but then he stopped talking because he saw his companion frozen near a table. Shin-sun didn't just walk up to this table. He saw a revolver there, near which there was a lot of cartridges. After which he asked his friend if he would like to receive recognition from the Terrible One and gain his trust. Shin-sun himself actually thought about this a lot of times. If he can't win, if he can't hide, then it's worth trying to make sure he's recognized as a strong unit. The boxer realized that probably even Kim did not imagine that the ship would sail away so quickly, so he invited his colleague in misfortune to write the story with his own hands. After which, he took the revolver in his hands, loaded it, and invited the guy to capture this ship so that they would finally be recognized. The schoolboy was not entirely in favor of this, but Shin-sang was already too serious, so he told him that all he needed to do was follow him while he did everything related to capturing the ship and controlling it. The guy believed that it was very dangerous to drive a boat without a license, but for Shin-sang, this was not an indicator. He knows how to drive a motorcycle, and for a man, this should have been enough. The schoolboy took his shoulder and said that this cannot be done, and that it is very dangerous. And besides, there are only two of them. They will not be able to cope with such a huge number of people. But suddenly they were interrupted by some noise that was clearly going straight to this cabin. Someone was coming and they needed to hide immediately. It was the big guy Yuki who found it very difficult to be on this ship, because for him, it was so small and was not intended for people like him at all. He even had to squeeze through sideways so that he could enter. This time was no exception. He even broke the frame of the doors due to the fact that his chest was too huge. His assistant saw this and promised that next time they would prepare the ship for his size. Shin-sun and his partner were very worried at this moment. Their hearts simply jumped out of their chests when they even heard the voice of that big man who said that he would go to sleep and ordered to wake him up upon arrival. The boxer at that moment tried to concentrate on himself and persuade himself to make a shot with which he would put the man on the floor and after which he would be able to capture the ship. But it seems that this is the first time he will use such a weapon. But suddenly the boss and his assistant heard some loud sound, which distracted him, and now he was no longer going to enter the cabin. As it turned out, a small boat was able to moor in their huge ship, on which no one was visible, and the guy who saw it just started shouting about it so that everyone would notice. A few seconds later, a huge hook flew straight from this boat, which caught on the side of the ship, and it was not known who it could be, and when they even managed to moor to them. The boss understood that this was not the Marine Police, because it didn't look like them. The boat was ordinary, and besides, no one was visible in it. It all looked very strange to him. He began to suspect that this could be the same Korean with whom they spoke. So he ordered an immediate search of the entire ship and bring him the one who decided to board their ship. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted again, and this time it was someone's screams that clearly came from something happening. Several guys went to check the place where the screams were coming from and found several bodies there, which someone had simply mercilessly destroyed. Yuki began to scream louder than anyone else and asked everyone to close their mouths from that second and listen carefully to where the sound was coming from, because this way they could determine exactly where their opponent was. After which, he added that they are all Yakuza together, and in the entire history of their existence, they have never known such shame, so now each of them needs to prove that they are worthy of this title. He ordered them to find that person who climbed onto their ship and is now disgracing their entire history. Their boat is small, so there cannot be many of them, so he ordered to immediately find them and bring them to him. Although he suddenly stopped talking, it seems he changed his mind and is now going to deal with whoever boarded their ship himself. Now he was sure that this was the same Korean who was at the port. Well, he didn't mind playing with him. The man hadn't had fun or played catch-up for a long time. The first thing he did was go down into the hold, where that same sound was coming from. He was excited about what awaited him, because playing with the Koreans was so much fun for him. As soon as he walked a little further into the hold, he saw a bunch of his people lying in front of him, and from that second, the game took on a much brighter character. The man was pleased that the guy was so well prepared. Yuki went down a little to feel what these threads were like, of which there were so many in the hold, but he realized that all his preparations were obvious. But before he could finish his thought, he received a blow from Kim right on the head. But no matter how confident Kim was in his strike and what kind of preparation he had, he still did not expect that Yuki would be able to dodge his strike, and, not only that, he also delivered a counter-strike. Mr. Kim flew far away from such a blow and heard only the words of Yuki, who asked him, or is this his maximum, or is he planning to show something else? Yuki really wanted the man to show him something more interesting, because if the guy defeated his gangsters and even climbed onto this ship, then he clearly served in the special forces, and there they are trained to do things much more difficult. Therefore, the big man expected something better from him. Otherwise, he would simply do to him the same way Kim did to his people, and that would be the end of it. While Kim was moving away from such an attack, the big guy told him a story about how he was once attacked by a whole AKL squad. They attacked him in a whole crowd, but he didn't have time to warm up properly before he killed them all. In the end, he decided to keep only Takei and got rid of the rest. At that time, this asshole seemed to him the most useful of them all. But then he added that Kim could not count on the same mercy, because he's at least a Korean, who also caused him so much trouble. And their organization is called Kensen, and before he could finish speaking, Kim appeared out of nowhere and dealt him a very strong blow to his head. But this man was a rather difficult opponent, who was not going to lose, although he had just received a strong blow to the head, but this did not stop him from delivering an equally strong blow in response. As it turned out, Kim was expecting this, and incredibly was able to dodge Yuki's strongest blow, and, moreover, he was able to deliver another kick, after which Yuki seems to have to think about the fact that his opponent is stronger than he thinks. Yuki's agents stood right next to the stairs and thought about going down, but at one point they thought better of it and realized that this was an incredibly bad decision, because if they went down, they could get attacked and be swatted away like flies. Therefore, they decided that it was better for them to wait a little, especially since they would soon enter their territorial waters, and besides, it was impossible for the boss to lose the battle. Yuki threw a lot of punches, and even though he was a big guy, they were still pretty fast and Kim didn't always manage to dodge them. The boss dealt blow after blow and said that the Korean was only stalling for time with his evasions. This could have been finished a long time ago. But in any case, this was only for the benefit of Yuki, because when they enter Japanese territorial waters, guys who are already armed to the teeth will be waiting for them there, and they definitely will not let him go alive. The boss believed that it would be difficult for Kim to cope with the gunfire, especially since the support ship was already close, and the crew on it was already ready and loaded. He decided to explain and tell Kim that he believes that weapons are the best thing that humanity has come up with, because they can solve any problem. You just need to learn how to use this magic wand. Yuki compared weapons with a license to kill. No fights, no hierarchy, no violence, no faith are needed, Everything in this world is decided by only one thing, and this is a weapon. While they were having a nice conversation in a fairly comfortable environment, Yuki told him that their time for catching up was up and decided to ask Kim what he would do next. He looked at Kim and told him that of course he wouldn't mind playing with him a little more. He's a very good conversationalist, but time was already running out, so he needed to call it a day. Suddenly, they heard sounds coming from above, which to them sounded like screams that the ship had been hijacked. It was a schoolboy in Shin Seong who really decided to carry out their plan to the end and capture the ship, so they came to the main compartment from which they can control the ship and threatened each of the crew that they would shoot if they dared to interfere with them. The guy was so confident because he believed in Shin Seong, who assured him that he knew how to control such ships. But as soon as the guy took the helm, he was a little confused because there were a lot more buttons and mechanisms than he expected. He decided that in any case, they needed to act. So he pressed the first button he saw, and it seemed that it was the key that was responsible for full forward, which was a little different from what they expected. After such a decision, several agents fell off the ship, and it would seem that this is very good, but on the other hand, they may lose their advantage. Kim decided to take advantage of this moment and strike with both legs right in the big man's face, and if he manages to do this, then Yuki will not be happy. However, due to the fact that the ship tilted, Yuki was unable to dodge or place any block, and Kim needs to take advantage of this chance to put an end to this battle. What he actually does is, he knocked this huge guy to the floor, and wrapped him in his usual threads and began to tightly squeeze his neck in order to strangle this man forever. While Kim was putting all his strength into strangling this boar, he was telling him that Yuki was right about something, because weapons are really a great thing. But still, his guys are just something, despite the fact that he told them about several safe methods that could guarantee their safety, they still managed to make a fuss. Now Kim decided to end this catch-up game that Mr. Yuki loved to play so much. Shin-sun continued to press all the buttons in a row, and it seemed to him that in this situation he was doing everything absolutely right, because it is better to do something than to do nothing. As a result, he essentially managed to turn the ship they were on in the opposite direction, and it was more like a chase between two ships. Everything was, of course, good. But there is always that same but, which in this case was that at such a speed and with such a sharp turn, the ship could capsize at any moment and nothing could be done about it. At one point, the ship tilted so much that I had to hold on to everything I could to avoid falling into the water. The operatives tried to grab these two guys, but they couldn't because the ship was tossing back and forth and it was incredibly difficult to do anything. The people who were on the other ship, which was sailing as support, did not understand what was happening on that ship. Why did they suddenly decide to change course and sail back to Korea? Shin-sun tried to concentrate and not listen to anyone who was trying to shout to him, because he believed that he would succeed, and now he would understand how to control it. He decided first of all to take a close look at everything on this panel and saw a huge lever there, which was clearly there for a reason, so he moved it forward without a doubt. As it turned out, this steering wheel was not responsible for the movement of the ship, but for the fact that opening the rear hatch for loading and opening it while sailing was actually not the best idea. Kim was still trying to strangle the thug, and suddenly water began to seep out of all the holes, which could not mean anything other than that the ship was beginning to sink little by little. The manager did everything in his power, but he couldn't strangle this big guy. There was even a feeling that his neck was just steel, so the man still couldn't withstand the pressure, and Yuki got out of the grip and struck back. While Yuki tried to hit him as hard as possible, he also managed to give advice to Kim that if he was aiming at his neck, then he should also take an X with him, because with the kind of threads that he had, he couldn't take it. After all, you just had to look at the thickness of his neck. You could barely wrap it around it with both hands. In addition, he added that doesn't it seem to Kim that the mere thought that he can win is absolutely meaningless since his opponent is Yuki? Instead of 1,000 words that Kim could give him in response, instead he simply began to deliver good blows to his body, because Mr. Kim is also not a little girl who can be hurt with one blow and think that you are already a winner. Yuki carefully looked at all the movements and blows of Kim, and now he thought that this guy was much stronger than all his enemies who'd been before. He really underestimated him. Kim was too fast for a big man. He didn't even notice how the man was moving and striking at him from completely different sides, which were vulnerable to him. And at some point, Yuki felt a feeling so unknown to him, which he described as the overwhelming power of his opponent, who at one moment grabbed him from behind and threw such a big guy over himself. The man at that moment remembered how he once came to a settlement where Koreans lived in Japan and ordered his people to kill everyone they met on their way. Women and children were also included in this list. They destroyed absolutely everyone, regardless of anyone, and it seemed like some kind of bad dream for the residents of that village. The Koreans tried to defend themselves and their families, and also tried to talk to them. Why are they even doing this, just because they are Koreans who live in Japan? After all, if so, then they are all violating the agreement. But Yuki did not give a damn about their every word. He was only interested in the destruction of these people, so he also decided to go into battle and finish it as quickly as possible. He came closer and gave them a few minutes so that they could escape as quickly as possible. He also warned that he would not spare children or women. He would destroy everyone he found. Yuki repeated for them to run away as far as possible. He warned that if they didn't run away, he would count to 3 and tear them all apart. The big man counted to 3 and, as promised, began to fulfill his promise. So for clarity, he decided to start with a woman with a child. And now his consciousness returned to that moment when, as he called him, the Korean threw him over himself and dealt such blows that even he found it difficult. This was the first time he had such a feeling. Kim confidently delivered this blow, which again damaged his neck, and now it will be much harder to come back than last time. But the man was not going to end there, so he grabbed the big man by his huge legs, and it seemed like there was going to be a blow, after which it would be simply impossible to get up. Kim made a few turns around himself, and with all his strength threw Yuki across the entire compartment, straight into the nearest wall. Yuki was thinking at this time that at the beginning it seemed to him that this guy was just an ordinary tiny animal with whom he obviously wouldn't have any problems. But now everything in his head has changed dramatically, and now this little Korean looks like a scorpion to him, which is also small in size, but inside itself has a dangerous weapon. And right now, he felt that their fight was coming to its logical end, because the scorpion carried out its main blow and stung him right in the neck. Yuki felt as if he had been taken out on a hunt, where there was only a predator and his prey. There were only these two roles in the food chain, and unfortunately for him, he fell under the second category of prey, which was simply hunted all this time. And from the moment Kim dealt him the final blow with incredible force, one could safely say that gang leader Yuki had lost to his rival, manager Kim, and the fight was over. But Kim wanted to add something else before this guy passed out. When he wants to kill his prey, he usually aims at the neck. This was advice for the future, if, of course, it waits for the big guy. At the pier at the port, the deputy minister was already waiting for him with his security guard, and they clearly saw the ship returning. And with them, this miracle was watched by a cross-eyed man who could not be envied at that moment. And this gangster was caught by the same director, Lee Dog, who first of all came here to continue training his newcomer, whom he could not train correctly, and he went to do what he did not want. He repeated to himself their main rule, that you need to do something only for money, and he would never have thought that their new manager Kim was one of those who did not listen to what he was told. In any case, be that as it may, you need to be extremely careful and attentive with this guy, because his abilities give him too much space in his life. Ande was sitting in the place where the bodies of people who were unfortunately unlucky were transported, and the main question that was in her head was what should she do now with all this? How to get out of this swamp? She tried to open the doors on her side a bunch of times, but she couldn't. So she looked at all these people swimming near her and began to realize that soon she could swim with them. The girl prayed to all the gods she knew so that someone would come and save her, but it felt like no one heard her. But suddenly the doors of this freezer opened and she saw a ray of light, which could only mean hope for salvation. Could they really help her? It was Kim, who, after such a serious fight with Yuki, still found her and can now help the girl solve her problems. She began to cry with happiness that this man still came for her, as she asked, "Are there really such good people as him?" Kim understood that now there was no time to hesitate, and he needed to run away from this ship as quickly as possible and not linger here for a second. Many operatives had already taken up weapons and opened fire on the main compartment of the ship, from which Shin Sun was controlling the ship. They could not get it by other methods, so they decided to shoot. The bullets flew past Shin Sung, but he was so engrossed in controlling the ship that he didn't even notice it, although his friend tried to shout to him that he needed to immediately fall to the floor, otherwise he might catch a bullet on himself. But they were lucky that Kim came to their aid in such a timely manner, and had already begun to destroy those guys who opened fire. They couldn't believe that this guy was alive. Could he really win a fight against a deputy boss who had never lost a battle before? Kim grabbed a pistol from one of them and started shooting at them, which allowed him to deal with these guys much faster because there was little time before they landed at the port or simply went to the bottom. Shin Sun watched all this madness, and at that moment, the guy again realized how cool a middle-aged man is, hiding his true strength. Suddenly, a shore became visible on the horizon, and they knew very well what kind of shore it was. It was Korea, and soon they would be able to be home again, and so they decided to hug because they really had to go through so much. But at one point they realized that they didn't know how to stop this ship, and it had already gained too much speed, and the shore was getting closer and closer. Kim entered this compartment and ordered them to immediately move away from there and put on life jackets just in case, and do it all very quickly. But it seems that it was already too late to do anything, because the ship was already near the shore, and it seemed that a collision could not be avoided. All this was calmly observed by the deputy minister and director Lee Dog, who thought that this was just his first mission, and this guy had already destroyed everything. He really liked this spectacle, but still they needed to do something about it, because the ship would cost a lot, and who would pay for it anyway? As soon as Kim appeared on the horizon, Director Lee Dog immediately asked his manager with a smile why he didn't answer his calls. Kim ignored him, after which Lee Dog had to add that the director had to personally come to him and supervise him, and this is very bad. The manager looked up at him and told him that he was very sorry, but he had more important things to do than talk on the phone, if he hadn't noticed. The director immediately added a question about what kind of business we are talking about, because it seems Enchel told him that there is no need to do this. Lee Dog was still smiling, but there was a hint of anger in his voice, because both he and his assistant warned Kim not to rock the boat without an order, but he did not listen to them. The director came closer to him and asked him not to tell him that this was his first task, and he was just nervous, but to explain why he did this, and why he ignored him. Kim stood silently and thought about what he should do next, but Lee Dog continued to put pressure on him and ask why this guy is silent and doesn't tell him anything. Suddenly, Kim was called by Shin Sun, who was frightened by something, because he saw something incredibly scary in his opinion. And in some ways he was right. In front of them stood Yuki, who, after so many blows that Kim inflicted on him, was still alive and, moreover, standing on his feet. Yuki seemed to be in excellent condition, and even decided to make fun of the fact that Koreans always run away whenever they want and don't think about the consequences. Lee Dog decided to come up and look into Yuki's eyes, for such conversations one could get from him. It seems Lee Dog has found an opponent of equal strength. Yuki didn't understand why this man was looking at him and who he even was. A subordinate of the Korean with whom he fought on the ship? A second later, Lee Dong dealt him such a strong blow that the man himself called it instant destruction, and it seems that this name suits him better than ever. After which he added to this ill-mannered big man to lower his eyes down when talking to the elder. This was a special method to impose discipline on Lee Dog. Then he approached manager Kim again, and now, without any smiles, reminded him that they don't work without millet, and until there is an order and money, they sit with folded hands. But Kim had a slightly different opinion and told him that if a similar story happened tomorrow, he would not sit back and wait for everything to pass by itself. He is not a small child and understands perfectly well what he needs to do, so raising his hands to start a fight, he said that the principles that he has are much more important than money. The director found it funny for the time being, but now he too could not stand it and looked at Kim with an angry expression on his face and said that his main principle is money. The leader, the king of the streets among various rabble, is the name given to someone who has reached the very top, but sometimes, only occasionally, having gone far beyond the streets, such people can reach the top of the criminal world. The Shadow King, or better yet, Lee Dog, who was able to achieve all these successes and become the king of the underworld, is now standing in front of Kim and is ready to fight him with full force. Kim looked at this guy and felt tension in the air. This feeling was completely different from the interview. Lee Dog seemed to radiate a murderous aura. This awkward silence was again interrupted by Lee Dog, who asked Kim for the last time to choose money or principles. Manager Kim showed with all his appearance and facial expression that he was not going to change his mind, and thereby provoked Lee Dog to strike his body. The blow was so strong that even a block with two hands could not hold it, and the man simply flew away. To Kim, it was like an overwhelming force, which was also mixed with enormous speed, which simply emanated from his body. Lee Dog was so big, but his speed was even greater. He literally appeared in front of Kim's face in a second and was ready to cause irreparable harm to the man's body. Kim put out two hands to somehow soften this blow, but Lee Dog absolutely didn't care how many hands he put there. Even 2, even 10, he would punch him in any case. But as soon as the smoke passed, the director saw how Kim not only dodged this blow, he also managed to pull off the tie that was on his body, with the help of which Kim was able to deliver a good series of blows to the big man's face and body. Now, the fight is not as straightforward as it seemed to Lee Dog. After such a barrage of blows, Lee Dog was still able to find the end of this tie and throw it away, after which he said that Kim did not understand their field at all. The director added that one should not give in to slack as soon as one hears a sob story. Money is the only value worth believing in and worth fighting for. Kim was surprised by the fact that the director tells him about this, even when it comes to the life of a little schoolgirl who is not to blame for anything. The director just sighed in response to this and concluded that there was no point in talking to the guy now because there were only emotions in his head. So, he tore his clothes and said that he would talk to Kim after their fight. He was sure that after it, he would change his mind. He believed that a real man does not need love, so he suggested that he better dance the dance of death, which he liked so much and was already landing a kick. While Kim and Lee Dog were fighting, the deputy ordered his granddaughter and Day to be brought to him. But this must be done as quickly as possible. At the moment, the military and police are completely under control, but the journalist began to become active. They were moving out right now, but Shin-sun didn't think so, so he hit them several times to keep them in their places. The guy told them that none of them would move until the elder said that it was possible and he would take care of it. But this guy was immediately attacked by the deputy's assistant, who didn't like it when his people were interfered with in their work, so without thinking for a long time, he went into battle with the guy. The man saw that he was just an ordinary high school student who seemed to be minding his own business, but Shin-sun politely asked him to shut his mouth. The guy carefully assessed the man's movements and understood that in his arsenal of knowledge of taekwondo, boxing, and several other martial arts that would be difficult to control, he was a worthy opponent. After a few blows, Shin-sun was lying on the floor. It will be hard for this guy, but who said it's impossible? But their fight was interrupted by some scream that came from the place where the girl was. As it turned out, it was a scream from a schoolboy who picked up an iron stick and shouted that these clowns should not come near the girl. He told them directly that whoever approached them first or dared to climb, he would immediately tear out his eyes with this nail puller. So it was better not to climb. He was not joking with this. Ande at that moment seemed to be in another world. She didn't hear or see anything around except for her grandfather, who was trying to call someone and was looking at her just as intently. She couldn't stand it and started screaming at him in front of everyone who was there. Why did she and her mom have an affair? Why did they deceive Dad like that? The old man did not expect that she would talk about this in front of everyone and that she even knew such details. She is clearly very brave to say so. Even Kim and the director, who were in the midst of a fight, drew attention to this, and the girl continued to shout that it was impossible to do this to her father. And what kind of situation is this now? The old man is ready to destroy her, if only she doesn't tell his secret. But now all the people who are here have also learned about it. Will he really kill them all too? Ande didn't stop screaming at him and telling him that he needed to stop solving his problems this way, or had he gone completely crazy? The old man began to get very angry at her and at the words she was saying, after which he added that he would go to the end no matter what. He would destroy all her friends and all the people who were here. He would stop at nothing. And he will do this even with her own granddaughter, and will not think twice about it. And suddenly, each of them changed a little in their faces after they saw the one who was standing behind him. Behind the minister stood a man who came here on behalf of the Blue Dragon. He carefully examined everyone who was in that port and noticed that they did not indicate in detail that Lee Dog would be here. The deputy did not understand what the problem was. Even if he did not tell him about it, is it really such a big problem for him? But this madman, who had a hook instead of a hand, told his customer that he didn't care who was here. For money, he would destroy everyone here and wipe them off the face of the earth, so that this would not happen to him. Moreover, in any case, he had long wanted to enter into battle with the legend Lee Dog, because they were both from areas that had been competing with each other all their lives. Lee Dog started laughing at this guy and told him that he was only here because he was paid, so he was not going to get into a fight. But before he could finish speaking, the deputy minister interrupted him, who told him that being thorough in his work is not bad, but he loves money too much, which only means that his silence will cost the president a tidy sum of money. He understood this in advance, so he prepared, gathered a group of specialists, those who surpassed him in strength, the best of the best in various industries. Based on all of the above, the deputy decided to break their deal right now, because he believed that it would be much cheaper to destroy Lee Dog than to pay for his silence, which is why Lee Dog began to laugh incredibly hard. Then he added that their respected client apparently didn't take something into account, that this was a direct violation of the contract, compensation for which, but then he was interrupted again, and this time it was Kim, who asked him, "These are the principles that the director was talking about?" Kim looked at him and added to him that his main principle is money, because of which he saw too much dirt. He himself still did not really understand what money was. However, now he knows for sure that if this continues, then both Kim and the director's principles will not matter at all. So the man next to him seemed ready to fight with him against these mercenaries. The director added to him that in any case, this did not end their conversation, and they would definitely return to it later. Kim understood this very well, so he asked Lee Dog to be extremely careful and not get hurt, because he didn't want to listen later to how he made excuses for losing by saying that he was in bad condition. The Blue Dragon mercenaries looked at these two and didn't understand who this second little guy standing with Lee Dog is. Is this his subordinate? This pirate's assistant told him that they had been fighting with each other before, until they interrupted them, which made the man incredibly surprised. This little man was able to fight with the absolute king of the districts. In any case, this friend was probably out of his mind when he decided to go after Lee Dog, and he clearly doesn't understand where and with whom to fight. So he ordered his operatives to surround these two and punish them. But before this happens, that same pirate decided to meet Lee Dog and introduced himself as Kim Hae-sung. He is the director of the Blue Dragon Assignment Center. Before he could finish speaking with Lee Dog, he began to attack Kim Hae-seum's people, and it seems he did it with all the anger he had. Lee Dog really liked to have fun like this, especially with that person who decided to snatch his own piece of the pie from him. And now, it's time to see if this Blue Dragon has the strength to butt heads with Lee Dog. While the director was flying with his blow at Hae-seum, he decided not to wait and ordered his people to prepare stun guns that were supposed to stop the big guy. He believed that the time for fights and violence had long since passed. Lee Dog may be good at fighting, but a fair fight and war are completely different things. Hae-seum told him that every time they do their work, they think of it as a war, so they moved a little away from the usual fights and waving their fists. Now their methods have changed a little. The pirates' men immediately decided to carry out the order of their boss and use stun guns on Lee Dog, and they would have done it successfully if not for Kim, who pulled the big man back with his threads and thereby made the agents miss. He apologized for such a disrespectful intervention, but still, there were stun guns there, and he didn't want the director to fall under their influence. Lee Dong started laughing at the guy and told him that everything was fine. Kim did a great job, so everything was great. But in any case, Lee Dog knew that even if these insects had been hit with their toy pistols, nothing terrible would have happened. It would have shaken a little, and that's all. So the agents decided not to wait long and fired several electric shocks at him. What a surprise the agents were when they realized that stun guns did not work with this man. And what's more, it seemed that after this discharge, he became even stronger and was ready to go into battle with renewed vigor. They tried to make him stop, so they fired more charges from their stun guns. But Lee Dog, with a smile, slowly and confidently moved forward. The only thing in the minds of each of the Blue Dragon's employees was that neither a knife, nor an electric shock, nor a pistol would work on this big guy, and each of them had the thought that this big guy was simply impossible to defeat. Lee Dog was so driven that it seemed that nothing could stop him, so the agents who still remained shouted that they needed to carry tranquilizer pistols before it was too late. Everyone who was still able to fight surrounded this guy and took out all the weapons they had, and Lee Dog liked such funny games. Suddenly, among each of the operatives, some threads appeared that began to miraculously strangle them, and most importantly, this happened at the same time, and they could not help each other with it. Kim knew exactly why the director was a battle genius, and he also knew how sincere he was about money. The manager, by his actions, made it possible to get closer to Haseem, and Lee Dog decided to ask at such a moment how much the Blue Dragon was paid for completing such a difficult mission. The man was quite surprised that he was interested in this at such a moment, and now it seemed to him that the rumors about the absolute King Lee Dog were greatly exaggerated. Therefore, he decided that from now on he would personally show him where his place really is and what he deserves. But Lee Dog was not going to listen to what this old man without a hand was telling him and immediately struck him with his blow because the director believed that he needed to talk less and fight more. After such strong blows, the deputy minister began to worry about whether it was a mistake to break the contract with Lee Dog, because he actually has superhuman strength. It seemed to him that this was all like a cannon shot, because it was unthinkable that one person could hit another with such a sound and force. Lee Dog held the body of this blue dragon and told the deputy minister how sorry he was that their deal was no longer valid. Of course, he was very annoyed that the old man did this to him. The deputy minister looked at this man and realized that being his enemy was the same as losing his life, and Lee Dog, in turn, demanded for his violation of the contract an amount 20 times more than he gave to this blue dragon. The old man could not believe that the director wanted such a sum from him. It was an incredibly huge amount, and Lee Dog responded by asking him about the affair with his daughter-in-law. After such a conversation, Lee Dog demanded 30 times more, because he has an incredible desire to go and tell this story to all the reporters. The deputy shouted to him that he simply didn't have that kind of money. Where should he get it from? But Lee Dog had an answer to this question. He offered the old man an option in which his debt would be paid by his own family. After which, he leaned a little closer to him and said that he would hurt himself, but he would get this money, because he could tell not only about the affair, but also voice a list of property that he had written down in other names. The old man could not expect that he knew all this, and Lee Dog knew that this grandfather is the owner of dozens of buildings in Gangnam, various firms and companies that are registered in his family. Therefore, he repeated to him once again that when Lee Dog personally deals with the matter, it turns out to be a little more expensive. Lee Dog wanted to teach the old man a little lesson and give him a slap, but Kim's hand stopped him. The man thought that this was not the best place in which to resolve his affairs, because there was a family member here, so he suggested moving to another place and solving everything there. And then he turned directly to the old man and asked him what he was thinking when he did all this. Did he really want to harm his own granddaughter, just so that no one would know his secret? But he was interrupted by the director himself, who had already told him never to interfere with him when he was talking about money, but the manager again did not listen to him. Kim once again repeated to him that Dae was looking right here and resolving issues of this magnitude in front of her was not the best idea, especially when they were talking about the family's insurance matters. Shin Sun carefully watched the development of events and was very worried about Kim, but suddenly he was distracted by a phone call, and his assistant called him, who was already very worried that the guy was not answering the phone. The assistant told him that they were here with Chief Nam and he was not in the best condition, so he had to be urgently taken to the hospital. But besides this, there was some problem. Shin Sun didn't understand what he was talking about. What other problem was there? The assistant told him that his colleague had come to see Chief Nam. Puck came to this place to give Nam his first t-shirt in honor of completing his first mission, and he had to watch as the man lay down to rest. The conversation between Kim and Lee Dog was interrupted by the screams of a schoolboy who begged to let him go, and when they turned around they saw that the same assistant to the deputy president was holding the girl and threatening to kill her. The man was very sorry, but it seems that Miss Dae will not be able to escape, because the situation has gotten too much out of control, and in this case some kind of sacrifice is needed. The old man turned on at that moment and said that he would pay Lee Dog his penalty for violating the contract. But his secret must remain a secret, and this is his only condition. Suddenly, Anda's parents came to the port territory, who could not believe what was happening there and tried to shout to their daughter and the old man so that he would let her go. Anda, in turn, called her father and asked to save her, but unfortunately for her, he could not do anything about it. At this time, the old man simply turned around and realized that everything was too confused and he needed to solve this issue radically. So he ordered his assistant to finish off the girl. But it seems Kim was against this, and therefore did not allow the assistant minister to do this. The man struck him with a blow, after which he flew away from the girl. She was incredibly grateful to him for his help, but even her screams that Lee Dog was running at him from behind did not help him. The director was tired of Kim constantly not following his orders and doing whatever he wanted, so he decided to continue their conversation, which was interrupted by that pirate. Lee Dog politely asked manager Kim not to interfere in this matter, because if they do not interfere with the deputy minister doing his job, then the director will be paid tens of times more, and to make this happen, he will do anything. Before the director had time to say that his work was over, manager Kim went on the attack, saying that he was now on vacation and doing what he wanted. But it seems that Lee Dog absolutely did not care about his blows, which he tried to deliver with all his might, so for the last time he asked him to calm down until he did it himself. The old man watched this circus and understood one very important thing. As long as Lee Dog is here, the situation can be calmly resolved, because this big guy will do anything for money. The deputy understood that he had gone too far, and would under no circumstances allow it all to turn to dust. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by unbearable pain. It was Indaz's mother who snuck up behind him and stuck a knife in his back, which was incredibly unexpected on her part, given all the details of their relationship. The woman was too angry to think rationally, but it seems she did it for a reason, because this old man wanted to kill her only daughter, who was so dear to her, and for her sake she was ready to kill everyone who was in that port. After which she added to him that this man made her life hell and could still hope that his death would be peaceful, at home with his family. One day a woman asked the deputy minister to stop all this, because her parents would obviously be against it when they found out about it, but all the man heard was that his parents would prevent him from meeting her. A few days later, a terrible accident occurred in the city, as a result of which 2 people died, a woman and 1 man. The girl stood and looked at all this and understood that because of the driver's mistake, her parents, who were ordinary fruit sellers and they loved them so much, died. Next to her that day was the same deputy minister whom she asked not to touch her again, but he decided to do it his way. She was silent while he talked about the fact that what he doesn't like most in life is when information about him leaks out, and he will do everything to bury these people in order to stop the leak of information in advance. The woman shoved the knife as deep into his body as possible, saying that every day she lived with him was worse than hell, and she didn't even doubt what she was doing now. She started screaming at him that he was the one who ruined her life, and now he was going to destroy her child. That won't happen. Ande tried to stop her, but it seems it was too late. The woman hated this man too much to stop in time. The old man's son listened to everything the woman told him and could not believe it. Had he really lived in deception for so many years and didn't even realize it? He remembered how one day his father brought a girl to him and introduced her as his bride, whom he had chosen for him. At that moment, the guy's father told him that he knew this girl very well, and she would be perfect for him, so he suggested not to delay the ceremony, and he would organize everything as quickly as possible. Then he was young and could not even imagine that his father could do this to him, especially since he also really liked this girl and was grateful for such a gift. The man began to understand that all this time no one even thought about him. His father simply did everything to protect himself and his honor, and he was simply used. Although, to tell the truth, the man knew who his father really was from childhood. The first thing he learned when his mother committed suicide was that it was his father's frequent infidelities that became the main reason for her suicide. The father then quickly settled this situation and, according to official data, his wife was stabbed to death during volunteer work. Who did it was unknown, but he deliberately started rumors that the opposition party was involved in this. And the only comments he gave were that his wife was a pure and sincere person. She was always dissuaded because of the danger, but she was firm in her convictions and believed that if she conveyed her sincerity, the enemy would also change his mind and correct himself. He even burst into tears in front of all the reporters who were there and said a phrase that should have hurt them, namely, that he was to blame for her death, but he would remember her every day and raise his son the way she wanted. This was the guy's father, a man who takes advantage of someone else's death, a man who did not hesitate to get rid of a person if he considered him useless, a man who was ready to destroy his family if necessary. The smell of death always hovered near him, so from an early age, the man lived with the thought that he should be useful to his father. All these problems and experiences shaped his character. Because of this, he tried to ignore what was happening, pretending that he knew nothing, although in fact he understood everything. He pretended that he didn't know anything, although he understood and saw everything perfectly, but all the time he pretended that everything was fine. He pretended to be a good son. This is how his life went on. And today, for the first time, he was faced with an insurmountable situation in which he had no idea what he could do and who to help in it. Lee Dog understood that at this moment his money was dying along with the old man, so he decided to order Mr. Kim to save the old man at any cost. Manager Kim tried to stop him, which made Lee Dog even angrier and warned the manager that stopping him now was not a good idea, but Kim stood his ground. Suddenly, her legal husband approached Dae's mother and asked her to stop all this madness, and said that, first of all, it was his fault, because all this time he was just pretending that he didn't see anything, but in fact he knew about everything. He was very sorry that he had done this to his wife, and maybe it was too late to say such words, but still he asked her to give her hands so that he could take them. After which he looked at his father, to whom he said that, despite the fact that I met my wife under delicate circumstances, they are still family with her. The man simply had no other choice. His voice was still shaking, but still he asked his father to stop doing all this, and thus showed courage for the first time. His father shouted at him that he was talking nonsense, but the man continued to say what he thought and bear responsibility, even if they were related by blood. Someone could say that this is stupid. He would not argue with it, but he is too different from his father, and their main difference is that a man will protect his family to the end. And although this is not very reasonable, it is also an opportunity to take responsibility. For the first time, he really looks like the head of the family. But his father considered it all nonsense, and even in the last minutes of his life, did not recognize him as a person. The old man finally fell, and it seems his life ended there. And at that moment, the man looked into the eyes of his wife, and told her that he would not settle the score because it was his family and all the responsibility was on him. Dae watched everything that was happening, and it didn't fit in her head, but her father reassured her, saying that he would take care of everything, and he was also very sorry that he turned a blind eye to what was happening. Lee Dog couldn't stand it at that moment and took off. Even manager Kim couldn't hold him back. The fact was that he was worried about his money, which could simply disappear, so he asked the old man to pay first, and then die. Ultimately, this order cost Deputy Prime Minister An Jong his life. His son later took care of the formalities, but everyone who was in that port that day will forever remember the story of this family. That's what Kim would like to say, but this old man turned out to be very tenacious, and by some miracle survived and was now in the hospital. But according to the doctor, there was practically no chance of a full recovery. Dae stood next to her grandfather and understood perfectly well that such a severe wound at his age and a large loss of blood had taken their toll, and in the end, even if he woke up, he would not be able to lead a full life. After which, she turned to Kim and said that she believed that this was a fitting end for grandfather. He was too bad a man to die in peace, so she believed that grandfather fully deserved this punishment. But still, with tears in her eyes, she was grateful to Mr. Kim for saving her life, and also asked to be sure to convey gratitude to his friend, because only with his assistance they were able to resolve possible problems. Pak and his team, which included a medic, arrived at the port very on time, and he was not averse to helping him. Santiago Yan, that was the name of this man, who had some knowledge of medicine and was ready to save this man, if, of course, it was necessary. The girl's father also joined in the words of gratitude to his daughter and said that he still couldn't believe it, even though he saw everything with his own eyes. At that moment, he was still preparing for the fact that he would have to go to prison for the sake of his family. But thanks to Kim, he can be next to them as an honest person and not as a murderer. Kim gave them a rather unexpected answer. saying that he was also grateful to them because he did what he had to do. And besides, they paid the balance as expected, so if other problems arise, they can safely contact him. After all, he was from the Baiko workforce, which always trusts clients and helps regardless of the situation. But immediately after Kim left the hospital, he had to go to a disciplinary meeting, the agenda of which was his behavior. As soon as he entered their headquarters, Anakin read out what he was accused of. The reason for the disciplinary action was that Mr. Kim did not follow orders and acted without permission. Whatever one may say, this is a good reason for a serious punishment. But it was also worth adding that thanks to the help of Kim's friends, the client was saved, as a result of which they were able to receive payment of the penalty and additional payment without unnecessary difficulties. And the deputy decided that in this case, a salary reduction would be the most fair punishment, but he was interrupted by the director, who said that this would not work. Then he added that every self-respecting company has a strict disciplinary system, with the help of which not a single employee can do whatever comes into his head. Therefore, he decided that if Kim continues to behave this way, then it is better for him to open his own company. But for now, the director does not want to see him in his company and decided to fire him, and starting tomorrow, Manager Kim does not have to come here. But suddenly, after these words, the wall that they had just repaired exploded again, and someone clearly did it on purpose. It was Pak who heard every word that the director said to Kim, and so he blew up the wall because he fundamentally disagreed with him, because a commander who treats his employees impolitely is doomed to defeat. After which he fully entered the headquarters with his team, and added that it seemed to him that Director Lee Dog did not even have the minimum qualifications to lead the team. Kim didn't understand how Pak even found this place, and he kept saying that Kim had refused to join Ares in vain because everyone in his squad respects each other, or does he like it when they communicate with him like that? For a long time, Park, without thinking, approached the director and, looking him in the eyes, said that if he fired Kim, he would take him into his squad, unless, of course, Lee Dog doesn't mind. As it turned out, the director knew Pak and was interested in what he had done here. This man has no business ethics because only ill-mannered people can run their business on someone else's territory. But Park is also no slouch, and he knows very well that there are very few good specialists in this area, and he heard how the director had just fired Kim, whom he would gladly accept into his team. Lee Dog suddenly began to laugh at this, and thought that Park was giving back, because he had clearly just told Kim that he was firing him, and now he says that this did not happen and asks his assistant to confirm this information. Enchul, in turn, adjusted his glasses and confirmed that the director did not say anything like that. Perhaps they heard it, because he clearly heard that the director asked him to try harder. After which, the director added that apparently the soldier has very poor hearing, since he cannot hear. Then he will have to read lips. Director Lee Dog continued to talk about how their organization was global and unlike ordinary soldiers, but he was interrupted by one of Park's team, who laughed at the fact that the director considered his organization global. The guy thought that this was ridiculous and too arrogant for a person who knows nothing about gratitude. Lee Dog was annoyed that he was interrupted, and they also say that he does not know what gratitude is. Pak completely agreed with him. Such people should not run organizations. The deputy director clarified that they were apparently talking about the treatment of the deputy minister, after which Lee Dog became even more angry and wanted to kill them all. And the guy from Pak's organization proposed exactly the same idea, because you could just kill them all here and take Mr. Kim with you. But Pak told him that it would be impolite, because killing your friend's colleague is somehow impolite. But Pak added one more thing. Of course you can't kill, but no one is stopping them from behaving like gentlemen, no matter what that means. The director started laughing at this, because do they really think that they can even touch anyone here with a finger? This is so funny, a funny joke. After which Deputy Encol took out his weapon and seemed ready to test how strong these guys are. But as soon as he took out his telescopic baton, it was almost immediately broken into small pieces, which only said that this guy was too strong and fast. This guy was too fast that even the director couldn't keep track of how he broke all the fingers on his right hand, and the guy was sorry that the use of firearms is prohibited in Korea. After all, the guy so wanted to show them how he breaks it. This will be enough to bring down their ardor, because when he does this, then most of the gangs will instantly lose all their passion, and then everyone will recognize this as Albert Kim, That's exactly what this guy's name was. But the guy was also a little mistaken about them, and the deputy pointed out this mistake to him because the guy is now confronting not a gang of some brats, but a serious organization. Enkol, as it turned out, was a policeman in the past, and he is extremely patient. But still, if you piss him off, then his speed will not help this guy. Their conversation was interrupted by Grandma, who told them all that they were uncouth fools with no brains in their heads, because they could kill each other. She didn't have enough words to describe them, but they were worth each other. The director joined the conversation, who believed that the one who caused chaos on someone else's territory should take responsibility and be punished accordingly for his actions. So he suggested that they attack all together to at least somehow level the chances. Puck was amused to hear this, because he did not understand how a person could be such a fool that he tells them to attack with the whole herd, although he knows perfectly well what they are capable of, and the director answered him that he would regret that he broke in here, and for his sake he even will work for free today. As soon as they wanted to start a fight, they were interrupted by Kim, who asked them to stop this whole circus that they were putting on because of him. He was not pleased that they made so much noise because of him. Therefore, he decided to act like a smart person and asked the director for forgiveness for acting so impulsively and being guided by personal interests. He would definitely think about his behavior. After which, he turned to his friend, whom last time he clearly made clear that he was refusing his offer to join the team. And all because he is no longer going to neglect Minji. He hoped that Park did not forget what happened recently, so he does not want it to happen again, and accordingly will stay away from such work. At that moment, Enkol carefully approached the director and wanted to clarify with him what they would do next, because, to be honest, he was quite pathetic, even though he said that he was thinking about everything. He also added that he always believed that Manager Kim had nothing but exorbitant pride, which flows from him, but it turned out that he even knows how to bow. But the director explained to him that a real man bends only when he wants to preserve something really important. The director believed that for most people of about the same age, everything has already been decided, but not for this guy, and there is even a saying that the best hostage in a man's life is his family. Minji returned home after a hard day, and the tiredness on her face suddenly changed to surprise. After all, instead of the usual sight of Sung-hoon in the kitchen, she immediately ran to hug him, and at the same time scold him for not telling her that the business trip was already over, and he would be able to return a little earlier than the planned time. Sung-hoon already shed a tear from such a warm relationship between father and daughter. Now, he also wanted a daughter. It's so wonderful. She immediately snatched the gloves from his hands and began to wash the dishes instead of him, and ordered him to go rest, because he was probably exhausted from work. Kim couldn't believe his ears, because for the first time he and his daughter were getting along so well, and it was so wonderful that it warmed his soul more and more. Therefore, he decided to listen to his daughter and really rest a little after the business trip. Sung-hoon was even a little jealous of him and asked the man if his mouth would tear from such a wide smile. They also wondered how things were going at the new job, because Kim hadn't said anything since he arrived. He did not remember this with a smile, because the director scolded him for a long time, because it is undoubtedly important to do his work well, but he must remember that ranks in the company are not given for beauty. And the director has maintained this position for many years, which helps him stay afloat, so he asked him to try not to cross the line again and not do what he did on the last assignment. Sung-hoon understood perfectly well that Kim didn't just want to talk about it, so in any case, he supported him, because he knew that the work that Mr. Cho recommended was not easy. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Minji, who told them that she wanted to go out for a while, which surprised Kim and Sung-hoon because it was already quite late. But the girl reassured them and said that she had recently joined the school club and she actually ran home to take her wallet. In any case, Kim didn't understand what kind of club it was that required a wallet, but the girl reassured him by saying that it was a film club and she and the guys were going to see a musical. One director had made a rather interesting film. Therefore, she and the elder in their club decided to go watch it. But as soon as she said that this was a guy, Kim's face changed slightly, and the girl continued to tell him that they became friends over a conversation in which they realized that their preferences coincided in many ways. He knows a lot about films, so she was very interested in him. She decided to repeat it again, so that they would understand her correctly. This guy is not strange at all. They are going together because it turned out that they both liked this director. Kim was very angry inside at this whole situation, and especially when their dialogue was interrupted by some guy who seemed to be the same guy Minji had just talked about. He told her that he called several times and she didn't pick up, so he decided to come straight to her to make sure nothing happened. He must have worried for nothing. Because I saw two men behind the girl, and it seems one of them is her father, and the guy's name was Chong Ten, and he was the president of the film club. While Minji was telling him that this was really her father and family friend, Sung-hoon noticed that Kim was about to explode from tension. The guy introduced himself and said his name, and in response asked the mister how best to address him to make it more convenient, but Kim was silent. Sung-hoon felt emotions boiling, and everything around was filled with the aura of anger that Kim emitted. Therefore, he decided to somehow correct the situation and tell the guy to immediately apologize to Mr. Kim, because he is still too young to call him uncle. They tried to get Kim out of the state he was in, but he was silent and mentally boiled over from everything that was happening at the moment. Minji has been studying at Junho Middle School for 2 months now, and one day she decided to go to the school's film club, which held meetings on a regular basis. And one day she listened to the president of this club talk about another film. She listened to almost the entire guy's speech, because she was constantly distracted by how handsome he was to her, so she only heard the end. As soon as the guy finished his speech, Minji realized that she had finally met the love she had been waiting for so long. The guys went to the cinema, and Kim still couldn't get over the fact that Minji had a boyfriend, and Sung-hoon tried to explain to him that Minji really likes movies. And as it turned out, she even dreams of choosing cinema as the main activity in her life, and it seems that she is most interested in directing, as well as acting and film production. Sung-hoon continued to tell him something, and at one point Kim interrupted him and said that he wants to finish this guy off. What should he do about it? After all, Kim understands perfectly well that everything changes in this world except for the thoughts of schoolchildren who go to the cinema only for one thing. Sung-hoon tried to calm him down, because he believed that they would just go watch a movie and come back. What's wrong with that? Sung-hoon couldn't believe that Kim wanted to destroy the guy just because he called him father and went to the movies with his daughter. These are ossified views on life that urgently need to be changed. They decided to consult with Park, and Sung-hoon was sure that this guy would definitely dissuade Kim from chopping the guy into pieces. But he was wrong, because Park thought exactly the same thing. Park offered not only to destroy him, but to chop him into minced meat and feed him to the dogs. Park was in the laundry, but he was always ready to come. Sung-hoon tried to explain to both of them that Minji is already almost an adult woman who is in shock to decide how she should live, and with whom she should go for walks, and with whom she should not, and meddling in her relationship in this way is far from the best idea. In any case, her life is just beginning, and someday she will want to do many things and want to try many things. Will Kim really run after her and control everything? Sung-hoon tried to prove to Kim that they don't do this even with a small child, and he should give Minji the right to choose, and most importantly, they should not determine her future for her. The man first of all believed that it was their duty as parents who gave life to their children to create an environment in which they could make their own choice. The only thing they should create for them is an environment, and it is possible to grow up, and then the choice should be only theirs, because Sung-hoon was sure that Kim himself had something that he did against the wishes of his parents. Park listened carefully to everything that Sung-hoon said and could not stand it and began to shout that all this was complete nonsense. He believed that only a person who does not have a daughter could speak like that, because he himself has a son and cannot give advice. He also added that a father who is raising a daughter should keep his eyes open, because there are a lot of concerned idiots with sperm toxicosis around. Therefore, he decided to directly contact Kim and tell him that first of all, you need to listen to him, and not Sung-hoon, and he recommends that the first thing he do is find out what this guy is like and how he treats Minji. Kim decided to listen to Park's advice, and decided to follow the couple a little, and find out for what purpose this guy is dating her, and what are his plans for the future. How sane is he? The man carefully watched how they behaved and how this guy treated Minji, and at first glance, it seemed that everything was fine, and he was not doing anything wrong. At that moment, Minji's heart was jumping out of her chest. She couldn't believe that she was watching a movie with only Taeyang, the two of them, and no more teammates. They met just to watch and then evaluate this film, but the girl still couldn't understand why she was so worried. Minji remembered in her head how this guy transferred to school. He did it almost at the same time as her. Then his appearance excited absolutely everyone in the class. She didn't understand why someone like him joined the film club, but at that time, he assured everyone that he really liked watching films and rating them. It really suited his lifestyle. When Minji first saw this guy in person, the only thought in her head was how handsome this guy is, and how much he loves movies just like her. But at one point, when she listened to his presentation, which he prepared on one of the films that they had watched recently, the girl realized that she had fallen head over heels in love with him. Minji was very ashamed to say this out loud, and she was so lost in thought that she didn't hear the guy calling her to tell her that the movie was already starting. Why was she so deep in thought? The girl admitted to herself that she almost didn't remember the plot of the film, because while they were watching this film, her gaze kept sliding to the guy. Kim watched all this from the side and understood that Menji had been looking at the guy for a reason the whole movie, and clearly they were not just friends, and this thought alone drove him crazy. After the film came to its logical end, they left the cinema and discussed this film together. The guy noticed that the directing turned out to be a level higher than he thought, which Menji could not agree with. Of course, it seemed to him that the characters' emotions were a little confused, but on the other hand, it was even good. After such an analysis, the guy decided to ask the girl where she was going now, to the academy. She told him that she no longer went to the academy, which made the guy very happy, because he just wanted to invite her to take a little walk together, and the girl didn't mind at all, so they sat down in the first cafe they saw. They had a great time together. Both the guy and Menji really liked each other. At this rate, the laziness came to an end, and it was already dark outside, which didn't exactly make the guys happy. Suddenly, the guy stopped and asked the girl to listen to him carefully now. He has something to tell her, and this is very exciting for the girl. Can he really admit it to her just like that? She was not quite ready for this yet, but the guy still wanted to tell her something. But suddenly, his gaze fell on the man who was standing behind the girl, and it seemed to him that it was her father. Kim looked so angrily in their direction, as if he wanted to eat them alive, and didn't even hear what Menji was saying to him, who asked him what he was doing here. Had he really been watching them all this time? The guy decided at that moment to formally introduce himself to Menji's father and said that his name was Jung Taeyang. Kim didn't like that the guy called him father again, so he advised him to be careful with such expressions. Menji tried to calm Kim down and asked him not to do that. Jung Taeyang was very sorry that he again made such a stupid mistake, so he tried to apologize to him. But Menji assured the guy that everything was fine and he had no need to apologize. The man practically didn't hear anything at that moment, because all he had in his head was laughing or crying. He just wants to be there and watch his little Minji grow up, because she will always remain such a little baby for him. When he looks at her, he just pretends not to notice anything. He is already thinking that maybe now is the time to close his eyes to all this, because the children are not their property and Sung Han was right about something. Kim decided that taking the guy home would be a good idea, but the only thing that confused Chongten himself was that the mister dropped Minji off and now he's only taking him alone. But after a second, everything was clear, because Kim decided to explain to the guy that he should not even dare to touch his daughter until they were both old enough for this, and asked him to keep in mind that he knew perfectly well how to wipe a person off the face of the earth. The guy listened with his mouth open as the man told him that he loved his daughter too much and would do anything for her, so Kim hoped that the guy would be understanding. The guy's reaction was too unexpected for Kim, because he suddenly began to laugh and say that Mr. Kim made him laugh a lot. He decided to explain to him that the guy had long noticed that when it comes to his daughter, Mr. Kim goes crazy, and at times it can be very funny. But at one point, they were unable to continue the conversation because a huge truck crashed into them at full speed, which clearly did not do this by accident. And it seems the guy was not surprised that this happened, because he continued to talk about how Mr. Kim had accumulated too much resentment and that someone wanted to see him. Quite a long time had passed since Kim took the guy home, and Sung Hoon began to worry a little. So he asked Minji if the man took him in his car. She confirmed this and said that the father added that he would return soon, so he asked them not to worry. Several bald men in a mask came closer to the car, which they had just nearly crushed with their truck, to check how the man was feeling. Kim was unconscious, because after such a collision, he miraculously survived. But in any case, he needs to be checked, and if everything is fine, then one of them ordered them to inject him. But in the car, there was still their scent guy, with whom it was not clear what to do next, because he did not die, but only lost consciousness, so the leader of that detachment ordered them to bring him to his senses. As soon as the guy was injected with some kind of serum directly into his neck, he immediately began screaming in pain, which these guys really didn't like. Therefore, one of them decided to shut him up using a rather rude method, namely, he hit him in the face, and besides, this guy was angry because Sean could not do everything as asked and messed up again. The only task that this guy was given was to get close to Kim's daughter and get as much information about him as possible. The main one believed that anyone could cope with this task. Sean was very lucky because it was already late and time was running out, so they decided that they would deal with him later, but for now, they needed to hit the road. But as soon as they entered the back of the truck, they saw that Kim was still conscious. Their injection did not help. Moreover, he had already dealt with several guys. Therefore, one of them suggested that he go with them on good terms and not try to rock the boat anymore, because they had already crashed his car and dented him significantly, and also introduced an infection. Is it really so difficult for him to just go with them so that they don't use all these rude ways to influence? The guy carefully removed the bandana from his head and asked him to stop doing this and stop making noise in a foreign country. After a short amount of time, Sung-hoon realized that it all looked very strange, so he decided that he should go and check everything himself. But on the other hand, he understood that he couldn't just leave Minji alone because he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some kind of doorbell and Minji told him that she had ordered something for a late dinner, but Sung-hoon felt inside that something was wrong. Therefore, he decided to ask the courier to leave the food near the door and leave, which the courier did. But as soon as Sung-hoon opened the apartment doors, he saw that the courier had not gone anywhere, because the payment method was indicated in cash and he had to wait for payment. What bothered Sung-hoon the most was not this, but the fact that behind this guy there were several strange people who clearly did not come with good intentions, and besides, they were wearing masks. And so it happened, as soon as Sung-hoon took the bag of food and wanted to close the doors of the apartment, they immediately stabbed the poor courier and ran towards Sung-hoon's apartment to grab him. And one of them still managed to grab the door before the man closed it, after which he immediately ordered his guys to go into the apartment and pick up the girl. None of them could even guess that a man who was simply taking food could deal such a strong blow, and this turned out to be their main mistake. Sung-hoon told Minji that she would most likely need to quit the film club, because the people who came to them were very strange, and apparently they came here for a reason. But there wasn't too much time for talking, so the man asked her to do what she should do in such situations, namely, go to her room and close the doors. While they were talking to each other, those guys decided that they couldn't wait any longer, so they prepared to knock down the doors, and after a few blows, they succeeded and they found themselves inside the apartment. Sung-hoon watched this circus and did not understand who these guys were, that they even decided to use an assault ram. After which, he asked the guys for forgiveness and said that an absolutely ordinary family lives here, so he believes that it is rather inappropriate to use such things just to enter the apartment. But as it turned out, they know very well who lives in this apartment, and it was not an ordinary family, because Sun-hoon, a famous Taekwondo fighter, lives here, whom their leader ordered to immediately be captured. These unknown guys used some strange sticks that emit electricity, which made the fight a little more difficult for Mr. Hoon. At times it was very difficult to dodge their attacks, because they were quite fast and seemed to be perfectly prepared for who their opponent would be. Still, it seems that this will not be enough, because Sung-hoon dodged absolutely all the blows and at one moment simply flew over these guys in order to deliver his blow from a more convenient position. But it seemed so only at first glance, because these guys were ready for this, and as soon as he rose into the air, they applied a special current with the help of which they managed to catch the man, after which they ran up to him and applied several more shocks so that at least calm him down. While the man was experiencing incredible pain from these devices, one of them came closer to him and began to tell him that one person goes crazy when it comes to his daughter, and his friend, who was famous throughout the country, cannot use his legendary kicks in this small apartment that he calls home. Sung-hoon at that moment was still trying to answer something to this guy, But as soon as he heard that the man could still speak, he immediately ordered to increase the power and simultaneously told him that when he wakes up, they will have finished everything. And this guy was talking not only about Sung-hoon, but also about his best friend's daughter, whom they had already gone to look for. They quickly found her, but they had a small problem. The girl was in a bunker that was built right in the apartment. Minji knew very well that this bunker could withstand a nuclear strike, so she didn't have to worry about some bandits getting into it. But this was not their only problem, because as the second assistant reported, the group that headed to Target D did not get in touch. The chief didn't understand why they went there in the first place, because he told them not to do anything without his order. Puck tried to explain to these guys that organizing a surprise attack on him was not the best idea for which they would have to answer. He also added that if they don't mind risking their lives, they can continue to fight him. So he advised them to carefully prepare for the battle, and he did not care at all that they did not know how strong Pak could be. The boss was very angry with them, because he made it clear that Pak was too dangerous an opponent, so he ordered them not to get close to him, but just to bug him and stay as far away from him as possible. He started hitting everything around because he was angry. First of all, at the small guy who should have just walked with the girl and taken his time, but he couldn't even cope with that. Because he was too angry, he did not notice how Sung-hoon moved away from their attack and was ready to start fighting again, and it seems that now he will fight with all his strength because they angered him too much. Sung-hoon nevertheless noted that he had not received an electric charge for a long time. He even cheered up. They were well prepared, but bad luck. It seemed Sung-hoon remembered the old days, and now you won't envy the guys. As everyone knows, a hooligan is a definition that refers to people with a disgusting character. Many did not understand how a person could be so immoral and aggressive, and many were convinced that only personality training, which needed to be done every day and work hard on oneself, would help correct such a nature. Personality is the right to be an independent individual. Training means hardening yourself, honing your skills over and over again, sharpening and polishing your features. To one day open your eyes to your real character, so as not to lose yourself later, because if you miss this even for a moment, you will become a monster again. This is exactly what Sung-hoon thought from the moment he got to his new master. Sung-hoon had not shown his real nature for a long time, and it seemed to him that his teacher would be very angry with him if he knew this. But it still wasn't over, because the main bully was still on his feet and running towards Sung-hoon with a knife. The guy wanted to kill the man so much because he was incredibly angry with him. But Sung-hoon didn't think he could succeed. And the man was right, because again, not a single blow hit him. All the attacks seemed to pass by, although this is called karate. Sung-hoon turned to the guy and told him that he had not finished him off yet for only one simple reason. He just wanted to know where they came from, and for what purpose, and not because no man could do it. Therefore, he advised to simply give answers to all his questions. Otherwise, he would be very angry, and the guy would not be envied. Sung-hoon suggested that he strangle him first, although on the other hand, he likes to gouge out his eyes. Usually people at such moments immediately begin to tell everything. But as soon as the guy was ready to answer all the questions that the man asked, he was suddenly shot in the head. The person in charge of Group B confirmed the fact that it was completely destroyed. It seems they faced a special enemy. Their leader didn't really want to do this in Korea, but he had no other option, so he ordered to clear out everyone. Several operatives ran to carry out the order, which was to spill as much gasoline as possible and set the entire house on fire. Sung-hoon was well aware of the seriousness of the situation, so he immediately picked up Minji and they began evacuating the house as quickly as possible. They managed to get out of the apartment before it exploded, and this time they were very lucky. The head of this group was not too pleased with the results of Group B, so he wanted to hear what the results of Group A were. The assistant immediately reported to him that everything was going according to plan, and there were no problems, because initially they put the most effort into Group A, and most importantly, they would not fail under any circumstances, because they prepared so carefully for this. But even such seemingly good news did not suit the leader, and he grabbed the guy by his clothes and said that they were carrying out this mission for a reason and that capturing Kim's daughter was an equally important task that they failed to complete. The house immediately caught fire and it was incredibly scary to look at it all. A bunch of people who lived there immediately ran to the house. Minji asked Sung-hoon what they should do now, to which he answered her. They hope that no one is left in this house and there will be no casualties. But the man was now more interested not in the fire, but in the guy from the film club with whom Minji went for a walk. Sung-hoon asked her if she had noticed anything strange when communicating with him. Minji couldn't say anything about this. She knew little about him, only that he transferred to this school almost at the same time as her. Such information surprised Sung-hoon quite a bit. The girl added that during their communication, they did not talk much about personal topics, because both he and she had recently transferred to this school. Although suddenly she remembered that today they talked a little and the guy told her that he was transferred here because of his father, and he also added a little later that he wanted to become the kind of son that his own father would recognize. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Park, who immediately after dealing with the people who attacked him, decided to call Sung-hoon back and ask how Minji was feeling. He sighed with relief when he heard that they managed to escape and were now relatively safe. Sung-hoon responded by asking how he was doing, to which Park replied that everything was fine. He had just dealt with these guys, but these guys didn't even open their mouths. They committed suicide before he could ask anything. After which, Park added that these guys have been training all their lives. If Sung-hoon understands what Park is leading to, they have already started tracking, and the result will be received within 10 minutes, so he will call back soon. But Minji did not want to end the conversation because she was primarily interested in how her father was doing. Park told them that he could not contact him, so he realized that they also did not know where Kim was now. They both understood that it had never happened that Kim would not answer calls. It all looked too strange. Minji also understood everything perfectly, so she couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears because her father had disappeared and now she was very worried about all this. But unexpectedly for Minji, Sung-hoon and Park began to laugh at her. They always knew that she was a respectful daughter, but not to such an extent. They were having fun because she already knows her father inside and out. Minji knows what he is capable of and still worries about him, so Sung-hoon had to tell her that she doesn't need to worry so much. Because he believed that no matter what her father was in front of her, he was quite famous in his business. He even had a nickname, a recognized psycho. Kim tried to come to his senses, and while he was doing this, he constantly heard these guys discussing something among themselves. It seemed they were trying to administer another tranquilizer, but something went wrong. While they were carrying Kim to some kind of shelter, he tried to understand how much time had already passed since he was taken. He also heard the smell of humidity and realized that the passage was underground. His arms and legs were tied. His condition was as if he had been wounded in the shoulder, but in principle everything was normal. He could endure it. Judging by the surrounding sounds, the approximate number of opponents was 7. He understood that if he chose the right moment, he might be able to escape. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the guys themselves, who announced that they had finally arrived at their destination. They were happy that they had done their job well, and at this stage, all they had to do was hand over his body to the orderer. One of them asked the guy not to complain anymore, but he had no idea what his colleague was talking about, because he didn't complain and didn't even think about it. After which, he reminded him how he ran into poor Sean, and the guy just wanted the best, so he began to implement the plan, considering that the moment was ideal because they had no idea when the target would find them. At the moment they started talking about Sean, one of them noticed that the guy was too sad. It was difficult to look at him. Therefore, he decided to give the body to his friend so that he could support him for a while the guy dealt with Sean. The man came closer to him and asked the guy, maybe he has some complaints and wants to discuss them, or maybe he should fix his face while the guy's father is not here. The bald man in the mask continued to threaten him and tell him that he was a master of blows to the face, which the guy perceived as too strong words. And he decided to answer him that bragging is for idiots. He once heard this phrase in one of the films, but now he understands that it is ideal for this guy who just can't keep his mouth shut. After which he asked him not to expose his inferiority complex to everyone, because it all looks very pathetic. They were asked to end these conversations, and the same guy who was carrying Kim noticed that the man had opened his eyes and was looking straight at him, which made him a little scared and tried to do something. But it was already quite late. Kim was able to get out with a few movements and begin the process of strangling this man. It seemed that nothing could help him. Kim successfully began to carry out his plan, which was born in his head, and the first part of the plan was successful. he freed himself and his hands. Several guards tried to stop him, but it was a stupid decision, after which they suffered even more. Other, more experienced agents immediately opened fire on him, but none of them were able to hit the man. He simply dodged every bullet and at one point hid behind a wall to wait until they stopped shooting. His shoulder was actually in a deplorable state, but nothing can be done about it. First, you need to get out of this place, and for this you will have to be patient a little. They immediately began to explore all the corners of that bunker, but at one point they realized that it was nowhere to be found, as if it had fallen underground. But everything was much simpler. If he was not on the ground, then all he had to do was raise his eyes upward. But one of them realized this too late, because Mr. Kim had already dealt him a serious blow, and it was unlikely that he would rise after this. Kim immediately grabbed the gun from the hands of these guys and started shooting at those who tried to run to the aid of these guys, and it seems he was able to stop them. After he dealt with everyone, he left only one guy alive, who arranged all this. Kim told him that the conversation would be short and he would only need to answer one question: who sent him here? The guy continued to be silent, but Kim recommended that he quickly talk, because usually he doesn't ask a second time. But Kim himself seemed to have begun to understand where he was and what had been done to him. At first, he saw writings on the walls that said that at the moment they were in the zone of absolute control. Then he read a proverb that was painfully familiar to him: for the sins committed against your people, bring repentance through death. We will get rid of the enemies of the people's party. The man understood perfectly well that these inscriptions were there for a reason, and most likely they were located in the largest prison for political criminals in the People's Republic of Korea, which was also called the notorious Bail-Blavi prison. Kim was suddenly interrupted by a man who ran to the sound of shots he heard, so he decided to check what was happening here. The man understood perfectly well who was standing in front of him and could not believe it, and the man who had just arrived asked Kim not to cry because he was so glad to see him. Park called Sung-hoon back immediately as soon as he learned more information about where Kim was now, and, as it turned out from the tracking results, he was being taken to North Korea, and it seems that the incident with the National Bureau of Special Missions had reached a new level. The man suggested that the information could have leaked onto the black market, but Park couldn't tell him anything for sure, except that he was sure that the enemy was very well prepared. Park was sure that this was revenge, for which they had been preparing for a very long time and meticulously. He simply did not see any other explanation. Kim looked at this man and couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing this. The one who could pull it off was now standing right in front of him. The same man who was able to do this, when meeting with Kim, asked him to wait a little until he could squeeze a couple of tears out of himself. Mr. Kim looked at him and immediately remembered the same man who once forced Emine to kill Kim and then commit suicide. This was the same Baek Tan-el, previously known as a member of Dandelion and then of Task Force Number 51, whose code name was the Old Wolf. As soon as he came closer to Kim, he immediately invited him to start with a greeting shot. Minji was already starting to panic very much, because she heard Sung-hoon and Park talking about North Korea, and she perfectly understood that her father might be there. Mr. Hong understood that first he needed to calm Minji down so that she would not worry, so he decided to leave this matter to Park and told the girl that they would both stay in South Korea. The man understood that now his main task was to be close to her and protect her, and they could entrust this task to Park, who would definitely cope with it. And so that she wouldn't worry that they would just sit idly by, Sung-hoon suggested that she contact one of his North Korean friends, who would definitely help in this matter. Minji was a little doubtful about this option, but the man reassured her, saying that this friend is the best in his field. No one can hold a candle to him. He also added that his profession is to deal with everything related to North Korea. And this same North Korean friend turned out to be Vice Minister Kwang Guk-chol, whose code name is now Bear, which he received because he can dig up anyone he needs. Although there was a small problem, he is a little crazy and constantly repeats his motto, in which he was sure that it was necessary to destroy all the puppets of the political regime. This crazy old man laughed at Kim, because you could read from his face that he didn't understand how this man was still alive and what kind of place was this. But as it turned out, this was ordinary revenge for which this old man had been preparing almost his entire life. The man told him that after his comrades died, he only thought that Kim could not die an easy death, so he decided to create a plan on a huge scale in which he could take revenge. Now that Kim was in front of him, who was practically immobilized, he suddenly had no idea what to do with him. But he knew for sure that Kim must suffer as much as he did, or even more. After which, the old man crossed the line when he told Kim that he wanted to tear her daughter apart right in front of his eyes, the only way Kim could feel all the pain that he was experiencing. But Kim did not tolerate this, and struck this psycho right in the face so that he would not think to himself that he was the king of the world. The old man deliberately infuriated Kim to see all these emotions of hopelessness, after which he added that code 66 has not changed at all since then. To him, it was like a swamp, in which Kim desperately waves her legs and arms, but still can't do anything. He missed it so much. He continued to walk around him and say that he could flounder as much as he wanted, but all he could do now was wait for salvation and hope that his daughter would be captured, for whom, by the way, several detachments had already left. But still, he gave him advice that might be able to help him in some way. The old man noticed that the more he flutters, the more the quagmire will suck him in, so it's worth trying to relax. After which the old man went completely crazy and started shouting code 66 at the top of his voice and saying that he deserves only hellish torment, more than anyone else, and he will definitely organize this for him, the whole spectrum of suffering. The psycho suggested that he try to escape. If he could, if he wanted, he could hide, but in any case, even if Kim tried his best, he still wouldn't succeed. He was sure that he would be overwhelmed by feelings of helplessness, disappointment, despair, and this obviously wouldn't last long. In the end, the psycho was sure that Kim would eventually just give up. Minji was already a little scared. Of course she was confident in Sung-hoon's abilities, but still the situation was not at all pleasant, which Hong himself could not agree with. Suddenly, one of his crowd shouted that he had been told that if this man receives an electric shock, inexplicable things begin to happen to him, and he begins to destroy everything left and right. Therefore, he asked everyone to act extremely carefully. In any case, the main goal is the girl who needs to be captured alive. Otherwise, the boss will skin them. A minute later, they began to gradually and calmly surround them, which was becoming quite dangerous for both Sung-hoon and Menji. Something urgently needed to be done. Menji hoped to the last that Uncle Park would come, but Sung-hoon told her that, unfortunately, Park was very busy right now, and therefore they would have to get out of this mess themselves. The girl then decided to clarify, what about that North Korean expert? But Hong replied that he was not a very reliable person, so there was no point in counting on him. Now the girl began to panic, and she couldn't imagine how she could cope with the whole crowd alone. But it seems that Hung had already planned everything for a long time, and there are several guesses how they will get out of this situation. After which he stabbed one of the bandits and told her that his plan was quite simple. He would protect her at any cost, so she didn't have to worry. All subsequent criminals rushed towards them to grab the girl, but each time they only had to catch it blow by blow. Hong soberly assessed his capabilities, and at some point realized that it would be incredibly difficult to defeat so many people alone, and therefore decided to take Menji with him and run away. At this time, the man told Kim that he assumed that the girl was now being pursued and most likely they would find her, because his guys are quite persistent. As soon as they smell prey, they will not let it go under any conditions. Moreover, Kim's friends are in a completely different place, which couldn't help but please him, because in this way they won't disturb him, and looking at Kim, he really liked his empty expression on his face. But Kim, through anger, told the man that he thought that this day would come someday, and he needed to be ready for it. Manager Kim especially understood this after that incident with the Special Missions Bureau. He knew perfectly well that the man would take the trail, but still this psycho failed to predict that this was his first revenge. Kim understood that the man had been drawing up this plan for a long time, but he could hardly have expected that Kim, too, had not sat idly by and been preparing. One of these bandits suggested making a little noise and pulled out a pistol. They were ordered to bring her alive because she would be tortured, but no one said that they couldn't shoot at the legs or arms. The bandit believed that if he needed her alive, he could shoot anywhere except her head, so without thinking for a long time, he decided to carry out his insidious plan. But as soon as he decided to shoot, he saw his colleague lying on the floor unconscious, and he clearly didn't feel bad. Someone knocked him out. He drew attention to his other guys, who were falling one after another, and now it was obvious that something was wrong here, and it was necessary to understand what was wrong as quickly as possible. But apparently it was already too late, because the culprit of these miracles came up behind him. So Kim advised him to be careful what he wishes for, because there is always a chance of a mistake that could be fatal. It seems that help arrived just in time. They were in a hurry because they wanted to see friendly faces here, but they only found a bunch of little boys playing with pistols. At that moment, everyone who was in the underground parking lot, including Minji, felt the tension from what they had to watch. The Ares squad arrived to their aid very timely, although not in full force. The granny of this detachment did not wait long and decided to tell these boys that they would all remain here, unfortunately, and were unlikely to return home someday, and the last thing they would hear in their lives was her name, Jong-uk-sun. She's also called Kuroda Oki, and she suddenly appeared near one of the guys, and in a scary voice told him that she was from Ares. Ninjas in Korea are considered outlaws, but in reality, everything is different. They are responsible for the majority of assassinations, secret murders, and so on. The main task of ninjas is to carry out various secret missions, and because of this, they are called whatever they are called, bloodhounds, scouts, or simply spies. But they eventually became known as Black Ops because they carried out covert operations carried out by the government that were often classified and outside of standard military protocol and even illegal. The oldest agent of the Ares organization, which Pak created, was precisely one of these ninjas, who, unnoticed by the guy, stuck several needles into him, which led to his death. Several other agents tried to stop her and take revenge for what she did, but Chief Nam joined the fight and removed them from this battle in time. After which, he asked these ill-mannered young people to watch their language and what they say. They need to be more polite with older people. As a result, Chief Nam got a little carried away and killed everyone who attempted to kill Minji, but still he remembered that he needed to leave one of them alive, but he really didn't fully understand why. The guy was distracted by Chief Nam's conversations and didn't even understand how the oldest ninja stuck a needle in his back and added that she had been watching him from the very beginning, so she knew perfectly well that he would hold out until the very end. She explained to him that she looked the most frightened of them all, and one of the main rules of any spy is that you can learn absolutely any information from the most frightened asshole. While the old ninja was beating information out of the young man, Chief Nam approached Sung-hoon and Minji and suggested that they change the location, because now they had settled everything and the danger had passed for now. Long before this, Kim approached Park and told him that he understood perfectly well that after they dealt with the Special Missions Bureau, the other scum would definitely find out and attack, so something needed to be done. Kim understood that the attack most likely could not be avoided. Then he decided that this would be his last chance to sever any ties with North Korea. They had no other choice. Therefore, Kim asked what Chief Nam was broadcasting now. Park is currently aware of the seriousness of the situation, so he said that it is necessary to take advantage of this opportunity and atone for old sins. But in any case, his main concern is Minji's safety, so for this reason, Park instructed them to ensure the girl's safety, and for this, they need to go with him.